Star Odyssey Chapter 444 to Chapter 493. The entire Sea King's dome was in an uproar, and everyone looked at the screen in the sky excitedly. They wondered what kind of powerhouse would be drawn out this time. Some vaguely remembered that the Sea King's son-in-law selection had once taken place, but that had been a long, long time ago. There wasn't just one giant screen in the sky, there were many more floating screens that illuminated every section of the skyfall cascade. It was as if this was a grand festival that only the Sea King's dome could host. At the same time, at the highest point of the Sea King's dome, a tall girl wearing a blue muslin dress appeared and looked down. She was the Sea King's daughter, Xianxia. Behind her were 4 maids. "Seventh elder sister, it's about to begin," one of the maids said excitedly. Another maid whispered, "Seventh sister, do you want to meet those handsome guys first?" The maids were looking forward to it. Xianxia's gaze was calm. "We'll see. This time, we have to choose one, or else we really won't be able to leave." "That's right, seventh sister. Since you have to choose one, why don't you choose one that's very, very handsome and pleasing to the eye? Don't pick those who are strong and powerful. No one would dare to hurt you anyway." "That's right. If you're really strong, why don't you look for the top 30 of the top 100 rankings? They're much stronger than these people." Xianxia's eyes were bright as she looked down. Haidashao and Starsabil had yet to leave the Skyfall Cascade. Halfway up the mountain, there was a beautiful lake. All the handsome guys who had been brought here to qualify were gathered here. Xiao Luo, Sun Jiong, and Heart Phoenix were all here. At this moment, they were also looking at the screen. At the waist of the Sea King's mountain, Lulu, Big Pow, Little Pow, and the others found a steep cliff and began munching on a bunch of snacks. Everyone thought that the Sea King's son-in-law selection would begin early. However, when he reached the bottom of the Skyfall Cascade, he discovered that it had been sealed, and he could not enter. This meant that the Sea King's son-in-law selection had yet to begin. Someone else had arrived before Luin, and it was a man with a calm expression. This person had arrived at the Sea King's dome a month before Lu Yin's group. The Sea King's dome ships had already made multiple trips back and forth. Lu Yin's group was not the first, but they were the last. There were a total of 5 names on the southeastern Skyfall Cascade. Based on that, there were roughly 25 people on the 5 Skyfall Cascades. In order to qualify, one had to be at least as strong as a cruiser, and there weren't many people in the entire universe who were under the age of 25. According to the rankings, the top 100 rankings was the highest ranking. There were very few people who were able to make it to the top 100 rankings and still be under the age of 25. Xianxia was the only one known to have done so. Someone had previously said that Northgate Lai would appear, but since he was over 25 years old, he was unable to participate in the Sea King's selection. Next up was Ling Quebec. Although he was only a Lemaitre, he was still an absolute freak. His true power level surpassed that of a normal cruiser, and he was comparable to an expert on the top 100 rankings. Luin was also at this level, but they would have to battle to determine who was stronger between them and Xianxia. Below them were the geniuses who had reached the explorer realm before the age of 25 who had barely touched upon the power of a cruiser. There weren't many such geniuses in the entire universe, and the person in front of him was one of them. When he saw Luin, a hint of battle intent appeared in the man's eyes. He was an explorer, but in the eyes of others, he was inferior to this Lemaitre in front of him. No one would be able to accept this, and the man was eager to battle Luin. Luin stood in the water, and his gaze shifted. Within his domain, he could sense another powerful force approaching him. 1,000 meters behind him, a short man slowly walked over. It was another explorer. This person was less than a meter tall, which was quite astonishing. Luin had seen people like him before. During Earth's trial, a student named Parlai had also been like him. He remembered that Parlai had come from planet 3rd Gravity, and the blind monk from the 13 Imperial Squadrons had also come from planet 3rd Gravity. What caught Lu Yin's attention was that this person's physical strength was extraordinary. It was a pity that he didn't dare to fill his eyes with star energy while he was at the Sea King's dome, as that would cause him to be injured. However, even if he couldn't see the rune lines, he could still sense that this person's physical strength was extremely powerful. Within his domain, the thundering of this person's heart was extraordinary. To be able to approach the cruiser realm at such a young age, no matter what realm one was at, was not simple at all. To these two people, Luin was the most freakish of them all. After all, he was only a Lemmeter, which was equivalent to crossing over two realms. Furthermore, he had crossed over into the realm of space exploring. In the northeast, at the bottom of the Skyfall Cascade, several people had already appeared. They were all quite far from each other, and they were all wary of each other. Suddenly, there was a commotion. Ling K, I love you. Ling K, you're the best. Ling K, I love you. Ling K, you're the best. Ling K, I love you. Ling K, you're the best. The commotion was very sudden, and it startled quite a few people, including Northgate Lai, who was standing not too far away. Even he was startled, and his expression turned ugly as he stared at a group of gorgeously dressed girls. These girls were the ones who had suddenly shouted. Ling K had appeared, and he confidently walked out of the void. With a casual wave of his hand, his K's mighty slash revolved around his body, stirring up a cool breeze that sliced through the seawater as if to welcome his arrival. The Lingling clan's innate gift was something that even the Day-Night clan feared, and Ling K had gathered the world's spiritual energy into his body. Not only did he have an exquisite and handsome appearance, but he also had unparalleled strength. He was the dream of countless girls. After the Day-Night feast, his reputation had grown even more resounding, and his fan club had also grown even stronger. Ling K himself did not feel any disgust, and he actually enjoyed the girls' cheers. The originally solemn Skyfall Cascade bottom, where a battle was about to break out at any moment, was completely ruined by the girls' cheers. Ling K raised his hand to his lips and blew them a kiss. The girls' fan club cheered excitedly as they fainted one after another. Countless people felt a headache coming on. In the upper reaches of the Sea King's dome, Hai Chi was stunned. Hai Dashao's expression turned ugly. What does this guy think the Sea King's son-in-law selection is? The Lingling clan is too arrogant. Star Sibyl smiled. They're a peak powerhouse, after all. It's understandable that they have some personality. Humph. On a cliff halfway up the mountain, Big Pow was jealous. That bastard must have spent money to hire his own fan club. Speaking of which, should we hire one for Brother Lou as well? Coco was delighted. Of course. Let's go hire one. It'll be fun. Lulu waved the Sea King's medallion. I'll pay for it. This can't be reimbursed. Michelle's tone was indifferent. Why not? Lulu was stunned. Michelle helplessly replied, the medallion will be useless once the selection begins. Lulu snorted. That's fine. Go and hire them. I have money, and I have plenty of money. Just hire the pretty ones. Aren't they ready-made? Let's go and poach them. Big Pow excitedly pointed at Ling K's fan club. Lulu waved her hand. Go. Michelle felt a headache coming on. She had a feeling that this group of people was about to stir up trouble, and she hoped that Ling K would not get too agitated. At the northwestern Skyfall Cascade, Xianxia appeared. As one of the few absolute geniuses in the top 100 rankings who were below the age of 25, he was like a firefly in the night, glowing wherever he went. His ranking was not at the bottom, and he had countless admirers. Although he did not have a fan club like Ling K, there were still many who supported him. Even Hai Dashao had a good impression of him, as he was a man of principles and was open and aboveboard. Qin Chan's appearance alerted the other competitors at the northwestern Skyfall Cascade. They looked at each other and made a decision. At the southwestern Skyfall Cascade, Mu Rong slowly arrived with a wooden flute in his hand. He was very calm, and there was no trace of a powerhouse's aura. Even when he arrived at the bottom of the Skyfall Cascade, he did not attract much attention. On the other hand, Lan Yu attracted a lot of attention. Although his chances were not as great as Qin Chen's and he had not entered the top 100 rankings, as the younger brother of the Divine Fist, he received more attention than anyone else. Lan Dao, who was following behind Lan Yu, did not attract much attention. However, when the two arrived at the bottom of the Skyfall Cascade, Mu Rong's gaze went past Lan Yu and landed on Lan Dao. A trace of astonishment appeared in the depths of his eyes. The northernmost skyfall cascade was the calmest, as there were no famous powerhouses. There were also the fewest people, with only 4 people, so they did not attract much attention. The only person who could attract attention was a masked person. His age and appearance were unknown, but since he had been qualified, he was clearly below the age of 25 and was comparable to a cruiser. At the bottom of the 5 skyfall cascades, the qualified powerhouses appeared one after another. Some of them might not be as famous as Luin, Xianxia, and the others, but they were definitely famous in their own regions. Countless people from the Sea King's Dome were paying attention to this selection, and everyone had their own supporters. Feng Yamo looked at Lu Yin's image on the screen with a cold gaze. Beside him, Bo Sr. had arrived at some point in time. The two did not speak, but they were both prepared. The moment Luin and the others left the Sea King's Dome, they would make their move. Big Pao and Little Pao would not be able to escape, as Bo Sr. had already set his sights on them. On the other side, Northgate Lai had not expected to see Luin here. He had been cultivating with Northgate Taisui for a few months, and he believed that his strength had improved to the point where he could defeat Qin Chen. It was a pity that he had exceeded the age limit and could not participate in the selection. However, he could still challenge Luin after the selection ended. At the bottom of the southeastern Skyfall Cascade, there were a total of 5 people. Aside from Luin, the other 4 were all explorers. Luin did not know any of the 4, but they all knew who he was. When he had arrived at the Sea King's Dome 3 days ago, all of his information had been sent out. This was the downside of being famous throughout the universe. You would always be targeted, and defeating that person would give you a huge amount of prestige. There were still more than 10 hours until the next day. Luin casually stood on the surface of the ocean and quietly waited for the moment to arrive. The others did the same, and no one spoke to each other. No one from the Sea King's Dome slept that night, and they all accompanied Luin and the others as they waited for the next day to arrive. At the bottom of the northeastern Skyfall Cascade, on the shore a few thousand meters away from Ling Kai, the girls' cheerleaders were shouting with all their might, making the area very noisy. Of course, there were also those who enjoyed watching the girls dance, as it gave them a youthful feeling. Big Pao, Lulu, and Coco appeared. Senior Big Pao, is it really possible? If they truly support Ling Kai, then money won't be able to bribe them, Coco said worriedly. Big Pao patted his chest. Don't worry, Junior. Senior has experience, so it's impossible. How can there be so many girls who would willingly wander the universe to follow a single man? Do they really think that he's a popular lover? He's just a xiaobai. Lulu nodded. I think so too. Senior, go and throw money at them. Big Pao's eyes lit up, as he liked this phrase. This was the reason why he wanted to befriend Lulu, as she was definitely a tycoon. Ling Kai, I love you. Ling Kai, you're the best. Ling Kai, I love you. Ling Kai, you're the best. The loud cheers from the girls' cheerleaders caused the area to become empty, and the appearance of Big Pao's trio was rather eye-catching. What are you doing? A girl who seemed to be the leader glared fiercely at Big Pao. The other girls also looked over, but only a portion of them were cheering. Most of them were still very professional. Big Pao coughed and solemnly asked, Everyone, how much will it cost to hire you? Coco glanced at Ling Kai worriedly. He was very handsome, and perhaps she really did like him. Her senior was being too impetuous, and he should have slowly probed her. 1 star essence per person per day, the girl said decisively, which stunned Coco and Lulu. This was too fast, couldn't she be a little more reserved? Big Pao was stunned as well. That's too expensive. The girl disdainfully replied, We'll be wandering the universe every day. Is that expensive? Big Pao agreed with her. After all, they would be wandering the universe together, and 300 star essence per year was not expensive. After all, cheering them on required a lot of effort, and they would even be risking their lives. However, there were too many people here, and there were at least 100 of them. He turned to look at Lulu. Lulu waved her hand. Pay up and hire us for a day. The girl raised a hand. Wait, if we're hired by you, it'll be the same as betraying young Master Ling Quebec. We'll also have to pay a penalty fee of 100 star essence. Big Pow's mouth twitched. There was even a penalty fee? Ling Ke was really shameless. Lulu sneered, as she had more than enough money to spend. Beneath the Skyfall Cascade, Ling Ke was very pleased with himself. Fortunately, he had come out this time, or else he would still be stuck in the Lingling clan's territory. How could it compare to adventuring in the universe? He looked up and saw Qin Chen and Lu Yin on the screen. All of them were people he wanted to defeat, especially Qin Chen, who was an expert on the top 100 rankings. Defeating Qin Chen would allow him to enter the top 100 rankings, which was perfect. As for whether or not he wanted to marry the Sea King's daughter, that would depend on the woman's looks. It would not do if her looks were not compatible with the Sea King's, but there was one troublesome aspect. If he pulled out the Sea King's trident but did not want to marry her, he would offend the Sea King. Although the Lingling clan did not fear anyone, it was best not to offend the Sea King. Just as he was thinking, the air suddenly became very quiet. Wait, where are the fanatical shouts? Ling Ke suddenly realized that something was amiss. He turned around to look at the shore, only to discover that his cheerleading squad had disappeared. Lu Yin, I love you. Lu Yin, you're the best. Lu Yin, I love you. Lu Yin, you're the best. At the bottom of the Skyfall Cascade to the southeast, the powerful female support group had arrived. Then, they cleared the area. Everyone had been scared away by the fanatical clamor. It wasn't just on the shore, even at the bottom of the Skyfall Cascade, Lu Yin and the others were shocked. Lu Yin stared blankly at the shore. What was going on? At this moment, everyone in the Sea King's dome was staring at the screen in the sky, which was showing the southeastern Skyfall Cascade. They then looked at Ling Quebec. What was the meaning of this? Did the girls' fan club fall in love with someone else? No matter who it was, everyone was attracted by this farce, including Hai Chi-Chi, Hai Dashao, and Star Sibyl. Everyone was at a loss. Michelle facepalmed, feeling rather helpless. Hui Day Night, Zhao Ilong, and the others were also stunned. They had thought that Big Pow and Lulu were just joking, but they were actually serious. Lu Yin opened his mouth to say something, but he did not know what was going on. His face was filled with confusion and stupefaction. Seventh bro, I've always felt that the most despicable person is invincible. What were you doing when you blocked me? Also, why do I feel like I've been blocked for a long time? It's only been a day. Tell me, did you spend money on these women? You're too narcissistic, the monkey said strangely. Lu Yin's head hurt. It was a real headache. Suddenly, he saw Big Pow give him a thumbs up from the shore. He instantly understood and rushed over to Big Pow. What are you doing? Lu Yin asked angrily. He felt like the entire Sea King's dome was laughing at him, and he was truly angry. Big Pow patted his chest. Don't worry. With Senior here, no one can compare to you in terms of aura. I don't want these. Let them go. No, I've already paid for them. No, they truly think that you're handsome and that they truly love you. Stop talking nonsense and let them disgust others. Don't forget that we came to the Sea King's dome to avoid being hunted down, not to participate in the selection. Junior, no matter what you do, you have to give it your all, Big Pow said seriously. To the side, Coco cheered for Lu Yin, while Lulu arrogantly said, I paid for it, so it can't be wasted. Lu Yin was furious, but he suddenly felt that something was amiss. No matter how bored Big Pow and Lulu were, they would not do something like this, especially when they were being hunted down. They really did want him to become the Sea King's son-in-law, which was why they had attracted the attention of the entire Sea King's dome. Are you guys forcing me? Lu Yin's tone became much colder. Big Pow's expression changed, and he awkwardly asked, Junior, what are you talking about? Lu Yin's tone gradually turned cold. You guys have attracted the attention of the entire Sea King's dome, including the Sea Kings. Your goal is to force me to give it my all and participate in the selection, right? Junior, don't spout nonsense. Who can force you? Even if you purposely fail, no one can say anything. It's all up to you, Big Pow said solemnly. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. The main point is that group of girls. They're Ling Ke's people, and you guys purposely snatched them away. With his personality, he'll definitely find a way to cause trouble for me. If I don't give it my all, I'll definitely lose. The entire universe will rank me below him, and that's something I can't accept. Big Pao was embarrassed, and he glanced at Lulu. Lulu rolled her eyes, but she did not say anything. Only Coco looked at Big Pao in shock. Senior, we're not playing around. Humph, they're playing around, but they're playing with me. Lu Yin's tone was rather unpleasant, as he did not like being forced by others. Big Pao and Lulu were right, and he definitely could not accept being ranked below Ling Quebec. This was because Ling Ke had been praised by the Day-Night clan during the Day-Night banquet, and Night Queen Yanqing was the one who had attacked him. Big Pao spread out his hands. Junior, you're overthinking things. With Qin Chen around, you might not succeed even if you try your best. That's right. Don't think too highly of yourself, Lulu added. Lu Ying glared at the two. No matter what, take these girls away, or we'll break off our relationship. Is it that serious? Big Pao asked in an exaggerated manner. Lu Ying turned to leave, as he really could not stand the girls' support group. Although they were all very pretty and youthful, it was too embarrassing. There was one person who was even angrier than Lu Ying, and that was Ling Quebec. He knew that countless people were laughing at him, as everyone knew that he had been the one who had hired these girls. It was too embarrassing. Lu Ying, you bastard. Just you wait. Senior, what should we do? Coco was lost. Big Pao had a headache, as he did not know either. The money's already been paid, so we can't waste it, Lulu said as she looked at the screen in the sky. She suddenly thought of something and looked at Coco. I remember you saying that Mu Rong is here as well, right? Coco nodded and then looked at Mu Rong on the screen with sympathy. Not long after, at the bottom of the Skyfall Cascade in the southwest. Mu Rong, I love you. Mu Rong, you're the best. Mu Rong, I love you. Mu Rong, you're the best. Everyone was speechless. Both Lu Ying and Ling Ke were stunned. Mu Rong had been calmly standing in the water, and he had not even looked up once during the farce that had just occurred. But now, he was stunned as he looked at the girls' support group not too far away. He did not know what to do and was momentarily lost. Michelle stared at Mu Rong in a daze. She did not know what she was thinking when she saw Mu Rong's dazed expression. Mu Rong had always given off the feeling that he was detached from worldly affairs, and he had also been hurt in the past. His feelings had always been sealed off, so who would have thought that such a cold and emotionless person would suddenly have a support group? Even Michelle could not stand the strong contrast. I never thought that Mu Rong would be the final winner. You can't judge a book by its cover, someone lamented. It was clearly the Sea King's son-in-law selection, but it had been turned into a farce of a fight over the girls' support group. Everyone was discussing the girls' support group, and they had completely forgotten about the Sea King's daughter. Hai Dasha was furious, and he glared at the girls' support group. Hai Chi was furious as well, as she had actually been forgotten. She was the main character. Ling Ke glared at Mu Rong. So it was you, you bastard. Don't even think about running away. Just as Michelle had thought, Mu Rong was detached from worldly affairs. Although he had been disgusted by the girls' support group, he had managed to hold on and did not care about them at all. The girls' support group now had a stable supporter, and that was Mu Rong. Below the southwestern Skyfall Cascade, Mu Rong, I love you. Mu Rong, you're the most handsome. So this person was Mu Rong. He was indeed calm and magnanimous. As he thought about it, he glanced at Ling Ke on another screen and saw that he could not hide his anger. Lu Ying felt a little sympathy for him. Could it be that this guy was not in the right state of mind because he had lost his support group? How pitiful. After this farce, the night sky of the Sea King's dome was no longer calm, and time slowly passed. A ray of sunlight shone down from the sky, and the energy that had isolated the Skyfall Cascade disappeared. Everyone looked over. The Sea King's son-in-law selection had officially begun. Below the 5 Skyfall Cascades, everyone rushed towards the top of the cascade. The river water roared and flowed rapidly, but it was nothing to these powerhouses. They all rushed forward rather quickly, but they were only slightly faster. They could not tear through the void because the void of the skyfall cascade had been stabilized. The entire void was many times more resilient than the outside world. Not to mention tearing through the void, they could not even retrieve items from their cosmic rings. This discovery shocked everyone, as this was the first time they had encountered such a situation. A cosmic ring was formed by a super powerhouse compressing a region of space. In theory, it was similar to the subspace of Shenwu continent. If one wanted to retrieve items from within, they would have to open up this subspace. However, the space within the Skyfall cascade was suppressed by an absolute force, which rendered cosmic rings useless. Not only that, but due to the suppression of space, everyone's speed, power, and destructive power were all reduced. For example, an explorer might be able to destroy a planet with his full strength, but he could not do so within the Skyfall cascade. Suppressing space would not only protect the Skyfall cascade of the Sea King's dome, but it would also ensure fairness as much as possible. This would prevent anyone from taking out a weapon with a power level of over 100,000. For example, Luin had quite a few such items. Luin was not in a hurry to rush up. Instead, he observed for a while before rushing up the Skyfall cascade. The moment he entered the Skyfall cascade, his body sank. Even with Flash, he could only travel 1,000 meters. How high was the Sea King's dome? He couldn't see the top of the heavenly stream at all. His speed was severely suppressed. With his physical strength, this was the best he could do with Flash step. The others were even worse off, as they were much slower than Luin. Even though they had reached the Skyfall cascade before him, Luin still gradually caught up to some of them. When he saw that Luin was about to overtake him, the man raised his hand and slashed out with his sword. His attack distorted the void, but he was unable to tear it apart. Luin easily dodged the attack and swept out with his leg. There was a thump as the shockwave from the collision overturned the river. The shockwave swept out and tore apart a layer of soil on the shore. Luin was astonished. It was actually battle force. Even though it was only 4 lines, it had covered the sword with battle force. Combined with an innate gift that he did not understand, it had been able to block his kick. Lu Yin's physical strength was quite powerful, and it surpassed that of an ordinary cruiser. The strength of his kick was not something that an ordinary explorer could withstand, but it had been easily blocked by that person. With a whoosh, the longsword covered in battle force swept out and enveloped the space around Luin. As expected, those who could qualify for the strength test were not simple. Although this person's sword did not reach the level of Lu Xiaoqiu's 4th sword, in terms of power, it surpassed the 2nd sword and had a terrifying penetrative power. 5-lined battle force enveloped Lu Yin's fingertip, and he flicked it lightly. There was a clang as the longsword was deflected away, and the sword chi swept towards the nearby shore. Many of the spectators who had come to the shore to watch the battle were shocked, and they hurriedly retreated. The waters of the Skyfall cascade roared as Lu Yin and the others swam upstream. The other 3 had also begun to engage in a chaotic battle. This was a chaotic battle between experts close to the top 100 rankings. The elites of the younger generation had gathered. Chaotic battles raged all over the Heavenspan cascade. As for Qin Chen, he had already defeated 1 person and was now rushing towards the top of the Heavenspan cascade. Ling Ke angrily fought 1 against 2, as if he was venting his anger over the fact that his fan club had been stolen. Mu Rong and Lan Yu were fighting. It was Lan Yu who chose him, while Lan Dao was fighting another person. The atmosphere of the entire Sea King realm was immediately stirred up. Everyone looked at the screen in the sky as they watched the battles unfold one after another. With a bang, Lu Yin's longsword was deflected away once more. Lu Yin took 2 steps back as his gaze turned cold. The person in front of him had spun his longsword and then thrust it towards him. The speed of this attack was so fast that it surpassed the limits of what the naked eye could see. Unless he used the secret sidestep to dodge, he would have to face it head-on. This attack was extremely powerful. 9 stars revolved around Lu Yin's body as the longsword pierced into Sirius's range. Lu Yin was able to clearly see the trajectory of the attack, and he brushed past the sword to evade it. He then pressed his palm against the man's abdomen, unleashing a 30 stacks 40-fold shockwave palm. There was a loud boom as the river erupted, and the man was sent flying by Lu Yin's palm. Blood splattered all over the skyfall cascade as he fell down the river. Many people were excited, as Luin had defeated an explorer as a Lemmeter, and not just any ordinary explorer. In this place, all of the explorers were realmbreakers, and they were all freaks of the universe. Lu Yin's victory meant that he had surpassed that level. Suddenly, the air became incomparably heavy. This was an innate gift of gravity, and the skyfall cascade's water was pushed away in all directions. Lu Yin turned around and saw the short man staring at him from afar. He pressed both hands against the skyfall cascade, and Lu Yin's body became heavy again. This time, the gravity was no less than 200 times, and the water beneath Lu Yin's feet was completely drained away. 200 times gravity had already surpassed the limit that an explorer could endure, but it did not have much of an effect on Lu Yin. His physical body was too strong, and just as he was about to break free, he felt an icy sensation at his ankles. The water seemed to have a life of its own as it transformed into chains that connected in a strange pattern and extended towards the banks of the skyfall cascade. Someone had used the water to lock him down. Lu Yin's domain spread out, but there was no one else besides the short man. He looked at the man, who had a smug look on his face. He flicked his finger, causing tiny metal fragments to shoot out and strike Lu Yin's calf. The moment the metal fragments touched his calf, they transformed into chains that bound him in all directions. Lu Yin's eyes trembled, and his battle force erupted from his body. 5-lined battle force covered his entire body, and with a bang, the chains were torn apart. However, the broken chains automatically twisted together in midair as if they had a life of their own. There's no need to struggle. You can't escape from the Sun family's mechanisms and gravity confinement, the short man shouted as he leapt towards Lu Yin. He raised a palm, causing a black stream of air to distort at the center of his palm. This man had condensed all of the gravity onto his palm, and the gravitational force caused the void to distort as he viciously slammed his palm towards Lu Yin's forehead. If this attack landed, Lu Yin would still be injured, no matter how high his defenses were. Countless people from the Sea King's dome cried out in alarm as they watched this scene unfold. Even Big Pow and the others were nervous. Although they were confident in Lu Yin's strength, the people who had qualified for the Astral Combat Academy were not simple. They all surpassed countless of their peers, and they were all geniuses. Even in the entire Astral Combat Academy, only realm masters who had broken through to the Explorer realm could fight against these people. Lu Yin had many ways to neutralize this attack, and he could at least use his Fate Sand to block it. However, he did not do so, as the short man's words had infuriated him. This person was actually from the Sun family, and this person was helping the Sun family deal with him. Lu Yin shifted the Fate Sand around his heart, and his physical strength suddenly erupted. His suppressed strength combined with his battle force, instantly breaking all of the chains. Even the gravitational force could not withstand it, and the water flowed backwards. Lu Yin's pure strength spread out in ripples that could be seen with the naked eye. He raised a hand and grabbed the short man's palm, crushing the gravitational force within it into nothingness. The short man's pupils shrank, and his face went pale. How is this possible? How did you break the Sun family's mechanisms? Lu Yin's tone was icy. You overestimate the Sun family. He then exerted more force, and with a crack, the short man's wrist was broken. The man held and released his gravitational force in a futile attempt to escape. However, he was tightly gripped by Lu Yin and could not break free. Speak. Who are you to the Sun family? Why are you targeting me? Lu Yin's voice was filled with killing intent. The short man gritted his teeth. I have nothing to do with the Sun family. It's just that they came to me a few hours ago and asked me to deal with you. The Sun family's mechanisms are famous throughout the universe, and I wanted to experience it for myself. Lu Yin stared at the man and knew that he was not lying. He kicked out and sent the short man flying, crashing into the shore of the skyfall cascade and shattering many trees before finally burying himself deep into the ground. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his arm was bent at an irregular angle. This person had been heavily injured by Lu Yin, and he had only survived because Lu Yin had shown mercy. Many people had heard the short man's words and were shocked that the Sun family had acted. The mechanisms were too iconic, and no one would believe that the Sun family was not involved. Lu Yin had even offended them. Luin looked up, and a bone-chilling intent appeared in his eyes. He would remember this grudge with the Sun family. If he remembered correctly, the Sun family had a very good relationship with the Day-Night clan, and it was impossible for them to become friends. Seventh bro, this Sun family is too despicable. You have to teach them a lesson when you meet them in the future, the monkey said indignantly. Luin indicated that he understood. At this moment, the Skyfall Cascade's water was no longer suppressed by gravity, so it quickly flowed back. Although Luin still hated the Sun family, he was also amazed by their mechanisms. If he had not released a portion of his physical strength, he would not have been able to break free even with his battle force. They truly lived up to their reputation throughout the universe. He had to be careful of the Sun family in the future, as their methods were very complicated. At the waist of the Sea King's peak, Sun Tao had an ugly expression on his face. He had actually failed. What a piece of trash. Around the lake at the waist of the mountain, Sun Jiong also had an ugly expression. However, it was not because of the short man, but rather because of Sun Tao. That idiot had actually used his status as a member of the Sun family to interfere, which was equivalent to exposing the Sun family. Luin was not even afraid of the Day-Night clan, so he definitely had some background. Now that the Sun family had been exposed, there would be trouble in the future. Your Sun family is still the same as before, scheming behind people's backs. What a joke, Heart Phoenix mocked Sun Jiong. Sun Jiong's expression turned ugly, and he looked around. Everyone who had qualified because of their looks had gathered here, and most of them had some background. However, most of them could not compare to the Sun family, which was backed by the Day-Night clan. Aside from Heart Phoenix, very few people dared to mock Sun Jiong. I heard that you also lost to Luin in the Astral Combat Academy, but now you're siding with him. Is this the tradition of the Phoenix family? Sun Jiong asked coldly. Heart Phoenix sneered. My Phoenix family's people lose and win. We won't stab each other in the back, unlike your Sun family. You like to borrow someone else's knife to kill, and you always fail. Haha. Sun Jiong did not reply. On the other side, Xiao Luo smiled as he looked at Sun Jiong. He did not know how Luin had offended the Sun family. Although the Sun family did not participate in the disputes between the various great powers, they were still very troublesome. Their mechanisms were used in many areas, and they had a lot of potential. Just as Heart Phoenix had said, the Sun family was adept at scheming behind people's backs. On the banks of the Skyfall Cascade, Hai Dashao looked at Luin on a screen, deep in thought. What do you think of this person? Starsabil suddenly asked. Hai Dashao calmly replied, he's showing off his abilities. You don't like him? Starsabil looked at Hai Dashao, her eyes bright. Hai Dashao clasped his hands behind his back. He has nothing to do with me, so I can't say whether I like him or not. However, he's still a youngster, and showing off his abilities is better than hiding too much. He paused. I remember that he defeated Tian Ho, but Tian Ho cannot be defeated with brute strength. This person's technique is strange. Starsabil smiled. Let's wait and see. Perhaps he'll bring you a pleasant surprise. Hai Dashao did not think much of it. This person was very strong, and his physical strength could even break through mechanisms, but so what? At most, he would only be able to match an expert at the bottom of the top 100 rankings. He looked towards the Skyfall Cascade to the northeast, where Ling Ke and another person were. Qingwu was ranked 69th on the top 100 rankings, and he was the strongest out of everyone present. He was also the one with the highest chance of pulling out the Sea King's trident. Luin was far from being able to compare to Qingwu. However, Ling Ke was the unluckiest, as he could not even cross the Skyfall Cascade. Even now, he still did not know of Qingwu's existence. As he thought about this, Hai Dashao looked at Ling Ke with interest. Compared to Luin, he was more interested in Ling Quebec. After all, the Lingling clan's innate gift was just too powerful. If not for the fact that they were so few in number, their power would definitely surpass that of the Day-Night clan. They were a terrifying clan. Furthermore, very few people knew that one of the 10 arbiters was from the Lingling clan. Ling Ke was in a very bad mood. Without the girls' support group, he was not in his best condition. 2 people had joined forces to attack him, and he could see that Lu Yin had defeated 2 experts on the screen, but he had not done so. Didn't they say that he was inferior to Lu Yin? Ling Ke was displeased. He swung out his K's mighty slash and cut off one of the expert's arms, causing fresh blood to splatter across the Skyfall cascade. The Lingling clan's innate gifts were truly terrifying, and K's mighty slash was a combination of 10 innate gifts. Even in the Skyfall cascade, which was suppressed by the void, the K's mighty slash could still rely on its innate gift to travel through it. This was also the reason why Ling Ke's mighty slash had been able to instantly defeat one of the opponents. The other person was immediately enraged, and countless legends about the Lingling clan appeared in his mind. He subconsciously distanced himself from Ling Quebec. Ling Ke sneered and looked up. When he saw the girls cheering for Mu Rong, his mood worsened once more. Ke's mighty slash flickered and disappeared, and the expert who had been fighting against Ling Ke felt a chill run down his spine. He immediately tried to dodge, but he was still a step too late. A large wound opened up at his waist, and he had almost been cut in half. Ling Ke's ruthless attacks had instantly defeated 2 experts, which shocked countless people. Lu Yin had defeated them one by one, but Ling Ke had defeated 2 of them in an instant. Many people felt that Ling Ke was much stronger than Lu Yin. Mu Rong and Lan Yu's battle also attracted quite a few people, but it was not intense. Mu Rong seemed to be on the defensive the entire time, as if he had no interest in defeating Lan Yu. Lan Yu's attacks did not slow down, but he still could not defeat Mu Rong. This made Lan Yu feel helpless. He was an explorer and the younger brother of one of the 10 arbiters, but he could not even defeat a Lemiter. This filled him with a sense of defeat. If you don't want to fight back, then why don't you participate in the Sea King's son-in-law selection? Isn't it better to withdraw? Lan Yu glared at Mu Rong. Mu Rong remained calm and flipped the wooden flute in his hand. If you can defeat me, then bring it on. Lan Yu's eyes widened, and he took a deep breath. He bent his legs and roared as 4-lined battle force appeared on the surface of his body. Layers upon layers of battle force spread out, and his body's toughness was enhanced. He raised his hands and shouted, 30 stacks, shockwave palm. Under everyone's astonished gazes, Lan Yu used the same 30 stacks technique as Lu Yin and slammed it towards Mu Rong. 30 stacks was the Divine Fist's record in the Astral Combat Academy, and it was precisely because Lu Yin had equaled 30 stacks that he had become known as the unequaled Lemiter of the younger generation. Lan Yu had only been able to reach 30 stacks after becoming an explorer, and he had even used his battle force to support himself. Regardless, he had still managed to do it. The strength of 30 stacks was not something that an ordinary person could withstand, and Lu Yin had relied on 30 stacks to defeat Yan Feng and Beizer's combined attack. Facing 30 stacks, shock flashed through Mu Rong's eyes. His expression was solemn. Even if it was him, it would be difficult for him to win if he was hit by 30 stacks. The wooden flute spun and transformed into a gentle wind that wrapped around Lan Yu's palms. Lan Yu's palms struck out, but they were blocked by Mu Rong's wooden flute. Mu Rong dragged Lan Yu back, and 30 stacks smashed into the shore, creating a huge hole in the heavenly stream. Lan Yu's entire body was thrown out by Mu Rong, and he almost fell out of the heavenly stream. Countless people fell silent. Lan Yu was completely suppressed. Lan Yu, one of the top experts of the Greyweed continent's younger generation from the Starfall Sea, had been suppressed just like that. Mu Rong was just as the rumors from the 10 Arbiters Council had said, he was unrivaled. Even 30 stacks could not do anything to him. Did Lan Yu's defeat mean that Lu Yin would suffer the same fate? After all, Lu Yin also had 30 stacks. The crowd subconsciously switched Lan Yu to Lu Yin, as they did not have much hope for Lu Yin's battle with Mu Rong. They all felt that Lu Yin would suffer the same fate. Mu Rong, I love you. Mu Rong, you're the best. Mu Rong, I love you. Mu Rong, you're the best. A clamor sounded out, startling the people on the shore. They all stared blankly at the cheerleaders. They had actually chased after Lu Yin. Mu Rong calmly turned around and pretended not to see them. Big Pow urged from behind, shout for him. Shout until he's overwhelmed with emotion. Shout until he's inflated. Lulu rolled her eyes. It's useless. This Mu Rong is different from Ling Quebec. No matter how much you praise him, he won't become inflated. Brother Lu is in danger. This person is really powerful, Coco said worriedly. Big Pao was helpless. Junior, don't blame me. I tried my best. The scene of Mu Rong defeating Lan Yu was witnessed by Ling Ke and Lu Yin, and both of their expressions turned solemn. Even in his battle with Lan Yu, Mu Rong had not revealed his true strength, which made him unfathomable. Although Lan Yu had been suppressed, he had not been sent flying out of the Skyfall Cascade. He panted heavily as he stood on the surface of the river and watched Mu Rong calmly walk towards the top. He felt a wave of helplessness, and he turned to the other side. Lan Dao, let's work together. In the distance, Lan Dao was battling with an explorer. When he heard Lan Yu's words, he flipped his blade and slashed out horizontally. The void was distorted to the extreme as a flash of blade light swept past the top of the explorer's head and headed straight for Mu Rong. The blade light traversed the Skyfall Cascade and flattened the void. The shockwaves from the attack tore through the riverbank and shocked many as it headed straight for Mu Rong. Mu Rong stopped and turned around with a serious expression on his face, much more so than when he had faced Lan Yu. The wooden flute spun around his fingertips, and the moment the blade light neared, he suddenly waved his hand. The blade light was forcefully redirected and slashed into the Skyfall Cascade. Under the shocked gazes of countless onlookers, the Skyfall Cascade was split into two. This scene deeply shocked many, and even Hai Dashao and Star Sibyl were astonished. They had not expected the person behind Lan Yu to be so strong that he had even surpassed Lan Yu. At this moment, Lu Yin felt the deepest shock. This was the first time he had seen Lan Dao, and his eyes flickered. This was not Lan Dao, but Zhongding Tian. That blade's elegance had stunned countless people, and it had also attracted Lu Yin's attention. Only then did he realize that the person behind Lan Yu was Zhongding Tian. When Zhongding Tian, Bai Shui, Su San, and Saruzin had all disappeared at the same time, Lu Yin had sent people to search for them, but they had not been able to find any traces of them. He had thought that they had all perished, but he had never expected to meet them in the Starfall Sea. Why was Zhongding Tian in the Starfall Sea? He was also following Lan Yu, and his strength was rather terrifying. Even Mu Rong had treated that blade's elegance seriously, and it could be said that Zhongding Tian had surpassed countless of his peers and stood at the peak of his generation. Zhongding Tian was still a Lammeter, but that blade alone was enough to contend with Lu Yin, Ling Ke, Mu Rong, and even Yi Xingchen. He couldn't even begin to imagine what had happened to Zhongding Tian during the time he'd been missing. Back on Earth, during the early days of the apocalypse, Zhongding Tian had been the strongest person and had the strength of a realmbreaker. He had guarded the capital all by himself, and even the elites of the Great Yu Empire had rarely been able to compare to him. He was just a native, a true native. Even though Lu Yin knew that Zhongding Tian's talent in the way of the blade meant that he would not be weak in the future, he had not expected him to be this strong. Lan Yu seemed to be from the Greyweed continent, and he was the younger brother of the Divine Fist, Lan Si. Could Zhongding Tian have gone to the Greyweed continent? How had he gone there? Zhongding Tian's outburst had attracted most people's attention to the Skyfall Cascade in the southwest. At this moment, the person who was fighting Zhongding Tian was in the most awkward position. He was on the verge of collapse. He knew that he could not block that blade, and the person in front of him was not even looking at him. Should he retreat or not? If he did not retreat, he would not be able to win, but if he did, he would lose face. However, Zhongding Tian did not let him hesitate for too long. He raised his blade and looked like he was about to attack again. That person decisively went ashore, but who knew who he would be attacking next? The waters of the Skyfall Cascade roared as it flowed down from the top. Mu Rong faced Lan Yu and Zhongding Tian alone, and his eyes flashed with battle intent for the first time. There were a total of 6 experts competing on the Skyfall Cascade. One of them had been scared off by Zhongding Tian, while the other 2 had already passed the crowd and were focused on rushing to the top. Mu Rong and the others were not in a hurry. There was a gate at the top of the Skyfall Cascade, and if he was not wrong, it would not be easy to open. Mu Rong, I love you. Mu Rong, you're the best. Mu Rong, I love you. Mu Rong, you're the best. Loud cheers rang out, and the 3 of them moved at the same time. Lan Yu used 30 stacks to attack Mu Rong with both palms, while Zhang Dingtian slashed out with his blade. The blade flickered with a cold light, and Mu Rong immediately retreated after a brief contact. He was not strong enough to deal with their simultaneous attacks. Lan Yu was excited, and he continued to use overlaying stacks. Zhang Dingtian frowned and suddenly withdrew his blade. This sudden turn of events stunned Lan Yu. What are you doing? Zhang Dingtian's gaze was firm. It's 2 against 1. That's not fair. Lan Yu panicked. This is the Sea King's son-in-law selection. It's not a fair duel. Zhang Dingtian ignored him and stood on the surface of the Skyfall cascade with his blade in hand. He looked up and said, I'll take care of the others for you. He then leaped up and charged towards the top. Lan Yu almost cursed out loud. If he did not know this person well, he would have thought that this person was trying to compete for the chance to become the Sea King's son-in-law. Also, if he could not beat Mu Rong, then the others were none of his business. Mu Rong did not stop Zhang Dingtian. Even though they had only interacted for an instant, he could feel Zhang Dingtian's indomitable will to battle. This sort of person would not resort to cheap tricks. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Zhang Dingtian was indeed Zhang Dingtian. His magnanimity matched his blade's will, and perhaps this was the fundamental reason why he had become so strong. Everyone had spirit, and the Sandmaster had once said that the foundation of battle force was spirit. Zhang Dingtian's spirit in the way of the blade was unparalleled, which was why he was so strong. His strength came from his perseverance. Others might think that his perseverance was foolish, but who could truly understand him? 7th bro, let's go. If we don't leave now, we'll be robbed, the monkey shouted. Zhang Dingtian had also arrived, and he did not know if there would be a battle in the Skyfall cascade. He was suddenly filled with anticipation for the Sea King's son-in-law selection. Regardless of whether it was Mu Rong, Lu Yin, Qin Chen, or Ling Ke, all of them attracted the attention of many. These were only the 4 Skyfall cascades. There was one more that almost no one paid attention to, the Northern Skyfall Cascade. However, there was only one person left on this Skyfall Cascade. Eh? That's strange. Why is there only one person on the Northern Skyfall Cascade? Someone exclaimed. Many people only reacted after hearing this, and they all looked over. Sure enough, there was only one person on that Skyfall Cascade heading upwards at a leisurely pace. There were no other competitors. Look, someone's here. One of the sharp-eyed people saw a man on the banks of the Heavenspan River. His face was deathly pale, and there was an exaggerated wound on his chest. He was struggling to support himself on the ground, and his eyes were filled with terror. Brother, how did you lose? Only one person remained, someone shouted. The heavily injured man spat out a mouthful of blood and sat on the ground in a sorry state. He smiled bitterly. I'll let you face Faceless. Why don't you try? Faceless? Someone was confused. Another person beside him cried out, Faceless? The 72nd Faceless on the top 100 rankings? The heavily injured man nodded and then looked up at the screen. Coincidentally, the remaining person on the screen looked up, revealing a horrifically ugly face that scared many people. This person's facial features were flat, and he looked extremely ugly. He held a 2-meter-long black blade in his hand that fell into the river. If one didn't pay attention, they wouldn't be able to see it. It's him. That's right, it's Faceless, 72nd on the top 100 rankings. He's the one with the mask. Someone recognized him. Instantly, countless gazes were drawn over. Qin Chen was 72nd on the top 100 rankings, and the strongest person to have appeared so far was only ranked 88th. There was a difference of more than 10 places, and no one had expected such a powerhouse to appear. In the upper levels of the Sea King's dome, Hai Chi covered her mouth in shock. How can there be such a person? He's too scary. Behind her, the 4 maids were pale. Sister Qi, we can't let him pull out the Sea King's trident. Otherwise, his life will be ruined. That's right, Sister Qi. Hurry up and think of something. He's the only one on the Northern Skyfall Cascade, so he'll definitely pass through. We're doomed. Hai Chi shouted exaggeratedly, nonsense, of course we have to think of something. Hai Chi, am as beautiful as a flower, so how could I possibly marry a big flat cake? It's obvious that he's been punished by the heavens, and there's something wrong with his character." The maids were speechless. Just because he was ugly did not mean that there was something wrong with his character. Faceless appearance did not surprise Haidashao, as he had long since known that no one could hide from him. However, he was not worried, as even if Faceless pulled out the Sea King's trident, Haichichi could choose not to accept it. This was the Sea King's dome, and pulling out the trident was just a qualification. It did not guarantee that one would become the Sea King's son-in-law. Starsabelle stared at Faceless, a trace of doubt and conjecture in the depths of her eyes. The hidden experts of the Sea King's son-in-law selection were gradually being exposed. It was not just Faceless, but also Qin Chen, who had attracted the most attention in the northwestern Skyfall Cascade. The moment Faceless was exposed, Qin Chen had also encountered a powerful enemy. A section of the heavenly stream was frozen by ice that resembled flames. White mist rose from it. Parts of the river surged past, while other parts were frozen, causing the layer of ice to grow higher and higher. Beneath the layer of ice was a young man with an indifferent expression. He held a silvery white spear in his hand, and the body of the spear was engraved with the image of a five-ringed plum blossom. If Luin had seen this, he would have definitely remembered it. During the war with Fire's Melt Planet, an explorer named Yen Yen had sealed himself in ice after Fire's Melt Planet had been destroyed. Shuashan Anna had recognized him as someone from the Royal Frost Continent, as the symbol of the Royal Frost Continent was the five-ringed plum blossom. The Royal Frost Continent was a hidden power within the blazing mist flow zone, and it was located in a hidden space just like the Shenwu Continent. The only difference was that the Royal Frost Continent's power was comparable to the Blaze Realms, which was why it had not been encircled. Above the layer of ice was Qin Chen. He was an expert ranked 88th on the top 100 rankings, and at this moment, his expression was unprecedentedly solemn. Qin Chen had not expected to meet such a powerful enemy in the heavenly stream. This person was very strong. The indifferent man suddenly thrust his spear forward, piercing through the layer of ice and heading straight for Qin Chen. The spear froze everything in its path, and even the void was frozen. Qin Chen's eyes went wide, and he raised a hand, causing his star energy to form an inescapable net that covered the entire area. The man's spear pierced through the net, but it only froze a little before it was unable to advance any further. Qin Chen was about to attack when he suddenly sensed something and quickly retreated. A large expanse of fiery ice spread out from where he had been standing. The indifferent man's spear spun and gradually turned white. This was an extremely cold ice that transformed into the symbol of the five-ringed plum blossom. He tore a small gap in the net and leapt out, thrusting his spear towards Qin Chen once more. Qin Chen narrowly avoided the attack, but when he saw the river water around him freeze into ice, his gaze turned cold. Star energy erupted from his body, and under the cover of his domain, the ice suddenly cracked apart and transformed into another type of inescapable net that engulfed everything in its path. The indifferent man's spear viciously pierced through the layer of ice, causing it to shatter with a boom. A powerful shockwave swept out in all directions, bringing with it an extremely cold air that froze the shore. Many of the spectators nearby trembled and hurriedly moved out of the way. Qin Chen, someone's already near the top of the heavenly stream, someone shouted. It was obvious that this person was one of Qin Chen's supporters. Qin Chen looked up. Sure enough, because he had been fighting with the man in front of him, the other two had been running at full speed, and they had almost reached the top. The indifferent man looked up as well, and then he leapt up and charged forward. Qin Chen gritted his teeth and followed suit. Now was not the time for them to restrain each other. If they did not deal with the others, then even if the two of them managed to emerge victorious, they would still end up benefiting someone else. On the southeast side of the heavenly stream, Luin had single-handedly defeated two experts while the other two were battling. Further away, one of them had been defeated, while the other was rushing towards the top ahead of Luin. If nothing unexpected happened, then that person would reach the gate before Luin. However, Luin did not panic, as the gate would not be opened that easily. As he rushed towards the top, he watched the screen. Faceless had appeared, and Qin Chen had encountered a powerful opponent. Luin had seen all of this. This selection had indeed attracted a group of monsters, and no matter where they went, they would all be top-notch existences. The Sea King's dome was very high, and the heavenly stream was very long. However, with Lu Yin's group speed, even if they could not tear through the void and travel through it, they still quickly reached the top. The gate was right in front of them, and the person who had been one step ahead of Lu Yin had already reached it. He excitedly tried to push it open, but unfortunately, he failed. Lu Yin was no longer in a hurry, and he slowly walked over to watch that person push the gate open. Faceless had also reached the gate, and he had one hand pressed against it. No one knew what he was thinking about. On the northeast side of the heavenly stream, Ling Ke rushed towards the top. He had been delayed for quite some time, and when he was just halfway up the Sea King's dome, he glanced to the side and saw two people standing on the shore. It was a man and a woman. He did not recognize the man, but the woman was Starsabil, whom he had seen before. Ling Ke stopped and looked at the shore. I never thought that the famous Starsabil would also be at the Sea King's dome. Long time no see. Starsabil smiled. Long time no see. I wonder what Starsabil thinks about this selection. Who do you think will become the Sea King's son-in-law? Ling Ke asked curiously. He knew more about Starsabil than the others, as she had visited the Lingling clan more than once. Of course, it was not because of him, but because of someone else. Because he knew her, he wanted to know more through Starsabil. Before Starsabil could answer, Hai Dashao coldly said, "Scram back to the river." Starsabil smiled. Ling Ke's face sank, and he stared at Hai Dashao. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like that? Hai Dashao narrowed his eyes. I'll say it again. Scram back to the river, or I'll personally throw you out of the Sea King's dome. Ling Ke's brows jumped, as he felt a little scared. This person's tone was not simple. Either he was a fool, or he had a great background. Could anyone who could stand next to Starsabil be a fool? Of course not, and no ordinary person could reach this position. This person should have some sort of background. Ling Ke snorted. This was the Sea King's dome, and it was not wise to provoke someone with an unknown background. I'm not in a good state today, so I won't bicker with you. Starsabil, let's chat again next time. He then immediately rushed towards the top, as if he was fleeing. Starsabil laughed, and her crescent eyes looked at Hai Dashao. Why are you scaring him? Although his personality is a little strange, he's still quite upright. He's also from the Lingling clan, so he's a good match for Chi-Chi. Hai Dashao ignored Starsabil and looked up at the screen, at Zhang Dingtian. He was very interested in this person, and he also admired him. He liked this person's persistence with his blade, or rather, his persistence with his heart. Ling Ke was very unhappy, as he had been scolded for no reason, but he did not even dare to retort. As the strongest member of the Lingling clan's younger generation, he had never suffered such humiliation before. If he had to blame someone, he could only blame the fact that his cheerleaders were not around. He really was not in a good state. As he thought about this, he glared at Mu Rong. That bastard was playing tricks behind his back. Mu Rong knew that he could not beat Ling Ke, so he was trying to steal Ling Ke's girl. While Ling Ke was rushing upwards, a person slowly walked in front of him. Ling Ke frowned. Scram. A good dog doesn't block the way. He then brushed past that person and continued to rush upwards. Suddenly, a light flashed in front of him, and there was a thump. Ling Ke's entire body had collided with something, and there was a loud thud. He rubbed his head. What was that? Was there a wall in the river? He opened his eyes and looked over. What was that? A bell? Who had thrown a bell into the Skyfall cascade? Wait a minute. He looked behind him and saw that he had been enveloped by a bell. Thunderous sonic fist. A low voice rang out in Ling Ke's ears, and his pupils shrank. His K's mighty slash appeared, but it did not attack the bell. Instead, it rapidly revolved around his body, almost tearing through the void. The next moment, an earth-shattering explosion erupted, and the sound was like a thunderclap that swept out in all directions. A portion of the Skyfall Cascade's water was swept away by the sound wave, and even the riverbank was destroyed. Countless people were shaken by this sound, and they all looked over in shock. Within the bell, Ling Ke was bleeding from all of his orifices. His mouth was wide open as he tried to resist the sound wave. Outside his body, his K's mighty slash continued to revolve around him. This was his defensive technique, and he knew that he was in trouble the moment he heard the words thunderous sonic fist. This time, he had come to the Starfall Sea mainly to challenge Qingwu, who was ranked 69th on the top 100 rankings. Someone had seen Qingwu appear in the Starfall Sea, which was why Ling Ke had come here. Qingwu's famous technique was the thunderous sonic fist. Ling Ke had originally thought that he would only be able to fight Qingwu after the Sea King's son-in-law selection, but he had never expected that he would be inexplicably beaten up. Moreover, he had landed within Qingwu's innate gift, the bell, which was a sealed space that could amplify sound by several times. This meant that Ling Ke had been completely unprepared for Qingwu's punch. Within the bell, the sound wave reverberated, and Ling Ke's head almost exploded. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes turned red. He roared and slashed out with his K's mighty slash, but it did not manage to cut through the bell. Behind him, Qingwu raised his fist again. Thunderous sonic fist. "You're not done yet, are you?" Ling Ke roared. He then attacked the bottom of his feet without hesitation and fled into the river. Qingwu fiercely punched the bottom of the river. Sound waves shot out in all directions and distorted the void, almost tearing it apart. A huge sound wave erupted in a form visible to the naked eye, once again shattering this section of the Heavenly Reach River into pieces. The river water flowed along the cracked riverbank in other directions. Ling Ke was forced out of Qingwu's body, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. He gritted his teeth as he glared at Qingwu. The K's mighty slash danced in front of him, appearing and disappearing at times. Countless people were dumbfounded. Qingwu was very easy to recognize, as he was the only person on the top 100 rankings with an innate gift of a bell. Since he could suppress Ling Ke, many people immediately thought of him. Who would have thought that an expert ranked 69th on the top 100 rankings would suddenly appear and beat up Ling Ke? This sudden turn of events even attracted the attention of Mu Rong, Lu Yin, and the others. Hai Daxiao's expression was calm. As expected, the strongest person on this heaven-span river was Qingwu. Ling Ke panted heavily as his head thundered. It hurt too much. This bastard had punched him without any warning. Despicable. Qingwu raised his fist for the third time as he glared at Ling Quebec. Ling Ke's heart skipped a beat. Wait a minute. That was a sneak attack. Let me slow down if you have the ability. Qingwu didn't pay attention to him. His fist was ready to strike. Ling Ke was helpless. The two punches he had just received had injured him, and those two punches had also made him realize the difference between him and Qingwu. Ling Ke's innate talent was strong, but Qingwu only had a single technique, which was the sonic thunder fist. Qingwu used brute force to break through techniques, and one punch was more than enough. Ling Ke was completely suppressed by Qingwu. Furthermore, Qingwu had a bell with a very strong defense, and Qingwu's combat power was close to 40,000. Ling Ke stood no chance at all, even if he used the Lingling clan's inherited technique, soul-splitting technique. Hello? Who? Which one? What? What did you say? Someone actually dared to provoke the Lingling clan? Wait for me to go back and deal with it. Ling Ke suddenly yelled into his gadget. Before jumping onto the shore and glaring at Qingwu. I have urgent matters to attend to today, so I'll be leaving first. Just you wait. These two punches aren't over yet. The Sea King's dome was completely silent. Was this the genius of the Lingling clan? Ling Ke, an unparalleled leader with unparalleled talent? He admitted defeat just like that. How straightforward. Qingwu was also stunned. He had never met such a straightforward person before. Hai Daxiao's expression turned ugly, as this brat had dragged down the Sea King's son-in-law selection. First, it had been that group of female supporters, and now, it was Lu Yin who had run away. Star Sibyl smiled. He's still as interesting as ever. I wonder what the Spirit Palace will think of him. He'll be pissed to death, Hai Daxiao said unhappily. Seventh elder sister, that Qingwu is so powerful. A maid sighed in admiration. That's... The maid was speechless. Ling Ke's decisive departure seemed to remind Lan Yu of something, and he immediately tried to avoid Mu Rong and rushed towards the top. However, Mu Rong did not let him off this time. It didn't take long for him to reach the top of the Skyfall Cascade, where Lan Yu had been defeated and swept out of the Skyfall Cascade. People were arriving at the gate at the top of the heavenly stream from all directions. No one from the faceless men in the north competed with him, or rather, they were all kicked out by him. In the northwest was Qin Chen and the man with the innate gift of ice, as well as an expert who had reached the summit before them, but they were quickly defeated. Now, only the two of them were left facing each other on the Skyfall Cascade. In the southwest was Lan Dao, who was also Zhongding Tian. He had reached the gate, and the expert who had been one step ahead of them had also been defeated by him. Mu Rong was heading towards him. In the northeast was an explorer and Qingwu, who was slowly making his way to the top. In the southeast was Lu Yin and another man with a pitch-black tattoo on his face. At this moment, the tattooed man was terrified by Lu Yin's stare. "There's something strange about this gate. Let's work together to open it." Lu Yin looked at the gate and walked forward. The tattooed man's heart skipped a beat. "What are you doing?" "Of course I'm going to take a look." "What? Are you trying to stop me?" Lu Yin's tone was unfriendly. The tattooed man looked conflicted. He had watched Lu Yin's battle, and although he felt that he was slightly stronger than the others, there was a limit to it. He had also been injured, and he knew that he was not Lu Yin's match. He had been trying to think of a way. He had thought that he would be able to pass through the gate first and meet up with the other Skyfall Cascades experts. He would then use them to deal with Lu Yin, but he had not expected that the gate would not open. As he watched Lu Yin walk over, the tattooed man's gaze turned vicious. He immediately attacked, hoping that Lu Yin would be injured as well. A minute later, Lu Yin was standing alone in front of the gate. The tattooed man had flowed down the Skyfall Cascade. He was not dead, but he was unconscious. Lu Yin placed both hands on the gate and tried to push it open, but he could not. He observed that this gate was meant to be pushed, and if he could not open it, it meant that he did not have enough strength. He used 20 stacks, but he still could not open it. He looked up at the screen and saw that Faceless had been standing in front of the gate for quite some time, but he still could not find a way to open it. Seventh bro, there must be a prerequisite to reach the place where the Sea King's trident is pulled out. Only by reaching it can the gate be opened, which is the next trial, the monkey guessed. What's the criterion? Lu Yin asked. The monkey guessed, only one person from each Skyfall Cascade can reach that criterion. Otherwise, no matter what you do, you won't be able to open the gate. Lu Yin thought of this as well, and he looked towards the Skyfall Cascade in the southwest, where Mu Rong and Zhongding Tian were getting closer and closer. If only one person could win, Lu Yin hoped that it would be Zhongding Tian, but he knew that the chances were slim. Mu Rong had been highly regarded by the 10 Arbiters' Council since he was young, and Lu Yin had witnessed his strength. It could only be described as unfathomable, and he was worthy of being called an unequaled leader. It was almost impossible for Zhongding Tian to win. The two drew closer and closer, and Zhongding Tian stood at a high vantage point with his blade in hand. His eyes were filled with battle intent as he gripped the hilt of his blade tightly. Mu Rong flipped the wooden flute in his hand as he approached. Compared to Lan Yu, Mu Rong was much more cautious when facing Zhongding Tian. People like him who had firm beliefs and boldness were the most difficult to deal with, and no one knew when they would explode with extreme power. The two were both leaders, but in the eyes of the bystanders, it was like two peerless experts had met. It was even more exciting than a battle between explorers and cruisers. When the two were 1,000 meters apart, they simultaneously charged towards each other. A flash of blade light flashed as Zhongding Tian's blade slashed out horizontally. The blade light streaked across the void, distorting the scenery around it. Mu Rong waved the wooden flute in his hand and pushed the blade light that was heading towards him away, causing it to land on the riverbank. The riverbank had been split in two, and a large gaping hole had formed in the river water that continued to spread outwards. In the next moment, the two met on a narrow path, and Zhongding Tian's blade slashed out. There was no sharp blade light, but in Mu Rong's eyes, it was even more dangerous. At this moment, Zhongding Tian had retracted the power contained within his blade, and it would only explode upon contact. The most direct manifestation of this attack was the distorted void at the edge of the blade. Although this attack was not a domain, it still enveloped an area of space, and even a cruiser would find it difficult to dodge. Mu Rong did not plan on dodging, as this attack had ignited his fighting spirit. The blade and the wooden flute collided above the skyfall cascade, and in an instant, everyone saw a white light distort the void and spread outwards. Ripples appeared in the void, and a section of the skyfall cascade disappeared. The shockwaves from the battle spread to the riverbank and expanded the area where the skyfall cascade had been. Countless blades of light shot into both sides of the riverbank, piercing through the ground. Fortunately, they were halfway up the mountain, and there were not many people watching the battle from close range. Otherwise, the shockwaves would have been enough to instantly kill a large number of people. Boom! There was a loud explosion as the two of them sank to the bottom of the river. The river had been completely drained, and the two of them crashed deep into the mud. Another white ripple spread outwards, and the skyfall cascade was split in two from the point of collision. Mu Rong used his wooden flute to push Zhang Dingtian back, pushing him towards the top of the skyfall cascade. Everyone was so nervous that they could barely breathe. Was this really a battle between lemeters? Because the space in the skyfall cascade had been suppressed, the battle could not be directly observed, but everyone could feel the terrifying power of both sides. Luyin looked at the screen and saw that Zhang Dingtian was at a disadvantage. Mu Rong's strength was too terrifying, and if Luyin was not mistaken, the movement technique that Mu Rong had used to dodge Lan Yu and Zhang Dingtian's attacks was a battle technique that allowed him to easily avoid attacks of the same level. It was a rather troublesome battle technique, but now, Mu Rong was actually able to clash head-on with Zhang Dingtian. This was not a battle technique, but actual strength. Mu Rong looked weak, but he possessed unimaginable destructive power. What Luyin was most apprehensive about was that wooden flute. It was used to play music, not to fight against blades. Mu Rong had not used his full strength yet. Within the skyfall cascade, Zhang Dingtian and Mu Rong were very close. Zhang Dingtian could clearly feel Mu Rong's strength, and he could not resist it. Excitement filled his eyes, as this was a top-notch powerhouse. They were both lemeters, but ever since Zhang Dingtian had made a name for himself in the Greyweed continent, he had never met such a powerful powerhouse of the same level. He looked up at the screen and then looked towards the southeastern skyfall cascade, towards Luyin. Luyin was not mistaken, as this was Zhang Dingtian, also known as Lan Dao. When he had arrived at the Sea King's dome, he had already known that Luyin would be there, but he had not acknowledged him. There was nothing more suitable than to do so in battle. He would never forget how he had watched Luyin enter the Astral Combat Academy in the Great Yu Empire. He had watched Luyin climb up the ranks step by step, including the Astral Combat Tournament and the Tournament of the Strongest. No one could understand Zhang Dingtian's unwillingness, as they had both left Earth at the same time. One was the sky, while the other was the earth. This was something that Zhang Dingtian could not accept. He would not be jealous, nor would he hate Luyin. He would only focus on increasing his own strength. Now, he finally had the qualifications to stand on the same stage as Luyin, and he did not want to give up on this opportunity. Crack! Crack suddenly appeared on the longsword, and Zhang Dingtian's pupils shrank as he looked at Mu Rong. Mu Rong's gaze was calm as he exerted more force on the wooden flute, causing the cracks to widen. Once the longsword cracked, Zhang Dingtian would definitely be defeated. His gaze turned cold as a dark golden radiance appeared and imprinted itself onto the longsword. Five-lined battle force. It's five-lined battle force, someone cried out. The Sea King's dome immediately erupted into an uproar. It was rare for someone to attain five-lined battle force at such a young age, and even Haidasha was astonished. Currently, Luyin was the only one known to have attained five-lined battle force at such a young age, while Lan Yu only had four-lined battle force. Now, a second person had appeared. Is he the unexpected that you mentioned? Haidasha looked at Starsabil with an expectant gaze. Starsabil smiled when she saw Haidasha's gaze. You really want me to say yes? Haidasha's eyes flashed, but he quickly regained his calm. It seems like you admire him a lot, Starsabil said. Haidasha did not reply. Starsabil did not say anything else. Although Zhang Dingtian had displayed great strength, his opponent was Mu Rong. Mu Rong was unrivaled within the Lamita realm, and this was not something that any of the 10 arbiters would admit. Even Star Sibyl had to admit that Mu Rong's strength was something that no Lamiter could counter. With the support of his battle force, Zhang Dingtian's valiant strength allowed him to withstand Mu Rong's charge. He then turned his blade around and slashed out. Mu Rong leaped up to avoid the attack, and his wooden flute was aimed at Zhang Dingtian's head. Zhang Dingtian raised his hand and grabbed the flute. With the support of his 5-lined battle force, his strength surpassed Mu Rong's limits. He raised his right hand and slashed out viciously. He knew that Mu Rong had not used his full strength, but so what? Since Mu Rong did not want to use his full strength, then there was no need for him to do so. With the wooden flute in Zhang Dingtian's hand, Mu Rong only had 2 choices. He could either give up on the wooden flute and dodge, or he could take the blow head-on. He chose the second option, which was not to dodge. Zhang Dingtian had walked out of the battlefield, and he had been a soldier back on Earth. He did not fear death or slaughter, and he mercilessly slashed down with his blade. Many people felt their scalps go numb as they watched Zhang Dingtian's unstoppable strike. Was Mu Rong going to die at the Sea King's dome? Fu Qi swept out in all directions, and the river was repelled from beneath Mu Rong and Zhang Dingtian's feet. Zhang Dingtian's saber came to a stop less than a centimeter away from Mu Rong's head, unable to press down any further. Everything around them was silent. Strangely, beneath their feet, within the heavenspan cascade, lush green grass could be seen. Up in the air, the image of a shepherd boy herding cows could be seen. Everyone stared blankly at this scene. What was this? Back during the Tournament of the Strongest, there was a woman named Zijuan who had been able to transform the surrounding space into a dark green color. She was from the Cosmic Seas Longevity Group, and Lu Xiaoqiu's 4th sword had also been able to do the same. There were far too few people who could do this, and Luyin had no idea how to do it. But now, Mu Rong was also using the same method. Although they were both force fields, Mu Rong's was clearly much stronger than Zijuan's. The lush green grass and the shepherd boy herding the cows almost seemed alive. This was a level that Luyin could not comprehend. It wasn't just Luyin, even Zhang Dingtian couldn't understand it. His attack had been blocked by an inexplicable power. Suddenly, the wooden flute trembled, and Zhang Dingtian lost his grip on it. He took a few steps back, and his long blade broke with a clang. Before he could react, Mu Rong pressed the wooden flute against his chest. "You're very strong to be able to do this." Zhang Dingtian raised his broken saber and wanted to attack, but he realized that he was being suppressed in this space. He was being suppressed by the entire space. "What is your name?" Mu Rong looked at Zhang Dingtian and asked seriously. "Zhang Dingtian." Mu Rong's expression was solemn. "I'll remember that." With that, he exerted more force with his wooden flute, and Zhang Dingtian was sent flying by the force of the blow. He crashed into the shore, smashing through the rocks before finally landing in a field. Everyone from the Sea King's dome watched this scene unfold. They had all thought that Mu Rong was in danger, but in the end, this was the result. Zhang Dingtian was very, very strong, and he had even surpassed Lan Yu. However, he was still powerless against Mu Rong. The stronger Zhang Dingtian was, the stronger Mu Rong would be forced to retaliate with even more power. This was a formidable opponent, one that he had never faced before. It was just like when he had faced Tian Ho, but this Mu Rong was on the other end of the spectrum. "7th bro, I never thought that there would be a Lamiter who could threaten you." "This person is terrifying," the monkey said. Lu Yin's gaze shifted to Zhang Dingtian. Fortunately, although he was heavily injured, he was still conscious. His eyes were open as he stared at the broken saber, and he seemed to be pondering something. In a corner of the Sea King's dome, Ling Ke also had a solemn expression. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit, and he was very unwilling to accept this outcome. He had hoped to battle Mu Rong, but unfortunately, he had already left the stage. The entire Sea King's dome was focused on Mu Rong. At this moment, he was the most dazzling person. Regardless of whether it was Faceless, Qin Chen, Qing Wu, or even Sun Jiong's group, they all paled in comparison to Mu Rong. Even Hai Chichi was astonished. "What a powerful farmer." Behind her, a maid hesitated. "Sister Qi, he's Mu Rong, not a farmer." Hai Chi rolled her eyes. If he's not a farmer, then what is he? Tell me. The maid could not refute her. Mu Rong, I love you. Mu Rong, you're the most handsome. Mu Rong, I love you. Mu Rong, you're the most handsome. Halfway up the mountain, the cheerleaders were shouting even louder. Although they could not climb any further and could not approach Mu Rong, they were still dazzling at this moment, and there were even close-ups of them on the screen. The Skyfall cascade returned to normal, and the river water roared as it flowed. Mu Rong stood on the river and looked up at the screen, where he saw Xianxia and Faceless. He then calmly turned around and walked towards the top. From start to finish, he did not even look at Luin. It was as if neither Luin nor Ling Ke were enough to move him. Hai Dashao looked at Mu Rong in admiration. Once this person broke through to the explorer realm, he would immediately enter the top of the top 100 rankings. Hai Dashao could not even guess how far this person would go, and he truly lived up to his reputation as an unrivaled leader. If this person had been the one to pull out the Sea King's trident, Hai Dashao would not have objected. Could Starsibyl be referring to him? Hai Dashao did not realize this. Although he kept saying that he did not care about Starsibyl's divination of the future, the more he cared about this so-called accident, the more it showed that he trusted Starsibyl. Mu Rong had defeated Zhang Dingtian, and he was the only one left on the southwestern Skyfall Cascade. At this point, of the 5 Skyfall Cascades, only 2 people remained on the northwestern Skyfall Cascade. They were Xianxia and the man with the innate gift of ice. Everyone's gazes finally turned towards that direction. No one was stupid. If even Faceless could not open the sluice gate, then there was only one explanation: the conditions were insufficient. This condition should be that only one person could stand at the top of the Skyfall Cascade. Who are you? Xianxia asked the indifferent man in front of him. He kept thinking about the experts on the top 100 rankings, but he could not think of anyone who resembled this person. This person was no weaker than Xianxia, and if he was not on the top 100 rankings, then he was a hidden powerhouse who had never shown himself before. The indifferent man answered, Chehan. Xianxia was astonished, as he had never heard of this name before. As expected, this person was a hidden powerhouse. The universe was too vast, and the top 100 rankings could not possibly include all the powerhouses. Thus, it was not surprising that someone on the top 100 rankings had appeared. Between the two of us, only one can stand here, Xianxia said solemnly. Chehan raised his spear. I won't lose. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. I won't lose either. His star energy then transformed into an inescapable net that enveloped Chehan. Xianxia originally thought that Chehan would still use his spear to pierce through the heaven-encompassing net. Xianxia had already thought of a series of attacks. However, Chehan placed his spear by his side. On the surface of his body, ice in the form of flames erupted, engulfing everything in its surroundings. The might of this attack was much stronger than before. Such a powerful ice shocked Xianxia, and his inescapable net was instantly frozen. The cold air followed the star energy that formed the net and spread into his body. Xianxia immediately cut off his star energy and quickly retreated. Beneath his feet, the water of the Skyfall Cascade rapidly froze. At the same time, his face turned pale, and the blood in his body nearly froze as well. Chehan gripped his spear tightly and stabbed out. A 5-ring diagram appeared at the tip of the spear, and Xianxia retreated once again. He had been careless and had not expected Chehan's innate gift to be so powerful. Now that he was at a disadvantage, he would need at least a minute to dispel the cold in his body. He had to hold on for at least a minute. Chehan understood the cold in his body better than anyone else, and when he saw Xianxia's expression, he knew that the youth had suffered from frostbite. He moved even faster than before, and at the same time, his spear ignited with a fiery cold air. This cold air was frightening, and even Xianxia found it difficult to resist. In terms of absolute power, Xianxia was already weaker than Chehan. Chehan was a peak explorer who was just one step away from breaking through to the cruiser realm. Now, he had the upper hand, and Xianxia's innate gift countered Chehan's innate gift. Everyone felt that it was only a matter of time before Xianxia was defeated. Who would have thought that Qin Chen, who had the greatest chance of victory, would not even be able to pass through that gate? Within the Sea King's dome, no one had expected this. Many people immediately tried to investigate Che Han's origins, but to no avail. Northgate Lai stared at Che Han. He had originally wanted to defeat Qin Chen, but now, his goal had changed. He wanted to see for himself this person's innate gift. Sister was right. Many people aren't ranked in the top 100 rankings, but they're not weak at all, Michelle muttered to herself as she watched Che Han on the screen. Little Pao nodded. Mentor also said that the universe is too big. Even in the outerverse, there are still hidden experts. He then glanced into the distance and saw Bo Lauer, and a look of hatred appeared in his eyes. This person had been watching them from the moment they had arrived at the Sea King's dome, and he was like a venomous snake in hiding. Unfortunately, the chances of catching them were too low, as the signal in his and Big Pao's bodies had been erased a few days ago. Atop the northwestern Skyfall Cascade, Qin Chen's defenses grew weaker and weaker as he faced Che Han's attacks. His surroundings were enveloped by a fiery chill, and the Skyfall net was frozen as soon as it appeared. The chill followed his star energy and invaded his body, preventing him from using the Skyfall net. His most powerful battle technique had been restricted, and as Che Han's spear lashed out horizontally, Qin Chen was forced to retreat. He spat out a mouthful of blood and looked up in shock. Che Han stabbed out with his spear once again, causing the chill to rise and freeze the Skyfall Cascade's water. Qin Chen stared at the tip of the spear. And when it was only a meter away from him, his eyes widened and he clashed his hands together. At some point in time, a gigantic Skyfall net had enveloped the entire area. This was the true Skyfall net. The chill rose up like smoke signals, but it was blocked by the Skyfall net. Although the net was still gradually frozen, it was not as fast as before. Qin Chen had been holding back all this time. This was his second battle with Che Han, and he was well aware of his own disadvantage. He had laid down the Skyfall net step by step. As long as the Skyfall net completely contracted, he would be able to trap Che Han within and display the Skyfall net's strongest killing intent. However, there was one thing that Qin Chen had not considered. Had Che Han truly used his full strength? This question was answered after the Skyfall net was shattered by the fiery chill. Not only was the chill in the form of flames, but it also had a glass-like luster. This was the heaven fire glazed ice, Che Han's innate gift, and it was also the embodiment of his strength as the strongest member of the younger generation on the Royal Frost continent. The heaven fire glazed ice directly shattered the Skyfall net, and the strangely colored ice headed towards Qin Chen. Qin Chen's pupils shrank, and he leaped onto the shore while panting heavily. Once he reached the shore, it meant that he had admitted defeat. The heaven fire glazed ice stopped freezing and gradually faded away, allowing the Skyfall Cascade's waters to roar and wash over him once again. There was only one person left on the northwestern Skyfall Cascade, and it was Che Han. Mu Rong and Zhang Dingtian's battle had shocked everyone's strength, while Qin Chen and Che Han's battle had shocked everyone's reputation. Qin Chen was ranked 88th on the top 100 rankings, while Che Han was not ranked. This was equivalent to a nobody creating a miracle. Although it was not enough to question the authority of the top 100 rankings, many people realized that the universe was vast and that not all powerhouses were famous. There was one more thing. Now that Che Han had defeated Qin Chen, he would replace Qin Chen and become the 88th ranker of the top 100 battle rankings. After the new top 100 battle rankings was released, the rankings after 88th would be pushed back. As for the 100th ranker, he would be kicked out. 7th bro, I think that the most pitiful person on the top 100 rankings is the guy ranked 100. No matter what happens in front of him, that guy will be gone. Don't you think that he's living in fear all day? The monkey cackled. Luin looked at Che Han on the screen. He had clearly seen the 5 rings of the ice plum blossom, and this person was from the Royal Frost continent. Wasn't it said that the people of the Royal Frost continent did not interact with the outside world? Why had he appeared? Furthermore, this person's status on the Royal Frost continent was definitely not simple. 5 Skyfall Cascades meant that 5 powerhouses had been born. Everyone was looking forward to the battle between these 5. Starsibyl's gaze was deep as she looked at the sky, but no one knew who she was looking at. Hai Daxiao was not satisfied with any of these five. He was most satisfied with Zhang Dingtian and Qin Chen, but it was a pity that they had both been defeated. As Che Han walked to the sluice gate, the Skyfall Cascade's sluice gate rumbled. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he raised his hand. He exerted a bit of force, and the sluice gate creaked as it opened. He narrowed his eyes and increased his strength as he pushed the gate open. Behind the sluice gate were 5 canals that converged at the center, where the Sea King's trident was located. Whoever could pull it out would be the Sea King's son-in-law. The true Sea King's son-in-law selection had only just begun. Everyone seemed to have forgotten that these people had only qualified based on their strength. There was also a group of people who had qualified based on their looks. They were notified the moment the sluice gate opened, and they all walked into the teleportation device beside the lake. Sun Jiong was very excited, as it was finally their turn. He was very confident in his looks, and as long as he could obtain the favor of the Sea King's daughter, the Sun family's status in the universe would change greatly. He would definitely perform well. As he thought about it, the corners of his mouth naturally rose, revealing a smile that could charm thousands of young girls. Not too far away, Heart Phoenix was a little nervous. He didn't know if he would be able to marry the Sea King's daughter, and he didn't know what she looked like. Even if he couldn't marry her, his big brother wouldn't blame him, right? After all, looks were something that couldn't be changed, even though he was also very handsome. Xiao Luo was much more natural. He had never planned on marrying the Sea King's daughter in the first place. His heart was normal, and everything was normal. There were dozens of extremely good-looking men gathered by the lake, which was much more than the number of people who had obtained the qualification based on their strength. Hai Chi looked at the screen expectantly. Behind her, the 4 maids were also looking forward to it. They were all handsome brothers, too handsome, too pleasing to the eyes. 7th sister, you have to be merciful with your words. Even if you don't like him, don't scold him too fiercely. After all, he's too handsome. One of the maids became infatuated. The other maids all nodded in agreement. Hai Chi snorted. As long as they're not good-looking enough, then kick them out. I don't care. Who told them to come out and scare people when they're so ugly? The maids were helpless. However, Hai Chi and the others waited and waited, but none of them appeared. Instead, behind the Skyfall Cascade's floodgates, a group of handsome figures appeared not too far away from the Sea King's trident. They had all appeared beside the trident. Everyone was stunned, including Hai Chi. What was going on? Sun Jiong looked around and then suddenly turned around. He saw the Sea King's trident 100 meters away and had a bad premonition. What happened to being judged by looks? Xiao Luo was flabbergasted, and he blinked as his lips curled up. Interesting. The handsome man who was on the same boat felt his heart sink, and his face gradually paled. He wasn't stupid, and he could sense that something was amiss. They had appeared in a very awkward position, right between the Sea King's trident and the 5 monsters that had just passed through the floodgates. The 5 monsters were all targeting the Sea King's trident, so what would they do if they tried to pull it out? Of course, they would have to get rid of them. In other words, they would have to face 5 monsters. How can this be? Do we have to pull out the Sea King's trident as well? What kind of joke is this? Someone shouted in horror. He was only a sentinel, and even holding the Sea King's trident was a problem, let alone pulling it out. Many of the handsome men around them didn't have high cultivations. Of course, there were some who were stronger, such as Sun Jiong. He was a Lamiter, and an elite Lamiter at that. However, that was only true for ordinary people. What kind of people were about to appear before them? They were monsters, monsters among monsters. Heart Phoenix took a deep breath. The Phoenix family was not afraid of battle, even when facing a monster like Luin. Bro, what's going on? Didn't you say that I could pick the handsome guys? Why did it change? Hai Chi shouted into her gadget. On the banks of the Skyfall Cascade, Hai Daxiao pursed his lips and did not reply. He immediately hung up. What a joke. How could the Sea King's son-in-law be judged based on looks alone? If one had good looks but no strength, they would be no different from an idiot. Even if it was just to show Hai Chi the way and look pleasing to the eyes, they still needed to have strength. Otherwise, they would just be laughed at. Star Sibyl was not surprised, and she looked at the group of handsome men beside the Sea King's trident with interest. It had to be said that gathering so many handsome men together was indeed pleasing to the eyes. Countless people on the Sea King's dome were stunned as well. The plot twist had been too drastic, and it was a little hard to stomach. Just how much did the Sea King hate handsome men that he had purposely pulled this stunt? However, most people still cheered, especially the men. No one wanted one of the good-looking men to become the Sea King's son-in-law. Was Xiao Bai that amazing? They would rather have one of the 5 powerhouses become the Sea King's son-in-law. Big Pao almost set off firecrackers in celebration. His self-esteem and appearance had been trampled upon at the entrance to the Starfall Sea, and now, he was overjoyed to see those handsome men being played for a fool. Michelle and the others were stunned. The Sea King really knew how to have fun. To those handsome guys, the difference in their moods must have been so great that they felt despair. Indeed, Sun Jiong was feeling a little hopeless. The Sun family had placed great importance on this selection, and as long as he could become the Sea King's son-in-law, the Sun family would be able to break free from the day-night clan's restrictions. However, that hope was gone. A figure slowly walked over. It was Luyin. Luyin smiled when he saw Sun Jiong. It seemed that they were destined to meet again. With a whoosh, a handsome man suddenly charged towards the Sea King's trident with a resolute gaze. He was one of the few explorers among the many handsome men, and as long as he pulled out the Sea King's trident, he would still be the Sea King's son-in-law. There was no need for him to compete with these freaks. Quite a few people also reacted and hurriedly rushed over. However, just as these people were 10 meters away from the Sea King's trident, the air suddenly became incomparably heavy, and the void could be seen distorting. These people were sent flying by an invisible attack, and countless wounds appeared on their bodies. The crowd trembled, as the Sea King's trident was not that easy to pull out. A few hundred meters away from the Sea King's trident, Faceless, Che Han, Mu Rong, Ching Wu, and Luyin stood in 5 different directions, one on each side facing the Sea King's trident and the other handsome men. The other handsome men were like a flock of sheep surrounded by tigers, and they looked rather helpless. To be honest, there were powerhouses who were both handsome and powerful. Ling Ke was one of them, and so was Mu Rong. However, it was a pity that anyone with enough strength would not be qualified based on their looks. They had already made it to the Skyfall Cascade, and the remaining people were far inferior to these 5. With the Sea King's trident on their backs and 5 freaks in front of them, this was an unsolvable situation. Lu Yin's respect for the Sea King increased, and he really wanted to take a look at the Sea King. He was curious as to how bad the Sea King's looks were, and why he had come up with such a method to mess with these handsome men. 7th bro, go ahead. Hee hee, bullying these weak lambs gives me a sense of accomplishment, the ghost monkey cackled. Lu Yin's lips curled up as he stared at Sun Jiong. He suddenly charged forward, and his actions were like a signal for the other 4 to act as well. At that moment, a scene that no one could bear to watch unfolded. It was like an adult beating up a child. Aside from a limited number of people who could barely withstand a few blows, most of the others were sent flying. Lu Yin grabbed at Sun Jiong, and Sun Jiong's pupils shrank. He had not brought any metal that could be created using the mechanism technique, so he could not even tangle with Lu Yin. Brother Lu, this was all Sun Tao's own decision, and it has nothing to do with me. Please show some mercy for the sake of the Sun family. Although the Sea King's son-in-law selection had not been broadcasted to the entire universe, once this embarrassing scene was recorded, it would be a stain on his reputation. Sun Jiong believed that he had great ambitions, and he was not willing to bear such a stain on his reputation. Unfortunately, Lu Yin ignored him and grabbed Sun Jiong's shoulder. Sun Jiong's shoulder cracked as he exerted some force. Sun Jiong's eyes turned vicious as he viciously swatted at Lu Yin with both palms. The star energy in his palms changed strangely, forming a strange circle that then exploded. This was the mechanism technique, which allowed one to use a small amount to gain a large amount of power. Sun Jiong's strength was quite good among Lemeters, or else he would not have been qualified to participate in the Outerverse trials. However, he was far from being able to compare to Lu Yin, and his attacks could not harm Lu Yin at all as they were directly neutralized by Lu Yin's battle force. Lu Yin's hand was still holding onto Sun Jiong's shoulder, and he exerted some force. Sun Jiong held in pain as his shoulder shattered. Lu Ying casually swatted Sun Jiong away and sent him crashing towards the Sea King's trident. Lu Ying had thought things through very clearly. If he killed Sun Jiong in public, he would provoke the Sun family. The Sun family was very powerful, and Lu Ying did not want to form an irreconcilable grudge with them. Furthermore, his grudge with Sun Jiong had not reached the point where he had to kill him. However, if Sun Jiong died under the Sea King's trident, then it would have nothing to do with Lu Ying. Although the Sun family would still blame it on Lu Ying would still have his reasons. Half of Sun Jiong's body was numb, and he could not escape. He could only watch helplessly as he crashed into the Sea King's trident and was sent flying 10 meters away. He spat out a mouthful of blood and crashed into a canal in the distance. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive, but he simply followed the current and fell into the Skyfall Cascade. If Lu Ying wanted to find Sun Jiong, he would have to go downstream. In the Sea King's dome, Sun Tao and the rest glared at Lu Ying as they hurriedly headed downstream to search for Sun Jiong. Lu Ying, it's been a while. Heart Phoenix had just sent Sun Jiong flying when the golden undying bird soared behind him. Heart Phoenix had never given up on challenging Lu Ying, and even under such circumstances, he still wanted to show off his might. Firstly, he had a desire to fight Lu Ying, and secondly, perhaps the Sea King's daughter would like someone who was unyielding. Thank you. You're awesome. Thank you for your generosity. Thank you, brothers, for your constant support. Add one more chapter, thank you. Lu Ying turned around and faced Heart. You're getting cocky. You want to challenge me before you even become a Lammeter? Heart retorted, that's what makes it challenging. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and he only replied, you're asking for a beating. He then reached out to grab the golden undying bird. Heart Phoenix had not expected Lu Ying to use his physical body to resist the golden undying bird's flames. This was an act of suicide. This was a golden undying bird, the top innate gift of the undying bird family. Its high temperature could incinerate anything, so how could Lu Ying use his physical body to resist it? During the Astral Combat Tournament, Xia had relied on a combination of his domain and innate gift to freeze the golden undying bird. At the time, Heart had not understood his own strength enough, or else he would not have lost to Xia. As for physical resistance? What a joke! If the golden undying bird was so easily overlooked, then the undying bird family would not have existed. Today, however, Heart was destined to experience a roller coaster ride. First, he had been played by the Sea King, and then his entire outlook on life had been overturned by Lu Ying. Lu Ying had grabbed the golden undying bird like a chick and ruthlessly tossed it aside. Go play somewhere else. Heart's mouth fell open. How could this be? Was this person's physical body that powerful? He was unwilling to accept that Lu Ying had been able to resist the golden undying bird's flames. He wanted to retaliate, but the next moment, a cold wind reached his body and froze the golden undying bird. It crashed to the ground with a thump. Heart was stunned. He had been frozen again, this time by Che Han. He had been frozen to the point of doubting his own life. How could the golden undying bird be frozen so easily? The frozen golden undying bird was like a perfect piece of art. It fell into the Skyfall Cascade along with Heart and was washed away just like Sun Jiong. Everyone was speechless as they watched the handsome men being washed away one by one. It was a very ironic scene. Lu Ying and the others had been waiting at the base of the Sea King's dome from the very beginning. If they wanted to go up, they would have to compete and ascend the Skyfall Cascade by themselves. On the other hand, these people had been treated with high standards and taken to the upper levels of the Sea King's dome, but now, they were being washed away by the Skyfall Cascade. It was the complete opposite, it was based on strength. Many people were confused. Did the Sea King value looks or not? Or did he hate those with good looks? It was very strange, but one thing was certain, strength was the foundation of everything. On the southwest bank of the Skyfall Cascade, Zhang Dingtian held a broken blade in his hand as he watched the person in front of him float downstream. He looked up at the screen. Lu Ying, can you defeat Mu Rong? He was very curious. Xiao Luo is in trouble. He ran into Mu Rong. Little Pao exclaimed. Michelle and the others looked over at the same time. Sure enough, Xiao Luo and Mu Rong were getting closer and closer. They were less than 3 meters apart. Mu Rong did not deliberately attack Sun Jiong and the others, but he would attack anyone who blocked his path. Coincidentally, Xiao Luo was in front of him, and his back was facing Mu Rong. He was looking at the faceless man, his eyes deep in thought. Mu Rong raised his wooden flute and casually struck it. Everyone had seen the power of his wooden flute. Even if it was just a casual strike, it would still cause people to be alarmed. Xiao Luo's gaze changed as he sensed something and dodged to the side. Before his eyes, the wooden flute appeared again and whipped towards his arm. Mu Rong's attack was not heavy and was rather casual. As for Xiao Luo, he dodged very casually as well. He brushed past the wooden flute and took a step back. Other than his clothes fluttering slightly, he was not injured at all. Mu Rong was astonished and turned to look at Xiao Luo seriously. His attack was not only reflected on the wooden flute, but also the surrounding space. That was the power of his domain, yet this person had actually avoided it with ease. Mu Rong sized up Xiao Luo seriously. Xiao Luo smiled. Sorry, I'm in your way. Mu Rong's eyes darted around as he carefully observed Xiao Luo. His gaze grew more and more surprised. I misjudged you. You're not bad. Xiao Luo shrugged. I can't compare to you. Goodbye. He then turned to leave. Mu Rong did not stop him, and he looked at Xiao Luo's back with a pensive expression. Had he been mistaken? His star energy had just been dissolved. This was not an ordinary lock-breaking technique. Xiao Luo and Mu Rong's brief exchange attracted the attention of many, including Lu Yin. Xiao Luo was indeed strong, and even Mu Rong had taken him seriously. This expression had only appeared on Zhang Dingtian's face before, and even Lan Yu was not worthy of it. Little Pao and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Xiao Luo had not been sent flying. They all had a good impression of Xiao Luo, as he was a gentle person. Although they did not know what he was thinking all day, he did not give off a sense of danger and was a suitable teammate. Xiao Luo distanced himself from Mu Rong, but he did not leave. Instead, he walked towards Faceless, the coldness in his eyes growing stronger. His back was facing Lu Yin and the others, so only Faceless could see it. Faceless cut down a handsome explorer with a single slash, and his feet stepped on the blood as he watched Xiao Luo walk towards him. Faceless raised his ugly face, but his eyes were calm. Xiao Luo stared at him with a frown. Lu Yin could not see it, but Michelle and the others could see it through their screens. They had never seen such an expression on Xiao Luo's face before. Hey, hey, hey. Xiao Luo can't be thinking of fighting him one-on-one, right? That guy might be ugly, but he's ranked 72nd on the top 100 rankings. He's even stronger than Qin Chen. Big Pao shouted exaggeratedly. Lulu clenched her fists. Xiao Luo, you can do it. Don't be a coward. Coco was worried, and she had taken out a giant syringe at some point. It looked like she was planning on using it to treat Lu Yin, but unfortunately, she could not even reach the mountainside, let alone the top. At this moment, aside from Xiao Luo, all of the other handsome men had been eliminated. There were only 6 people left around the Sea King's trident, and Xiao Luo was the odd one out. Of the 6, Che Han was the closest to the Sea King's trident, only 13 meters away. Qingwu was the closest to Che Han, while Lu Yin was more than 100 meters away from Qingwu and Che Han. However, he was less than 20 meters away from Mu Rong. Mu Rong turned to look at Lu Yin, and then back at the Sea King's trident. He still did not take Lu Yin seriously. In his eyes, this person was different from Zhang Dingtian. The moment Zhang Dingtian had held his blade, Mu Rong had sensed his spirit and determination, but this person did not have that kind of determination. Even though they were both equally famous, Mu Rong had never placed too much importance on reputation. There were too many people who fished for it. Of course, he did not underestimate Lu Yin. He admitted that this person was qualified to fight him, and his strength might not be any weaker than Zhang Dingtian's. However, there was not much point in fighting such a person, and he would definitely win. Of all of them, only Yi Xingchen interested Mu Rong. A Lamiter who had dared to roam the cosmic sea must have an extraordinary determination and spirit. Seventh bro, why do I feel like that guy is looking down on you? The monkey was annoyed. Luin could sense it as well, but he did not care too much about it. Instead, he stared at the Sea King's trident and slowly approached it. There was a whoosh as the blade flashed past Luin and slashed towards the ground. In the distance, Faceless and Xiao Luo had begun their battle. Luin found it strange that Xiao Luo had not retreated and was actually fighting with Faceless. Although Faceless was strong, he should not have reached the level where he could compete with someone in the top 80 of the top 100 rankings. Why was he attacking? On the other side, Che Han was within 10 meters of the Sea King's trident. He immediately felt the sharp spear intent repel everything. The Sea King's trident was clearly stabbed into the ground, but it still emitted an attack that even Che Han was wary of. In the void, sharp attacks shot out, and even his clothes were torn apart. This was the innate attack power of the Sea King's trident. The closer one got to it, the more powerful the attacks would be. Fortunately, the attacks were still within Che Han's tolerance range. Since the Sea King's son-in-law selection was about pulling out the Sea King's trident, the attacks would not be too terrifying. Che Han's fireglass frost froze the air in front of him as he slowly approached the Sea King's trident. White scars occasionally appeared on the ice, and the closer he got to the trident, the deeper the scars became. Everyone watched on nervously, as the winner of the Sea King's son-in-law selection would be decided among these 6. Suddenly, Qingwu entered within 10 meters of the Sea King's trident, and without any warning, he punched at Che Han. Che Han had been on guard against Qingwu the entire time. The moment the bell enveloped him, he quickly retreated, narrowly avoiding being enveloped by the bell and ending up like Ling Quebec. He turned around and blocked with his spear, but Qingwu's fist landed on the spear's body. Sonic Thunder Fist. There was a loud explosion, and the sound waves tore through the air and distorted the void, transforming into visible lightning that swept out in all directions. Che Han's spear was bent, and he retreated more than 10 steps. He had a pained expression as blood flowed from his ears. Unsurprisingly, Qingwu was the strongest person present, ranked 69th on the top 100 rankings. He did not hold back at all and was even an expert in sneak attacks. Che Han's mind swayed as the bell enveloped him once more. If he was enveloped by it and received another Sonic Thunder Fist, his fate would not be any better than Ling Kei's. Che Han hurriedly retreated 10 meters away from the Sea King's trident. Qingwu stood alone in front of the Sea King's trident as he glanced at Che Han, Mu Rong, and Luin. Finally, he looked at Faceless, who was fighting with Xiao Luo in the distance. Qingwu retracted his gaze and approached the Sea King's trident step by step, the bell enveloping him within. Che Han's gaze was cold as he thrust his spear at Qingwu. The 5-ringed ice plum blossom flickered as it froze the void, and the fireglass frost covered the sky as it swept out. This attack was enough to force Qin Chen to retreat, but it was useless against Qingwu. Che Han's attack could not even break through the bell. Qingwu approached the Sea King's trident step by step until he was less than 3 meters away. A giant blade slashed down from the sky and collided with the bell with a loud bang. Qingwu paused and looked up. Faceless had appeared, and Xiao Luo had withdrawn from the battle and left. Qingwu's eyes narrowed as he dashed past the bell and punched at Che Han, who was the closest to him. At the same time, the bell rose into the sky and stood between Qingwu and Faceless. Qingwu wanted to fight both of them alone. Qingwu's goal was to become the Sea King's son-in-law. He had been born into a lowly background, and if not for his innate gift and destiny, he would not have been able to reach his current level. He had no background, and he deeply understood the pain of such a situation. He needed a powerful background to support him, and the Sea King was undoubtedly the strongest. For this reason, he had not hesitated to hide his identity and enter the Sea King's dome. He had not hesitated to ambush Ling Kei just so that he would not be injured. Now that he was only a step away from the Sea King's trident, he wanted to go all out and show the entire Sea King's dome his worth. The most threatening people were Faceless and Che Han. No matter how strong the other two were, they were still only limeters and could not even break through the defenses of his bell. They were not a threat at all, and the Sea King's trident was his. The 3 explorers fought intensely within 10 meters of the Sea King's trident. Across from them, Lu Yin and Mu Rong simply watched. They did not participate in the battle, but neither did they withdraw. Mu Rong was not very enthusiastic about becoming the Sea King's son-in-law, but Luyin hoped that someone else would be the first to pull out the Sea King's trident. Luyin was certain that the Sea King's trident would not be pulled out so easily, and there might even be an accident. Ever since he had been swallowed up by the storm, his cautious nature had returned. He allowed the others to try while he retreated. If there was no danger, then he could give it a try. However, he had no interest in pulling out the Sea King's trident, he was just curious. He also didn't want to become the Sea King's son-in-law. Ming Yan was still waiting for him. Thus, under the gazes of countless people from the Sea King's dome, a strange scene appeared around the Sea King's trident. 3 people were fighting while 2 people were watching. What's going on? Mu Rong, go. Defeat that Luyin and become an unequaled leader. Go. Luyin, go. Don't be a coward. I have a bad temper. Brat, who are you calling a coward? Big Pow rolled up his sleeves and glared at the man beside him. The man rolled his eyes. Of course it's Luyin. Even he doesn't dare to take action. He's not even as good as Ling Quebec behind them. Ling Ke overheard the conversation. He just so happened to be passing by, so it had nothing to do with him. However, this Luyin was too much of a coward. Which eye of yours saw that Luyin didn't dare to make a move? He's thinking of a countermeasure. If he were like you, he'd have died countless times already. Big Pow retorted. The man was speechless. What bull? That's enough. Don't worry about the details. Someone tried to dissuade him. It was Lulu. The man was stunned. You 2 are together, right? Mu Rong, I love you. Mu Rong, you're the best. Mu Rong, I love you. Mu Rong, you're the best. The girls' support group erupted with a powerful force, suppressing the clamor. Many people were stunned. Why were they shouting again? He was so dedicated. It seems like Luyin is very wary of Mu Rong, Little Pow said solemnly. Michelle had a complicated look in her eyes. Mu Rong is really strong. Back then, Sis had just graduated from the Astral Combat Academy and became an explorer, while Mu Rong was still a melder. The 2 of them fought, and although they were stopped midway, Sis said that defeating Mu Rong wouldn't be easy. Zora was shocked. Are you saying that Mu Rong can fight against an explorer as a melder? Michelle nodded. Everyone was speechless. Hold on, a battle between melders and explorers? Why haven't I heard of that before? Little Pow muttered to himself. Border battlefield, Luyin, Mengyu said. Michelle was stunned, and she looked at Luyin. She had forgotten that this person had once fought against an explorer at the border warfront as a melder. He had even repelled an astral beast with an extremely strong defense like the magnet. Sister Mira had mentioned this to her before. The others also recalled that Luyin had done it before. Everyone looked at Luyin. They had all forgotten that they had been intimidated by Mu Rong's reputation, but they had forgotten about Luyin's glory. His battle record was not one bit inferior to Mu Rong's. When it came to geniuses, Luyin had only been cultivating for a few years, while Mu Rong had been cultivating for a few years. Both of them were true geniuses. The battle between Qingwu, Chehan, and Faceless was becoming more and more intense, and they were already 10 meters away from the Sea King's trident. The area covered by Chehan's fireglass ice was growing larger and larger, and it had already extended to Mu Rong's feet. He had done this on purpose, as he wanted to drag both Mu Rong and Luyin into the battle. Qingwu did not care about the 2 of them, but he did, especially Mu Rong. This person made him feel uneasy. Feeling the cold air beneath his feet, Mu Rong raised his foot and stepped within 10 meters of the Sea King's trident. Everyone's attention was drawn to him, and they watched as he approached the Sea King's trident. Luyin, on the other hand, had no intention of stopping him. Countless people from the Sea King's dome were already cursing Luyin, as they all believed that Luyin was a coward and did not dare to fight against Mu Rong. Zhang Dingtian looked at the screen. He understood Luyin, and he knew that Luyin definitely had his reasons for not attacking. 7th bro, this brat is about to touch the Sea King's trident, the monkey said. Luyin still did not move, as Qingwu's bell had appeared and was smashing towards Mu Rong. Mu Rong was only a meter away from the Sea King's trident when the bell smashed down on his head. There was a loud bang, and Mu Rong retreated before turning to look at Qingwu. Qingwu's gaze was gloomy. "Brat, you have to be open and aboveboard. Only by defeating us will you have the right to touch the Sea King's trident." This sentence almost angered Ling Ke to death. "Shameless!" Mu Rong's eyes flashed, and he casually waved the wooden flute in his hand. The cold air in front of him was torn apart, and he said, "All right." His fighting spirit had been aroused. If he defeated any of the 3 people in front of him, he would be able to enter the top 100 rankings. Although he did not care about his reputation, he still needed to do something for that person. That person had been protecting him since he was young. Among the 10 arbiters, that person was too low-key, and he did not have any useful talents under him. This was the reason why Mu Rong had participated in the Sea King's son-in-law selection. He wanted to fight for that person's reputation. Mu Rong joined the battle, and even though he was facing 3 explorers on the top 100 rankings, he was not at a disadvantage at all. This was especially so when he tapped his wooden flute against the bell and forced Qingwu to take a step back. Qingwu's opinion of Mu Rong had completely changed. This person had the ability to break through his defenses. Since this person had such strength, then what about the other person? Qingwu glanced at Lu Yin, as he felt that this person was an unstable factor. Lu Yin's eyes were wide open as he watched the group battle in the distance. He had no intention of interfering, but when Qingwu's gaze swept over him, he knew that something was wrong. Sure enough, the next moment, the bell smashed towards him. "Either you join the fight or get lost." Qingwu's voice resounded throughout the Sea King's dome. The monkey's voice rang out beside Lu Yin's ear. "Who are you talking to? 7th bro, go. Beat him up." Lu Yin sighed. He had not been able to escape in the end. His life was bitter. There was a loud boom as the bell smashed into the ground, causing the earth to crack and the canals to shatter. Lu Yin turned around and kicked out, sending the bell flying back. The next moment, a blade of light slashed out. Faceless had made a move against Lu Yin, and he had even left the group battle to attack Lu Yin alone. Lu Yin felt that this was strange, but he did not have the time to think about it. The Sea King's dome was in an uproar, as this was the main event. Michelle and the others had not expected that Lu Yin would not be facing Mu Rong, but Faceless. Of the 5, Faceless was second only to Qingwu, and his strength was absolutely terrifying. Would Lu Yin be able to block him? Lu Yin himself was not confident, but he had the Fate Zan, so he was confident that he would not be defeated so easily. When he saw Faceless blade coming at him, he did not dare to be careless. The Fate Zan in his heart left his body, but it did not appear in front of everyone. Instead, it was hidden within his clothes. It was not yet time to use the Fate Zan. Without the suppression of the Fate Zan in his heart, Lu Yin's strength had increased to the point where he could break apart the Sun family's mechanism technique. He dodged to the side to avoid the blade, and his Space Render palm struck the void towards Faceless. Faceless blocked the attack with his blade, but there was a thump as the enormous force forced Faceless to take a step back. He looked at Lu Yin in shock, clearly shocked by Lu Yin's strength. The Mavis family's strength was renowned throughout the universe. Even before Lu Yin had met Mr. Mu, his strength had already far surpassed Lulu's. Now that he had unsealed the Fate Zan in his heart, even Lu Yin himself did not know how strong he had become. For a person to be unable to control their strength to the point where they could harm themselves showed just how exaggerated their strength was. Faceless slashed out with his blade, and the void distorted as if it was about to be torn apart. An enormous blade of light swept past Lu Yin's head and into the sky, splitting the clouds in two. Lu Yin did not dare to be struck by such a blade of light, as the areas that his Fate Zan could not protect would likely be cut off. After all, this person was ranked 72nd on the top 100 rankings, which was higher than Northgate Lai and Qin Chen. Lu Yin did not want to be crippled, so he rushed forward and pressed down with a 30 stacks 40-fold shockwave palm. Faceless blade spun and slashed out from below. There was no blade of light, but all of the power contained within was concentrated on the blade. This attack was even more ferocious than the previous one, and Lu Yin used his physical strength to forcefully avoid it. He was using pure strength to drag his body, and although it seemed like he had only moved a small distance, It was so difficult that even Mu Rong might not have been able to accomplish it. Faceless blade was avoided, and Lu Yin's palm struck Faceless abdomen. His palm force exploded, and just as Faceless was about to move, his eyes suddenly widened in shock. He paused for a moment before his body was sent flying towards the Sea King's trident. Countless people from the Sea King's dome were stunned, as Lu Yin had actually repelled Faceless. Qingwu had not expected Lu Yin to be able to do this either, as this person's strength had exceeded his expectations. Mu Rong was even more shocked, as this person's physical body was very strong. Lu Yin stood in place with a bewildered expression. With Faceless strength, Lu Yin should not have been able to repel him so easily with a single palm strike, and he should not have been able to injure Faceless too heavily. However, Lu Yin was now thinking about what he had just felt. A familiar power had surged out from Faceless' body, and although it had only lasted for an instant, Lu Yin was sure that he had felt it before. What kind of power was this? It felt both familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. He had experienced it before, but he could not recall it. Ever since he had obtained the Formcast model on Earth, he had been cultivating for almost 4 years. This period of time could not be considered long, but Lu Yin felt that he should be able to remember who he had fought and what kind of power he had experienced. Since this power felt so familiar to him, then he must have felt it before. So where had he felt it? In the distance, Faceless smacked the Sea King's trident and flipped around in midair. The excess force from his attack slammed into the ground, and he stabbed his blade into the ground. Faceless took advantage of the momentum to retreat more than 10 meters before coming to a stop. He looked up with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, and he stared at Lu Yin in astonishment. This was not because of Lu Yin's strength, but rather because he had seen something unexpected. Without stopping, Faceless rushed towards Lu Yin and slashed out with his blade. He was full of vigor, but Lu Yin could feel that this attack was not even a third as powerful as the previous one. He did not dodge, and his 5-lined battle force erupted as he grabbed the back of the blade with one hand and pressed his other hand against Faceless' abdomen. Just as he was about to attack, Faceless asked, "Why have you appeared here? Is there a new mission?" That one sentence caused Lu Yin to stop the 30 stacks that was about to erupt, and he instead used his normal strength to push Faceless away. He then kicked out, sending Faceless flying into the distance once more. Countless people were shocked, as an expert ranked 72nd on the top 100 rankings had actually been suppressed. Hai Daxiao frowned, as this was strange. Based on the strength that Lu Yin had displayed, he should not have been able to do this. Starsabil's eyes flickered with a trace of confusion. Northgate Lai's eyes went wide, and he could not believe that Lu Yin could actually fight against Faceless. Even with Northgate Taisui's guidance, Northgate Lai could only match up to an expert ranked 80th on the top 100 rankings. Faceless definitely surpassed him. Was Lu Yin really that strong? Ling Ke could not believe it, but the truth was right in front of his eyes. He had been defeated by Qingwu, and once Lu Yin defeated Faceless, Ling Ke's reputation would surpass Qingwu's. Furthermore, Ling Ke would enter the top 100 rankings one step behind Lu Yin. This was unacceptable. Faceless, you can do it. At this point, Lu Yin finally remembered what that power was, death energy. He had rolled his die for 6 pips and fused with a Spectre clan member's body. He had experienced death energy before, but it was no wonder that he had not been able to recall it. This power was not his own. Since it was death energy, then Faceless' identity was obvious. He was a Spectre clan member. The Spectre clan was a branch of the Neo-Human Alliance and was very mysterious. But why was Faceless being so polite to Lu Yin and even using honorifics? Lu Yin did not understand, and when he saw Faceless attacking again, he leapt forward and wrapped his body in battle force. He collided with the blade, causing a huge shockwave to sweep out in all directions. It seemed intense, but it was not a very powerful attack. Faceless had not used much strength to push the blade away. Lu Yin's right palm struck Faceless' abdomen for the 3rd time, and overlaying stacks surged out of his body. Lu Yin's expression changed, as he could feel the power of the death aura again. Bang! Faceless was sent flying into the canal, causing an uproar once again. Even Che Han, Qingwu, and Mu Rong slowed down their attacks and looked over. Lu Yin's performance was truly inconceivable, as he was actually suppressing Faceless. Lu Ying leapt into the canal and avoided everyone's gazes. He grabbed Faceless Blade with one hand and stared at him. Kill Feng Mo and the Bo duo as soon as possible. Since Faceless was being so respectful to him, Lu Ying decided to test the waters and see if Faceless would listen to him. It would be great if he did, but it did not matter if he did not. At worst, he would just make a mistake. Faceless' voice was low and weak. We don't have enough manpower for this mission. Give up on your mission, Lu Ying barked, his tone implacable. Faceless immediately answered, yes. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. That was it? That was too straightforward. Why was this guy so respectful to him? When Lu Ying had merged with the Spectre clan member's body, he had not obtained many memories, as he had been distracted by the events in outer space. In the end, he had died at the hands of a fiend clan elder with a power level in the hundreds of thousands. When he recalled his battle with Faceless, there was only one possibility: he had suppressed his death aura. Death aura was a unique characteristic of the Spectre clan, and no one else possessed it. Lu Ying was very clear on this point. Could death aura also be a standard to distinguish the Spectre clan members? Since Lu Ying had suppressed Faceless, that meant that his status was higher than Faceless, which was why Faceless had obeyed him. But the problem was, how had Lu Ying suppressed his death aura? He did not even understand the principles behind death aura, and he had not even used any battle techniques. How had he suppressed it? Death aura, death. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Lu Yin's mind. Arcane art of life and death? The arcane art of life and death had the ability to suppress a person's regenerative abilities, which was why it was able to counter Zhanlong Day-Night's day-night restoration technique. Could it be that it was effective against death energy as well? Without much time to think, the two rushed out of the canal, collided with each other, and retreated at the same time. It seemed like it was a draw. This scene caused Qingwu's eyebrows to jump. Mu Rong and Lu Yin's strength had exceeded his expectations, and this was not something that he wanted to see. He immediately barked at Che Han and Mu Rong, deal with those two first. Che Han and Mu Rong ignored him, but Lu Ying heard him. He turned around and glared at Qingwu before looking at Faceless. Zhong Nan is the strongest. Let's deal with him first. He then attacked Qingwu. Qingwu raised his eyebrows. Zhong Nan? Talking about him? The Faceless man did not hesitate and raised his saber to slash at Qingwu. Not only them, Mu Rong and Che Han also attacked Qingwu at the same time. Qingwu felt as if he had just eaten a dead fly. Stop. However, his words were drowned out by four powerful attacks: Che Han's Fireglass Frost, Mu Rong's Wooden Flute, Lu Yin's Skybeast Claw, and Faceless Saber. Qingwu was very strong, and he surpassed everyone present. That bell's defense was especially invincible, but even the strongest defense was useless against four powerful attacks. Even with the bell, Qingwu was still struck in the chest by Faceless Saber, and a huge wound appeared glaring under the sunlight. Qingwu's gaze turned fierce, and he growled, "Sonic Thunder Fist." He punched his own bell. There was a loud bang, and the sound waves turned into thunder that swept out in all directions. White shockwaves that could be seen with the naked eye swept through the air, overturning the water in the canal and causing the ground around them to crack. This was Qingwu's strongest attack, and it caused the four's heads to explode, giving them headaches. Qingwu hated Lu Ying the most at this moment, as this person was the reason why the four of them had joined forces. He knew that he would definitely lose, but before that, he had to kill this person. With that thought in mind, he punched out again, this time directly at Lu Ying. Lu Ying did not move, and Faceless slashed out with his saber, cutting through the powerful sound waves and sending a huge saber beam towards Qingwu. Qingwu's pupils shrank as the bell enveloped his body, and there was another loud bang. Lu Ying was astonished, as Qingwu was indeed worthy of being ranked 69th on the top 100 rankings. That bell's defense was simply astonishing, and it was probably almost on par with Lu Yin's Fate San, but it still hadn't cracked. The bell did not crack, but Qingwu, who was protected by it, was not safe. Fireglass Frost spread out from beneath his feet, freezing his legs. Qingwu's face went pale, and his star energy surged, shattering the layer of ice. However, the moment the ice shattered, green grass spread out from the ground. This scene was not unfamiliar to anyone, as it was Mu Rong's force field, the image of a shepherd boy herding cows. Qingwu had experienced the strength of a force field before. If he had been at his peak, he would not have been afraid, but now that he was heavily injured, the force field felt like he had sunk into a swamp, and his entire body was being suppressed. The shepherd boy herding cows transformed into an ordinary wooden flute and tapped Qingwu's chest. There was a thump, and Qingwu was sent crashing into his own bell. The bell slowly dissipated, as Qingwu could not hold on any longer. Pfft! Qingwu spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked up and gritted his teeth as he swept his gaze over the other four. He knew that he had lost the upper hand, so he did not linger. He immediately charged into the canal and left with the flow of the water. He could be considered to be someone who could accept defeat and would not make any unnecessary struggles. The strongest person in the Sea King's son-in-law selection, Qingwu, had been defeated, and only 4 people remained. Everyone stared at the screen. Soon, it would be over soon. Hai Daxiao did not feel any pity for Qingwu's defeat. Even if Qingwu had been the strongest person in his group, so what? If Hai Daxiao had been in Qingwu's shoes, he would not have performed so conspicuously. It could only be said that Qingwu had been too arrogant. Star Sibyl was not surprised by Qingwu's defeat, and she watched the 4 people on the screen with interest. How would these 4 fight? At this moment, everyone was watching curiously. There were 4 people, and it just so happened that they would fight in pairs to determine the final powerhouse. Logically speaking, it should be Che Han against Mu Rong, and Faceless against Lu Yin. After eliminating Mu Rong and Lu Yin, the final victor would be either Che Han or Faceless. However, the previous battle between Faceless and Lu Yin had left the crowd uncertain, and it was hard to say who would emerge victorious. As for Mu Rong's strength, many people realized that he had not revealed much of his strength. From start to finish, he had only used his agility battle technique and his aura. As for his offensive battle techniques and innate gifts, he had not revealed them yet. Mu Rong's strength was unfathomable, and he had hidden it even more deeply than Che Han and Faceless. Michelle and the rest looked at the screen with complicated expressions. They had thought that Lu Yin was just going through the motions, but they had not expected him to reach the final step. At this point, they did not wish for Lu Yin to fail. Becoming the Sea King's son-in-law sounded very exciting. Speaking of which, if Junior becomes the Sea King's son-in-law, will we still need to be afraid of Feng Mo and the Bo duo? Little Pao asked in a rather loud voice, deliberately speaking for Bo Jr. to hear. When Bo Jr. heard this, he felt uneasy, and he nervously looked at the screen, hoping that Lu Yin would fail. On the other side, Feng Mo and Bo Sr. were also very nervous. So what if Lu Yin was a hunter? Against the Sea King, it would be the same as Lu Yin's group against them. No, Lu Yin's group could still escape from them, but if they were the ones facing the Sea King, they would not even be able to escape. In the lower reaches of the Skyfall Cascade, a group of losers were rescued, including Sun Jiong. He had been beaten very badly and had lost consciousness. Under Sun Tao and the others' care, he barely managed to open his eyes and stared at the screen with hatred. I, Sun Jiong, swear that I won't be human if I don't take revenge. Sun Tao was helpless, and he could only pray that Lu Yin did not become the Sea King's son-in-law. Otherwise, forget about revenge, he would not even have time to curry favor with Lu Yin. Elsewhere, Hai Chi frantically tried to contact Hai Daxiao, but he did not pick up. The Sea King's trident exuded a sharp spear intent, and the 4 did not immediately attack. Instead, they looked at each other in fear. Faceless suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and then left without looking back. He had given up. Many were stunned. Che Han watched Faceless leave, and his eyes flashed as he cautiously glanced at Lu Yin and Mu Rong. He was also afraid of repeating Qingwu's mistakes and that Mu Rong would join forces with Lu Yin. However, he was overthinking things. At this point in the battle, Mu Rong did not plan on attacking. He did not want to become the Sea King's son-in-law, and he only wanted to clear that person's name. Mu Rong had defeated Qingwu with a single blow with his wooden flute and displayed a nearly unparalleled aura, which was enough. Lu Yin did not plan on attacking either, but he was very interested in Mu Rong. He was hesitant about whether or not he should fight Mu Rong and see who was the true unparalleled leader. 7th bro, it's time for you to show off. Use your Fate Sand to fight Mu Rong. Beat him until he starts doubting himself, the monkey shouted excitedly, feeling as if he was about to become the strongest academy master of the spiritual academy. Luin was also a little tempted, as Mu Rong would definitely not be able to break through his Fate Sense defenses. At the very least, Luin would not lose. Furthermore, Mu Rong's aura reminded him of the war spirit he had encountered in the storm domain, and he really wanted to spar with that aura expert. However, he could not fight for nothing, so he looked at Che Han. "I'll help you stall him. You go get your spear." Che Han was stunned, and he stared at Luin in a daze. He had always been cold, but at this moment, there was even a trace of confusion in his indifference. "Why?" Mu Rong looked up and stared at Luin curiously. Was this person really willing to give up the chance to become the Sea King's son-in-law? Luin looked at Che Han. "I want you to owe me a favor. Regardless of whether or not you become the Sea King's son-in-law, you have to remember to repay this favor in the future." Che Han's eyes narrowed. "You know where I come from?" Luin nodded. Che Han's eyes flickered. "Alright, I, Che Han, will owe you a favor." He then charged towards the Sea King's trident. Luin looked at Mu Rong, as he was already prepared for battle. However, Mu Rong had no intention of attacking, and he simply watched as Che Han charged towards the Sea King's trident. "You don't have to keep an eye on me. I don't plan on stopping you." Luin was stunned. "You don't want to become the Sea King's son-in-law?" Mu Rong's expression was calm, but there was a trace of deep sorrow hidden in the depths of his eyes. Only those from the 10 Arbiters' Council knew that Mu Rong had once been hurt by love, and that pain had caused him to never interact with another woman for the rest of his life. Countless people from the Sea King's dome were at a loss. Qingwu had been defeated, and Faceless had left. The remaining 3 had actually reconciled and had no intention of fighting over the Sea King's trident. This was too strange. Qingwu and the rest had lost unjustly. Sun Jiong almost vomited blood when he saw this scene. Since these 2 bastards didn't want to fight, why did they still hit them? Qingwu walked out of the Heavenspan Cascade, and when he saw this scene, he almost died from anger. These 2 bastards didn't even want to fight, and had even kicked him out. The angriest of them all was Hai Dashao. The space around his body had become unstable, and a crack had spread out. Even though the Skyfall Cascade space had been suppressed, he was still able to tear it apart. What do these fellows think the Sea King's son-in-law selection is? They're courting death. Che Han was the only one who truly wanted to pull out the Sea King's trident, and he did so. No one tried to stop him, and he easily arrived beside the Sea King's trident. He withstood the fierce spear intent and raised his hand to grab the Sea King's trident. It was warm to the touch, and there was a strange gentleness to it. It was as if the weapon in his hand was not a weapon meant for killing. Everyone was looking at him, as he was only a step away from becoming the Sea King's son-in-law. Hai Dashao stared at Che Han coldly, but he did not even look at him. Instead, he glared at Mu Rong and Luin, as if he did not care whether Che Han could pull out the Sea King's trident or not. Che Han exerted his strength and tried to pull out the Sea King's trident, but it did not budge at all. He was astonished as he looked at the ground. He exerted force with his feet, causing cracks to appear on the ground and craters to appear that spread out in all directions. However, the area where the Sea King's trident had been inserted did not change at all. The ground had withstood Che Han's strength. He knew that the Sea King's trident would not be pulled out so easily. Che Han exerted his strength once more. His physical strength was not weak, or else he would not have used a spear as a weapon. However, even though he had already used all of his strength, the Sea King's trident did not budge at all. Everyone looked at Che Han. This person had defeated Qin Chen, so he was at least 80th on the top 100 rankings. However, he could not pull out a single spear, which meant that there was something strange about the Sea King's trident. Rumor has it that the Sea King's trident is the Sea King's weapon, and it once caused the universe to bleed. Countless people wanted to snatch it away, and the trident itself is a supreme treasure, someone from the waist of the Sea King's mountain commented. I've heard that the experts under the Sea King's command have all tried to pull out this spear, but none of them succeeded, someone else whispered. The bystanders were puzzled. Is there such a thing? If the Sea King wants to use the Sea King's trident as a criterion for selecting a son-in-law, then isn't he just messing with us? Even the experts under the Sea King's command can't pull it out, so how can those youths possibly do it? Shoo, who knows? Look at that group of handsome guys. They're covered in dirt, and it's obvious that they've been played by the Sea King. Maybe the Sea King likes to play tricks on people. That shouldn't be the case. I've heard that the Sea King is in seclusion all year round. He doesn't have the time for that. It's because I'm always in seclusion that I'm bored. It can't be that boring, right? Hearing the discussions around him, Big Pow was left speechless. I didn't expect the Sea King to be such a person. Lulu, the seniors of your Mavis family have been in seclusion for too long. Are they bored to the point of fooling people? Lulu rolled her eyes. Of course not. Our clan seniors are very strict. Big Pow nodded. At most, we'll raise the price of goods and let everyone feel how difficult it is to make money, Lulu continued. Big Pow was speechless. Lulu, your words are so infuriating. Coco's eyes widened as she stared at Lulu, so the reason our Windrift Hall's medical fees are increasing is because of your Mavis family. Lulu blinked. Little girl, what does your price increase have to do with us? Don't blame everything on the rich. Coco pursed her lips and looked at the screen worriedly. Will Brother Lu fight Murong? Lulu grew excited at the mention of this. It'll be best if they fight. Let's see who's the unrivaled leader in the universe. Murong, Murong, I love you. Murong, Murong, you're the best. Murong, Murong, I love you. Murong, Murong, you're the best. In the distance, the cheerleaders were still guarding their posts and excitedly watching Murong on the screen. Che Han had completely exploded, and his fireglass frost distorted the void as he gripped the Sea King's trident with both hands. With a low growl, he forcefully pulled it out. Lu Yin and Murong exchanged glances when they saw the scene. They both had a bad feeling. If Che Han failed, the two of them would have to fight. If they were unlucky and managed to pull out the trident, they would become the Sea King's son-in-law. Lu Yin didn't hesitate to fight Murong and instead decided to retreat first. Murong reacted even faster than Lu Yin, and he took the lead to rush into the distance, intending to withdraw from the competition. Lu Yin cursed under his breath and rushed in another direction. He had to leave before Che Han was completely defeated. However, while his thoughts were good, he couldn't do it in the end. Two loud sounds rang out, and both Lu Yin and Murong were sent flying back by an attack. Lu Yin retreated 100 meters, and his arms were in intense pain. Just as he was about to leave, a shadow flashed in front of him, followed by a ferocious attack. Fortunately, he had reacted quickly and used battle force to block the attack with his arms. Otherwise, that attack would have landed on his face. However, even with battle force, his body had nearly been torn apart. What a powerful attack! He looked up and saw a youth with an angry expression on his face. To the side, Murong had suffered the same fate as Lu Yin. He had also been sent flying by an attack from the same youth. Two unrivaled leaders of the younger generation had been sent flying by the same youth, which shocked both of them. This person was terrifyingly strong. At the waist of the Sea King's peak, someone exclaimed, "It's Hai Dashao. Hai Dashao has made his move." No one had expected Hai Dashao to appear at the last moment. Michelle and the others were astonished, as that person was Hai Dashao. They had long since heard of his name, and he was ranked 7th on the top 100 rankings. He was one of the people closest to the 10 arbiters, and it was no wonder why he had been able to send Murong and Lu Yin flying. With his strength, he could easily crush the two of them. Who are you? Lu Yin stared at the youth in front of him. The youth clasped his hands behind his back, and his gaze swept past Lu Yin and Murong before landing on Che Han. Che Han held his breath, but he still couldn't pull out the Sea King's trident. He helplessly let go with a dejected expression on his face. Give up. If you can't pull it out, then you can't. You can leave now, the youth said arrogantly. Che Han frowned and looked at the youth. Why? The youth was cold and arrogant. This opportunity is destined by the heavens. This opportunity does not belong to you. Che Han was unwilling to give up, and he looked at the Sea King's trident. However, he still gave up in the end. He had tried his best, but just as the youth had said, if he couldn't pull it out, then he couldn't. There was no point in forcing it. After Che Han retreated, the youth's gaze landed on Lu Yin and Mu Rong, and his gaze gradually turned cold. What do you two think the Sea King's son-in-law selection is? A game? If you want to leave, then leave. Mu Rong asked, You're Hai Dashao? Lu Yin was stunned. Hai Dashao? 7th on the top 100 rankings? Hai Dashao raised his head. Since you know that it's me, then obediently go back and pull out the trident. Otherwise, there's no need for you to leave the Sea King's dome. No one can save you. Why can Faceless withdraw? Why can't we? Lu Yin couldn't help but ask. Hai Dashao's lips curled up. If I say that someone can't do it, then that person can't. If you're not convinced, then you can challenge me. 7th bro, this guy is too arrogant, but you should just admit defeat. 7th bro, it's not that I'm looking down on you, but don't even think about fighting this guy before you become an explorer, the monkey said. Lu Yin was helpless. 7th on the top 100 rankings was someone that even his Fatesand could not withstand. Hai Dashao's strength was enough to challenge and even defeat a hunter. Facing him would not be much different from facing Feng Yamo. Mu Rong did not hesitate and turned to walk towards the Sea King's trident. He understood Hai Dashao better than Lu Yin, and there was no need to waste words with this person. All he had to do was follow his orders. Otherwise, even if that person came, he would not be able to take Mu Rong away. Che Han had not been able to pull out the Sea King's trident, and Hai Dashao should not be able to do so either. Lu Yin did not say anything else and simply walked towards the Sea King's trident. Hai Dashao's eyes narrowed, as he did not expect these two to be able to pull it out. However, the Sea King had the Sea King's prestige, and it would be child's play for him to lead the Sea King's son-in-law selection. Even if he was just putting on an act, he had to make sure that it was done properly. Mu Rong grabbed the Sea King's trident with both hands, and his eyes went wide as he pulled with all his might. With Hai Dashao beside him, he could not act too fake. Everyone watched nervously. Mu Rong quickly released his grip. I can't pull it out. Hai Dashao snorted and looked at Lu Yin. He slowly walked over to the Sea King's trident and grabbed it with his right hand. The moment he touched it, he did not notice that the awakened Fatesand hidden within his clothes trembled. He looked at the Sea King's trident and felt that even if he could not pull it out, it would still be good to feel the Sea King's weapon up close. Just as he was about to place his left hand on it, there was a tearing sound as the Sea King's trident left the ground. At this moment, the Sea King's dome was silent. It had never been so quiet before. At this moment, within the Sea King's dome, a pair of eyes opened with deep shock. At this moment, Hai Dashao was in a mess. At this moment, Hai Chichi despaired. At this moment, Lu Yin was stunned. What was going on? What had happened? Had the Sea King's trident been pulled out? He stared at the ground in a daze. He had not used any strength. He must have pulled it out in the wrong way. He thought about it and then looked at Hai Dashao. Can you put it back in? I'll pull it out again. The Sea King's dome erupted in an instant, and everyone's clamor filled the skies. Feng Yamo, the Bo Duo, Sun Jiong, Northgate Lai, and the rest were all stunned. Michelle, Big Pao, Little Pao, Lulu, and the rest were all speechless. Congratulations, 7th bro, the monkey said. Lu Yin gripped the Sea King's trident, feeling as if he had been cheated. How could he pull it out without using any strength? This had to be fake, as he really had not used any strength. Not too far away, Mu Rong and Che Han looked at Lu Yin, feeling as if they had helped someone else. On the banks of the Skyfall Cascade, Star Sibyl had a profound look in her eyes. Can you put it back in? I'll pull it out again, Lu Yin said carefully and nervously to Hai Dashao. Hai Dashao stared at Lu Yin, shock still lingering in his eyes. Others might not know how difficult it was to pull out the Sea King's trident, but how could he not? Even he himself could not pull it out. His father had told him that this had nothing to do with strength, and that this kid had something that others did not have. I'm talking to you. Actually, Che Han and Mu Rong might have pulled it out, but there was a delay, and it just happened to land in my hands, Lu Yin explained, but even he did not believe his own words. You don't want to marry my sister? Hai Dashao's tone was cold, and his attitude was rather nasty. Lu Yin felt awkward. that's not it. It's just that this is a misunderstanding. Haidashao sneered and waved his hand, dispersing all of the screens in the sky. He took a step forward and appeared in front of Luin. Come with me to see Qiqi. He then grabbed at Luin. Luin wanted to block, but he hesitated for a second before giving up. He could not block the attack, so he allowed Haidashao to grab him by the shoulder and lead through the void. The Sea King's trident was still in Lu Yin's hand. As he watched Haidashao leave with Luin, Mu Rong calmly turned around and left as well. Che Han had a complicated look in his eyes. He had not expected things to turn out this way, and he had even gained a favor. Michelle and the others looked away and exchanged glances. I feel like we have a powerful backer now, Little Pal muttered. Suddenly, he thought of Bo Jr., and he quickly turned around, only to find that the man had disappeared. There's no need to look anymore. Feng Mo and the Bo duo must have already left the Sea King's dome. They're not stupid, and they won't wait for the Sea King to kill them, Michelle said as she looked at the highest point of the Sea King's dome with a complicated expression. Once Luin became the Sea King's son-in-law, his status would change drastically, and his status would not be any lower than Night Queen Yanqing's. Michelle was right. Feng Mo and the Bo duo were currently fleeing the Sea King's dome in a panic. They felt like they had been sent to kill Luin, but in the blink of an eye, he had become the Sea King's son-in-law. Even the Blackbeard pirates would not dare to make a move against him, let alone them. The Sea King's reputation was quite terrifying. Zhang Dingtian looked away and felt that it was a pity that Luin had not fought Mu Rong. Ling Ke also felt that it was a pity. Sun Jiong was so angry that he almost fainted. Who would have thought that Luin would be the one to become the Sea King's son-in-law? No matter how noisy the Sea King's dome was, Haidashao grabbed Luin and tore through the void in the blink of an eye. They appeared in a pavilion on a cliff, and he saw a familiar face staring at him with dissatisfaction. It was the beautiful maid from before. The two looked at each other. Little sister, I brought you your son-in-law. Let's have a chat, Haidashao said before tearing through the void to leave. It felt like he was running away, as if he was afraid of being caught. The pretty maid tried to grab him, but all she could grab was air. Haidashao had already run away. Humph, you run fast. I don't believe that you'll never appear again. Just you wait. Luin stared blankly. He would be too stupid if he still could not understand. This pretty maid was the Sea King's daughter and Haidashao's younger sister, Hai Qiqi. The Sea King's daughter had personally come to the border of the Starfall Sea to find a son-in-law, which was a little shocking. Furthermore, Hai Qiqi was completely different from what Lu Yin's expectations. Rumor had it that the Sea King's daughter was incomparably ugly, which was why she was looking for a handsome man to change her family's genes. Of course, Lu Yin didn't believe such a rumor, as no great power's descendant was ugly. But then again, what was up with that poisonous tongue of hers? The more he changed, the more creative he became. Lu Yin, did you know that there's an eternal truth in the universe? The beautiful maid, no, Hai Qiqi, looked at Lu Yin with a solemn expression. Lu Yin was stunned. Truth? He looked at Hai Qiqi seriously. Was this related to the Sea King's dome? What truth? He asked seriously. Hai Qiqi looked up at the sky with melancholy. A fresh flower stuck in a pile of cow dung. You're a pile of cow dung after all. Pucci not far away, the four maids couldn't help but chuckle. Lu Yin choked for a moment, unable to think of a rebuttal. Hai Qiqi sighed. You and I aren't fated to be together by marriage, but rather by Beauty and the Beast. This is an ill-fated relationship, so. Hai Qiqi looked at Lu Yin seriously. You should give up. We won't be happy. Even if you use all your strength to pull out the Sea King's trident, we still won't be happy. Or, I can talk to Father so that you can spend the rest of your life with the Sea King's trident and stop pestering me. Lu Yin was furious. He had just arrived, and he was already being insulted. Was there any justice in this world? Also, when had he used all his strength to pull out the trident? He swore that he hadn't used any strength, and that the trident had jumped out on its own. This was a trap. Rumor has it that the Sea King's daughter, Hai Qiqi, is incomparably ugly and is in a hurry to get married, but there's no need to scam others. Let me tell you, that trident jumped out on its own, and I didn't use any strength at all. This must be Hai Dasha's scheme to get you married off. How can you rely on such a method? Luin bluntly retorted. He rarely argued with others, but he had no choice when it came to Hai Chi. Otherwise, he could guarantee that her poisonous tongue would make him doubt himself. This brat was capable of arguing with others until the end of time. Hai Chi was furious. Nonsense. Even my second brother can't pull it out himself, so how can he set this up? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Even Hai Dashao can't pull it out? Then how can I pull it out? Think about it yourself. This must be the Sea King's scheme to get you married off. This is a scam. Father has been in seclusion for a long time, so how can he set this up? Your intelligence isn't even as high as that trident. Hai Chi shouted. Luin was about to retort when a cough sounded out. The two stopped and turned to look in the other direction. Greetings, Sea King. The four maids bowed respectfully. Not too far away, a middle-aged man was quietly looking at Luin with a smile on his face. He was tall and had a burly aura, but his appearance was a little. Luin thought about it and felt that he wasn't up to par. Was this the Sea King? He looked no different from an ordinary uncle next door, and he didn't have the aura of a powerhouse at all. He couldn't even compare to Northgate Taisui. When Hai Chi saw the Sea King, she immediately ran over and complained tearfully, "Father, second brother is too much. He's making me marry this pile of cow dung." Lu Yin's eyelids twitched. Her words were quite poetic. You're the cow dung. Your whole family is cow dung. The Sea King patted Hai Chi's back in distress. Good girl, don't cry. Be good and don't speak nonsense. He's not cow dung. Look at how ugly your words are. Hai Chi wiped the corners of her eyes, but there were no tears at all. She muttered obediently, all right, then he's not cow dung. He can barely be considered a human. Haha, that's right. You have to be polite when you speak. The Sea King was very happy, and he looked at Hai Chi with gratification. Luin was dumbfounded. He finally knew where Hai Chi had learned her venomous tongue from. This Sea King was truly disgusting. After comforting Hai Chi, the Sea King looked at Luin with a smile. What's your name, kid? Luin. Lu? The Sea King's eyes flashed, and his lips curled up. That doesn't sound nice. Change it to Hien. Luin was speechless, as he no longer had any desire to speak. Were you the one who pulled out my Sea King's trident? The Sea King asked. At the same time, the Sea King's trident returned to his hand and was put away. Beside him, Hai Chi glared at Luin threateningly. Luin helplessly replied, I didn't pull it out. That trident jumped out on its own. Sea King, why don't you put it back in and let me pull it out again? I guarantee that I won't be able to pull it out. Hai Chi's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly tugged on the Sea King's sleeve. That's right, father. Look at him. He's yellow and emaciated, and it would take him a lot of effort to kill a chicken. How could he have the strength to pull out the Sea King's trident? Something must have gone wrong. Even though Hai Chi's words were unpleasant, Luin still accepted them. What he wanted to do the most right now was to get as far away from this father and daughter as possible. The Sea King beamed at Hai Chi. Good girl, father understands. Go back first, and I'll think about how to deal with this matter. Hai Chi expectantly said, Father, you can't put your daughter in a pile of cow dung. You said that the truth of the universe is meant to be broken. The Sea King solemnly replied, Don't worry, father understands. Seventh bro, you can't shake off the title of cow dung. The monkey cackled. Luin looked to the side. This strange father and daughter. If he ever had the ability, he would definitely flood the entire Sea King's dome with cow dung. Hai Chi left with her four maids, leaving only Luin and the Sea King on the cliff. Kid, your surname is Lu. Where are you from? The Sea King asked softly. Luin shook his head. I don't remember. I've lost my memories. The Sea King was amused, and he looked into Lu Yin's eyes. Luin found that he couldn't shift his gaze away. It was the same situation again. Back when Mr. Mu had asked him whether he was a 5 or 6, he had said that he didn't know. At that time, Mr. Mu had also looked him in the eye, just like now. The Sea King also made it impossible for Lu Yin to shift his gaze away. This was the strength of a powerhouse, and the current Lu Yin could only be considered a toddler in front of these people. After a while, the Sea King looked away, seemingly unconcerned. Tell me, how did you feel when you pulled out the Sea King's trident? Lu Yin hurriedly replied, Sea King, please understand. This junior really didn't use any strength. The trident jumped out on its own. The Sea King laughed. Are you saying that I set up a trap to force you to marry my daughter? Lu Yin hurriedly replied, of course not, but there must be a misunderstanding here. Please understand, Sea King. This junior is willing to try again. There's no need. This king knows the situation with the Sea King's trident the best. Pulling it out once has already exhausted you, and it's impossible for you to pull it out a second time. The Sea King was very certain. Lu Yin was speechless. Senior, it's true. This junior didn't use any strength at all. The Sea King sized Lu Yin up seriously. Don't mind Chi-Chi's words. This girl doesn't mean what she says, but you don't have to feel inferior. The Sea King's son-in-law selection is for the capable. Since you were able to pull out the Sea King's trident, then you're my son-in-law. Even if it's cow dung, it's still the noblest cow dung in the entire universe. Lu Yin blinked. So the main point was still cow dung? Also, how did this guy see that Lu Yin was feeling inferior? Lu Yin had his own background, okay? Lu Yin wanted to say something to save his face, but the Sea King waved his hand. This king knows that men want face and dignity, but pulling out the Sea King's trident is your face. Otherwise, do you think that you're qualified to become this king's son-in-law? Let me tell you, even if you're a direct descendant of the various clans, this king dares to say that you're not qualified. Lu Yin wanted to speak, but the Sea King glared at him. Or are you saying that you don't want to become this king's son-in-law? With that, the entire Sea King's dome changed. The sunlight in the sky disappeared, and the starfall sea boiled. The entire space became unstable, as if doomsday had arrived. Everyone stared blankly at the sky. Only those from the Sea King's dome knew that the Sea King was angry. In that instant, Lu Yin felt a terrifying power that he had never felt before. It was different from Northgate Taisues and the Seven Quartz Elders. The Sea King's power felt like it could not be defied, as if he was the ruler of the heavens. This was the power of an emissary. There were only a few emissaries in the entire universe, and there was not even a single word about them on the internet. However, this was power. Lu Yin felt it the most. It was as if the sky had collapsed and the earth had sunk. The Sea King's power came and went quickly. In an instant, the Sea King's dome returned to normal, and the Sea King returned to his ordinary, middle-aged neighbor appearance. He smiled at Lu Yin. When he faced the Sea King again, Lu Yin felt a chill that came from the depths of his heart. He had forgotten that this person in front of him was a super powerhouse who could decide whether he lived or died. This person might also be the strongest person Lu Yin had ever met. What? You don't want to talk? The Sea King smiled at Lu Yin. Lu Yin took a deep breath as the monkey's voice rang out in his mind. Seventh bro, watch your attitude. You must watch your attitude. This is the Sea King, the master of the Starfall Sea. Smile, quick, smile, and be a little friendlier. Lu Yin shielded his right arm and faced the Sea King. He respectfully said, this junior does not know what to say. The Sea King clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the Starfall Sea. Then you don't have to say anything. Since you pulled out the Sea King's trident, you are now my son-in-law. It doesn't matter if Chi-Chi doesn't acknowledge you. There's only one thing you need to do now. The Sea King solemnly looked at Lu Yin. Cultivate well and become an explorer as soon as possible. Do your best to match the status of the Sea King's dome. Lu Yin's brows rose as he thought of Ming Yen. He wanted to reject the Sea King, but he was not a hot-headed youth. In front of the Sea King, his little relationship was nothing. The Sea King might even destroy Shenwu continent in a fit of rage, which would be a disaster for Ming Yen and the entire continent. Lu Yin's status was enough to make the Day-Night clan and other powers wary, but he could not threaten the Sea King. The Starfall Sea was very special, and the Sea King was an emissary. Neither the Lockbreaker Society nor the 10 Arbiters Council dared to question an emissary. As for Leon's armada, Luin did not know much about them, and he did not want to expose his relationship with Heizage Leon. As for Mr. Mu, Luin was not sure. This was a true powerhouse who did not need to worry about anything. This was the true freedom of the universe. Luin had no other choice, but there was something strange. What did the Sea King see in him? Luin did not understand. He had only pulled out the Sea King's trident, and his previous accomplishments were nothing to the Sea King. Perhaps the 10 arbiters were nothing to the Sea King as well, so why did the Sea King value him so much? It was not just Luin, even Hai Dashao and Hai Chichi did not understand. Could one really become the Sea King's son-in-law with just the Sea King's trident? Many people thought that this was child's play. Luin was grounded and thrown under a waterfall by the Sea King. Don't think of going anywhere until you become an explorer. These were the Sea King's last words. The Sea King's reaction made Luin suspect that Hai Chichi was really unwanted and that this was a forced marriage. The problem was that he really wanted to contact Zhongding Tian and have a chat with him. Not far away, the waterfall let out a huge roar. There was a wooden house next to it, which was his residence. Sighing, he walked towards the wooden house. Elsewhere, Hai Dashao found the Sea King and asked, "Father, Luin clearly doesn't want to marry Chichi. Why are you forcing him?" The Sea King raised his hand, and the Sea King's trident appeared. He spun it around and then stabbed it into the ground. "You pull it out." Hai Dashao shook his head and bitterly said, "I can't pull it out." The Sea King's gaze was deep. "Do you know why?" Hai Dashao shook his head. The Sea King calmly replied, "This spear doesn't belong to this region of space." Hai Dashao was shocked. "What do you mean?" "You don't need to know what that means. All you need to know is that Luin will be a great help to our Sea King's dome in the future. Of course, it's also possible that he'll be our mortal enemy," the Sea King said. Hai Dashao still did not understand, but since the Sea King did not elaborate, he did not ask any further. He planned to ask his elder brother, as he was the only one in the entire Sea King's dome who might know. "Don't ask anyone else. You don't have the right to know. Once you reach your brother's strength, I'll tell you everything," the Sea King said. Hai Dashao's heart sank. If his father said this, then his elder brother would definitely not tell him anything. He respectfully said, "I understand." "Then, how should we deal with Luin?" The Sea King's lips curled up. He's already reached the peak of the Lamita realm and is only a step away from becoming an explorer. Let him cultivate in peace, and once he becomes an explorer, he can take Chi-Chi out to travel the universe. Chi-Chi has always wanted to go out, and that's why she agreed to the selection. If we don't let her go out soon, she'll cause trouble. Hai Dashao frowned. Are we really going to let Chi-Chi marry him? Didn't father say that he might be our mortal enemy? The Sea King had a complicated expression. We'll talk about that later. By the way, father, you've been in seclusion for too long. There's something I need to report to you, Hai Dashao said as he activated his gadget. A star chart appeared on his screen, but it did not depict the inner verse or the outer verse. Instead, it depicted the astral wilderness. The astral wilderness had always been a target of exploration for the three major astral domains, and each great power had their own star charts. Although the Starfalsi did not meddle in the affairs of the inner verse and outer verse, they still had their own ways of obtaining star charts. A few years ago, a substance was discovered in the astral wilderness. It's a naturally formed material that's extremely compressed. It's called pyrolite, and its explosive power is quite terrifying. A single gram can unleash a destructive power of over 10,000, Hai Dashao said. The Sea King's eyes went wide. A single gram can unleash a power level of over 10,000? Yes. Ever since this material was discovered, the great powers of the inner verse and outer verse immediately sent people to explore the astral wilderness. The Sword Sect, Divine Great Hall, Day-Night Clan, and even the Lingling Clan, Sun Family, Yo Court, Wen Family, and other powers all sent people to the astral wilderness. Should we take action? Hai Dashao asked. At that moment, the star chart on the screen disappeared, and an irregular substance appeared in its place. This was pyrolite. Pyrolite's appearance was far more sensational than Hai Dashao's introduction. Ordinary people did not know about it, and only the powers that had stationed people in the astral wilderness knew that a single gram could unleash a power level of over 10,000. Pyrolite was very, very light, but even so, based on its weight, if a thumb-sized piece of pyrolite was developed into a weapon, the destruction it could cause would be enough to make a hunter apprehensive. How many hunters were there in the universe? It seemed like there were many, but in reality, there were far too few of them scattered throughout the universe. The Great Yu Empire, which was close to ruling over Frostwave Weave, only had a handful of hunters, and this was the destructive power of a thumb-sized piece of pyrolite. With the great powers' control over technology, the more pyrolite they had, the greater the destructive power they could unleash. It could even threaten old freaks with power levels in the hundreds of thousands. This was pyrolite's greatest value. There was no upper limit to its destructive power, as it was a strategic resource. Of course, having no upper limit to its destructive power did not mean that 10 grams of pyrolite was equivalent to a power level of 100,000 or 100 grams was equivalent to a power level of 1,000,000. The true meaning of pyrolite was that as the quantity increased, the destructive power would increase proportionally. The Sea King waved a hand to dismiss Hai Dashao as he pondered the situation on his own. He did not care about the conflict between the innerverse and the outerverse, as no one dared to provoke the Sea King's dome. However, he needed pyrolite to blast open a path of hope. That path required a large amount of destructive power, and it would not work with humans. Pyrolite was just right. It was time for the Sea King's dome to take action. Although the Sea King had grounded Luin, he did not prevent him from contacting the outside world. Beneath the waterfall, Luin called Xiao Luo on his gadget. "Congratulations, Brother Lu," Xiao Luo's voice answered. Luin could imagine the expressions of those people who were currently gloating over his misfortune. He had originally planned to go through the motions, but now that he had gone through the motions, it was ridiculous. He had even become someone else's son-in-law, but the strange thing was that they were still trying to force him into a marriage. Cut the crap. I might not be able to leave the Sea King's dome for the time being, Luin said helplessly. Big Pow's voice rang out. Is it that exaggerated? Is the Sea King's daughter that impatient? Shut up, senior. This is the Sea King's dome. If the Sea King hears you, you're done for. Lulu's voice rang out from the gadget. Senior Little Pow, please take care of this. Don't worry. Hey, you guys can't treat me like this. Luin listened to the commotion on the other end of the gadget and sighed. Alright, I'm just informing you guys. As for Feng Yamo and the others, I'll try to ask the Sea King to take care of them. There's no need for the Sea King. Any powerhouse from the Sea King's dome can take care of them, Xiao Luo said. Feng Yamo and the others have already left the Sea King's dome, but we don't know if they've left the Starfall Sea yet, Little Pow said. I'll try to ask the experts of the Sea King's dome to take care of them, Luin said, as he was not sure if he could do so. If Feng Yamo and the Bo Duo are taken care of, then we'll have to leave the Sea King's dome. We won't be able to attend your wedding, Michelle said. Lulu's voice soon followed. A friendly reminder, you spent so much of their money, but you still can't leave. Be careful not to get beaten up, ha 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 ha. Luin felt a headache coming on. He had thought that he would be able to leave after the Sea King's son-in-law selection, which was why he had spent 15,000 star essence without any hesitation. Now that he could not leave, he did not know when the Sea King would receive his reimbursement. Would the Sea King be stingy? This might be a huge sum to others, but it should not be that much to the Sea King. Luin was a little uncertain, as that was 15,000 star essence. The most he had ever received was 1,000, and that had been from robbing the Blackbeard pirates. In the end, he had been chased all the way to the Starfall Sea, which was a 15-fold difference. Right, Lulu, how much did you spend? Luin asked curiously. Me? 30,000. Lulu was pleased with herself. Lu Yin's scalp went numb. He was done for. This debt would not be placed on him, right? After all, they were in the same group. Alright, don't worry. If the Sea King asks, just say that you invested in yourself. After all, you're his son-in-law, so investing some money isn't a big deal, Lulu said generously. Luin was helpless. As expected of the Mavis family. You're so refined when it comes to spending money. Of course. They chatted for a bit before ending the conversation, as there was nothing else to talk about. Luin wanted to find the Sea King or Hai Dashao, as he would not feel at ease letting Xiao Luo and the others leave without dealing with Feng Yamo and the Bo Duo. Right, there was also Faceless. He had disguised himself as a specter and given Faceless an order to eliminate Feng Yamo and the Bo Duo, but he did not know if Faceless would succeed. Speaking of which, if the experts of the Sea King's Dome appeared when the Neo-Human Alliance was trying to eliminate Feng Yamo and the others, it would be very interesting. If that really happened, would he be considered to have cheated the Neo-Human Alliance? Luin pondered. For 2 consecutive days, no one from the Sea King's Dome came looking for Luin. Luin cultivated alone beneath the waterfall. He wanted to leave, but he was blocked by an invisible force. He could not break through this force with his strength, so he was helpless. On the 3rd day, Hai Chichi came and glared at Luin angrily. Luin felt a headache coming on when he saw her. What are you doing here? To see if you're dead, Hai Chichi said. Luin sized her up. It's easy for you to lose friends if you talk like that. You're not worthy, Hai Chichi replied bluntly. She then walked to the waterfall and paddled in distress. Luin pursed his lips and retorted, let me tell you, even if the Sea King forces you, you won't have me. Hai Chichi rolled her eyes. Narcissism is an illness that needs to be treated. I have medicine. For narcissism? For you. My illness is that I'm too benevolent. I actually let you onto my ship. Hai Chichi grit her teeth. Fine, here's your medicine. Eat it, it's for your benevolence. Luin spread out his hands and tossed a pile of mud to her. Hai Chichi was furious, and she glared at Luin. Let me tell you, even if my father wants me to marry you, I won't agree. Give up. Don't even think about boarding the ship that is the Sea King's Dome. Luin seriously replied, I think so too. What do you think I should do to get your father to agree to me breaking off the engagement? Hai Chichi's eyes lit up. You want to break off the engagement? Luin nodded with a serious expression. Hai Chichi was delighted. That's great. Suddenly, she felt that something was amiss, and her expression turned ugly. You're breaking off the engagement? What a joke. I'm the one breaking off the engagement. I came here to talk to you about this. Go on, Luin casually said. Hai Chichi moved closer. It's actually very simple. I just need to make 2 cuts on your face and disfigure it. My father won't allow me to marry someone without good looks. Luin was surprised. You're saying that my looks pass? That's not the point. Also, your looks don't pass. Luin sneered. Don't deny it. Your eyes have already revealed everything. You're spouting nonsense. Shameless. Hai Chichi was furious. Luin rolled his eyes. Alright, contact Hai Dasha for me. I'll think of a way to end this ridiculous marriage. Really? Hai Chichi did not believe him. Impossible. You're lying. No one would refuse to become the Sea King's son-in-law. You think too highly of the Sea King's Dome. I don't care. Luin raised his head. Hai Chichi still didn't believe him, but she had no other choice. Alright, remember what you said. With that, she patted her butt and left. Although this girl was the princess of the Sea King's Dome, she didn't put on any airs. Although she had a vicious tongue, she was still much better than some of the other women who thought of themselves as noble and virtuous. Only the Sea King could raise such a daughter. Not long after, Hai Dashao arrived. His face was cold, and there was even a hint of arrogance in it. This was the attitude that a descendant of the Sea King's Dome should have. What's the matter? Hai Dashao asked coldly. He did not like Luin at all, and this was because Luin and Mu Rong had tried to slip away before Che Han could pull out the Sea King's trident. In Hai Dashao's eyes, this was disrespectful to the Sea King's Dome. Luin asked, the Sea King wants me to become his son-in-law? Hai Dashao's face sank. What? Is the princess of the Sea King's Dome not good enough for you? Luin shook his head. You've misunderstood. Since I'm the Sea King's son-in-law, my safety should be guaranteed. Nonsense. Alright. I hope that the Sea King's dome can help me get rid of a few people. It's precisely because I'm trying to avoid them that I'm here, Luin said. Hai Daxiao frowned. You're talking about Fengmo and the Bo duo. Luin was not surprised that Hai Daxiao had been able to find out. When he had pulled out the Sea King's trident, all of his information should have been reported to the upper echelons of the Sea King's dome. Aside from a few secret matters, nothing else could be hidden from the Sea King's dome. They've already left the Sea King's dome, and you can't go anywhere until you become an explorer. Thus, they won't be a threat to you. Even if you meet them outside, they won't dare to make a move against someone from the Sea King's dome, Hai Daxiao proudly stated. But I still have friends. They have nothing to do with the Sea King's dome, Hai Daxiao coldly replied before turning to leave. Remember, I haven't acknowledged your identity, and neither have the Sea King's dome. Unless you're truly the Sea King's son-in-law, you're not allowed to use any of the Sea King's dome's resources, including protecting your friends. He then disappeared. Luin felt helpless, as he had known that it would not be that easy. If there was really no other choice, then he would have Big Pow and Little Pow remain at the Sea King's dome while the rest of them left. Even if they ran into Fengmo and the others, it would be fine, as they all had powerful backgrounds. Within the Starfall Sea, a small Radiant-grade spacecraft left the Sea King's dome at top speed, rushing towards the entrance of the Starfall Sea. Inside the spacecraft were Fengmo and the Bo duo. The moment Luin had pulled out the Sea King's trident, the three had immediately distanced themselves, regardless of whether they had been acknowledged by the Sea King's dome or not. After surviving in the universe for so long, they would not place themselves in danger. At this moment, the three of them felt extremely conflicted, especially Fengmo. He had chased Lu Yin's group from Chaos Flow Zone all the way to the Starfall Sea, and he had thought that his mission was in the bag. However, not only had an accident occurred midway, but Luin had also become the Sea King's son-in-law. He felt like there was no one he could reason with. For the sake of leaving as soon as possible, the three had even abandoned Fengmo's personal spacecraft. They had boarded Deep Crimson Hall's only Radiant-grade spacecraft and fled. If we could have dealt with these people outside the Starfall Sea, then we wouldn't have ended up in this situation, Bo Jr. said angrily. Bo Sr. immediately glared at him. Shut up. Not too far away, Fengmo's eyes were cold as he stared at the Sea King's dome, which had long since disappeared. He clenched his fists, as this was a humiliation to him. He had failed to kill a group of juniors, and this was not just a humiliation to him, but also to the relentless slayers. When he thought about how Luin had blocked one of his attacks, he could not help but feel uneasy. Bo Sr. walked behind Fengmo. Mr. Feng, this was just a coincidence. Please don't take it to heart. Fengmo coldly replied, it's a fact that we didn't complete the mission. He then looked at Bo Sr. It's not that easy to become the Sea King's son-in-law. During the Sea King's son-in-law selection, those who qualified based on their looks were all fooled by the Sea King. With the Sea King's personality, it's almost impossible for Luin to become his son-in-law. Let me ask you, do you want to capture him? Before Bo Sr. could speak, Bo Jr. hurriedly answered, of course. Only by capturing him can we answer to the Blackbeard pirates. Otherwise, we won't be able to survive in Chaos Flow Zone, and we might even be hunted down for the rest of our lives. Fengmo's gaze was cold. Then we'll wait in the Starfall Sea. But we don't know which direction they'll leave in, Bo Sr. said. Fengmo replied, my relentless slayers will send people to monitor the Sea King's dome's harbor. The moment they leave, they'll report back to me. We'll head to the centermost route, and we'll have enough time to intercept them. Alright, we'll listen to Mr. Feng. Don't worry, as long as we capture Luin, we'll immediately hand that item over to you as a reward, Bo Sr. said softly. Fengmo's eyes blazed, and he nodded without saying anything. At the bottom of the small spacecraft, a black shadow crawled and stuck close to the spacecraft. Fengmo and the Bo duo did not notice that there was someone hiding beneath their feet. 2 days had passed, and Luin had already spoken to Michelle and the others. The Sea King's dome was determined not to help them, but there was nothing they could do. In the end, Big Pow and Little Pow decided to stay at the Sea King's dome while Michelle and the others decided to leave. Big Pow was reluctant to part with Lulu, as she was too rich and straightforward. With money, everything was simple. Why hadn't he built a good relationship with Lulu back at the academy? This was Big Pao's greatest regret. Xiao Luo reminded Lu Ying once again to not forget about their agreement at the Cosmic Sea. However, it would not be that easy for them to leave. They had come via the Sea King's Dome, and if they wanted to leave, they would have to either take a merchant ship from the Sea King's Dome or buy a coded spacecraft. Lulu was very rich and did not care about money, but that did not mean that she liked to waste money. They already had a Radiant-grade spacecraft, and buying another one would be too wasteful. Thus, the group decided to wait for a merchant ship to head to the Starfall Sea's entrance. They did not know how long it would take, but it should be within a few days. Over the past few days, news that Lu Ying was about to become the Sea King's son-in-law began to spread throughout the universe. The Starfall Sea's waters submerged the heavens, and a spacecraft could travel through the water as well as the surface of the sea. Feng Yamo and the Bo duo had already reached the center of the Starfall Sea. As long as Lu Ying and the others set off from the Sea King's Dome, they would be able to intercept them no matter which direction they took. 3 hunters were trying to capture a Lemmeter, and as long as the Sea King's Dome did not interfere, no one would be able to save them. The Bo duo did not have the time to think too much, as the Blackbeard pirates were like a blade that could fall at any moment. The small spacecraft was not large, but it was enough to accommodate dozens of people. Bo Jr. looked up at the sky and quietly cultivated as he absorbed a boundless amount of star energy into his body. He also held a star essence in his palm. He had a power level of 110,000, and his body needed to absorb more than 6,000 star essence to complete a cycle in order to maintain his life. Otherwise, he would enter a period of exhaustion. With his current rate of star energy absorption, it was impossible for him to rely on just absorbing it. He could only rely on star essence. In fact, this was also the method that most space-exploring powerhouses chose, as the amount of star energy in the universe was not enough for them to maintain their lives. Fortunately, completing a cycle took a few dozen years, and as long as he could absorb enough star energy during that time, it would not be too difficult for him to complete. Only a few people with extraordinary innate gifts could easily enter a period of exhaustion because they progressed too quickly and needed to work hard to earn more star essence. Mr. Feng's innate gift was much stronger than theirs, and he had a power level of 150,000. He could complete a cycle in less than 10 years, so he needed to earn enough star essence to maintain his life. Sometimes, having a little bit of innate gift was a good thing. Without a background, the stronger one's innate gift, the easier it was for them to die at the space-exploring realm. It should be known that once one entered a period of exhaustion, their entire being would change, and no one would be willing to enter that state. Bo Jr. collected his thoughts and tried his best to remain calm. Not far below him, a figure suddenly opened his eyes at the bottom of the spacecraft. A black stream of air flowed through the cracks in the spacecraft and gradually appeared in Bo Jr.'s room. The next moment, the spacecraft sounded an alarm, and Feng Yamo, Bo Sr., and Bo Jr. all stood up in bewilderment. This kind of alarm meant that there was a powerful enemy nearby. Suddenly, Bo Jr.'s pupils shrank as he saw the black stream of air behind him through the metal. It was like the color of a grim reaper, and it wrapped around his legs. His entire body went cold, and he reflexively reacted. A pale face appeared in front of him, completely devoid of blood. Its pupils were deathly pale, and they formed a strange pattern. Seeing this pair of eyes, Bo Lauer's heart trembled. The blood on his face receded like the tide, and his expression became confused in an instant. His pupils became unfocused. With a swoosh, the head flew into the air and smashed into the metal wall of the room. Blood gushed out from the body and splashed all over the room. With a bang, the door to Bo Lauer's room shattered. Bo Lauda was standing outside. Inside the room, it was like a scene from hell. The pale-faced figure slowly turned around. The soles of his feet were covered in scarlet blood, and behind him stood a headless corpse. Second bro. Senior Bo howled as he attacked the figure like a madman. The entire spacecraft instantly exploded, unable to withstand the explosive might of a hunter. The void outside the spacecraft began to distort. The figure did not move. In front of him, the black air current swept towards Bo de Bo Da's attack was drowned in the black air current without any ripples. This scene caused Bo Da to be shocked. His scalp went numb, and he retreated at top speed. At the same time, Feng Yamo arrived. When he saw the black stream of air, his pupils constricted. This is. The figure walked out of the room, its wide eyes staring at Feng Yamo. Feng Yamo immediately turned his back to the figure and shouted, "Spectre Clan. You're from the Spectre Clan." The Relentless Slayers had infiltrated the Dark World, and they were the strongest assassin organization in Chaos Flow Zone. In fact, they were even one of the top assassin organizations in the Innerverse, and they knew many secrets that others did not. Feng Yamo had barely managed to enter the upper echelons of the Relentless Slayers, so he knew a few things, including the Spectre Clan. The Relentless Slayers had clashed with the Spectre race and the Neo-Human Alliance more than once, resulting in heavy casualties. If Chaos Flow Zone was said to be the gathering of the Innerverse dark side, then the Relentless Slayers were the darkness within the darkness. The Spectre Clan was the deepest darkness, and even the fearless Relentless Slayers did not dare to provoke them. Each of the three Dark Hands was powerful enough to topple the human domain, and they were truly colossal existences. There were countless matters in the universe that excluded the three Dark Hands, such as the 10 Arbiters evaluation and the top 100 rankings. Facing the Spectre race expert, Feng Mo's first thought was to flee. He did not even dare to look him in the eye. He did not even dare to make eye contact. Bo Sr. did not understand the Spectre Clan at all, and he had never even heard of them. He only wanted to avenge Bo Jr. "Mr. Feng, help me kill him. He's also a hunter, and he won't be able to stop the two of us. As long as you kill him, I'll immediately give you that item." Feng Mo's eyes flashed. "The risk is too great, unless you hand it over to me first." Bo Sr. had already been blinded by hatred, and he did not even think about it before retrieving something from his cosmic ring and handing it over to Feng Yamo. At this moment, the Spectre race being was slowly approaching the two of them. Black streams of air had already filled the entire cabin, and the spacecraft was rapidly descending. It was no longer possible to continue flying. "Mr. Feng, make your move." Old Bo barked as he ferociously attacked the Spectre race member. His hunter's strength completely exploded, and the spacecraft was instantly destroyed. A huge energy vortex stirred up the surrounding seawater. Although the spaceship was destroyed, the surrounding black air currents did not dissipate. Seeing Bo De attack, Feng Yamo raised his hand and attacked the surrounding black air currents. The Spectre race clansman's eyes met Bo Lao's. Bo Lao's mind instantly went blank, just like Bo Lao's. However, he was much more vigilant than Bo Lao's. Feng Mo's reaction to the Spectre race clansman had caused him to be on guard. In the instant that his mind went blank, he tore open the flesh on his thigh. The intense pain caused him to regain consciousness, but the Spectre race clansman still managed to close in on him and land a palm on his chest. Bo Lao spat out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes were filled with shock. His opponent's battle prowess was about the same as his own, yet he was able to crush him. He had never heard of the Spectre clan before. He turned to look at Feng Yamo, only to find that Feng Yamo was attacking the black air currents. "Mr. Feng, are you going to break your promise?" Bo Lao barked, his tone full of resentment. Feng Yamo ignored him and used his strongest strength to tear open a gap and escape. Bo Lao roared and tore through the void to chase after Feng Yamo, but the Spectre race clansman waved his hand, causing the black air currents to instantly disappear. Then, they reappeared even further away and expanded their encirclement to form a sphere that completely sealed Feng Yamo and Bo Lao within. Feng Mo's face was deathly pale, and he looked at the Spectre race clansman in horror. "Let's work together and kill him." Bo Lao roared at Feng Yamo. Feng Yamo trembled. Bo Lao had never seen a powerhouse with a power level of 150,000 like Feng Yamo before, but he had no time to think. The Spectre race clansman had already closed in on him, and the Spectre race clansman raised a hand, causing the black air currents to transform into a scythe that slashed down. It was very slow, but Bo Lao could not avoid it. There was nowhere for him to dodge, so he could only face it head-on. Blood splattered everywhere as Bo Lao was cleaved in two. Before he died, his eyes were filled with malevolence and confusion. He did not know why such a monster had appeared to chase after him, nor did he know who he had offended. If he had stayed in the Sea King's dome, such a monster would not have dared to show itself. Not far away, Feng Mo's scalp was about to explode. He recalled the scene of the Relentless Slayer Sr. being killed, and his fear surged like a tide. He slowly retreated until he was at the edge of the black air current's encirclement. The spectre race clansman slowly closed in like a grim reaper. He raised his giant scythe and viciously slashed down, just like how he had faced Bo Lao. Feng Yamo suddenly took out a mirror and raised it to clash with the scythe. This mirror was something that Bo Lao had given him. The black scythe viciously slashed at the mirror, and a strange scene occurred. The mirror reflected another scythe, which was exactly the same as the first, and it slashed through the void at the spectre race clansman. For the first time, the spectre race clansman revealed a look of shock, and he immediately retreated. Feng Yamo changed his direction and viciously slashed at the black air current encircling him. The black air current was sliced apart, and another gap appeared. Feng Yamo fled without looking back. The spectre race clansman did not pursue him, as there was a planet in front of him. In the Starfall Sea, a planet meant that there was an old monster with a power level in the hundreds of thousands. He could not be exposed to sunlight. When Feng Yamo saw the planet in front of him, he heaved a sigh of relief. His eyes burned with passion as he looked at the mirror. That idiot Bo Lao did not understand how powerful this mirror was, and of course, neither did Feng Yamo. However, he was very clear about its origins. How could something that had fallen out of that place be simple? He had used this mirror as a gamble, and it had paid off, giving him a chance to survive. Without the mirror, he would have been cut in half like Bo Lao had. Even if he had a power level of 150,000, he still would not have been able to block that spectre race clansman's scythe. Now that he had the mirror, Feng Yamo grew excited. His power level was no longer as simple as 150,000. The reason he had chased after Lu Yin's group for the sake of the Bo duo was to obtain this mirror. Now that he had the mirror, and the Bo duo were dead, he did not plan on tangling with Lu Yin's group. He had not forgotten that those people's backgrounds left him speechless, especially Lu Yin, who was the Sea King's prospective son-in-law. Lu Yin had not lived long enough, so he did not have the time to deal with them. They were lucky. But why had the spectre race clansmen attacked them? This puzzled Feng Yamo, and it also made him uneasy. He was afraid that the mirror would reflect a limited amount of power the next time they met an expert from the spectre race. If the spectre race clansman's strength exceeded the mirror's ability to withstand, then he would be finished. No, he had to hide for a while. Lu Yin did not know that the Bo duo were already dead. His mission to Faceless had been successful, but Faceless was destined to be unable to report back to him. Beneath the waterfall, Lu Yin was in a difficult position. The Sea King wanted him to break through to the Explorer realm before he could leave, but he did not feel anything about breaking through. Even if he had a 5-stage formcast model, it was useless if he did not have the confidence to break through. The consequences of failure were severe. He did not know when he would be able to break through. Was he going to be trapped here forever? Also, he had not forgotten what had happened to him when he had broken through to the Melder realm. Although he had fainted from the pain of breaking through, he still had some recollection of it. His breakthrough had not been as easy as other people's breakthroughs, even if he had felt the sensation of breaking through. This was also why he had come to the Rain Observatory to break through. Breaking through to the Explorer realm required a powerhouse to protect him. The Sea King could do that, but the problem was that Lu Yin could not just be trapped here for a few years. The Fates End that had fused into his left arm and right leg had awakened, and just as Mr. Mu had said, they had all awakened Earth. The 3 grains of Fates End could fuse together to form an even larger Earth. Lu Yin was speechless, but the Earth's defenses were astonishing. Even if he were to fight Qingwu alone, he could guarantee that he would not lose. Qingwu would be so shocked by Lu Yin's defenses that he would start doubting himself. Of course, it would not be easy for him to break through Qingwu's bell. Lu Yin wanted to test his physical strength at his peak, and he did not know how many times his shockwave palm could increase by. If he used the Fates End in his heart, he could unseal his physical strength and increase his shockwave palm by 50 times. If he unsealed all 3 grains of Fates End, he might be able to increase it by 60, 70, or even 80 times. Unfortunately, he could not test it out here, or else the Sea King would notice. He was not naive enough to believe that the Sea King had decided on him as his son-in-law just because he had taken one look at him. There might be other reasons, and Lu Yin did not know if these reasons were good or bad for him. Just as he was looking through the items in his cosmic ring, Lu Yin's expression changed. He looked up and saw a beautiful figure tear through the void and slowly appear. Was it Hai Chi again? No. Lu Yin's eyes trembled as he looked at the girl in front of him. Her attire was exactly the same as Starsibel's from the Astral Combat Academy. Was she Starsibel? Are you surprised? You know me? That's right, you should know someone who has the same title as me. Starsibel slowly walked over, her bright eyes looking at Luin. Luin had not expected to see Starsibel here. Of course, she was not the one from the Astral Combat Academy, but rather the famous space-exploring Starsibel. The first time he had heard of Starsibel's name was back on Earth. Zhou Shan had described Bai Shui as the goddess of the Luo River, and Geraldine had mentioned Starsibel. That was the first time Luin had heard of Starsibel's name, and the Starsibel that Geraldine had mentioned should be the one in front of him. Of course, after leaving the Great Yu Empire, Luin knew that Geraldine had lied. With her status, it was impossible for her to meet Starsibel. Her so-called worship of Starsibel was just hearsay. However, if even an ant-like person from the remote frost wave we've had heard of her, it was clear that Starsibel's reputation was resounding throughout the universe. Now, Luin had finally met her. Are you wondering why I came looking for you? Starsibel smiled as she looked at Luin. Luin leapt up and arrived in front of Starsibel. The two were now less than 2 meters apart. Anyone would think that. Is this what you've divined? You're rejecting me. Starsibel smiled. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. He had always rejected this so-called divination, and he had never believed in it. He had subconsciously shown it. No, I'm just asking. Starsibel stared into Lu Yin's eyes. I'm here because I have a question for you. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. He had heard that Starsibel, who was a star explorer, had sent out invitations throughout the universe, and she had asked all the young elites of the universe a question. He had never thought that she would come knocking on his door one day. What is it? Starsibel was about to speak when Luin suddenly said, Hold on, where's the invitation? The smile in Starsibel's eyes grew even wider. Although you reject divination, it's not like you can't accept it. I'm very happy. She then took out a very ordinary invitation letter and handed it over to him. The words Starsibel were engraved on the letter, and it was very beautiful. Even though it had been written by a woman, it carried a boundless and unadorned aura, as well as an indescribable spirit. Luin carefully examined the invitation. This was an invitation from the famous Starsibel, and it was said that only young elites who had reached a certain level could receive one. He had heard that only a few people in the entire Astral Combat Academy had received an invitation from Starsibel, and not even the student leaders of the various academies had received one. After looking at it for a while, Luin returned the invitation to Starsibel. Starsibel said, Take it. It might be useful in the future. With this, you can receive a certain amount of help from the Starsibel sect. Luin did not refuse. As long as it was something that was given to him for free and harmless, he would not reject it. After all, it did not take up much space. As for the Starsibel sect's help, he did not take it to heart. You can ask now, Luin said. Starsibel's eyes were deep as she looked at Luin. It was as if a part of the starry sky was about to suck in his gaze. How can I become stronger? Luin was stunned and thought that he had misheard. What did you say? Starsibel's expression grew serious as she repeated herself. How can I become stronger? Luin blinked. You're asking me this? It seems like you're stronger than me. Starsibel was from the same generation as the 10 arbiters, but she was not included in the top 100 rankings. This was not to say that her power level was not up to par, but rather that no one knew Starsibel's true power level, so there was no way to rank her. However, many people said that her power was not inferior to the top 10 of the top 100 rankings, and Luin admitted that he was no match for her. You only need to answer me. How can you become stronger? Starsibel asked solemnly, looking very serious. Don't spout nonsense, 7th bro. This woman is trying to figure out the direction of your cultivation and your spirit. She's using this to calculate your future accomplishments. People who can make such calculations are very terrifying, as they can use even a few words to their advantage. Luin frowned, as the monkey's words made his hair stand on end. It couldn't be that mystical, right? It was just a sentence, and it wasn't like Luing couldn't lie. Besides, he really didn't believe in divination. Of course, even if he didn't believe in divination, he would not confide in Starsabil. Only a fool would speak the truth. Luing glanced at Starsabil and thought for a moment. Just as he was about to speak, she suddenly said, "Brother Lu, think carefully before you speak. This is not a question I want to ask, but rather the sect master of the Starsabil sect. Based on your answer, the Starsabil sect's attitude towards you will change." Luing raised his brows. What? Will the Starsabil sect still hunt me down if my answer is not good enough? Starsabil's expression turned solemn. Of course not. However, you know the 10 Arbiter scholar Xianxia, and his answer satisfied the sect master. Thus, the Starsabil sect has opened its doors to him, and he can use the Starsabil sect's divination abilities. You're a smart person, so you should know what it means for the Starsabil sect to open its doors to someone. Lu Yin's expression turned serious. The Starsabil sect was a mysterious sect, and no one knew how powerful it was. It had existed since ancient times, and it seemed that everyone trusted the sect's divination abilities. Even the top 100 rankings were said to be set by the Astral Combat Academy, but in reality, there were rumors that the Starsabil sect was the one behind it. Only the Starsabil sect had the ability to divine the entire universe, including the top 100. The Starsabil sect was a sect that everyone trusted and could divine the future, but it was not coveted by the Day-Night clan or the Sword sect. Just this point alone was enough to prove how terrifying it was. If he could obtain the Starsabil sect's help, then his influence would be much greater than if he became the Sea King's son-in-law. Although the Sea King was powerful, he was the master of the Starfall Sea. The Innerverse and Outerverse did not dare to provoke him, but they still feared him. On the other hand, the Starsabil sect had the ability to influence the entire universe. Regardless of whether Lu Ying believed it or not, as long as others believed it, then the so-called divination would be valid. It had to be said that Starsabil's words had moved Lu Yin's heart. He looked at her seriously and considered her question. "Seventh bro, if you can obtain the Starsabil sect's help, then you'll be awesome. The Starsabil sect is as famous as the Astral Beast Domain Skymender, and they're an existence that makes people feel helpless. However, your answer might become one of the bargaining chips that the Starsabil sect uses to divine your future." Think carefully, the monkey said. Lu Yin's eyes flickered, and he turned to look at the waterfall. Starsabil was not in a hurry. Aside from a few people, everyone else would seriously consider his question, and some would even take a long time to think about it. After all, the Starsabil sect was too important, and many people had the same dream, to obtain her. Whoever obtained Starsabil would obtain the future. It was unknown who had spread this saying, but many people believed it. Thus, many people tried to think of ways to make bold claims in an attempt to capture Starsabil's heart. The sound of the waterfall's water was very loud, and it was accompanied by the falling rocks. Water droplets splashed onto Lu Yin's face, and he felt a little cold. He raised his head and looked up at the sky. Strong. This word encompassed the entire universe. Everyone wanted to become strong, but how? Some people were born with limitless resources, while others had no resources at all, but they had endless opportunities. There were also people who cultivated diligently. There were countless people in the universe who pursued strength. He thought back to the explorer who had knelt before Guerre on the Astral River, Arkansas. That explorer had gone to the Innerverse to become stronger and had not hesitated to sacrifice his dignity. He thought back to the explorers who had died in the centipede's body. They had all taken risks to become stronger. He thought back to his seniors, Big Pow and Little Pow. They wanted revenge, so they had gone to the Astral Combat Academy to become stronger. He thought back to many people. Although he had not cultivated for long, he had encountered many things along the way. In summary, everyone was sacrificing something to become stronger, and he was no different. Before he had started cultivating, he had not placed much importance on money, but now, he was thinking of ways to earn money. These were all sacrifices. So, how could he become stronger? Sacrifice himself? Even he himself was at a loss. The monkey had said that Starsabil could use this answer to divine a person's spirit and future, but a person's spirit was not predetermined. Since ancient times, dynasties had changed, and the last emperor might not have been a descendant of an aristocratic family, but he might have been a beggar. It was impossible to predict a person's future based on a single answer. However, if Starsabil could really divine his future based on a single answer, then Luin was looking forward to it. This was because his answer was rather unique. After thinking for a long time, Luin turned to look at Starsabil. "Can you tell me how the others answered? Who do you want to know?" Starsabil did not refuse. Answers could be the same or different. If this man really did copy someone else's answer, then his future would be forever under that person's control. "When Xianxia," Luin said. Starsabil smiled. "Read more, and you can become stronger." Luin was not surprised, as this was When Xianxia's answer. "What about Night King Zhenwu?" Luin asked. Starsabil's eyes flashed. "He doesn't need to become stronger because everyone is destined to be weaker than him." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Those were his exact words? Starsabil nodded. Luin frowned. How bold. Should he say, as expected of one of the 10 arbiters, Zhenwu? What about Lan Si? Luin asked again. Starsabil replied, one step at a time. This was the most standard answer, and there was nothing special about it. However, it also reflected the strength of his heart, as he did not need to think about how to become stronger. He only needed to take one step at a time, and he would naturally become the strongest. Luin had only asked about the 10 arbiters, and he only knew the names of these 3. Finally, he looked at Starsabil seriously. I want to know your answer. Starsabil smiled, and her eyes were deep and bottomless. I don't need to answer because I have no plans to become stronger. Luin retracted his gaze and looked up at the sky above the Sea King's dome. Finally, he solemnly looked at Starsabil. Listen well, my answer is, at this point, Hai Dashao appeared not too far away and stared at Luin. Luin did not know that the Sea King was also staring at him from the void. Starsabil had asked this question to too many people, and it had to be said that the answer could indeed reflect a person's boldness. Boldness determined the future and the situation. My answer is to earn more money, and I can become stronger. Lu Yin's answer was very serious and sincere, but his answer clearly stunned Starsabil. Was there a connection between strength and money? One was cultivation, which was the highest goal in life, while the other was vulgar money. Cultivation required resources, but no one would admit that they cultivated for the sake of resources. Such people were known as vulgar. Hai Dashao casually waved his hand. I'm just a commoner. He then left with an ugly expression. The Sea King retracted his gaze and did not say anything. Starsabil smiled. Brother Lu's answer is really unexpected. Are you serious? Very serious, Luin replied. He had never been as serious as he was at this moment, and he had fully displayed his obsession with money in front of Starsabil. This was a fact, the more money he had, the stronger he would become. To him, this was true. If he was given all of the Mavis family's wealth, Luin dared to say that he could use his Dai's third possession to upgrade certain things to the point that even the Sea King would doubt his own existence. With money, he could upgrade his formcast model, and with money, he could upgrade all sorts of natural treasures. With money, he even wondered if he could throw himself up and upgrade himself. In short, as long as he had money, he would have limitless possibilities. He was serious, and that was his answer. 7th bro, I can see that you want to use money to buy the universe. Work hard, and one day, go to the Starsabil sect and buy the Starsabil to be your maid. The monkey snickered, but he did not mock Luin, as he could sense that Luin was serious. Everyone had their own goals, and Starsabil had seen all sorts of answers. However, Lu Yin's answer left her somewhat confused. Those who were qualified to be asked questions by her were all top geniuses, and the sons of major corporations and businessmen did not even have the qualifications to meet her. Thus, they would not be able to talk about something as refreshing as earning money. Luin was the first to do so. She was now a little confused, as she felt that this man's answer was the least imposing, but it could also be the most imposing. Is my answer strange? Luin asked with a probing look. Starsabil looked at Luin and could only say, everyone has their own goals. Luin grunted. How does my answer compare to Xianxia's? Starsabil was shocked, as she had not expected Luine to dare to ask such a question. Was there even a comparison? One was studying while the other was earning money. Even a fool would be able to make a comparison. She did not know where Luine had gotten the confidence to compare himself to Xianxia. Starsabil did not answer. Instead, she said, "Brother Lu, I still have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave." Luine nodded. "All right." Starsabil turned to leave, but Luine suddenly thought of something and shouted, "Right, I saw your grandpa Jiao." Starsabil paused and turned around with an ugly expression. "Brother Lu, please watch your words." Luine replied, "Xianxia? Not your grandpa Jiao? He's carrying a large banner with the word Starsabil's grandpa Jiao written on it." Starsabil frowned, as she rarely treated others with such an attitude. She always had a mysterious smile on her face. "This person has nothing to do with me, so please don't mention him in the future." She then tore through the void and left. Luine stood in place and muttered to himself. He was not trying to anger Starsabil, but rather, he was trying to probe Xianxia's situation. Xianxia had once told him that he could look into the eyes of the dead. He had not understood it before, but this time, he had encountered a specter and had even fused his Dai's possession into a specter's body. Death Qi. If that was the case, then what Xianxia had told him back then wasn't the past, but the future. Luine wanted to know if this Xianxia had the ability to perform divination. Judging from Starsabil's attitude, this Xianxia was definitely not simple. Starsabil clearly did not want to bother with this person, but she did not intend to pursue the matter. "That's right, I think I saw Hai Dashao just now. He should have heard my answer and hoped that he would be disappointed and ask the Sea King to let me go." "Seventh bro, I have a question that's been bothering me," the monkey said. "You want to know why I want to earn so much money?" Luine asked. The monkey replied, "No, I just wanted to ask you where the money you earned went." Luine pursed his lips, as this was a difficult question to answer. "That's a private matter. Don't ask." The monkey was speechless. "Speaking of which, seventh bro, did you spend money when you blocked me?" "You need to block me? Could it be that you went to that place?" Luine was stunned. "Where?" "I've heard that humans are very fond of such places, and many people crazily yearn for them." "Seventh bro, you should be the same, right? But can such places really cost that much money?" the monkey guessed. Luine frowned. "What kind of place are you talking about?" "It's the place where humans release their most primal instincts and get excited. Luine knew what the damned monkey was talking about. "I didn't go there." "Don't make wild guesses." "You didn't go there?" "That's impossible." "Otherwise, where did your money go?" "It must have been spent on gaming equipment." The monkey was very certain. Luine was stunned. "Gaming equipment?" "Of course. You humans have developed countless battle games, and many youths are addicted to the internet. Seventh bro, you must have spent all your money on battle techniques as well." Luine did not want to say anything else. "Seventh bro, I advise you not to get addicted to games. Those battle techniques are all fake, so don't even think about using them in real life." Luine blocked his right arm again, which was very annoying. As time passed, the news that Luine was about to become the Sea King's son-in-law spread faster and faster. Even the closest Chaos Flow Zone, the Day-Night Flow Zone, had heard about it. When Night Queen Yanqing found out about this, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She had been anxiously waiting for her clan to ignore Lu Yin's matters so that she could suppress him as much as she wanted. However, in the blink of an eye, Luine had gained an even greater backer, the Sea King, a terrifying powerhouse that not even the Day-Night clan dared to provoke. There was a thump as Night Queen Yanqing punched the ground. Dealing with Luine had become her obsession, and she had never been so defeated in her entire life. Not only had she been defeated by Luine in front of everyone, but she could not even rely on her clan's strength to deal with him. She could even use her influence as a Night Queen to imprison Zhanlong Day-Night, but it had been useless against Luine. She knew his weakness, but she could not deal with him. This sullen feeling was driving her crazy. This had happened several times, and every time she wanted to act, she would be inexplicably hindered. Luine had already become her inner demon. At this moment, her gadget rang, and Night Queen Yanqing accepted the call. A face that she loathed was displayed on her screen. Yanqing, break through to the Explorer realm as soon as possible. The clan will send you into the astral wilderness to search for a certain substance. Night King Yuanjing was on the screen, and it was this old man who had always hindered her from dealing with Luine. Night Queen Yanqing hated him to the core, but there was nothing she could do. Understood, Elder, Night Queen Yanqing replied in a low voice. Night King Yuanjing stared at Night Queen Yanqing seriously. I'll warn you again, do not deal with Luine. He's not someone you can touch. The clan has its own plans. Night Queen Yanqing's eyes flashed coldly, and she immediately ended the call. She looked up and clenched her fists. She would wait. As long as her brother became the leader of the Night King clan, she would be second only to him and above everyone else. That day would not be far off. After contacting Night Queen Yanqing, Night King Yuanjing immediately contacted Luine. He urgently wanted to talk to Luine, as the Sea King's background was not weak. Once this person became the Sea King's son-in-law, the Day-Night clan would need to use him to enter the Starfall Sea and explore that place that countless people yearned for. The call was quickly connected, and Lu Yin's face appeared on the screen. At this moment, Lu Yin was reciting the Stonewall scriptures, as he had nothing to do. He had not expected Night King Yuanjing to contact him. Hello, Grandpa Yuanjing, Lu Yin greeted with a warm smile. It was as if he had completely forgotten about his scheming against Night King Yuanjing on the spacecraft. The wrinkles on Night King Yuanjing's face curled into a smile, and he looked very benevolent. Little Yin, Grandpa is relieved to see that you're fine. I heard that you participated in the Sea King's son-in-law selection and faced many strong opponents. Don't force yourself. Lu Yin immediately expressed his gratitude with a sincere expression. Thank you for your concern, Grandpa Yuanjing. I'm fine. Night King Yuanjing comforted him. That's good, that's good. Right, I've translated the words that you gave me. Do you want to know? Lu Yin's heart trembled, and he looked at Night King Yuanjing in shock. This old man was actually willing to share the information, which meant that the Sea King's deterrence was far greater than Lu Yin had imagined. This meant that he no longer had to worry about the safety of Frostwave Weave. It seemed that he should still maintain his status as the Sea King's son-in-law until he had the ability to protect himself. However, since Night King Yuanjing was willing to share the meaning of the words with him, it should not be too important. Grandpa Yuanjing, this is a secret of the Day-Night clan, and it's not convenient for Little Yin to know, Lu Yin said awkwardly, even though he really wanted to know. Night King Yuanjing smiled. You call me Grandpa, so the Night King clan is your home. Of course, your family members will know. Lu Yin felt nauseous. This old man was really hypocritical, but of course, he was not any worse. He had a grateful expression on his face. Thank you, Grandpa. Night King Yuanjing grunted, satisfied with Lu Yin's attitude. The translation of the words is, I hate that I cannot protect my master until the rain clears. Hate. 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 Lu Yin was puzzled. What did that mean? It sounded like a lot of resentment. Night King Yuanjing replied, this should be related to the grudges of some ancient powerhouses. My Day-Night clan doesn't know the specifics, but Little Yin, if you have the opportunity, you can learn more about it. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. If even the Day-Night clan doesn't know about it, then Little Yin doesn't have much hope. Thank you, Grandpa Yuanjing, for not treating Little Yin as an outsider. Ha 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 ha, how can you be an outsider? Right, are you at the Sea King's dome? Night King Yuanjing asked, as this was what he was most concerned about. Lu Yin nodded and helplessly replied, the Sea King has grounded me. He said that I have to break through to the Explorer realm before he can let me go, which is quite troublesome. Night King Yuanjing solemnly replied, this is the Sea King's nurturing of you. Little Yin, you must remember to be grateful. Lu Yin's expression changed. Little Yin understands. Grandpa Yuanjing, don't worry. Night King Yuanjing grunted. You can rest assured about Frostwave Weave. With my Day-Night clan around, no one will interfere. Thank you, Grandpa Yuanjing, Lu Yin said gratefully. Not long after, Luin ended the call and muttered to himself. The Sea King's influence was enough for him to be worry-free, which was something he had not expected. Even a Night King elder had come over to curry favor with the Sea King, which meant that he could become the Sea King's prospective son-in-law. Also, the Day-Night clan had been able to translate the language so quickly. The language had been so old that even the walls had been reduced to dust, but the Day-Night clan had still been able to translate it. This clan's background was terrifying, and it definitely exceeded Lu Yin's expectations. Was he going to have to feign civility with old man Yuan Jing for the rest of his life? Actually, as long as he could become the Sea King's son-in-law, nothing would be a problem. However, Hai Chi-Chi's personality was not something he could accept, and what about Ming Yen? Lu Yin had cultivated to this point precisely so that he would not be restricted. If he had to give up his love just to obtain the Sea King's support, then what was the point of cultivating? There were things that a man could do, and there were things that he could not do. He could endure humiliation, but he would not give up on the perseverance in his heart, even if it meant death. Of course, even if he wanted to become the Sea King's son-in-law, it would not be that easy. The Sea King seemed to have acknowledged him, but Lu Yin did not know the specifics. He was not so narcissistic that he would actually be forced into marriage by the Sea King. Everything was still unknown, and everything was in the Sea King's hands. This was not a good feeling. His biggest headache right now was how to leave. Breaking through to the Explorer realm was still a long way off. Up until now, the humans had divided the universe into simple categories: the human domain, the astral beast domain, the technocracy, and the astral wilderness. No one knew how large the astral wilderness was or whether there were any civilizations that surpassed the human civilization. Of course, regardless of whether it was the humans, the astral beasts, or the technocracy, they were all exploring the astral wilderness. The star wilderness was like a black fog that shrouded the entire universe. All intelligent life wanted to uncover this black fog, but they did not know how large the black fog was or how dangerous it was. It was even possible that the three major star fields combined were no more than 100th, 1,000th, or even 1,000,000th of the star wilderness. The universe was governed by the law of the jungle, and all intelligent civilizations were hunters who hunted other civilizations in this dark forest. In the astral wilderness, humans were filled with confusion. They were only able to explore a small area, but they had already discovered many shocking things in this small area. For example, there was an extremely compressed substance called pyrolite. Just 1 gram of it could release a destructive power level of nearly 10,000. If all of the pyrolite were to explode, the destructive power would be immeasurable. This was a strategic resource, and it was something that all organizations who knew about this substance would fight over. Unfortunately, the production of pyrolite was extremely low. Even though the humans had probing methods, there was still a limit to what they could find. However, no organization would give up. They were certain that there was an extremely high production of pyrolite somewhere in the astral wilderness, and they had determined that it was in a certain area of the astral wilderness that was close to the outerverse North Castle Weave. North Castle Weave was not famous in the human domain, but many people knew about it because it was one of the 72 weaves in the outerverse that was closest to the astral wilderness. To its south was Frostwave Weave. In the darkness of outer space, 2 giant astral beasts were moving about. One of them was shaped like a mantis, while the other was shaped like a giant python. A person stood on top of each beast's head, and they wore clothes that did not belong to Frostwave Weave. They stared arrogantly at a fleeing figure in front of them. "There's no need to struggle. Your entire dynasty has been destroyed, so what's the point of leaving you behind? Commander Anfield allowed you to join the 2nd grade hall because of your power level of 60,000. Why aren't you grateful, the man on top of the mantis?" Beast shouted, his voice echoing throughout outer space. 2nd grade hall, there will come a day when I, Ding Xing, will have my revenge for the destruction of my dynasty. What a joke. Forget about a mere cruiser from North Castle Weave. Even if your entire North Castle Weave worked together, you still wouldn't be able to deal with my 2nd grade hall. Since you don't know how to appreciate my kindness, then you can just die. The man then exerted force with one of his legs, causing a strange undulation to spread out. Beneath his feet, a mantis-like astral beast raised its scythe and slashed forward. Its slashing wind tore through space, and its attack, which had a power level of over 50,000, even sliced apart a planet. The impact of the planet's explosion was quite large. Dingxing used the force of the explosion to charge forward and spit out a mouthful of blood. The mantis-like beast waved its scythe and tore apart the aftermath of the planet's explosion. It charged at Dingxing, raised its scythe, and slashed down. Dingxing's pupils shrank. Only now did he realize that this expert from the second-grade hall had been toying with him. With the mantis's speed, there was no way he could dodge it. I can't accept this. My Greatsword dynasty shouldn't be destroyed like this. The man from the second-grade hall sneered. You're just an ant. The scythe slashed down, and just as it was about to behead Dingxing, grains of sand appeared in outer space and drifted in front of Dingxing's eyes. Dingxing's face turned ashen. Was he already dead? Was this an illusion? Was there sand in hell? Bang! The huge collision forced both the mantis and Dingxing back, and fine grains of sand floated between them. Dingxing had survived the desperate situation, but he was still in a daze. Across from him, the second-grade hall expert's face sank as he looked to his right. There, a figure quietly floated with a single hand raised. The grains of sand had come from that person, and it was his innate gift. Who are you? How dare you interfere with the second-grade hall's matters? The second-grade hall expert on top of the mantis asked coldly. The next moment, the giant python-like astral beast appeared, and there was also a man standing on top of its head who was coldly staring to the right. The grains of sand drifted and gradually shrank back into the figure's body. The figure looked up and said, Great Yu Empire, 8th Captain of the 13 Imperial Squadrons, Shalash. Dingxing was ecstatic. The 13 Imperial Squadrons had appeared. Right, this was Frostwave Weave. The two second-grade hall experts looked at each other with arrogance in their eyes. You're from Frostwave Weave? I advise you to leave immediately. We're from the Innerverse Beast Tamers Flowzone's second-grade hall. You have no right to interfere in our matters. Shalash's face sank. This place belongs to the Great Yu Empire, not the Beast Tamers Flowzone. The man on top of the giant python sneered. You actually dare to talk back? It seems like the Innerverse hasn't made a move against the Outerverse in a long time. These border natives really dare to take advantage of us. Fine, I'll kill you and bring your head back to the so-called Great Yu Empire. Let's see if your ruler has the guts to avenge you. He then urged the giant python-like astral beast to roar at Shalash. Shalash spun his hand, and the grains of sand split into 2, then 4, and finally formed a giant sandstorm that filled the entire region. It swept towards the second-grade hall expert. This was no ordinary sandstorm, but rather one that contained Shalash's star energy. Every grain of sand was capable of piercing through an explorer. This was something that Undying Yushan had taught him, and it was also his trump card. The man on top of the giant python's head paled when he sensed how terrifying the sandstorm was. He hurriedly retreated, but the mantis-like astral beast rushed forward and slashed out with its scythe in an attempt to cut through the sandstorm. However, the scythe only thing that came into contact with the sandstorm was sparks. It tore through the void, but it was unable to cut through the sandstorm. This result shocked both of them. Since when had cruisers in the Outerverse become so strong that they could even fight 1 against 2? No one could understand the strength of the 13 Imperial Squadrons. They were the embodiment of Undying Yushan's ambition to dominate Frostwave Weave and even the surrounding weaves. They did not have much power, but the strength of each captain had been personally selected by Undying Yushan. Undying Yushan had roamed the Innerverse and entered the top 30 of the top 100 rankings. His foresight was not something that the Outerverse could compare to, and he had even taught them the battle techniques of the Yu family. It could be said that the captains of the 13 Imperial Squadrons were powerhouses that surpassed the common understanding of the Outerverse, and they were comparable to the Innerverse elites. If not for the Neo-Human Alliance's intervention, then Zhu Lang, D.O., Batson, and Faluth would not have died. The blind monk had single-handedly suppressed a hunter from the Ross Empire, which showed how terrifying the captains were. The second-grade hall was the lowest-level power in the Beast Tamers flow zone, and above them were the first-grade hall and the strongest, the divine-grade hall. The cruisers of the second-grade hall could only represent the Innerverse average strength, and they were not at the level of elites. The two second-grade hall experts looked at each other and then split up to attack Xianxia from two different directions. Xianxia's face was cold as he flipped his hand, causing the sandstorm to split into two that enveloped him and Dingxing. At the same time, the sandstorm swept out in all directions, and its area of effect grew larger and larger. Soon, it began to clash with the mantis and python beasts. The two beasts held at the same time and retreated, looking at Xianxia in fear. This is the territory of the Frostwave Weave's Great Yu Empire. Retreat immediately, Xianxia said coldly, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. The enormous sandstorm formed a ghostly image that was abnormally terrifying. At this moment, Xianxia was so terrifying that even the surrounding planets trembled. The two second-grade hall experts looked at each other unwillingly, and then they looked at Xianxia. The Great Yu Empire. The second-grade hall will remember this. Dingxing sighed in relief as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He ignored his injuries and hurried over to Xianxia, bowing respectfully. Dingxing of the Great Sword Dynasty requests an audience with His Majesty, Undying Yushan of the Great Yu Empire. Xianxia frowned. His Majesty, Undying Yushan, has long since passed away. Currently, the fifth princess, Wendy Yushan, and the royal regent is Luyin. Dingxing was shocked. His Majesty, Undying Yushan, has passed away? Xianxia nodded. Dingxing was shocked, as he remembered that domineering emperor. He had met him once by chance, and those eyes had definitely not been looking at Frostwave Weave, they had even looked at North Castle Weave. Because of this, the powers in North Castle Weave had never established diplomatic relations with Frostwave Weave, as they were afraid of Undying Yushan. They had never expected that the emperor would die when they had come to ask for his help. North Castle Weave was close to the astral wilderness, and the focus of its development had been placed in the north. They had built a flourishing star system that led to the astral wilderness, and they had gradually neglected the situation in the surrounding weaves. They had even stopped asking about what was happening in the universe, so to a certain extent, they had closed themselves off to the outside world. They did not even know about Undying Yushan's death. If not for this unexpected incident, they would have closed themselves off again. I would like to request an audience with the fifth princess, Her Highness, Dingxing said. Xianxia replied, Her Highness is in Adonis Weave's East San Dios. I can try to contact her for you. He then activated his gadget. Luyin, who was far away in the Starfall Sea, did not know what was happening in the Great Yu Empire. After he had emerged from the space with the Golden Ocean, he had contacted Hu Qingshan and the others and instructed them not to contact him unless it was something important. To Hu Qingshan and the others, what was happening in North Castle Weave was not important. At the very least, it was not as important as the Great Yu Empire's unification of Frostwave Weave. However, nobody knew that North Castle Weave had completely changed. On the surface, it still looked the same as before. The Great Sword Dynasty still existed on the star chart, but in reality, it had already disappeared. Everything was because of Tianhui. Several days passed, but Michelle and the others were still unable to leave. There was a time gap between the merchant ships and the Starfall Sea's entrance and the Sea King's Dome. This was a rule set by the Sea King's Dome, and it had nothing to do with money. Thus, Lulu could not use money to leave early. Fortunately, they did not leave. A battle that shook the heavens erupted between Mu Rong and Ling Quebec. The Sea King's Dome prohibited fighting, but that did not mean that it was forbidden everywhere. There were some places where space had been reinforced by the Sea King, and even a hunter would not be able to tear through the void and cause too much damage. Battles could be fought in such places. Mu Rong and Ling Ke stood at the base of a cliff, facing each other. Countless people from the Sea King's Dome had gathered in the distance, and they all looked excited. Many of them had even started recording the battle. This was a battle between Lemeters that was famous throughout the universe. The four unrivaled Lemeters of the younger generation were finally meeting. Michelle and the others were also present, and Lulu was very excited. Big Pow's face was radiant, as this battle was related to him. A few days ago, during the Sea King's son-in-law selection, he had urged Lulu to spend money to poach Ling Ke's fan club to cheer for Mu Rong. After the Sea King's son-in-law selection, this matter had originally come to an end. However, for some reason, Ling Ke had forcefully taken the fan club away. In his own words, he would not be in his best condition if there was no one to cheer him on. The problem was that the fan club had been captivated by Mu Rong. Although they had been lured away by Ling Kei's offer of money, Mu Rong had just happened to pass by, and the fan club could not help but shout. This had not only startled Mu Rong, but it had also startled Ling Quebec. In addition, rumors had been spreading that Ling Kei was inferior to Mu Rong over the past few days. In the distance, the fan club felt very wronged. They liked both Ling Kei and Mu Rong, and they were somewhat conflicted. They did not know who to cheer for. "I'm not interested in fighting you," Mu Rong said indifferently, as if he did not care about anything. Ling Kei snorted. "What? You're not going to admit it? Don't try this with me. During the Sea King's son-in-law selection, you secretly poached my fan club, and I haven't settled this debt with you yet. If they hadn't been poached by you, I wouldn't have been in a bad mood, and I wouldn't have been ambushed by Qingwu that day. It's all because of you." Mu Rong frowned. "You're unreasonable." Ling Kei was furious. "You're still pretending? Today, I'm back in my best condition. I'll let you know the consequences of pretending in front of me." He then raised his hand and confidently waved it a few times. Ling Kei, I love you. Ling Kei, you're the most handsome. Ling Kei, I love you. Ling Kei, you're the most handsome. The fan club had professional ethics. They had accepted Ling Kei's money, so they could only cheer for him. The people around them were startled, and they hurriedly moved away. This group of lunatics. Ling Kei enjoyed listening to the cheers. Star energy erupted from his body and crushed the ground, causing the void to tremble. An intense wind pressure swept up from the ground and even blew away the clouds. This scene was like a rising smoke signal that attracted even more attention from the Sea King's dome. Northgate Lai, Che Han, Qingwu, Qin Chen, and the others who had yet to leave had all arrived, including Lan Yu and Zhang Dingtian. This was Ling Kei going all out, and the terror of an unequaled leader was on full display. Many people felt that it was a pity that Ling Kei had been ambushed by Qingwu during the Sea King's son-in-law selection, and he hadn't even been able to use the Lingling clan's inherited battle technique, soul-splitting. Now, the moment that they had been waiting for had finally arrived. The battle power that Mu Rong had displayed during the Sea King's son-in-law selection had left everyone gasping in amazement. Even Qingwu had found it difficult to defeat him, and Mu Rong had even hidden his strength, making him somewhat mysterious. It was a pity that Mu Rong had not been able to fight Luyin in the end. However, many people believed that Luyin would not be Mu Rong's opponent. They were both users of 30 stacks, and Lan Yu was an explorer, but he had still been easily defeated by Mu Rong. This proved that the overlaying stacks technique was ineffective against Mu Rong, and Lu Yin's chances of victory were too low. Of the four of them, Mu Rong was probably the strongest because he had been acknowledged by the 10 arbiters. With a whoosh, Ling Kei tore through the void with extreme speed as his Kei's mighty slash appeared in his hand. He slashed downwards, causing a thunderous explosion to ring out. A sudden clap of thunder rang out from the ground, causing the air to explode as visible shockwaves swept out in all directions. Mu Rong's gaze turned cold, as he could not afford to be careless against Ling Quebec. Thunder and sound waves swept out at the same time as the Kei's mighty slash approached him. Mu Rong spun the wooden flute in his hand as he shifted his body to the side, easily dodging the blade's attack. At the same time, he shifted to the side again to avoid the explosion of thunder and sound waves. The Lingling clan could absorb other people's innate gifts and solidify them into their own eternal innate gifts. Ling Kei's mighty slash contained the power of thunder and sound, which was quite terrifying. Seeing that his attack had failed, Ling Kei sneered. "Mu Rong, don't think that I don't know that you've cultivated the floating swim technique, which allows you to dodge and dissolve your opponent's attacks. It's similar to a lock-breaking technique, but even the floating swim technique has its limits." His eyes flashed as his entire body froze in place for a second. In the next moment, everyone's gazes changed, and they were filled with disbelief. Ling Kei had split into two. This was soul-splitting, a battle technique that the Lingling clan had passed down since ancient times. No one knew how long this clan had existed, whether it had been 100,000 years or 1,000,000 years. Aside from themselves, no one knew. Humans had experienced the destruction of their civilization and the destruction of the universe. Generation after generation had died, and no one knew whether this clan had developed from the destruction of the universe or had continued to exist to this day. Soul-splitting had always been a terrifying battle technique that the Lingling clan used to intimidate their enemies. Aside from the Lingling clan, no one else could learn it. Soul-splitting could split one's body into two clones, and both clones would have the same strength as the original. This was why Ling Ke was known as an unequaled Lemmeter. The 2K's mighty slashes disappeared at the same time. No matter how solid the void was, it could not stop the K's mighty slash from piercing through the void. This was the most terrifying aspect of the K's mighty slash. During the Sea King's son-in-law selection, if Qingwu had not launched a sneak attack and injured Ling Ke, he might not have been defeated so easily. There would always be incomprehensible geniuses in the universe, and Ling Ke was one of those geniuses that stood at the very top. 1K's mighty slash was enough to make countless people's scalps go numb, and they were unable to deal with it. Now, 2K's mighty slashes had attacked simultaneously. Everyone stared at the battlefield, and even their breath stopped. Michelle and the others were shocked. They were all Lemmeters, but the difference between them was too great. Suddenly, Mu Rong moved. He took a step forward with his right foot, and even though there was nothing in front of him, he suddenly shifted to the right. In an instant, the K's mighty slash slashed across his neck, leaving behind a trail of blood. Mu Rong immediately retreated. In front of him, a second K's mighty slash slashed past, leaving behind a trail of blood. This time, it was on his forehead. The 2K's mighty slashes had inflicted 2 wounds on Mu Rong. Ling Ke was shocked, as this was the most successful attack of the K's mighty slash. If he had not been injured by Qingwu's sneak attack, Ling Ke was confident that even Qingwu would have fallen to the K's mighty slash. However, it had only inflicted a few superficial wounds on Mu Rong. Mu Rong had been injured. This was the first time he had been injured since participating in the Sea King's son-in-law selection. It could also be said that this was the first time he had been injured in a battle against someone of the same generation. He touched the wound. It was very shallow, but he was serious now. Dark green grass grew beneath his feet, and it was full of vitality. In the void around him, a shepherd boy leisurely rode an ox. This was Mu Rong's force field, a picture of a shepherd boy herding cows. The moment the force field appeared, Ling Ke's mighty slash was expelled from the void and circled around the 2 Ling K's. The K's mighty slash could pierce through the void, but it could not pierce through Mu Rong's force field. As soon as the force field appeared, the K's mighty slash's greatest characteristic disappeared. Ling Ke had not expected Mu Rong's force field to be so effective against him. If Qingwu's force field was his invincible bell, then Mu Rong's force field was his greatest advantage. It wasn't just Ling Ke, all of the spectators outside the arena were enveloped by Mu Rong's force field. Michelle felt her entire body being suppressed, and it was difficult for her to circulate her star energy. The moment she was enveloped by the force field, her power dropped by 70%. She couldn't help but be overwhelmed by how powerful a force field was. Lulu clenched her fists. Her strength was still there, but it was being weakened. Xiao Luo was amazed, and he looked up at the shepherd boy herding cows in the void. Dark Void raised his hand. His innate gift was useless now, as it had been completely suppressed by the force field. Hui Day Knight felt his scalp go numb. This feeling was too terrifying. Everyone could feel how terrifying Mu Rong's force field was. Seeing it was different from experiencing it for themselves. At this moment, they finally understood why Zhang Dingtian had been defeated. This was an unstoppable force, and even Northgate Lai and Qin Chen had to admit that they would definitely lose under this force field. Qingwu had fought against Mu Rong before, and he had experienced it firsthand. Even so, he was still shocked. Once someone like Mu Rong broke through to the Explorer realm, most of the people on the top 100 rankings would have to retreat. This was the so-called invincible Lemmeter. He was not invincible among his peers, but among all the Lemmeters in the universe, he was invincible. The shock that Ling Ke had brought to the spectators was instantly dispelled by Mu Rong's force field. Mu Rong raised his hand and pressed down. The shepherd boy, who had been wandering through the void, immediately charged towards Ling Quebec. The shepherd boy represented the entire force field, and when the boy came crashing down on Ling Ke felt as if the world was collapsing around him. The void around him became unstable and distorted, and his star energy was completely suppressed. Ling Ke growled as his clones disappeared and merged back into one. His body paused for a moment, and then, under everyone's horrified gazes, he split into three. 3 Ling Kes appeared, and 3 K's mighty slashes revolved around each of them as they clashed with the shepherd boy. Boom! Everyone's hearts trembled, and many felt as if they had been struck by an invisible attack. They spat out mouthfuls of blood, and many even bled from their orifices as they fainted. This collision caused the heavens and earth to rumble. Mu Rong's force field had already enveloped the void, and Ling Ke had pushed his soul-splitting technique to its limits. The three of them worked together to resist the attack. The ground shattered layer by layer as terrifying shockwaves rippled outwards, injuring countless people along the way. Xiao Luo and the others were also within range of the shockwaves, and they all acted together. Michelle and the others were all pushed back, but this was only the shockwaves. The void around them was suppressed, and unless it was an attack that surpassed a hunter's power level, the void would not crack. Even so, the spatial distortion still shattered everything within a 10,000-meter radius, including the nearby cliff. High up in the sky, Hai Dashao and Star Sibyl stood tall. Above the Sea King's dome, the Sea King also looked over. A battle between leaders had attracted the Sea King's attention, which was something that not even the top 100 rankings could achieve. When the dust settled, the sober spectators all looked over in shock. Mu Rong stood in his original spot with a calm expression. Across from him, the 3 Ling Kes were panting heavily, as they had blocked Mu Rong's attack. The girls' support group had all fainted, but Ling Ke did not care about them at this moment. The 3 Ling Kes laughed maniacally. Mu Rong, you're really strong, but so what? No matter how strong your force field is, it can't last forever. That attack just now was your peak strength. Now, it's my turn. After speaking, the 3 Ling Kes stood in a triangular formation, surrounding Mu Rong in the middle. His K's mighty slash emitted a sharp light that distorted the void. His K's mighty slash was a fusion of 10 innate gifts, but Ling Ke had not used all of them yet. Now, he felt that it was time. The 3 blades combined into one, and no one could block them. Ling Ke had once defeated a cruiser with a power level of 70,000. The battlefield was silent, and only the 3 K's mighty slashes seemed to be connected to each other in the void, causing their power to multiply. Even Qingwu felt that he might not be able to block Ling Ke's combined attack. He was glad that he had launched a sneak attack during the Sea King's son-in-law selection, which had prevented Ling Ke from using his full strength. Otherwise, that battle would have been much more difficult. Ling Ke had lost to Qingwu on the Skyfall Cascade, and he had even retreated without a fight, which had caused his reputation to plummet. However, this battle had completely reversed everyone's opinion of him. He was truly terrifying, and those words on the Skyfall Cascade had not been exaggerated. If Qingwu had not launched a sneak attack, then the outcome of that battle would not have been certain. Even if Qingwu had won, he would not have been able to continue fighting. Ling Ke was very excited. As long as he defeated Mu Rong here, he would be the strongest leader. Would he still need to hire his supporters then? There was no need for that at all, as there would definitely be a bunch of beauties fighting to join his fan club. Be it the Soul Dream tribe, the Butterfly Dance tribe, or even the famous Kindness tribe that shook the heavens. There were also those beautiful women who could charm the heavens and worship him. Yi Xingchen? Luyin? They were all bullsh**. Ling Ke grew even more excited as he thought about it, and his 3 K's mighty slashes became even sharper. It's over, Mu Rong. Ling Ke shouted as the 3 K's mighty slashes were about to strike. Mu Rong would definitely not be able to escape this attack, as even if they tore through the void, the K's mighty slash would still shatter the void. It was unknown when the melodious tune began to hover in everyone's ears, as if it had just started, but also as if it had always been there. Mu Rong played his wooden flute, and the atmosphere reappeared in the void. A shepherd boy was herding cows, bringing with him cheerful laughter. The ground was covered in lush green grass that extended into the distance, beyond the battlefield, and into the void. Mu Rong's entire being changed as the melodious shepherd song played. He had transformed into a shepherd boy and forgotten all of his worries. A shepherd boy's song lingered in the lush green grass. No one could break this dreamlike scene. Ling Kei's combined attack did not explode in the end, and it was drowned out by the shepherd boy's song. He had lost. He had lost the moment Mu Rong had played his flute. Mu Rong had been acknowledged by the 10 arbiters as a true unequaled leader. So what if he had 10 innate gifts combined into one? So what if he had split his soul? He would still be defeated. This was Mu Rong. This battle had shocked the crowd. Who would have thought that a battle between leaders could be so inconceivable? Even an expert at the bottom of the top 100 rankings would be defeated without a doubt. They were strong enough to contend with Qingwu. Hai Dashao looked at Mu Rong with pity. Even though he did not like Mu Rong's melancholic expression, Mu Rong was much better than Lu Yin. Furthermore, Mu Rong was much stronger. Hai Dashao felt that he should ask his father to give Mu Rong another chance to pull out the Sea King's trident. Speaking of which, could it be that Mu Rong had pulled it out the last time and then refused to marry Chi-Chi? Which was why Lu Yin had taken advantage of the situation? The more Hai Dashao thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. Star Sibyl looked at Mu Rong's departing figure and recalled his answer. Why do I need to become stronger? Being able to live happily every day is enough. This was Mu Rong's answer. Unfortunately, he would never be able to do it. The more one wanted to be happy, the more unhappy they would be in the end. The Sea King retracted his gaze and sighed. Both of them were innate geniuses, and that kid was equally as famous as them. How could he miss out on such a grand occasion? Everyone gradually dispersed, leaving only Ling Kei standing in his original spot with his head lowered. He was filled with an intense sense of unwillingness. He had truly been defeated, and there was nothing he could say. He had been born into the Lingling clan and was proud of himself, but he had been defeated by someone else. Ling Kei was extremely unwilling to accept this, but he had no choice but to accept it. Mu Rong was indisputably the number 1 leader. Michelle and the others left, and Coco worriedly looked towards the upper levels of the Sea King's dome. That Mu Rong is really powerful. I hope that Brother Lu won't fight with him. Big Pao felt the same way and sighed. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have gotten involved. Knowing is far more painful than not knowing. Once news of this battle spreads, Mu Rong will definitely become the strongest leader. I hope that Junior will be more open-minded and not challenge him. Xiao Luo smiled. Lu Yin, I don't know how far you can go. Along the way, you've defeated too many opponents that everyone thought were impossible to defeat. Would Mu Rong be one of them? Xiao Luo looked forward to it, as he had a premonition that the two of them would have a battle soon. Mu Rong's defeat of Ling Kei had given the Sea King's dome a lot of topics to talk about, and the most talked about topic was the rankings of the 4 leaders. The most mysterious one was actually Xianxia, who had always stayed in the cosmic sea. No one could say anything about his strength, but everyone still ranked Mu Rong first, and almost no one objected. In second place was either Ling Kei or Xianxia. Although Lu Yin's performance during the Sea King's son-in-law selection had been dazzling, and he had even fought Faceless to a standstill, he was still ranked last. There was nothing he could do about it, as he really did not have any special abilities. His overlaying stacks had already been broken by Mu Rong, and many people predicted that if Lu Yin fought Mu Rong using his overlaying stacks, he wouldn't even be able to force out Mu Rong's force field. However, if he fought Ling Kei using his overlaying stacks, Ling Kei would only need to split his spirit into 2. One would block while the other would attack, and Lu Yin would definitely be defeated. Thus, it was indisputable that Lu Yin was ranked 4th. Even if he was the Sea King's son-in-law, he could only be ranked 4th. This was a publicly acknowledged fact. Not long after, Big Pao contacted Lu Yin and described the battle between Mu Rong and Ling Kei in detail. Lu Yin had been below the waterfall, so he had not been able to detect the battle at all. The Sea King's dome was just too big, and unless a battle between hunters could shake the entire Sea King's dome, the impact of a battle between a hunter would not be enough to shake the entire Sea King's dome. The battle between Mu Rong and Ling Kei had attracted so many people mainly because of their fame. Lu Yin put down his gadget, as he had not expected that the battle for the rankings would come so quickly. When people had started to describe the 4 of them as unequaled leaders, he had known that there would be a day when they would be ranked, but he had not expected it to come so suddenly. There was no such thing as first place in literature, and there was no such thing as second place in martial arts. Cultivators were hot-blooded and would not admit that they were inferior to others. The stronger they were, the more this was true, and this was especially true for the younger generation. He stood up and looked into the distance. To be honest, he was looking forward to his battle with Mu Rong and Ling Quebec amongst his peers, only they were qualified to fight against him. His enemies were the 10 arbiters, and his greatest threat was the Day-Night clan. There were many others as well. Fame was an indispensable part of his future plans for revenge. He did not know if Leon's armada would take revenge for Big Sis and the 72 lives that had been lost, but he would not place his hopes on others. He would take his own revenge. Becoming a true unequaled leader would bring him great fame, but Mu Rong would not be so easy to deal with. Only Ling Ke knew exactly how powerful his battle techniques, innate gifts, and domains were. Luyin was confident that he could use his Fate Zan to block powerful physical attacks, but Mu Rong's final move that had defeated Ling Ke had clearly been manipulated, and it was not something that could be blocked by someone with a strong physical body. Luyin was not confident that he could defeat Mu Rong, so even if he wanted to fight, he would have to do so under the premise that he had a solid grasp of the situation. He would not be like Ling Ke, who had rushed forward on a whim. Ever since he had been swallowed up by the storm, Luyin had become much more cautious. While Luyin was pondering over Mu Rong's strength, at the Sea King's dome, news of Lu Yin's upcoming battle with Mu Rong spread. This news immediately shook the Sea King's dome. Luyin really dares to challenge Mu Rong. He's not afraid of losing too badly, and he's doing it right in front of the Sea King. He's too blind. He thinks that he's invincible just because he pulled out the Sea King's trident. Apparently, Mu Rong was the one who pulled it out, but he didn't want to become the Sea King's son-in-law, so he didn't pull it out completely. That just so happened to benefit Luyin. If I were him, I would definitely not say anything and wait until Mu Rong leaves. What's the point of embarrassing himself in this battle? No matter what, Luyin is still the son-in-law of the Sea King's dome, so he's half a family member. We still hope that he can win, even though the chances are slim. Some powerhouses have already analyzed that Lu Yin's chances of winning against Mu Rong are less than 1%. His overlaying stacks, speed, and physical strength are all useless against Mu Rong. It can be said that he's completely restrained by Mu Rong, and even Ling Ke can restrain him. What a pity. He's too arrogant, someone lamented with his hands clasped behind his back. He had the demeanor of an expert when someone suddenly said, "He's still better than you in every aspect." Everyone looked over, and that person was dumbfounded. He had actually been insulted. He looked at the red-lipped, white-toothed youth standing not too far away and blankly asked, "Brother, have I ever offended you?" The youth snorted. "You haven't offended my mother. If you had offended me or my mother, you would have died a long time ago." She then turned and left. She was Hai Chi-Chi, and she had disguised herself to go shopping. She had just happened to overhear these people discussing Lu Yin's challenge to Mu Rong. Although she did not like that person and liked to mock him, she was still annoyed when others mocked him. If she was annoyed, she had to fight back. When Michelle and the others heard the news, they immediately contacted Luyin. Luyin was dumbfounded. "When did I say that I wanted to challenge Mu Rong?" "It wasn't you?" "Then who spread the news?" "They're obviously trying to harm you," Michelle said gravely. Everyone immediately thought of Feng Yamo and the others, but it was impossible. There was no need for them to do such a thing, and they would not benefit from it. The first person that Luyin thought of was none other than Hai Chi-Chi, who had always disliked him. He had a feeling that this brat would do anything when she went crazy, not just with her venomous tongue. "Brother Lu, news of your battle with Mu Rong has spread throughout the Sea King's dome, and even the location has been confirmed. It's halfway up the mountain, near Half Willow Lakeside. The date will be in 2 days. Are you confident?" Xiao Luo asked, his tone carrying a trace of amusement and anticipation. Luyin was helpless. This was not a matter of whether or not he was confident, but rather that he could not even leave. He did not waste time arguing with the crowd and instead shouted towards the sky, "Senior Sea King, this junior requests an audience." The entire Sea King's dome was enveloped by the Sea King's pressure. While the Sea King might not be watching everyone, Luin was certain that he was being watched. Very quickly, the scene in front of him distorted as the Sea King's unimpressive face appeared. He looked at Luin indifferently. "What is it?" Luin respectfully asked. "Senior, do you know who spread the news that this junior is going to battle with Mu Rong?" The Sea King grunted. "Me." Luin had thought that it was Hai Chi who had spread the news, but he had not expected the Sea King to be the culprit. He was stunned. "Why?" The Sea King raised his head. "Do you know that you're ranked last among the 4? Luin did not know this, but Big Pao and the others had probably been afraid that Luin would challenge Mu Rong, which was why they had not told him. "How can I, the Sea King's son-in-law, be ranked last? If there's a ranking, then it should be at the very front. So, go ahead, and you must win," the Sea King said heroically. Luin was stunned. "Aren't you afraid that I'll lose?" The Sea King stared at Luin. "If you lose, then challenge me again. I'll have Mu Rong remain at the Sea King's dome, and he won't be allowed to break through. He can only leave after you win." Luin was speechless. This was completely unreasonable. The monkey sighed. "No wonder the seniors said that we can't provoke the master of the Starfall Sea. That old man is a scoundrel." The Sea King's lips curled up, and he clasped his hands behind his back. "Kid, I'll teach you something today. The universe is too big, so there are many things that people don't care about the process. They only care about the results. Even if you cheat and win against Mu Rong, the entire universe will know that you've won and Mu Rong has lost. It's that simple. This is public opinion, and this is the prestige of the victor. You have my support, so even if you cheat and win, no one will dare to say anything. On the contrary, if you don't have my support, then even if you cheat and win, you'll be dragged out by the people behind Mu Rong and punished. This will change public opinion. This is power." The Sea King's gaze was solemn, and he raised his hands and clenched them into fists. Power and truth are in the hands of a small group of people. These people can control public opinion and rewrite history. This is power. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This was the Sea King's principle. Power and truth sounded shameless, but it was the truth. History was written by the victors, and no one cared about the victors' methods because no one dared to care. Of course, cheating is immoral, and I won't let you cheat. If you want to win, then you can only rely on yourself. The Sea King's tone suddenly changed. He then looked at Luin. 2 days from now, I'll send you to Half Willow Lakeside. I hope that you won't disappoint me." Luin frowned. "I didn't say that I would accept the challenge." The Sea King was disdainful. "I'm not asking for your permission. I'm just telling you that you'll accept the challenge in 2 days." When he saw Lu Yin's unwilling expression, he laughed. "If you can surpass me 1 day, then you can treat me the same way. I won't have any objections, ha 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 ha." He was about to leave when he suddenly thought of something. His face sank, and he looked at Luin with malicious intent. "Kid, did you enjoy spending your money?" Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. "Money? What money?" The Sea King snorted. "I spent 35,000 star essence." "As a Lemeter, you're really generous." Lu Yin's eyes widened. "Senior, I only spent 15,000. Why is there an extra 20,000? Wasn't that Mavis girl with you?" "Yes, but that doesn't mean that you can count it on me. You came to the Sea King's dome to avoid being hunted down. These people see you as their leader, so who else would they look for if not you? In any case, if you win this battle, then everything will be fine. If you lose, then I'll lose face. You'll have to think of a way to get that money." The Sea King then left. Luin stood in place and wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He had run into a powerful scoundrel, and even if he had a mouth full of logic, he wouldn't be able to say anything. His previous worries had come true, and the old scoundrel had placed Lulu's debt on Luin. "7th bro, your father-in-law has quite the character, and that Hai Chi is even more so. I have a feeling that your days in the future will be very lively," the monkey said with a strange smile. It wasn't that Luin didn't want to fight, but that he wanted to fight when he had the confidence to win. He didn't want to bite the bullet. Although his physical body was strong, Mu Rong's fighting style obviously wouldn't allow him to fight head-on. Under these circumstances, if he didn't have a way to deal with Mu Rong, then even if he didn't lose, he wouldn't be able to win either. That would be meaningless. However, the Sea King's coercion had left him with no choice but to accept the challenge. As the other main character of this battle, Mu Rong didn't want to accept the challenge either. He wasn't interested in the rankings, and neither was he interested in fighting Lu Yin. However, when he found out that he couldn't leave the Sea King's dome if he didn't fight, he had no choice but to accept the challenge. At the same time, he also labeled the Sea King as a scoundrel. News of the battle between the two was officially confirmed by the Sea King's dome, and countless people from the Sea King's dome flocked to Half Willow Lakeside. Although most people believed that Lu Yin would lose, and that he would lose even more miserably than Ling Ke, Lu Yin was still one of the 4 strongest leaders. His reputation alone was enough to attract countless people to watch the battle. One day later, Half Willow Lakeside, which was halfway up the mountain, was already packed with people. Many vendors had already started doing business. Michelle and the others had also arrived. Half Willow Lakeside was very large, and it was even larger than the place where Mu Rong and Ling Ke had fought. After that battle, many people had learned their lesson and distanced themselves as much as possible. Of course, there were also many who didn't care, as they believed that with Lu Yin's strength, he wouldn't be able to cause too much damage. Thus, Mu Rong would defeat him very quickly. He's just asking to be humiliated. I wonder if the Sea King will still recognize Lu Yin as his future son-in-law after he's defeated. I don't think so. The Sea King has been invincible his entire life, and he won't allow any stains to appear on his reputation. Actually, with Lu Yin's strength, he's qualified to be with the princess. It's just a pity that he's fated to appear together with Mu Rong. Big Pow heard this, and he nudged the person. Bro, I'll give you a light bulb. What for? The person was confused. Big Pow replied, you're much dimmer than I am. Rely on it to illuminate yourself. The person was stunned for a moment, and he choked. He casually tossed the light bulb away and walked to the side. Coco looked at Big Pow in admiration. I didn't realize that Senior's words were so powerful before. Lulu nodded and glanced at Little Pow. Although they're brothers, there's still a big difference. Senior Little Pow is more proper and reliable. Little Pow heard this and walked over to Big Pow. I'll give you a light bulb. Scram. Big Pow was speechless. On the other side of Half Willow Lakeside, Northgate Lai had arrived. He had been in high spirits ever since he had come out from Northgate Taisui's training. He had wanted to challenge Qin Chen and enter the top 90 of the top 100 rankings, but the battle at the Sea King's Dome had completely overturned his understanding. Even a Lemeter could match someone in the top 80, and he did not even dare to show his face. Hey, isn't that Northgate Lai, who's ranked 93rd on the top 100 rankings, someone nearby exclaimed, and Northgate Lai immediately became the center of attention. No, he's ranked 94th now. Che Han defeated Qin Chen, so his ranking will drop in the next round. It's not just 94th. With Mu Rong, Ling Ke, and Lu Yin's strength, once they challenge someone on the top 100 rankings, he'll drop to 97th. If there are 2 more hidden experts like Che Han, he'll drop out of the top 100 rankings. Northgate Lai was furious when he heard this. He hadn't even dropped out of the rankings yet, but these bastards were already mocking him. He did not argue and instead changed locations to continue watching. Another person had changed locations at the same time as him, Qin Chen. Compared to Northgate Lai, Qin Chen was much more low-key and had covered his face, but Northgate Lai still recognized him. Qin Chen, I challenge you to a duel, Northgate Lai said solemnly. Qin Chen immediately rejected the challenge and then turned to leave. Northgate Lai hurriedly chased after him, as he was also worried about being kicked out of the top 100 rankings. It was better to enter the top 90 first. Many of the experts participating in the Sea King's son-in-law selection had also arrived, including Sun Jiong. Sun Jiong's hatred for Lu Yin had already surpassed Night Queen Yanqing's, and when news of this battle had spread, he had even sought out Mu Rong to gift him a weapon that had been created using the Sun family's mechanism techniques. It was the same weapon that the short explorer had used to ambush Lu Yin. Sun Jiong had not been able to use it in time, so he had wanted to give it to Mu Rong so that Lu Yin would suffer a tragic defeat. Unfortunately, Mu Rong had rejected Sun Jiong's offer and refused to say a single word to him. This caused Sun Jiong to hate Mu Rong even more. However, compared to Lu Yin, Sun Jiong still hoped that Mu Rong would win in a clean and decisive manner. The Sea King's Dome's grand events were happening one after another, and many people from the Sea King's Dome were excited. At this moment, Lu Yin's expression was extremely solemn. There was already a video of the battle between Mu Rong and Ling Ke on the internet, but ordinary people could not see it. Lu Yin could only watch it with his honor points. Mu Rong's movement technique, the way he had neutralized Lu Yin's attack, his domain, and his final move were all shocking. Ling Ke's innate gift, his soul-splitting battle technique, and his defensive techniques were equally shocking. It would not be strange for either of them to emerge victorious. What Lu Yin was most concerned about was Mu Rong's final move, the farmer boy's song that he had played. Was it a mind control attack or a forceful control attack? The moment the farmer boy's song was played, Ling Ke's 3 blades combined into one had been unable to be released. Lu Yin could not understand what was going on in the video, and he would have to experience it for himself to understand. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. If the farmer boy's song was really that powerful and was a mind control attack, then it might not be effective against Lu Yin himself. After reciting the Stonewall scriptures for so long, Lu Yin's spiritual force resistance had become extremely strong. There was still 1 day left, and he used his honor points to search for videos of strange innate gifts on the internet. He wanted to understand as much as possible. 1 day later, at the mountainside of the Sea King's Dome, Half Willow Lakeside was already packed with people. There were even more people that could not be seen, but this time, the Sea King's Dome did not show the battle on a screen. This was just a competition between the younger generation, and it was not a grand event organized by the Sea King's Dome. However, those who were supposed to be here had already arrived. Even Faceless was hidden in the crowd, as were Lan Yu and Zhang Dingtian. Zhang Dingtian was undoubtedly looking forward to this battle, and he was very curious about Lu Yin's current strength. He had exchanged blows with Mu Rong before, and he was well aware of how terrifying that person was. Now, it was up to Lu Yin to see how far he could go. Ling Ke hid in a corner and looked at Mu Rong unwillingly. He wanted to challenge Mu Rong one more time and break through the farmer boy's song. When the sun shone down on the lakeside, it reflected the lake's sparkling surface. Mu Rong appeared on the west side of the lakeside with a calm expression, as if he did not care about the upcoming battle. On the east side of the lakeside, the void tore open, and Lu Yin walked out. His appearance shocked the crowd. Half Willow Lakeside was also a place where the heavens were suppressed, and battles were permitted there. Only powerhouses with power levels above 100,000 could tear open the void here, and Lu Yin obviously could not do so. In that case, the only person who could help him was the Sea King. Aside from the Sea King, no one else dared to destroy the void here, not even Almighty Enlighters. In other words, Lu Yin's participation in the battle had been approved and supported by the Sea King. Countless spectators from the Sea King's Dome had complicated looks on their faces. They wanted to support Lu Yin, as he was considered one of their own, but the chances of him winning were not high. Sun Jiong stared at Lu Yin with jealousy. This kind of treatment should have been his. As long as he became the Sea King's son-in-law, he would be able to tear through the void of the Sea King's Dome and travel through it as he pleased. Half Willow Lakeside was huge. One was in the west, while the other was in the east. They were about 10 kilometers apart, and normal people could not see the other side. Only cultivators could. When he saw Mu Rong's calm expression, Lu Yin did not know if the man was looking down on him or if he did not care about this battle at all. Lu Yin's eyes flickered, and then he charged towards the center of the lake under everyone's watchful eyes. Across from him, Mu Rong also moved towards the center of the lake. The two approached each other at extreme speeds, and their star energy soon affected each other. The lake water was pushed aside by their star energy, and Lu Yin raised a hand to send a sky beast claw crashing down. Mu Rong casually dodged it, and with a light step, he appeared in front of Lu Yin. He extended his wooden flute and pointed it at Lu Yin's chest. Lu Yin reached out to grab it. He was confident that with his strength, it would be very difficult for Mu Rong to snatch the flute back once he grabbed it. However, Mu Rong seemed to sense danger, as he was well aware of Lu Yin's terrifying physical strength. Even so, Mu Rong still dared to engage in close combat, which only proved that he was competent in his battle technique. Mu Rong easily dodged Lu Yin's palm once more and appeared behind him. He spun his wooden flute and viciously struck Lu Yin's back. Lu Yin was not slow either, as he fused his flash with the invisible aura technique, causing his movements to be silent. He did not even release any star energy, which surprised Mu Rong. At the center of the lake, the two of them attacked each other at extreme speeds while also dodging each other's attacks. Countless afterimages appeared and disappeared around Half Willow Lakeside, and as more and more afterimages appeared, the two of them were so fast that they distorted the air and caused the entire lake to boil. After exchanging so many blows, neither of them managed to touch the other at all. Countless spectators gaped, as they could not even see the battle clearly. Regardless of whether it was Mu Rong's battle with Zhang Dingtian or Ling Ke, he had always been the strongest when it came to movement techniques, and he had been able to easily dissolve his opponent's attacks. Ling Ke had once mentioned that his movement technique was called Floating Wanderer, and it was comparable to a lock-breaking technique. Mu Rong was the best when it came to dodging and dispersing attacks. As for Mu Rong, he had his domain and flash step, so he was not afraid of anyone when it came to movement techniques. The two of them moved faster and faster, and a trace of surprise flashed through Mu Rong's eyes. He knew that Lu Yin was a lockbreaker, but even lockbreakers rarely had this kind of movement technique. Mu Rong could understand why Lu Yin could dissolve his star energy attack since he was a genius lockbreaker, but he was surprised that Lu Yin could keep up with his speed. However, the floating glide art hadn't reached its limit yet. Mu Rong's interest was piqued, and he increased his speed once more. Even with Lu Yin's eyesight, he couldn't see him anymore. It wasn't just Lu Yin. Even Northgate Lai, Qin Shen, and Xingwu found it difficult to clearly see Mu Rong's current speed. Mu Rong's speed had surpassed what it had been in the past, and he was fully utilizing the floating glide art. Ling Ke felt bitter. It turned out that this bastard had not revealed his full strength in their previous battle. However, there was no need for that, as no matter how fast Mu Rong was, he would not be faster than Ling Ke's mighty slash piercing through the void. Mu Rong had already completely disappeared from the lake, as he was simply too fast. Many gasped, as Lu Yin was in danger. Lu Yin was shocked, as he could actually move even faster. Interesting. He did not hesitate to transfer the Fate Sand from his heart to the inner layer of his clothes. This way, he would not expose himself, but he would also release his physical strength. In an instant, just as the wooden flute was about to attack him, a powerful shockwave erupted and swept out in all directions. It blasted Mu Rong away, and the powerful pressure caused the countless spectators around the lakeside to hold their breaths. Huge waves rose up from the lakeside and surged into the sky, causing the surrounding void to become unstable. This was the physical strength that Lu Yin had revealed when he had unsealed his first grain of Fate Sand. He had broken through the Sun family's mechanism technique on the Skyfall Cascade and forced Faceless to retreat. Now, he had appeared once again, and this time, it was reflected in his speed. Flash Step was a movement technique that relied on one's physical body as a foundation. The stronger one's physical body was, the faster one's flash step would be. This was the first time that Lu Yin had truly understood this point from the Sandmaster's teachings. In theory, as long as one's physical body continued to grow stronger, there would be no upper limit to flash step speed. Lu Yin had even fantasized about the day when his speed would surpass that of time. Lu Yin and Mu Rong could no longer be seen from Half Willow Lakeside. The two were simply too fast, to the point that even explorers could not see them clearly. Just based on this speed alone, the two of them had completely surpassed their peers. Everyone was speechless, as they had not thought that Lu Yin would be able to last much longer. They had not expected him to be so fast. Speaking of which, how were they supposed to watch if he was so fast? This was completely unreasonable. Michelle and the rest were equally shocked, as they had not expected Lu Yin to be so fast. Furthermore, the pressure that he brought about made it difficult for them to breathe. When had the gap between them become so great? Xiao Luo's eyes lit up, and he had a look of admiration on his face. Lulu was envious. If she had this kind of speed, she would have been able to beat up Grand Aini. In the distance, Haidasha watched seriously. For a Lemiter to be able to reach this level, this Luin was quite capable. There were not many people in the entire universe who could do this. It was no wonder that Starsabil had specifically asked him that question. He was definitely qualified. There was a loud bang that shook everyone. They looked towards the lake and saw that the lake water had already been expelled. In the center of the lake, Lu Yin and Mu Rong stood facing each other. Beneath their feet was a huge crater with countless cracks spreading out in all directions. The lake water flowed into the cracks, but no one knew where it led to. This was the first time the two had collided since the start of their battle. Judging from the traces left behind, Lu Yin had not retreated a single step, while Mu Rong had been forced back 5 steps. It was obvious who had the upper hand. No one was surprised by this result, as Mu Rong was indeed inferior to Lu Yin in terms of physical strength. Lu Yin could use 30 stacks, which required a terrifying physical body. Not many explorers could do this, let alone Lemeters. Mu Rong could use 30 stacks, which made him one of the top experts of the Greyweed continent's younger generation. Mu Rong's true strength lay in his domain, his force field, and that mysterious farmer boy's song. Mu Rong's expression was no longer as calm as it had been before the battle, and he looked at Lu Yin in shock. "Your physical body is really strong." Lu Yin smiled. "Thank you for the compliment. Let's try again." Mu Rong shook his head. "There's no need for that. It's not my style to use my weakness to counter my opponent's strength. Although I don't care if I win or lose this battle, since it's a battle, I'll give it my all. You have the qualifications to make me give it my all." As soon as he finished speaking, the lake water began to flow back. Lush green grass began to grow from the bottom of the lake to the shores of Half Willow Lakeside. In an instant, Lu Yin's domain collapsed. His domain was too weak, and it was immediately crushed. He had experienced this feeling more than once before, and the one that had left the deepest impression on him was the space with the Golden Sea. When he had fought against the war spirit with its eyes closed, his domain had also been crushed as soon as it had appeared. It had felt like the sky had collapsed, and now, he was experiencing the same feeling again. Without his domain, his perception of his surroundings had become much weaker. What was worse was that he had fallen into Mu Rong's force field while the image of the shepherd boy herding cows hovered above his head. Everyone held their breaths. "Here it comes." Mu Rong's force field proved that he was serious. Zhang Dingtian's expression turned serious, as he had been defeated by Mu Rong's force field. The entire force field had suppressed him, and it had felt like he was being rejected by the space around him. Even the heavens and earth were being suppressed, and that irresistible strength was something that he would never forget for the rest of his life. Ling Kei's expression also turned serious, as he had only been able to block Mu Rong's force field after using his soul-splitting technique to its limit of 3. No one knew better than him just how terrifying that attack had been. To a Lemeter, it was like the sky had collapsed. Lu Yin had experienced the feeling of the heavens and earth collapsing as the shepherd boy charged at him. Under Mu Rong's force field, no matter how fast Lu Yin was, he felt like he had fallen into a swamp. He had to endure this attack, and there was no way to avoid it. But did he need to dodge it? Lu Yin looked up. He had never considered how to block Mu Rong's force field during his battle with him, as there was no need for it. He could take it head-on, and this was his confidence in his physical strength. No Lemeter could suppress his physical body, not even Xianxia, who was rumored to have the innate gift of the stars. Boom! The heavens and earth collided, and the air was torn apart into thunderous streaks that swept through the surroundings. The entire Half Willow Lakeside was shattered, and all of the lake water splashed out in all directions. What followed was an enormous pressure that caused many of the people nearby to cough up blood. Even the Lemeters were affected, and some of the explorers couldn't help but retreat in order to counteract the pressure. Michelle and the others weren't too close, but they weren't too far away either. They also felt the same pressure. Was this the pressure that a battle between 2 Lemeters could produce? Even though they had already experienced it 2 days ago, they were still shocked to experience it again. The entire space was like a compressed balloon that exploded at the moment of collision, forming visible shockwaves that swept out in all directions. The scene was even more spectacular than the one from 2 days ago. Haidasha's eyes narrowed, and beside him was Hai Chi-Chi. She had also just arrived and was just in time to witness this scene. She covered her mouth in shock. Was this a battle between Lemeters? Because the battle had taken place on the lake, the collision of star energy had created a high temperature that caused the lake water to evaporate and form a white mist. When the mist dissipated, everyone stared at the lake, and the first person they saw was Mu Rong. Many people noticed the look in Mu Rong's eyes, which were filled with shock and astonishment. Could it be? Everyone looked at the spot where Luyin had been standing. At this moment, that spot had been transformed into a giant crater, and no one knew how deep it was. Perhaps it had penetrated deep into the mountain, and only the palm-sized ground remained standing like a wooden pole. This piece of ground had been protected by Lu Yin's power and had not been destroyed. Lu Yin was standing there, calmly looking at Mu Rong. Everyone gasped. 2 days ago, Ling Ke had not been able to withstand this attack so easily. They remembered that most of Ling Ke's clothes had been torn apart, but what about Lu Yin? There wasn't even a speck of dust on Lu Yin's body. Ling Ke took a step forward and stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. Was this person's physical body that strong? His body was still in pain after taking that attack head-on. Was the difference in their physical bodies really that great? It wasn't just Ling Ke, even Mu Rong himself was shocked. Lu Yin slowly rose into the air as his battle force dissipated. He had not used his Fate Zan and had truly relied on his own physical body to withstand the attack. Mu Rong's attack had been very powerful, and it had even surpassed the power of an ordinary cruiser. In terms of power level, Mu Rong's attack had been around 70,000, but it had still not been enough to break through Lu Yin's physical defenses. Lu Yin's current physical strength was like that of a war spirit with its eyes closed. The moment it opened its eyes, the world would lose its color, and the sun and moon would lose their light. His physical body was similarly suppressed, and once the seal was unsealed, he would reach his limit. He had only unsealed 1 grain of Fate Zan. Lu Yin did not know how strong Lan Si had been when he was a Lemeter, but he was certain that Lan Si had not surpassed him. Lan Si's record was 30 stacks, but Lu Yin did not care if Lan Si had reached 50 stacks. He believed that once he unsealed all 3 grains of Fate Zan, he would definitely be able to surpass 50 stacks. The overlaying stacks path became more difficult the further one progressed, and it was not as simple as adding 20 stacks. When Lu Yin had defeated Night Queen Yanqing during the Astral Combat Tournament, he had only used 9 stacks. Your physical strength has exceeded my expectations, Mu Rong said in shock as he looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin smiled. It's good that you're not disappointed. Next, it's my turn to attack. Many people found it strange. Why was Lu Yin acting exactly like Ling Ke? After blocking an attack, he was about to counterattack. Unfortunately, Ling Ke had been defeated by the shepherd boy Song. Would Lu Yin suffer the same fate? Mu Rong shook his head. I won't wait for you to attack. You're not trying to block my attack, but there's no way to avoid it. Lu Yin nodded. You're right, but I don't like to passively take a beating. You can think of ways to defend yourself. Give it a try. He then charged towards Mu Rong, the giant emperor's third eye appearing in his hand. Taking advantage of the fact that Mu Rong's force field had yet to recover, Lu Yin filled his eyes with star energy and instantly reached the level where he could use the secret sidestep. Mu Rong's shepherd boy's song could bring out his force field, but it needed time to do so. Lu Yin estimated that it would take around 3 seconds, which was the best time for him to attack. To reach the level where he could use the secret sidestep, he needed to meet 3 conditions: Sirius, a domain, both eyes filled with star energy, and a lock-breaking tool. Due to the Sea King's presence, Lu Yin did not dare to use the Sirius technique. Similarly, due to the Sea King's presence, the moment his eyes filled with star energy, he would bleed from his orifices due to the enormous amount of rune lines. However, as long as he had enough time, he could give it a try. The moment his eyes were filled with star energy, a terrifying amount of rune lines appeared in his eyes, and scarlet blood flowed from his eyes. At that moment, he arrived right in front of Mu Rong and struck out with a 30 stacks 50-fold shockwave palm. Mu Rong retreated as he stared at Lu Yin. This person should know that he couldn't reach him with his speed alone, so why was he still coming? And why was he still bleeding from his eyes? Suddenly, Mu Rong felt a chill run down his spine. Lu Yin had disappeared from in front of him and reappeared behind him. This wasn't speed, but rather an even more advanced movement technique. Mu Rong had seen it before. It was a supreme technique that lockbreakers revered, secret sidestep. Damn, this person can use secret sidestep. With a loud bang, Lu Yin's palm landed squarely on Mu Rong's body, ruthlessly pushing him into the ground. At the same time, Lu Yin's 30 stacks exploded, and the continuous shockwaves transformed into visible white ripples that spread outwards. Mu Rong spat out a mouthful of blood as his entire body was pushed to the bottom of the lake. Lu Yin hurriedly retracted the star energy from his eyes and wiped the corners of his eyes. Sure enough, they were bleeding. Seeing rune lines wasn't a good thing, as it was easy to be injured by the backlash. At this moment, Half Willow Lakeside was completely silent as everyone stared blankly at Lu Yin. He had just hit Mu Rong. This was the first time that Mu Rong had been hit by Lu Yin, and it had even been with 30 stacks. Wasn't Mu Rong supposed to restrain Lu Yin? What was going on? Most people couldn't understand what was going on, but there were a few who saw it, and the shock in their eyes was indescribable. Secret sidestep. It's actually the secret sidestep. Ling Ke was stunned. The secret sidestep wasn't about speed, but rather a supreme evasion technique. It was a top-notch technique that lockbreakers wanted to comprehend in order to avoid the dangers of lockbreaking. To be able to avoid the dangers of lockbreaking, which couldn't be seen, showed just how powerful the secret sidestep was. Northgate Lai, Qin Chen, Qing Wu, and the rest were all shocked. The current lemeters were simply too monstrous. Michelle and the rest had not expected Lu Yin to know the secret sidestep. Only those who had participated in Shenwu Continent's trial and the lockbreaking event on the Savage Ape planet were aware of his secret sidestep. Even if those people were to announce it publicly, they wouldn't be able to spread it throughout the entire universe, as they didn't have the status to do so. Thus, Lu Yin's display of the secret sidestep was extremely shocking. Even Haidasha was shocked. Even in the entire Lockbreaker society, there were only a few people who could use the secret sidestep. There were also lockbreakers in the Sea King's Dome, and the average person's knowledge of the secret sidestep was far inferior to that of a lockbreaker. At this moment, Lu Yin's status was rapidly rising in the eyes of these lockbreakers, and they were certain that there would be a place for him in the Lockbreaker society in the future. Most people didn't understand the secret sidestep, and they were more concerned about Mu Rong's situation. Mu Rong hadn't been hit head-on since the start of the battle, and even the K's mighty slash had only caused a flesh wound. His endurance was still unknown. Lu Yin looked down and saw that the lake was gradually submerging the area where Mu Rong had fallen. He wanted to fill his eyes with star energy to see how many rune lines Mu Rong had left, but he didn't. There wasn't much point in looking, as he didn't believe that Mu Rong would be defeated just like that. This battle would continue, but if Mu Rong had been hit, then even if he wasn't severely injured, he wouldn't be doing much better. Up until now, Lu Yin's performance had already surpassed Ling Ke's. This was because Ling Ke hadn't been able to cause much damage to Mu Rong. At most, Mu Rong's skin had been scraped, while Lu Yin had taken a direct hit. Of course, this didn't mean that Ling Ke was inferior to Lu Yin. It was just that their battle styles were different, and the results were different. The lake gradually rose, completely submerging the area where Mu Rong had fallen. Everyone stared, but Mu Rong still hadn't appeared. Was his endurance that weak? That made sense, as who could easily withstand an attack from 30 stacks? That was Lu Yin's strongest attack, and even a normal cruiser would find it difficult to completely withstand it. Many people gradually began to overlook 30 stacks, as even if overlaying stacks were fierce, if they couldn't hit their target, then the result would be completely different. Lan Yu's eyes flickered. Mu Rong has been defeated. The might of 30 stacks isn't something that someone with a weak physical body can withstand. To the side, Zhang Dingtian had a different opinion. He had been knocked out of the arena by Mu Rong's flute, and in that instant, he had experienced something extraordinary. Although Mu Rong's physical strength couldn't compare to Lu Yin's or Lan Yu's, he was definitely not weak. The next moment, green grass began to grow on the surface of Half Willow Lakeside, and the same scene repeated itself. Mu Rong's force field appeared once more, and this time, not only was there a picture of a shepherd boy herding cows, but there was also a melodious shepherd boy's song. A shepherd boy's song, lingering among the green grass. This was a dreamlike scene that no one could break. Everyone was enveloped in the shepherd boy's song, and their bodies and minds experienced another sensation. This was Ling Kei's second time experiencing the shepherd boy's song, and it was still as shocking as ever. His 3 blades as one had been defeated by this melodious tune. Lu Yin took a deep breath. Sure enough, it wasn't over yet. The shepherd boy's song had finally appeared, and Lu Yin's greatest fear of Mu Rong was the shepherd boy's song. Without it, Lu Yin was 100% certain that he could defeat Mu Rong. After all, Mu Rong's physical body was too powerful. However, the shepherd boy's song's attack style was very strange, and it was the only way that Mu Rong could possibly win. Even so, he still had to face it. At the bottom of the lake, Mu Rong slowly walked out, and the water parted on its own, allowing everyone to see him. At this moment, his clothes were in tatters, and there was dark red blood at the corner of his mouth. His face was pale, and he slowly walked out of the lake while playing his wooden flute. There was a deep palm print on his chest, and it was obvious that he had been severely injured. Lu Yin landed on the surface of the lake and listened to the shepherd boy's song. His star energy had been suppressed, and his body could not move. The shepherd boy's song was not a spiritual force attack, but rather a direct manipulation of the human body. This was Mu Rong's innate gift, and it was a terrifying innate gift. This was the reason why Mu Rong had been recognized as an unequaled leader by the 10 arbiters. Only those who surpassed Mu Rong by too much could break free from this innate gift. Otherwise, they could only be manipulated, and there was no one in the same realm who could surpass Mu Rong by too much. In other words, the moment the shepherd boy's song played, Lu Yin had won. Outsiders could not understand this, and Ling Kei had not publicized it either. Thus, no one could understand how terrifying the shepherd boy's song was. At this moment, only Lu Yin could experience it. Lu Yin stared at Mu Rong in shock. Mu Rong actually had such an innate gift, which allowed him to directly manipulate the human body. It was too terrifying. Gradually, Lu Yin's star energy dissipated as the shepherd boy's song dispersed it, reducing him to a pitiful cultivator who had exhausted all his star energy. At this moment, Lu Yin could not use anything other than his physical strength because he had no more star energy. Ling Kei's eyelids twitched. As expected, Lu Yin could not block the shepherd boy's song. This innate gift was truly terrifying. In the video of Mu Rong and Ling Kei's battle, Ling Kei's mighty slash was the first to disappear, followed by Ling Kei's clone. At that time, Ling Kei had decisively admitted defeat, but Mu Rong did not immediately attack, which meant that he was giving Lu Yin a chance to admit defeat. He had not sealed Lu Yin's ability to speak. What a terrifying innate gift. No wonder you're an unequaled leader, Lu Yin praised. Mu Rong played his wooden flute and looked at Lu Yin. You want me to admit defeat? Lu Yin asked, but then he shook his head. But I want to try and see if I can break through this unstoppable power. As he spoke, Mu Rong's melody rose sharply, and Lu Yin suddenly raised his left hand to slap his own head. Everyone was stunned. Suicide? Lu Yin's eyes went wide as he unsealed the Fatesan in his left arm and fused with the Fatesan in his heart. The next moment, his physical strength erupted, shaking the void as visible ripples spread out. Even from far away, the crowd could feel Lu Yin's strength at this moment. His strength was on the verge of erupting, and even Half Willow Lakeside could not withstand it, causing it to crack open. The void had been suppressed, and only powerhouses with power levels over 100,000 could destroy the void and create cracks. But at this moment, Lu Yin's physical strength was causing the void to become unstable and distort. At this moment, not only were Hai Dashao and the rest shocked, but even the Sea King, who had been observing all this while, was astonished. A mere Lameter could actually explode with such powerful physical strength. When Lu Yin had faced that war spirit with its eyes closed, the moment it had opened its eyes, he had felt an irresistible suppression. At that time, Lu Yin's strength had not been inferior to Mu Rong's, and he had only lacked an innate gift similar to the shepherd boy's song. In other words, even with its eyes open, the war spirit could still suppress Mu Rong. This was an extreme gap. Lu Yin could now do the same thing. He was already comparable to that war spirit, and with Mr. Mu's help, his physical strength had increased to the point where he needed to pay a price to restrain it. He was the same as that war spirit when it closed its eyes. Lu Yin was already on the same level as that war spirit and had reached the pinnacle of a certain aspect. Mu Rong, on the other hand, had yet to reach that level. The farmer boy's song came to an abrupt end as Lu Yin's left arm stopped a centimeter away from his head. He had used his powerful physical strength to directly negate the control that the song had over him. He looked up at Mu Rong and saw a puzzled look on his face. This was the first time Mu Rong had shown such an expression. Mu Rong could not hide the shock in his heart. The moment he had broken free from the farmer boy's song, he knew that he had lost. The shock that Lu Yin had given him was too intense. He had only felt this kind of shock from the 10 arbiters before. Back then, many people had said that Lu Yin's strength was comparable to the 10 arbiters when they were Lemeters, but Mu Rong had disdained them because he knew how terrifying the 10 arbiters were. They were 10 monsters that could not be imagined by the average person. Their strength could topple a cultivator's understanding, and even with the farmer boy's song, he did not dare to compare himself to the 10 arbiters. This was also why he had looked down on Lu Yin, as Lu Yin was too much like Xianxia. He had been called a 10 arbiters candidate during the astral combat tournament, and after the tournament of the strongest, he had been like the sun at noon. 30 stacks had made him the most dazzling candidate, but from Mu Rong's point of view, this person did not understand the 10 arbiters' strength and was just a clown. But now, Mu Rong truly understood that this person was not a clown, but a true powerhouse. There were very, very few people in the universe who could rival the 10 arbiters. He was truly invincible within the same realm, and Mu Rong was certain that not even Xianxia would be a match for this person. This person's strength within the Lemeter realm was unfathomable. Lu Yin had allowed Mu Rong to witness the birth of a new monster. He had been recognized as an invincible Lemeter by the 10 arbiters, which represented the 10 arbiters' foresight. Lu Yin had surpassed their foresight and reached the same level as the 10 arbiters when they were Lemeters. If he had met Mu Rong before entering the space with the Golden Sea, then he would have definitely been defeated. The universe was truly vast, and there were all sorts of geniuses. Now that he had defeated Mu Rong, he could truly be considered to be standing at the peak of the Lemeter realm. However, he secretly warned himself that he could not be careless, as this was only a Lemeter. His opponents were the 10 arbiters, and they were monsters whose bottom lines could not be ascertained. Everyone stared blankly at this scene. Half Willow Lakeside was completely silent. Not long after, a voice rang out, "I admit defeat." This was Mu Rong's voice. The moment his voice fell, the wooden flute cracked and then disappeared. Countless people were shocked, but they soon cheered. Before the battle, no one had been optimistic about Lu Yin's chances. Because of this, when Lu Yin won, the cheers were even louder. Furthermore, Lu Yin was the future son-in-law of the Sea King's Dome, which meant that he was half a family member. This made everyone in the Sea King's Dome feel honored, as the Sea King's Dome was the strongest. Lu Yin quietly placed the Fates and back between his left arm and his heart. His physical strength was rapidly weakening. The only variable in this battle had been the farmer boy's song. If that song had been ineffective against Lu Yin, then Mu Rong would not have been able to retaliate. Lu Yin had not even used his Fatesan. Of course, it did not make much of a difference, as his Fatesan could not block the innate gift of the farmer boy's song. In the distance, Ling Kai sighed and felt rather disappointed. He had thought that the farmer boy's song had been a foregone conclusion, but he had never imagined that Lu Yin would be so abnormal. How had he cultivated such power? What the hell? Chen Wu, Northgate Lai, and the others laughed. They were afraid that Lu Yin would see them and challenge them. That would be bad, as being knocked off the top 100 rankings by a Lemeter would be very embarrassing. Michelle and the others looked at Lu Yin with complicated expressions. Was the gap between them really that great? They had thought that they would be able to see his back, but after this battle, they were certain that they would not even be able to see his back. Xiao Luo smiled, and he looked at Lu Yin with a hint of excitement and battle intent. In the distance, Hai Daxiao retracted his gaze and fell into deep thought. Lu Yin had actually cultivated his physical body to such a powerful level. Once he broke through to the explorer realm, he would be able to enter the top 50 of the top 100 rankings, or even higher. This person was a true 10 arbiters candidate, and even Hai Daxiao had to admit that this person had the potential to challenge the top 10 in the future. Second brother, I have a serious question for you. Hai Qiqi looked at Hai Daxiao seriously. Hai Daxiao nodded, as he knew that Hai Qiqi had been moved by this battle. Ask away. Have you guys ever worried about domestic violence? Hai Qiqi asked. This one question caused Hai Daxiao's thoughts to become chaotic. He waved his hand and tore through the void to leave, not knowing how to communicate with Hai Qiqi. Hai Qiqi gritted her teeth. Did I ask the wrong question? If you really marry me off to that violent maniac, what if I get beaten up by him? She then chased after Hai Daxiao. After this battle, Half Willow Lakeside was basically crippled. Mu Rong left, but he was not as dejected as Ling Ke had been when he had been defeated. Although he was shocked by Lu Yin's strength, he quickly calmed down. To him, the outcome of this battle was not important. He had already displayed his strength a few days ago, and that was enough. Lu Yin stretched lazily. He had won, and that old fogey, the Sea King, would be happy. Lu Yin did not need to carry a debt of over 30,000 star essence, which was not bad at all. Not too far away, Zhang Dingtian slowly walked over. Lu Yin turned around and looked at him. He only managed to say one word before the scene in front of him changed, and he returned to the waterfall. Lu Yin was speechless. Senior Sea King, please allow this junior to chat with that person. Properly comprehend this battle. How could you have won if your physical strength had not reached the peak? The Sea King's voice rang out. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat, and he sighed. If he wanted to chat with Zhang Dingtian, he would have to wait until later. At Half Willow Lakeside, Zhang Dingtian looked at the empty space in front of him and then silently turned to leave. The entire Sea King's Dome was talking about the battle between Lu Yin and Mu Rong. As for the rankings of the 4 participants, Lu Yin had taken first place, while Ling Ke had taken 4th place. This made Ling Ke very unhappy, as he admitted that he could not defeat Lu Yin or Mu Rong. However, he could not accept the fact that Yi Xingchen was ranked above him. Yi Xingchen had roamed the cosmic sea as a lemmeter, which was indeed admirable, but no one believed that he had relied on his own strength to do so. That was impossible, as even a hunter would not be able to roam the cosmic sea alone. Yi Xingchen must have used some method, and in terms of true strength, Ling Ke really wanted to fight him. This battle quickly spread from the Sea King's Dome, and as time passed, more and more people learned about it. However, it would still take some time for the news to spread throughout the universe. After all, this was not the astral combat tournament that was broadcasted across the entire universe. However, the 10 arbiters would definitely be the first to learn about this battle. Somewhere in the Innerverse, when Xianxia read the news from the Starfall Sea and laughed heartily. He had always maintained his composure and rarely acted like this, but Lu Yin's victory over Mu Rong made him very happy. Mu Rong was that guy's subordinate, and the 10 arbiters often recruited powerhouses with innate gifts for their own use. However, as long as one was a lemmeter, they could not avoid being compared to Mu Rong. In terms of lemmeters, all 9 of them were inferior to that guy. It was precisely because of Mu Rong that when Xianxia had asked Mira to leak information about Mu Rong to Lu Yin in the hopes that Lu Yin would one day defeat Mu Rong. Regardless of whether Lu Yin was on his side or not, as long as Lu Yin defeated Mu Rong, they would be able to hold their heads high and no longer be suppressed by that guy. Of course, this was just a battle of loyalty, and it did not affect the overall situation. However, anyone who had been suppressed for so many years would want to rebel, and now, Mu Rong had finally been defeated. Mira, report this good news to the 10 Arbiters Council. When Xianxia was very happy. On the screen, Mira smiled and nodded. Yes, Arbiter Wen. Not long after, a video of Mu Rong being defeated by Lu Yin appeared on the 10 Arbiters Council's network. This video caused a huge commotion, and it was sent directly to the Day-Night Clan, Lingling Clan, and other powerful clans through the 10 Arbiters Council's interface. Night Queen Yanqing was stunned as she stared at the video in a daze. It was as if all the energy in her body had been sucked out. How did this happen? The difference is so huge. She was currently in the Day-Night Clan's ancestral grounds, and in front of her was a Night King Elder. Not far away, a figure stood like an iron tower. If Lu Yin was here, he would have been shocked to discover that this person was Zhanlong Day-Night, who should have been trapped on the Shenwu continent. In the erudite flow zone, the Wen family quickly saw the video as well. The younger generation had only seen the battle between the strongest leaders, but the larger clans had seen something different. They had seen a whole new level of competition. When the 10 arbiters retreated behind the scenes, the younger generation would be led by the next generation. The battle between Lu Yin and Mu Rong seemed to foreshadow the second level of competition between the younger generation. Qianer, now you know that there's always someone better than you. Uncle, Qianer wants to experience the strongest leader's strength and break through to the explorer realm after that. Otherwise, Qianer won't be satisfied. That won't be easy. How about this? Why don't you ask your cousin to take you to the 10 Arbiters Council and fight with Mu Rong? No, if I want to experience it, then I want to experience the strongest. I want to fight with Lu Yin. On a certain planet, countless broken swords were stabbed into the ground. In the distance, there was a sword peak that pierced through the clouds. Lu Xiaoqiu stood below it and watched the video with shock in his eyes. Lu Yin had already surpassed him by so much. Lu Xiaoqiu turned off the screen and looked up with a resolute gaze. He would not forget his promise to challenge the top 100 rankings at the same time. He would not be any weaker than Lu Yin, and he would use this sword peak that had once trained his eldest senior sister to transform himself. The sword sect would always be the strongest. Somewhere in the outerverse, Shiyu also watched the video and looked up with a complicated expression. Perhaps this person could help them. Somewhere in the innerverse, a man closed his eyes. It's getting closer and closer. A few days after the battle at Half Willow Lakeside, Michelle and the rest left, leaving behind Big Pao and Little Pao. The two could only stay at the Sea King's Dome for the time being, unless they could confirm that the Bo Duo and Feng Mo would not cause trouble for them. However, that possibility was very small. Faceless also left the Sea King's Dome. After the battle at Half Willow Lakeside, he felt that he had underestimated Lu Yin. This person's status within the clan might be higher than he had imagined, as he had defeated Mu Rong without even using death energy. This level of strength was not simple, and only that person in the entire Neo-Human Alliance could match up to Lu Yin. Unfortunately, he could no longer speak to Faceless, as he could not report the deaths of the Bo Duo or Feng Mo's escape. Thank you Su Taizhu, Kei Lian, and all the other brothers for your tips. The third update will be posted at 3 p.m. Thank you all for your support. Star Sibyl had also watched the battle, and Lu Yin's answer kept appearing in her mind. She did not know what his answer was, but she felt that she needed to return to her sect. Lu Yin, Mu Rong, and the others represented a certain stage of the younger generation. Once the 10 arbiters left the younger generation, the top 10 of the top 100 rankings would be about done, and Lu Yin's generation would take their place. Lu Yin was clearly at the top of this stage, and his answer was very important. Hai Chi held back for a few days, but she finally came to find Lu Yin. Hey, what's the use of that farmer boy's song? This was what Hai Chi was most curious about. Lu Yin opened his eyes and looked at her. Controlling people. If it's that powerful, then why weren't you controlled? Hai Chi's eyes widened as she blinked. Lu Yin pursed his lips. Because I'm powerful. Hai Chi fell into deep thought and then looked at Lu Yin. After a while, she asked, do you think that cultivators are more prone to domestic violence? Lu Yin was speechless. The monkey sighed. Seventh bro, I suddenly feel that Ming Yan is more suitable for you. You're just trying to ride her coattails, so there's no need to sacrifice yourself. Let's find someone else. With your looks, there's bound to be someone blind who'll fall for you. At that moment, Lu Yin's gadget beeped, and he tapped it open. Lily and was on the screen. Congratulations, brother Lu. You've truly become the strongest leader, Lily and said with a smile. Lu Yin humbly replied. Hai Chi leaned over. Who's that? It's none of your business, Lu Yin snapped. Hai Chi snorted. I'll tell father that you have a mistress. Lu Yin was stunned, and so was Lily Ann. She was clearly stunned. Hai Chi giggled. I'm just kidding. I've never planned on marrying you. It's even better that you have someone you like. I'll have Imperial Father grant you your wish. After saying that, she waved at Lily and left happily. Lily and only regained her senses after Haichichi had left. This was the first time in her life that she had met someone like Haichichi, and she clearly could not handle it. A single sentence from Haichichi had caused the atmosphere to change. "My apologies, Miss Anur. That girl is a little. Luin did not know what to say. In any case, Haichichi's thoughts were jumpy and she did not walk the path. Lillian smiled. That must be the Sea King's daughter. Luin nodded helplessly. Lillian smiled. She's a very straightforward girl. Brother Lu, you have to grab hold of her. Being able to marry the Sea King's daughter is the dream of countless people, and she's also so beautiful. Luin did not know where Lillian had seen Haichichi from. Was she pretty? This woman was definitely trying to flatter him. Although she had an intellectual beauty and didn't seem like someone who knew how to flatter others, Luin had not forgotten what had happened during their trip to the Northline Flow Zone. This woman had always been good at flattering others without even realizing it. This time, she was definitely trying to flatter the Sea King. Miss Anur, why are you looking for me? Luin asked. Lillian's expression turned serious. Brother Lu, do you know what happened in Frostwave Weave? Frostwave Weave? What is it? Lillian frowned. You don't know? The Beast Tamers Flow Zone's second grade hall has declared war on Frostwave Weave, and their target is the Great Yu Empire. I've heard that the Great Yu Empire's 13 Imperial squadrons have already sent several captains to the border, including the Hunter, the Blind Monk. Lu Yin's expression changed, as he really did not know. How do you know, Miss Anur? It seems like Brother Lu really doesn't know. Alright, I'll tell you then. This matter is no longer a secret among many of the great clans in the universe. Lillian paused for a moment before continuing in a serious tone. In the astral wilderness, someone discovered an extremely compressed substance called pyrolite. It has immense destructive power, and just 1 gram can produce a destructive power level of over 10,000. It's considered a strategic resource, and the discovery of large quantities of this pyrolite has the potential to change the structure of the universe. Thus, many powers in the universe have sent people to explore the astral wilderness. Currently, the location where most pyrolite has been discovered is closest to North Castle Weave. North Castle Weave is one of the Outerverse's closest weaves to the astral wilderness, and it's also a neighboring weave to the north of Frostwave Weave. Brother Lu, do you understand now? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. So you're saying that the various great powers have sent people into North Castle Weave, and that the second grade hall wants to encroach on Frostwave Weave? I'm not too sure about the specifics, but I know that the second grade hall has launched an attack on Frostwave Weave. When I found out about this, I immediately contacted you. Luin took a deep breath. Thank you for informing me, Miss Anur. I understand. Lillian knew that Luin wanted to contact the Great Yu Empire, so she didn't say anything else and quickly ended the call. Lu Yin's eyes flashed coldly, and he immediately contacted Hu Qingshan. Hu Qingshan's image quickly appeared on the screen in front of him. Uncle Hua, do you have anything to tell me? Luin asked, suppressing his anger. Hu Qingshan was astonished. Something? Nothing. The second grade hall is attacking Frostwave Weave. Is Uncle Hua trying to hide this from me? Or am I no longer the royal regent of the Great Yu Empire? Luin asked sternly. He was truly furious, and he felt like he had been deceived. Hu Qingshan asked, where did you hear such rumors, royal regent? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Rumors? Hu Qingshan nodded. Some time ago, experts from the second grade hall were hunting down survivors of the Great Sword Dynasty in North Castle Weave. They fought with Captain Shalash and were forced to retreat. Thus, the second grade hall sent experts over to take revenge, but that's all. There's no such thing as attacking Frostwave Weave. What about the blind monk? Why did he go to the border? Luin asked. Hu Qingshan smiled. He was worried that the second grade hall's commander would personally take action. After all, a hunter isn't someone that Captain Shalash and the others can handle. Rest assured, Royal Regent. The Great Yu Empire isn't weak, and we've already reported this matter to the 5th Princess, Her Highness Wendy Yushan. She told us not to disturb you. Luin sighed. It seemed that Hua Qingshan and the others weren't intentionally hiding this from him, they just didn't know the severity of the situation. Lu Yin had told Hua Qingshan and the others not to contact him unless it was something important, but Hua Qingshan had classified this matter as revenge and not war. The Great Yu Empire definitely didn't know about Pyrolite and thought that the second Great Hall's appearance in North Castle Weave was just an accident. The other great powers had sealed off this information, and the Great Sword Dynasty survivor probably didn't know about it either. Most of the Outerverse powers had been kept in the dark, and only the Innerverse great powers knew about it. Fortunately, Lu Yin knew about it. Otherwise, if the second Great Hall coveted Frostwave Weave's geographical location and launched a surprise attack, the Great Yu Empire would be in grave danger. Uncle Hua, pass down my orders. The Great Yu Empire is to stop all foreign wars, and the fleet is to gather in the north. Captain Rocky Anna of the 9th Imperial Squadron, Captain Luing Zishan of the 13th Imperial Squadron, as well as the newly joined space-exploring powerhouses, are to gather at the border between Frostwave Weave and North Castle Weave. If you discover any enemies, try to intimidate them, and try not to engage them in battle. Hua Qingshan was shocked, and when he saw Lu Yin's expression, he knew that something was amiss. Royal Regent, what happened? Lu Yin muttered to himself for a moment and then told Hua Qingshan about the Pyrolite incident. Hua Qingshan immediately understood where the problem lay. Frostwave Weave was south of North Castle Weave, and it bordered the Weave, so its geographical location was very important. The second Great Hall wanted to control Frostwave Weave, which meant that North Castle Weave was finished. It wasn't as the survivor had said, that only the Great Sword Dynasty had been destroyed. On the surface, the various great powers of North Castle Weave still existed, but in reality, the rulers had all been replaced by the great powers of the Innerverse. The second Great Hall and the first Great Hall both belonged to the Divine Great Hall, and the Divine Great Hall represented the Beast Tamer's flow zone. I understand. Rest assured, Royal Regent, Hua Qingshan said solemnly. Lu Yin nodded, but just as he was about to end the call, he suddenly thought of something. Uncle Hua, you said that Captain Shalash fought with the second Great Hall's experts to save a survivor from the Great Sword Dynasty. Then, where's that survivor? He's on his way to the capital star, Hua Qingshan replied. Lu Yin replied, protect that person well. Hua Qingshan nodded. Many great powers of the Innerverse had gathered in North Castle Weave, and it was very lively there. Even the Lily family, a small family that wasn't part of the 8 great flow zones, had gone there. Why couldn't Lu Yin participate? Lu Yin didn't expect to be able to compete with those great powers, but it wouldn't be bad if he could get his hands on some. Just a little bit would allow him to use his Dai's enhance to level up, and he might even be able to make a fortune. His eyes lit up as he thought about how he could earn money from the centipede's body. However, for now, the most important thing was to resolve the crisis in Frostwave Weave. He tried to contact Wendy Yushan, but unfortunately, he couldn't reach her. He also wanted to contact Mira, but he decided against it. The 10 Arbiters' Council couldn't affect the competition between North Castle Weave and the Astral Wilderness, and they couldn't protect Frostwave Weave either. Lu Yin stood beneath the waterfall and pondered for a long time before slowly bowing towards the sky. This junior requests an audience with the Sea King. The Sea King's figure quickly appeared in front of him. Have you figured out how to defeat Mu Rong without relying on your physical strength? Lu Yin shook his head. This junior hasn't thought of anything. It's very simple. Steal his flute, the Sea King reprimanded. Lu Yin was stunned. Steal his flute? His innate gift is the wooden flute, and the shepherd boy's song can only be played with a wooden flute. If you steal his flute, won't you be able to stop him from playing the song? Since you were able to hit him once, you can hit him a second time. Although you'll have to pay a price, it'll be worth it compared to defeating him, the Sea King explained. Lu Yin blinked. But since the wooden flute is his innate gift, won't it disappear if I steal it? Idiot, steal it and destroy it. Using an innate gift too frequently will exhaust a person's body, and no one's innate gift can be used endlessly. Similarly, if you destroy the wooden flute, it'll hurt him as well. Techniques like the shepherd boy's song aren't that easy to use. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given Ling Ke a chance to combine his 3 blades. After all, the shepherd boy's song might not be able to be used again once he's hit by all three blades, the Sea King explained. Luin recalled Mu Rong's battle and realized that the Sea King's words were true. Mu Rong wouldn't give Luin a second chance to attack and had impatiently used the shepherd boy's song. Perhaps the requirements for the song were too high, and once Mu Rong's injuries reached a critical point, he wouldn't be able to use it. Destroying the wooden flute would indeed damage his innate gift. Luin looked at the Sea King in admiration. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Thank you, brothers, for your tips. Here's the fourth update. The Sea King raised his head and waved a hand. It's normal that you can't think of it. How many people in the universe can think as well as I do? Chi-Chi is the inheritor of my excellent genes, and I only hope that you won't tarnish this legacy. Luin pursed his lips. This father and daughter were exactly the same, they both had sharp tongues and felt good about themselves. Senior Sea King, this junior has two things to report to you. The Sea King nodded. Speak. First, the betrothal gift. If this junior wants to marry Chi-Chi, the gift cannot be shabby. This is not only a sign of respect to the Sea King's dome, but also an explanation to my hometown. The Sea King glanced at Luin. What kind of betrothal gift can you prepare? How about this? Just give me back the essence you spent. Luin felt awkward. This junior doesn't have that much money. Then what are you talking about? If you don't even have that much money, what kind of betrothal gift can you prepare? The Sea King was displeased. Luin hurriedly replied, although this junior doesn't have the money, this junior will do his best to prepare a betrothal gift worthy of Chi-Chi. Senior, please allow this junior to return to Frostwave Weave. The Sea King sneered. You want to leave? We'll talk after you become an explorer. Luin respectfully replied, Senior might not know this, but this junior's hometown is in danger, and this junior must return. The Sea King was disdainful. What can a Lameter like you do back there? Luin solemnly replied, even if I'm a seeker, this junior will not shirk his duty if his hometown is in danger. Dare I ask, if the Sea King's dome is in danger, will the residents of the Sea King's dome rush back to help? Even if it's useless, I'd rather die with the Sea King's dome. The Sea King's gaze shifted, and he looked up into the sky. Alright, you can return if you want, but bring Chi-Chi with you. Luin was shocked. Senior, this junior's return will be fraught with danger. How can I implicate Chi-Chi? The Sea King proudly replied, Chi-Chi doesn't need you to take care of her. No one will dare touch my daughter, so don't worry. She might even be able to protect you. Luin wanted to say something else, but the Sea King interrupted him. Alright, I'm not discussing this with you. Either bring Chi-Chi with you or become an explorer. Luin had no choice but to agree. This junior understands, I will do my best to ensure Chi-Chi's safety. I already said that Chi-Chi doesn't need your protection. Meet her at the harbor tomorrow. The Sea King then tore open the void and left. Seventh bro, it looks like you won't be able to get rid of that woman. I feel like you'll go crazy if you spend too much time with her, the monkey gloated. Luin did not have the time to think about such things. He took out a star chart of Frostwave Weave's surroundings and started thinking about how to resolve this crisis. He could not charge into the enemy's ranks, as any random hunter could be sent out. All he could do was try his best to use the various powers to achieve a balance of power. After all, he had been in the Innerverse for quite some time, and his social circle was not something that the Outerverse could compare to. Moreover, with honor points, he could learn more about the conflicts between these factions. This was his advantage. Currently, the Beast Tamer's Flowzone's second-grade hall was eyeing Frostwave Weave. Luin wanted to investigate more about this organization, and Quang Wang might be useful to him. Elsewhere, the Sea King stood at the peak of the Sea King's dome as he looked at the Starfall Sea. Hai Dashao appeared behind him and said, Father, I found out that Frostwave Weave has been targeted by the second-grade hall. North Castle Weave has actually fallen into the hands of the various great powers. The Sea King nodded, his gaze calm. Luin won't just be facing the second-grade hall when he returns. With Pyrolite's importance, it will be very difficult for him to protect Frostwave Weave. At most, he'll be able to protect the Great Yu Empire's territory, and that's with the various great powers being apprehensive of our Sea King's dome. It's impossible for a puny leader like him to reverse the situation, Hai Dashao said disdainfully. The Sea King smiled. Do you really think that he's going back alone? What? Does he have helpers? Hai Dashao was astonished. We are his helpers, the Sea King replied. Hai Dashao was shocked. Father, are you going to personally intervene? This will attract the attention of the Hall of Honor. Back then, the Sea King raised a hand to stop Hai Dashao from speaking further. I didn't say that I would intervene, but this kid isn't stupid. Based on his past deeds, he's adept at socializing and taking advantage of others. Why do you think he proposed to prepare a betrothal gift? I can guarantee that if he can't hold on any longer, this kid will definitely use the excuse of preparing a betrothal gift for our Sea King's dome to intimidate the various great powers and try to protect Frostwave Weave. He might even give Frostwave Weave to our Sea King's dome as a betrothal gift. Hai Dashao was furious. Is this kid really that bold? Father, you can't let him do as he pleases. We have an agreement with the Hall of Honor. The Sea King did not care. So what if we have an agreement? No one in the universe can stop me. Hai Dashao frowned as he looked at the Sea King's back. Suddenly, he thought of something. Father, are you telling Chi-Chi to follow him to express the Sea King's dome stance? The Sea King smiled but did not reply. Father, do you want to obtain the pyrolite? Hai Dashao probed. The Sea King's gaze turned cold. Whether or not we can obtain it will depend on what that kid does. I hope that he doesn't disappoint me, or else I might personally take action. Hai Dashao was shocked. Once the Sea King took action, the hidden old freaks of the various great powers would also take action. That would be a disaster that would sweep through the universe. Was pyrolite really that important? He did not understand. Even if pyrolite was a strategic resource, no one in the universe dared to provoke the Starfall Sea, and no one dared to provoke the Sea King's dome. Was there a need for them to lead the Starfall Sea for such a resource? Once the Sea King took action, the Neoverse would not remain silent, and the entire universe would be thrown into chaos. Hai Dashao suddenly realized that Lu Yin's return this time was very important. He had to obtain a sufficient amount of pyrolite that the Sea King was satisfied with, or else a disaster would descend. No one besides him and the Sea King knew what would happen. Lu Yin naturally did not know that the Sea King needed pyrolite, and it would be good enough if he could even protect Frostwave Weave. Hold on, Hai Dashao thought of another possibility. Could his father have let Lu Yin go because he wanted to use the excuse that his prospective son-in-law had been bullied as an excuse to leave the Starfall Sea? If Lu Yin could not protect Frostwave Weave, then the Sea King would be able to legitimately take action, and no one would be able to pick a fight. The Hall of Honor would not be able to stop the Sea King from helping his prospective son-in-law. Even if the Sea King helped his prospective son-in-law obtain some pyrolite, no one would dare to say anything. Hai Dashao was shocked when he saw the Sea King smile. The various powers fighting over North Castle Weave probably did not know that they were all being targeted by the Sea King. Everything was logical. Hai Dashao left. He understood some things, and he knew that he could not stop this. Father, it's time to tell second brother. A screen appeared beside the Sea King from his gadget, and a man who looked very similar to Hai Dashao appeared on it. He was the Sea King's eldest son. The Sea King had a complicated expression. Let's wait until he becomes a hunter. Father, you want to use pyrolite to blast open that path? That's too radical. No one knows what will happen if that path is blasted open, and it might even repeat the tragedy from before. The Sea King's gaze was deep. So what? This region of space is fake, and there's nothing worse than that. That path might be a dead end, but it might also be hope. Even if it's a dead end, so what? At worst, we'll all die together, and no one will be able to escape. The Hall of Honor will not let you succeed. They're too conservative. They don't know that the longer we delay, the more we'll be suppressed. This region of space hasn't had a progenitor for too long. Second brother should have gone to find Lu Yin. Aren't you worried that he'll say something? The Sea King clasped his hands behind his back. It doesn't matter. The kid can't decide his own future. So what if he knows or doesn't know? He'll be happier if he doesn't know. Then, what about Chi-Chi? Do you want Chi-Chi to marry him? If he's not an enemy, then that's fine. If he is, then just kill him. The Sea King's tone was icy, and the atmosphere of the entire Sea King's dome changed as the Starfall Sea became much more oppressive. Hai Daxiao's emotions were complicated, as he did not understand how important pyrolite was. With the power of the entire Sea King's dome, they did not need to obtain it at all. The Sea King's dome had a transcendent status in the universe because the Starfall Sea did not interfere in the struggles of the universe. However, if the Sea King's dome made a move, then the various great powers of the universe might retaliate and restrict the Sea King's dome. This was not something that Hai Daxiao wanted to see. He had unwittingly walked to the waterfall where Luyin was, and he saw Luyin deep in thought. Luyin was looking at a star chart and organizing the situation that he could use to his advantage. He was also thinking about what he should do after returning to Frostwave Weave. When he saw Hai Daxiao, he gathered his thoughts. "You're leaving tomorrow?" Hai Daxiao asked. Luyin nodded. Hai Daxiao looked at Luyin and thought for a moment before saying, "Your answer to Star Sibyl disappointed me." Luyin smiled nonchalantly. "Then I'm sorry. It's not just you, Senior Sea King should be disappointed as well. However, that's my answer, and it won't change." Hai Daxiao frowned, but he did not say anything. "You came here just to say this?" Luyin asked. Hai Daxiao stared into Luyin's eyes. "You should know about pyrolite." Luyin nodded. "I've heard. Father hopes that your betrothal gift will be pyrolite," Hai Daxiao said. He could not say it out loud, so this was all he could do. Luyin was stunned. "Senior Sea King needs pyrolite?" Hai Daxiao replied, "Whether or not he needs it is none of your business. In any case, your betrothal gift can only be pyrolite. Otherwise..." He paused, not knowing how to continue. "Otherwise, what? Would he not let Xianxia marry Luyin?" Hai Daxiao had not forgotten what had happened during the Sea King's son-in-law selection, and this brat simply did not want to marry Xianxia. Luyin replied, "All the great powers in the universe have their eyes on pyrolite. It'll be very difficult for me to steal it. I'm just a lemeter, and while my status might cause others to be apprehensive, it's definitely not at the level where they'll be willing to make concessions." Hai Daxiao turned to leave. "That's your problem. In any case, the Sea King's dome needs pyrolite as a betrothal gift, and if you can't get it, you'll know the price you'll have to pay." After saying that, Hai Daxiao left. Luyin felt that pyrolite was more important than he had imagined, as even a power like the Sea King's dome that did not interfere in the universe's disputes wanted it. However, since the Sea King's dome wanted it and had even used the betrothal gift as an excuse, then it was even more justifiable for Luyin to borrow the Sea King's dome's name. However, that was the final step. The Sea King's guess had been correct, as Luyin had been preparing for the worst from the very beginning. He was not so confident that he could protect Frostwave Weave, so the name of the Sea King's dome was his trump card. If worse came to worst, he could give the entire Great Yu Empire to the Sea King as a betrothal gift. He did not believe that anyone would be willing to oppose the Sea King over a tiny empire. However, if that happened, he would have nothing left. Still, it was better than being divided up by other powers. Without news of Feng Yamo and the Bo Duo, Big Pao and Little Pao could only remain at the Sea King's dome. With Lu Yin's current status, Feng Yamo and the others would not dare to act against him. Even if they did, Luyin had many ways to escape, so he was not worried. As for Hai Xianxia, the Sea King's confident tone made it so that Luyin did not even need to consider it. The next day, at the harbor of the Sea King's dome, Hai Xianxia had arrived even earlier than Luyin. She stood on the large ship and seemed very excited as she stared at the entrance to the Starfall Sea with sparkling eyes. She only reacted when Luyin walked up behind her, and she rolled her eyes at him. "You don't make any noise when you walk. Why doesn't anyone recognize you? Aren't you the Sea King's daughter?" Luyin was curious. Hai Xianxia was standing at the bow of the ship, and logically speaking, there should be many onlookers, but it was completely empty below. Hai Xianxia's eyes dimmed, and she feigned arrogance. "I'm the Sea King's daughter. Do you think that just anyone can see me?" Luyin did not mind. At that moment, a voice rang out from behind them. "Princess Xianxia, the spacecraft is ready." The voice was very sudden, and it gave Luin a fright since it had come from right next to his ear. He subconsciously took a few steps forward and vigilantly stared at the old man who had appeared out of nowhere. The old man looked at Luin and smiled kindly. "Oh, got it," Chi replied and excitedly ran into the ship. The old man watched Chi leave and then looked back at Luin with a smile. "Kid, take good care of Chi. Although she doesn't speak well, she's very kind and pure." Luin nodded. The old man smiled. "I've seen your battles. Not bad at all. Continue to work hard, and I hope that one day, we'll be able to go against the tide together." He then left. Luin watched the old man leave, not understanding of what he had just said. Chi's voice. "Hey, what? Let's go." The spacecraft that the Sea King's dome had provided had a very unique design, and the manufacturer was the Aurora Spacecraft Company. It was a miniature, foldable spacecraft that could seat up to 3 people. When not in use, it could be folded and shrunk to its smallest size before being stored in a cosmic ring. The moment he saw the spacecraft, he decided that he had to buy one. He did not have many spacecraft left, and he only had one Aurora left on Deep Crimson Planet. However, in Chi's words, Luin wouldn't be able to afford a foldable spacecraft even if he sold himself. Luin refused to accept this, as he had spent nearly 20,000 star essence on his cultivation. It was just a single spacecraft, and even an ordinary radiant-grade Aurora was only worth 10 star essence. However, when Chi reported the price to him, he felt that he had overestimated himself and that he really could not afford it. This foldable radiant-grade Aurora spacecraft was actually priced at 20,000 star essence. "Why is this thing so expensive?" Luin asked in surprise. Chi rolled her eyes at Luin. "Calling you ignorant is already a compliment. Have you ever heard of a foldable spacecraft being sold anywhere? This is a technology that transcends time. A foldable spacecraft doesn't just need to be folded, but also whether or not the joints can withstand the speed of a radiant-grade spacecraft, as well as how well its defensive capabilities can be perfected. Just this technology alone is worth a lot of money, not to mention a radiant-grade spacecraft that can be used to escape at any time. Do you think 20,000 is expensive?" Luin was speechless. Not expensive? It was too expensive for him, and it was no wonder that he had never heard of anyone using it. Even the heirs of the great powers that he had come into contact with could not afford it. Only a wastrel like Chi would not have cared. However, her words made sense. If he had had a spacecraft like this back then, he would not have been trapped in outer space and could have escaped at any time. This thing could have saved his life if he had used it well. Even so, it was still not worth such a high price. The rarer something was, the more valuable it was. This thing was not only sold for the spacecraft itself, but also for its grade, a grade that ordinary people could not even lay their eyes on. Let me tell you something else. There aren't many of these spacecraft in the innerverse or outerverse, and the Aurora Corporation produces a limited number each year. You can't buy one even if you have the money, Chi said arrogantly. Are you saying that even the Mavis family can't buy one? Luin teased. Chi's expression changed. Who told you about the Mavis family? The Mavis family is synonymous with money. Don't try to confuse me. I wasn't talking about the Mavis family, I was talking about you. Someone like you can't buy one even if you have the money. How do you know that I'm rich? Let me tell you, we have to separate our assets before marriage. Chi gritted her teeth. Tui. Why would this princess care about your money? Popper, wait, who said anything about marrying you? Luin pretended to exhale. That's good. I'm actually very rich, and I'll be even richer in the future. Chi snorted and ignored him. The radiant-grade spacecraft was very fast, but even so, it still took more than 2 months to travel from the Sea King's dome to the outerverse Frostwave Weave. The Starfall Sea was located in the westernmost part of the innerverse, close to Endless Weave, while Frostwave Weave was located in the eastern part of the outerverse, close to the Astral Beast domain. One was in the southwest, while the other was in the northeast. They were quite lucky, as they did not encounter any accidents from the Sea King's dome to the Starfall Sea, and they did not encounter any turbulence. As for the possibility of being attacked by Feng Yamo or Undying Yushan's enemies, there was nothing. Perhaps this had something to do with the symbol of the Sea King's dome on the spacecraft. Luin believed that at least in the Spirit Seal Flow Zone, Day-Night Flow Zone, and Chaos Flow Zone, no one would dare to attack a spacecraft from the Sea King's dome. These 3 flow zones were close to the Starfall Sea, so they knew the symbol of the Sea King's dome. However, things were different once they left the Innerverse. Luin and Hai Chi did not stop along the way. They passed through the entrance of the Starfall Sea and Chaos Flow Zone before heading towards the Astral River. As long as they crossed the Astral River, they would reach the Outer Verse, and then they would cross dozens of weaves to reach Frostwave Weave. Just thinking about it made one realize how far it was. Luin sometimes wondered what level of power Mr. Mu possessed to be able to throw him from Tempest Flow Zone to Xingyang Flow Zone. This distance was not much closer than the distance between the Astral River and Frostwave Weave. It was too terrifying, as it was equivalent to crossing half of the human domain. The moment they left the Starfall Sea, Hai Chi-Chi's excitement reached its peak. She had never left the Starfall Sea before, and her shout almost scared the monkey out of Lu Yin's arm. The monkey cursed at her for 10 minutes, but unfortunately, only Luin could hear it. However, as the unchanging darkness of space grew further and further away, Hai Chi-Chi's excitement died down. Hey, look! That planet is so colorful and interesting. Shall we go up and take a look? No, we're in a hurry. Hey, look! There's a beast over there. Luin was startled and looked over. It was an Explorer Realm astral beast. Astral beasts did not only exist in the astral beast domain, as there were many in the human domain as well. However, they were often swept up by the various powers in their respective domains, so they were not very dangerous to humans. Still, they could occasionally be seen. The Explorer Realm astral beast only glanced at the spacecraft before flying off into the distance. Chase it, chase it. I want it to be my mount. Hai Chi was excited. No, we're in a hurry. Hey, look! There's a fleet. It's so long. Let's go greet them. No, we're in a hurry. Hai Chi finally exploded and glared at Luin. What's wrong with you? I'm the Sea King's daughter. You have to listen to me. Luin rolled his eyes. Didn't the Sea King tell you to listen to me before we left? No, Hai Chi replied angrily. Luin was helpless. There's a war going on back home, so I don't have time to waste. Then let's break up. Luin raised his brows. No, you have to follow me. Otherwise, how am I supposed to send you back to the Sea King's dome? Hai Chi was furious, and she gritted her teeth. She looked like she wanted to bite Luin. Luin stared at her warily. Don't bite me. You'll break your teeth. Nonsense, of course I'll break my teeth. You might be ugly, but your skin is thick. I can't bite you, Hai Chi said viciously before turning to face the sky and ignoring Luin. Luin relaxed. As long as she did not cause trouble, everything would be fine. He was in a hurry to return to Frostwave Weave. If it had been anyone else, he would have slapped them unconscious, but he did not dare to do so in front of Hai Chi. The Astral River had a completely different scenery from the Starfall Sea. Although it was called a river, it was far more magnificent. The Starfall Sea's greatest characteristic was that it was a real sea with water. The Astral River, on the other hand, was mixed with all sorts of liquid energy. In the past, Luin had thought that there was only one Astral River arc, but he had not expected that there would be 3 in total. They were on the east, west, and middle sides, which made sense. Otherwise, how could the Astral River arc allow everyone from the Outerverse to enter the Innerverse? Hai Chi looked at the Astral River in admiration. She had only seen it on the internet, but this was her first time seeing it up close. Hey, I want to go fishing, Hai Chi suddenly spoke up and looked at Luin expectantly, blinking her eyes. Luin pursed his lips. No. Hai Chi was furious. Why? The Astral River arc will take some time to reach the other side. You're not allowed to care about me during this time, or I'll really get angry. Luin nodded. Okay. Hai Chi was stunned, and she probed, really? You're not allowed to care about me. Lu Ying answered seriously, okay. Hai Chi did not believe him. Lu Ying used his honor points to board the Astral River Arkansas. He did not have to wait in line like before, and he used his special privileges to board. The Sea King's dome symbol on their spacecraft also alerted the Astral River Flow Zone envoy. The spacecraft was guided into orbit and stood side by side with the other spacecraft. Lu Ying was puzzled as to why they had not entered a separate VIP passage when someone appeared outside the spacecraft. It was a cruiser. The cruiser's goal was simple, to ask Lu Ying if they wanted to transfer to the VIP passage. That passage was not connected to the other spacecraft, and it had all the necessary facilities. There were even specialized attendants to serve them. Lu Ying refused, but he did provide the cruiser with some information. Hai Chi was an important person from the Sea King's dome. The cruiser's expression immediately changed, and he became even more respectful and humble. After that, Hai Chi's fishing dream came to an end. Ordinary people could not fish in the Astral River. With Lu Yin's strength, even old Goudet and the others had thought that he would be dragged into the Astral River and die. The mortality rate of fishing was very high if one was not a cruiser, and even a cruiser would not last more than 10 hours. This was one of the dangers of the Astral River. Since the Flow Zone envoy knew that Hai Chi was an important person from the Sea King's dome, how could he allow her to fish? What she was fishing for was not a fish, but her life. Thus, Hai Chi had lost all hope of fishing. Not only that, but she was also being monitored the entire time while she was on the ship, so that she could be protected at any time. This was the reason why Lu Ying had allowed her to do as she pleased. The Astral River envoy was more worried about her safety than anyone else. Lu Ying had been paying attention to the situation in Frostwave Weave, and Hua Qingshan had reported to him almost every day. During this time, the second-grade hall had actually stopped sending experts to Frostwave Weave, and they had even withdrawn their previous experts. This strange phenomenon was hard to fathom. In the Outerverse, at the border between North Castle Weave and Frostwave Weave, dozens of giant astral beasts soared through space. These astral beasts were all explorers, and a second-grade hall expert stood atop each of them. Even further away, a fortress-like warship floated in space, filled with people from the second-grade hall. The second-grade hall had sent out many powerhouses to fight for Pyrolite, and the one who had targeted Frostwave Weave was a hunter named Anfield. This kind of powerhouse was known as a commander within the second-grade hall. Anfield stared at the star chart with a gloomy expression. He had never thought that a tiny Frostwave Weave would be able to withstand their attack. When he flipped through Frostwave Weave's history, he discovered that the Great Yu Empire, which now ruled over half of Frostwave Weave, had once blocked an attack from the Ross Empire. The Great Yu Empire was not simple at all. He had also fought against a strange-looking hunter and had been suppressed. This situation had caused him to immediately stop attacking Frostwave Weave, as he had felt that the hunter had not used his full strength. Although the second-grade hull was an innerverse power, they were at the bottom of the Beast Tamer's flow zone, so they could not waste their strength on Frostwave Weave. Furthermore, just the day before, he had received news that the Great Yu Empire's royal regent, Lu Ying, was likely to become the Sea King's son-in-law. This news had shaken him to the core, and he no longer dared to make a move against Frostwave Weave. However, as long as Lu Ying did not truly become the Sea King's son-in-law, they would not give up on Frostwave Weave. They were not the only ones, as there were other powers that would do the same. Becoming the Sea King's son-in-law was not that easy. However, it was not suitable for them to show their faces at the moment. Thus, they had chosen a method that many powers in the Innerverse often used, which was to recruit a group of independent cultivators to attack Frostwave Weave. Currently, countless independent cultivators from all over the Innerverse and Outerverse were heading towards Frostwave Weave. At this moment, the chaos in North Castle Weave was extremely severe. All of the great powers that had been in North Castle Weave had disappeared, and the Innerverse great powers were now in charge. Battles were unending, and experts were frequently deployed. More than 10 hunters had been deployed, and the entire North Castle Weave had been plunged into a quagmire of war. Beyond North Castle Weave was the Astral Wilderness. The Astral Wilderness was a place where there was no network, and there were no spatial wormholes that could allow one to jump through. It was filled with dangers and beasts, and even if a calamitous astronomical event occurred, it would be impossible to avoid it. This was the true universe, a universe where one could die at any moment. Because there were no spatial wormholes that could allow one to jump through them, traveling the same distance in the astral wilderness would take several times longer than traveling in the human domain. At the very least, one would need a radiant great aurora to barely be able to explore the astral wilderness. Otherwise, all of the time spent traveling would be wasted. There were nearly 10 hunters from various great powers fighting in North Castle Weave, but there were even more in the astral wilderness. Just the Soul Dream tribe alone had 3 hunters. Most of these powerhouses were not fighting with other powers, but rather, they were truly exploring the astral wilderness. Exploring the astral wilderness was extremely dangerous, and more than 10 hunters died every year. This was a terrifying number, as the entire Outerverse might not even have that many hunters. Of course, the benefits were considerable as well. As the exploration of the astral wilderness expanded, so did the Outerverse. Perhaps after some time, a new weave would be born to the north of North Castle Weave, and the Outerverse 72 weaves would become 73 weaves. The technology to search for pyrolite was becoming more and more mature, and now, various great powers had discovered a large amount of pyrolite on a giant planet in the astral wilderness. This planet was dark red and somewhat gloomy. Occasionally, there would be huge explosions on the planet's surface, and it was highly likely that these explosions originated from pyrolite. Outside the planet, warships surrounded it like fortresses, eyeing the planet covetously. The Day-Night Clan, Soul Dream Tribe, Sword Sect, and other great powers of the Innerverse had all appeared, but none of them had entered the planet. In the far reaches of outer space, there would occasionally be powerful undulations sweeping through the planet. These were hunters fighting, and they would quickly calm down. At this moment, a personal spacecraft charged out from the planet towards a warship. However, it was intercepted midway, and the personal spacecraft exploded, revealing a terrified man inside. More than 10 figures suddenly appeared in outer space, and all of them were hunters. "Everyone, this is a disciple of our sect. Please make things easy for us and don't hurt him," an elder said bitterly as he stood in front of the man. The elder was also a hunter, but he was just an elder from an ordinary organization in the Innerverse. The Day-Night Clan, the Sword Sect, and the Wen family were all people that he did not dare to oppose. The Day-Night Clan hunter stepped forward with a cold gaze. "There's no need to be afraid. We just want to know the specific situation of that planet." The old man heaved a sigh of relief and gave the man a look. The man was terrified. "After I entered the planet, my star energy was completely suppressed, and I couldn't sense any free star energy on the planet." "We already know that. Tell us something you don't know," the Day-Night Clan powerhouse said impatiently. The man became even more terrified. "I was lucky. When I landed on this planet, I landed not too far away from the pyrolite ore. That's why I didn't go too deep. I took the ore and left." He then pulled out a fist-sized pyrolite ore from his cosmic ring and handed it to the elder. The surrounding hunters were disappointed, as it was no wonder why the man had come out so quickly. "But I saw an explorer self-destruct not long after he landed on the planet," the man said softly. The surrounding hunters' eyes went wide. "What did you say? Self-destruct?" "Yes," the man replied softly with his head lowered. Not long after, the various great powers received news that any explorer or above who had entered the planet had self-destructed without exception. When the planet had been discovered, the various great powers had sent hunters to enter, but they had discovered that the moment they entered the planet's atmosphere, the planet had exploded violently. The planet was filled with a large amount of pyrolite, and the hunter's strength had caused a backlash. This was why the hunters from the various great powers had not entered, for fear of detonating the entire planet. If that happened, everyone would be doomed. However, no one had expected that even explorers would experience such a thing. After several days of research, the various great powers finally understood that there was a large amount of pyrolite in the planet's atmosphere. Not only did it repel star energy, but it also automatically fused into the bodies of breathing organisms. There was no problem for those below the explorer realm, but for those above the explorer realm, their bodies resonated with the universe. The pyrolite would enter their bodies and begin circulating, just like how star energy circulated through their bodies. Pyrolite was extremely unstable, and once there was enough of it, it would explode. A single gram of pyrolite could cause destruction with a power level of over 10,000. Explorers only needed to stay on the planet for a while to absorb more than a gram of pyrolite, and it would explode from the inside out. Even a cruiser would not be able to withstand it, let alone an explorer. In other words, only cultivators below the explorer realm could safely explore this planet, and the best choice was to be a lemmeter. This was proven by the spacecraft that occasionally entered and exited the planet. The lemmeters who had stayed on the planet for a few days had all had their bodies examined. Although they had absorbed quite a bit of pyrolite, the pyrolite had been expelled from their bodies along with their bodily functions. It's been confirmed. We can only send lemmeters to explore the planet. Immediately contact the clan and have them send a large number of lemmeters over. Notify the sect to send lemmeters over. The exploration of the astral wilderness had nothing to do with lemmeters, but at this moment, because of this strange planet, lemmeters had become the main force for exploration. Outside the planet, personal spacecraft rushed into the planet one after another. These were all soldiers piloted by the various large organizations. Although they were all lemmeters, there was a considerable number of roaming soldiers who were not heirs or disciples. However, having these people explore the planet first would allow them to familiarize themselves with the environment. These past few days, Xianxia had been very gloomy. She was being followed wherever she went, and she realized that going out with Luin was not as fun as she had imagined. She could not fight him head-on, and she could not beat him in a fight. Helpless, Xianxia decided to change her attitude. "Brother Lu, I don't know why, but I suddenly feel that you're very handsome today." Xianxia beamed at Luin, her face filled with joy and adoration. Luin immediately went on guard. "I don't have money." Xianxia was furious. "You said that you had a lot of money before." "Wait, I didn't ask you for money. Besides, I'm richer than you." Luin relaxed. "That's good. Let's go out and play." "Didn't you want to fish?" Xianxia grew angry at the mention of this. "What kind of crappy place is this? They don't even have a fishing rod." "I said that I could do it myself, but those guys actually said that they wanted to protect the environment and forbid fishing. They even put up a sign saying that protecting the environment is everyone's responsibility." Luin was speechless. This astral river flowzone envoy was much more humorous than old Gouda. Xianxia rolled her eyes. "Hey, Luin, do you want to go fishing?" "Nope. Boring, annoying, annoying." Xianxia then activated her gadget, but Luin did not know who to contact. Soon after, a voice came from the gadget. "Chi-Chi, you've left the Starfall Sea?" Luin looked at Xianxia. Her voice was very pleasant. Xianxia grimaced. "Baby, let me tell you something. There's a bad guy here. He looks random, has a nasty personality, and has a vicious mouth. He's also very dark." Luin was speechless. How could she think of so many bad things? Thank you to Tower Leaping Demon Woozy Bean for the tip. Thank you to all the brothers for your support. The gadget listened in silence until Xianxia stopped talking. "Chi-Chi, don't be willful. If the Sea King wants you to follow that person, then he's not a bad person. Speak properly, and he'll treat you well." Xianxia glared at Luin and snorted. She muttered something into her gadget before running out. Luin found it funny. Although this brat had a venomous tongue, she wasn't a bad person. She didn't use her status as the Sea King's daughter to pressure others, unlike the heirs of those large organizations who were all arrogant. She was actually quite cute, but who was she talking to? She was quite sensible, the exact opposite of this brat. She was very gentle. Luin had thought that he could have some peace and quiet, but Xianxia returned quickly with a mysterious expression and a smug look on her face. Lu Yin's brows rose. "Even if you give me money, I won't sell my body." Xianxia didn't get angry this time, as she knew that Luin liked to use words to deal with her and drive her away. This time, however, she took the initiative. "I remember that your hometown is in the frost wave we've called the Great Yu Empire, right?" Luin nodded. "That's right. That's also your destination." Xianxia raised her head. "Promise me something, and I'll tell you something about your hometown." "No need. Go out and play," Luin casually said. Xianxia's lips curled up. I just heard a group of people talking about your hometown. They were hired by someone to start a war against the Great Yu Empire. Lu Yin's expression changed, and he looked at Hai Chi. You can't joke about this. Hai Chi crossed her arms and leaned against the door. You can decide for yourself whether it's a joke or not. Lu Yin looked at Hai Chi for a while, and at the same time, he completely unleashed his domain and enveloped the entire orbit. As he moved further and further away, he could hear many people talking. Among them, a conversation on a spacecraft 1,000 meters away attracted his attention. There's no problem with the pay, right? There are so many of us here. Can we afford it? Of course there's no problem. The employer is from a large organization in the Innerverse, and they don't lack money. Who exactly is the employer? Shoo, I can't tell you that. But if the person who hired us is a wandering cultivator, then they must be from the east of the Innerverse. That direction is the Erudite Flow Zone, the Beast Tamer's Flow Zone, and the First Flow Zone. Alright, stop guessing. It might not be one of the 8 flow zones. Just protect yourselves. Stay safe. Got it. Hey, how about it? Promise me one thing, and I'll tell you, Hai Chi said proudly. Lu Yin looked at Hai Chi strangely. Their conversation had taken place in the spacecraft, and the ship had soundproofing facilities. How had this brat heard it? Either those people had been careless enough to communicate outside the spacecraft, or this girl had also comprehended a domain. Lu Yin was more inclined towards the second possibility, as she was the Sea King's daughter after all. Speaking of which, Lu Yin had never paid much attention to Hai Chi's cultivation, but now, he felt that he might have underestimated her. She might not be able to compare to him and the others, but she was definitely not weak. Since she could comprehend a domain, she might have reached the level of an area master or even a realm master. Why are you staring at me? Hai Chi stared at him warily and tugged at her clothes. I'm warning you, I'm very powerful. Don't mess around. Lu Yin retracted his gaze. If I succeed in protecting my hometown, I'll take you out to play. Really? Hai Chi's eyes lit up. Lu Yin nodded. That's only if you're obedient and don't cause trouble. Hai Chi snorted. You have the same tone as my brother. Let me tell you, if it weren't for the sake of leaving the Starfall Sea, I wouldn't have agreed to take in a son-in-law. I originally wanted to find a handsome brother to accompany me on my travels, but it turned out to be someone like you. You look anxious, and your mentality is even more anxious. She then continued, let me tell you, there's a group of people on that silver spacecraft 1,000 meters away. They're discussing how to deal with your hometown. Do you want to play something exciting? Lu Yin smirked. Hai Chi was delighted when she heard this. What exciting? Lu Yin smiled cunningly. On a giant planet in the astral wilderness, the dry soil emitted a pungent smell as a team of more than 10 limeters advanced with detectors that could help them find pyrolite. These cultivators were from the spiritual seal flow zone's dire barbarian tribe, which was the tribe that Avery, who had defeated Lu Yin, belonged to. At this moment, a spacecraft crashed down from the sky not too far away from these people. The dire barbarian tribe members looked up and stared at the giant crater in the distance. There, a spacecraft was emitting white smoke due to friction with the atmosphere, which then slowly disappeared. The hatch opened, and a beautiful pair of hands appeared. It was a woman. The members of the dire barbarian tribe were excited. As long as they were not disciples of powerful sects, they would be able to capture and play with them. They had been in this damned place for more than 10 days, and it was too boring. The dire barbarian tribe was vile and did not care about the consequences of their actions, just like their name. As the cabin door opened completely, a beautiful woman walked out from the dark red ground. The woman had a beautiful appearance, and her long dark blue hair reached her waist. She looked like an otherworldly goddess, and this kind of woman was enough to drive any man crazy. However, when the dozen or so dire barbarian clan members saw this woman, their expressions changed drastically, and they immediately fled. The woman looked up and leapt into the air, charging towards the dire barbarian tribe members. She opened her mouth in midair and let out a melodious song. This was the psychedelic song. This woman was Xiyu of the Soul Dream tribe. Since ancient times, the Soldream tribe and the Dire Barbarian tribe had a blood feud. The Soldream tribe took pride in killing members of the Dire Barbarian tribe, and the Dire Barbarian tribe took pride in snatching away women from the Soldream tribe. Both sides had never given up. Xiyu was coincidentally in the Outerverse and was close to North Castle Weave, so she was the first to arrive. The disciples of the other great powers had not yet arrived, so she was invincible. She had chosen to land here because she wanted to slaughter the entire Dire Barbarian tribe. The Dire Barbarian tribe's leaders could not resist at all. They were just ordinary soldiers who had been force-fed education, and they had reached the peak of the Lamita realm after much difficulty. The gap between them and Xiyu was too great. Xiyu stood on the dark red ground and crushed the detector with her foot. She looked up and sensed the energy in the air. There really isn't any star energy. I can only use star crystals to recover. She then soared into the sky and headed towards the area that the Soldream tribe had explored. The various great powers had circled the planet and divided it into many regions. Only the powerhouses dared to set foot in the other regions, and the weak would be lucky if they could even finish exploring their own region. At this moment, Xiyu was practically invincible to all the Lameters who had entered the planet. However, how long this advantage could be maintained depended on when the other powers' disciples arrived. At this moment, a spacecraft was heading towards Frostwave Weave. It was the same spacecraft that had gathered the wandering cultivators. There were hundreds of them, including 5 explorers and 2 cruisers. It had been a few days since the Astral River Ark had arrived in the Outerverse, and Lu Yin and Hai Chi-Chi had dealt with the 2 wandering cultivators on board. They had then used their identities to enter the spacecraft and gather information. Wandering cultivators were not disciplined, so no one had noticed anything amiss. In the tunnel, a man and a woman met sneakily. "Hey, it's really exciting. Did you know that I was almost exposed by that cruiser?" The man was shocked. "Don't be rash. I need to find out more about our employer and how they attacked Frostwave Weave." "How stupid. Capture them all and interrogate them one by one." "Those 2 cruisers definitely know," the woman said disdainfully. The man was helpless. "How do you know if they're lying?" "Just use your domain to eavesdrop. We'll talk after we get some useful information." The woman was shocked. "How do you know that I have a domain?" "I'm not stupid." "Humph, you're not smart either. Instead of waiting, why don't you pretend to be the employer? You know that their goal is to attack the Great Yu Empire anyway." The man's eyes lit up. That's right. Through his domain, he also knew the numbers of these people's gadgets. Even if they were discovered, no one would know that they were on this spacecraft. Even if they messed up in the end, they could just take care of these people. He looked at the woman in amazement. "I didn't expect you to be so smart. You're the one who's stupid. You're in a rush to return home, so you want to wait. With this spacecraft's speed, it'll take at least 2 months to reach your hometown." The man pouted. "You're doing this so that you can play sooner. Don't worry about me. I'm going to play. You do it yourself." She then ran off. The man was Lu Yin. When he returned to his room, he used his gadget to contact one of the cruisers and sent a message. "Insufficient manpower. Continue adding." Very quickly, the cruiser replied, "Who are you?" "You don't need to know. Continue adding." The cruiser muttered to himself for a moment. "The mission you gave us was to destroy the 3 inhabited planets of the Great Yu Empire, while the Second Great Hall was recruiting independent cultivators to attack the Great Yu Empire. That way, the Great Yu Empire and the Second Great Hall would start an all-out war. We currently have enough people, and any more will expose us." Lu Yin's eyes turned cold. They actually wanted to destroy planets, and each planet had at least billions of people. They were actually so vicious and merciless, and from the looks of it, they were planning to shift the blame onto the Second Great Hall. It seemed that this group of people had indeed been hired by the Second Great Hall to attack the Great Yu Empire, but there were also some who had been hired by other powers to fish in troubled waters. These powers definitely coveted Frostwave Weave as well. As expected, Frostwave Weave's geographical location had attracted more than just the Second Great Hall. It was just that the other powers had not been exposed. From the looks of it, there were already 2 powers that had made their move, one in the open and one in the dark. Just who was this hidden power? Luin looked at his gadget, but he could not make a move. These cultivators who mingled in the universe were all very astute, and it was impossible for them to tell him the identity of their mysterious employer. Based on his own experience, he might not be able to see through their lies, and they might not even know the truth. If they were forced into a corner, it was very likely that they would lie, and the gains would not make up for the losses. Furthermore, Luin could not be sure how much of the information that the other party had sent him was true and how much was false. It was possible that all of it was fake. Thank you to the Cool Breeze Mountain for your tip, and thank you to all my brothers for your support. Thank you, everyone. Luin felt a headache coming on. He had already confirmed that a large number of independent cultivators had been hired by certain organizations to attack the Great Yu Empire. He could not be sure of the exact number of independent cultivators, but the ones here were just one of many. If he opened the star chart, there might already be independent cultivators who had entered the Great Yu Empire. When Luin had found out that there were independent cultivators attacking the Great Yu Empire, he had already notified Xianxia and told the Great Yu Empire to be on guard. However, there were simply too many of them, and they might not be able to defend themselves. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Luin immediately contacted Xianxia and told him a few things. Xianxia was shocked. Got it. After ending the call, Luin looked at the dark sky. The universe was cruel sometimes, both to others and to oneself. He had asked Xianxia to send a group of people to pretend to be independent cultivators and attack Worry Weave, Grand Top Weave, and Lars Weave. These weaves were all close to Frostwave Weave, and he had revealed that the various organizations were preparing to clear a path from the Innerverse to the astral wilderness in order to find pyrolite. Not only had Luin revealed the existence of pyrolite, but he had also revealed that the second grade hall had hired independent cultivators to attack the surrounding weaves, dragging them all down with him. This way, the independent cultivators would be targeted by the surrounding weaves. Even if their target was only Frostwave Weave, it would be useless, as there were indeed independent cultivators attacking the surrounding weaves. There would be no way to defend themselves. Only by muddying the waters would one be able to fish in troubled waters. If someone wanted to hide in the shadows and have the second grade hall fight to the death with the Great Yu Empire, then Luin would drag everyone down with him, and not a single one of them would be able to escape. Those independent cultivators would not even be able to approach Frostwave Weave with the surrounding weaves targeting them. Even if he messed up in the end and Frostwave Weave was targeted by everyone, Luin still had a trump card, the Sea King's Dome. Even if the Sea King's Dome refused to admit it, he could still report Leon's armada. Even the Day-Night clan was afraid of Leon's armada, and the various organizations would not go against them just for the sake of the Great Yu Empire. The Pirate King's title not only represented his strength, but also his methods of doing things. He was a representative of the dark side. Right now, Luin needed to deal with the independent cultivators. On this spacecraft, he did not need to know who had hired them, as the information might not be true, so there was no need for him to find out. The two cruisers were in a lounge on the top floor of the spacecraft, as only 2 cruisers were allowed to enter. Luin put on his universal armor, which had been upgraded 5 times, and held the gun that he had bought at the auction house as he slowly made his way to the top floor. Along the way, all the loose cultivators they encountered were easily dealt with. Loose cultivators were not shameful. Everyone had the qualifications to cultivate. However, to accept employment and start a war, these people were not pure loose cultivators. They were closer to mercenaries. It was definitely not the first time these people had done something like this. Otherwise, they would not have been able to assemble so quickly. These wandering cultivators' hands were stained with blood, and Luin would not show any mercy in dealing with them. On the top floor of the spacecraft, in the captain's cabin, a dozen or so operators were staring at a screen in horror. On the screen, Luin was pressing an explorer against a wall. He exerted some force with his palm, and the vibrating force traveled through the explorer's body. The explorer's organs were pulverized, and even the metal wall behind him cracked. Quick, report this immediately. Enemies have entered. The next moment, the spaceship let out an ear-piercing alarm. The spaceship had a clear hierarchy, and Luin watched as the explorer in front of him slowly lost his life. This person was the last explorer on the spacecraft, and now that he had been dealt with, the only space-exploring powerhouses left on the spacecraft were the two cruisers. The ear-piercing alarm alarmed everyone. On the top floor, a cruiser came to the captain's cabin and looked at the screen with a frown. Universal armor. This person isn't an explorer. How dare he? The cruiser then tore through the void and charged towards Luin. Luin had only taken a few steps when the cruiser appeared in front of him, his eyes filled with cold killing intent. I don't know who you're trying to cause trouble for, but since you've appeared, you can die. The cruiser then sent a palm towards Luin. In his mind, even if Luin could kill explorers who were a realmbreaker, he would not be able to resist a cruiser. Those people were all famous freaks in the universe, and there was no need to make things difficult for them. However, the cruiser had forgotten that Luin was from the Great U Empire. The cruiser's palm landed on the universal armor, but it was completely unscathed. The cruiser was shocked, as he had never seen a universal armor that could withstand an attack with a power level of 50,000. Universal armor was originally prepared for cultivators who had not yet reached the explorer realm to survive in outer space. Many of them were used to explore hidden places, and the powerhouses were not willing to risk their lives. Thus, they would equip slaves and low-level cultivators with universal armor and allow them to take risks. Generally speaking, universal armor did not have much defensive power, and it could only ensure that the cultivator could survive in outer space. However, Lu Yin's universal armor was said to have been fused with metals from the cosmic sea, and it was extremely sturdy. It could even withstand a hunter's attack. Lu Yin had also used his Dai's Enhance to upgrade it 5 times, and he did not know how many attacks it could withstand. It would be strange if a cruiser's attack with a power level of less than 100,000 could damage it. With this set of universal armor, Lu Yin would even dare to wrestle with a hunter. Lu Yin raised his gun and aimed it at the cruiser. Poverty has limited your imagination. He then fired a shot, and a very ancient physical bullet struck the cruiser's chest. In an instant, a terrifying force distorted the void and exploded on the cruiser's body. The bullet pierced right through his body, and half of his body was pulverized. Lu Yin stared at the scene in shock. Although he knew that this gun was capable of firing bullets with a power level of 80,000, he still found it hard to believe that it could instantly kill a cruiser. Since when had cruisers become so weak? With the universal armor and the gun, Lu Yin almost dared to challenge any cruiser on the top 100 rankings. All of this had been bought with money, and at that moment, he felt a heartfelt fear towards those wealthy organizations. Those organizations might also have methods like this, but it was different from cultivation. This was purely a method of killing. The Mavis family was the wealthiest organization, and Lu Yin could not imagine just how many methods they had. With a bang, one side of the spacecraft exploded, and the last cruiser fled into outer space. When he saw this scene, he knew that he was not Lu Yin's match, so he immediately fled. But so what if he was a cruiser? He was just a wandering cultivator, and the battle techniques that he cultivated were limited. When Lu Yin sensed that the cruiser was trying to escape, he unsealed the Fatezen in his heart. His physical body exploded with power as he used Flash to its limit. Lu Yin's body appeared in front of the fleeing cruiser, and he stood in outer space as he coldly stared at the fleeing cruiser. With his current physical strength, Flash's speed was not something that an ordinary cruiser could compare to. Who are you?" the cruiser asked in a trembling voice. Lu Yin coldly replied, "Haven't you already guessed it?" The cruiser's pupils shrank. "You're not even an explorer, but you can easily kill a cruiser. You're Lu Yin. You thought of me first. It seems like your target is the Great U Empire," Lu Yin said calmly. The cruiser pleaded, "I beg you, please let me go. I promise that I won't be hired." "Fine. Tell me, who's the one who hired you?" Lu Yin asked. The cruiser answered without hesitation, "The second grade hall. It's the Beast Tamer's Flowzone's second grade hall." "Is that so? What's your mission?" Lu Yin continued. "Attack the Great U Empire and destroy an entire planet. Let the Great U Empire and the second grade hall start an all-out war," the cruiser blurted out. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. "That's all?" "That's all," the cruiser said confidently, but he continued to plead with Lu Yin. "Lu student Lu, I'm actually from the outerverse as well. You can't imagine how difficult it is for people like us to enter the innerverse to cultivate. We were forced to do so, so please let me go. I promise that if I hear of any wandering cultivator who wants to harm the great Yu Empire in the future, I'll be the first to act. Luine sneered and sighed. Although I knew that you wouldn't be honest, I still held on to some hope and asked. It looks like you really are dishonest. Then, die. He then raised his gun. The cruiser's pupils shrank, and he suddenly charged in another direction. At the same time, a long blade appeared in his hand and he slashed behind him. Lu Yin's figure disappeared once more, and when he reappeared, he had already dealt countless slashes with his gun pressed against the cruiser's back. Bang! Half of the cruiser's mangled body slowly disappeared before Lu Yin's eyes. Luine put his gun away. He had used his gadget to contact the first cruiser he had killed and learned that there was a mysterious employer behind them. This person hadn't said anything, and there was no point in pressing him further. This mysterious employer probably wouldn't reveal their identity, or else this person would have spilled the beans in a desperate situation. Regardless of who this mysterious employer was, Luine didn't care anymore. There were enemies everywhere in the universe. When he returned to the spacecraft, he saw that more than 100 wandering cultivators were terrified. Blood had already spilled from the top floor, and they had all discovered the cruiser's corpse. They didn't know what kind of fate awaited them. Luine found Hai Chi. The girl's face was pale, and she didn't say a single word as she stared blankly at him. He probed, "You've never seen someone kill someone before?" Hai Chi pursed her lips and gritted her teeth. No. Luine sighed. The Sea King had protected her too tightly, and he hadn't even allowed her to see something like this. Since the Sea King was willing to let her come with him, it meant that he wanted to show her the cruel side of the universe. Luine took out a collapsible spacecraft from his cosmic ring and boarded it with Hai Chi. They appeared in outer space and faced the spacecraft. You'll get used to this scene sooner or later. I'll just treat it as helping the Sea King educate his daughter. Luine then donned his universal armor and walked out of outer space. He arrived outside the spacecraft's mechanical cabin, raised a hand, and pressed down on the spacecraft. 30 stacks, 50-fold shockwave palm. Boom. Soon after, the spacecraft exploded and disappeared from outer space. Not a single person had survived. Everyone present was a wandering cultivator, including the pilot. Their goal had been to start a war with the Great Yu Empire and cause great destruction. A war would not only bring about the deaths of soldiers, but also civilians. Luine didn't know how many people had accepted the mysterious employer's orders to destroy planets, but he wouldn't take any risks. Hai Chi-Chi's face turned even paler as she stared at the giant fireball in space. She had been on that spacecraft just a moment ago. She had known that there would not be any danger before she had left, as no one would dare to harm the Sea King's daughter. However, when she was truly faced with death, she panicked. It was not because she was afraid, but rather because this was the first time she had seen something like this. Did these people really deserve to die? What about their parents, wives, and children? They must have been in great pain in the face of death. She had thought about many things. Luine did not speak to her. He set a course for Frostwave Weave and quickly rushed there. One day later, Hai Chi looked at Luine seriously. Don't you have any hesitation? Luine looked up at the sky. I used to, but not now. Why? Are you numb? Hai Chi could not help but ask. Luine looked at her. You'll feel the same when you experience death. Have you ever experienced what it feels like to be treated like white meat? White meat? Hai Chi was confused. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Food. For humans. Food. Hai Chi-Chi's expression changed, and she looked at Luine in shock. She had never thought that the famous Luine would have such an experience, nor had she thought that the universe would have such a dark side. You were born in the Sea King's dome and are protected by the Sea King. No one in the universe dares to provoke you, and you've never even seen death. That's why you're carefree and naive enough to believe that most people in the universe live like that. But in reality, the universe is very cruel. Do you think that those people have never thought that they would die? From the moment they left their hometowns, they were already prepared to die. Their hands are stained with blood. Luin slowly explained. Hai Chi listened quietly. She had never listened to Luin as seriously as she did now. She had seen the true face of the universe. If not for the Sea King, Luin would not have been interested in teaching a girl such things. He hoped that his worldview would not lead her astray. However, his worldview was normal, and at the very least, he would not kill for no reason. He had a bottom line and a sense of justice. He was just a little greedy. After talking for a long time, Hai Chi leaned back in her seat and looked up at the sky. Congratulations, seventh bro. You've successfully led a girl onto the wrong path, the monkey laughed strangely. Luin sighed. He did not know how his words would affect Hai Chi, but she was an adult and had her own thoughts. She would not be easily swayed by the thoughts of others. This was also the reason why the Sea King had only released her now. People had to learn to grow up. Luin, I'm going to ask you a serious question. You have to answer me honestly, Hai Chi suddenly turned around and said solemnly. Luin nodded and solemnly said, go ahead. When we reach the Great Yu Empire, have you thought about where to bring me to play? Hai Chi asked seriously. Luin was stunned. You've recovered? Slow down for what? Hai Chi blinked. You've just seen someone kill someone, and so many of them at that, Luin reminded her. Hai Chi was cold and arrogant. I'm the daughter of the Sea King, and I was born as an elite among elites. I'm different from you mortals. Do I need to slow down? I said so much just now. Weren't you thinking about it? Yes, I was thinking about who was so blind as to treat you like white meat. Food is all about color, aroma, and taste. You can't even pass the first test. Luin was speechless. There are actually many cruel truths in the universe. I'll tell you one by one. No need, there's nothing crueler than facing you. Hurry up and think of a place to play, or I'll tell father that you have a mistress, Hai Chi threatened. Luin realized that he was losing control of this girl. He had originally thought that a show of murder would be enough to intimidate her and make her more obedient, but why did it feel like she had become even more vicious? A few days later, in Grand Top Weave, the son of an important person in the Nine Stacks sect was killed by a wandering cultivator. In Worry Weave, the headquarters of a power was destroyed by a wandering cultivator. In Lars Weave, a transport spacecraft was destroyed, and all of the resources inside disappeared. The culprit was also confirmed to be a wandering cultivator. Not long after, the Great Yu Empire announced that wandering cultivators were attacking and sealed off the surrounding space. Soon after, news of wandering cultivators being hired by various great powers of the Innerverse to clean up the surrounding weave spread. At first, the surrounding weaves did not believe it, especially the Nine Stacks sect. However, as the news of Pyrolite spread, the surrounding weaves believed it and took action. On one hand, they sent people to North Castle Weave to participate in the struggle for Pyrolite. On the other hand, they sealed off the surrounding space to prevent any wandering cultivators from entering. By the time the second grade hall received the news, it was already too late to stop them. They tried to explain to the Nine Stacks sect and the other powers, but they could not defend themselves. The Nine Stacks sect had indeed been attacked by wandering cultivators, and even the second grade hall was not sure if they had been the ones who had been hired. After all, these wandering cultivators were not good people, and it was not impossible for them to attack the Nine Stacks sect. As a result, the surrounding weaves were sealed off, and the wandering cultivators hired by the second grade hall could not approach Frostwave Weave at all. In addition, the Nine Stacks sect and the other powers sent people to North Castle Weave, which happened to pass by the second grade hall's territory. Both sides clashed, and not only did the second grade hall's scheme against Frostwave Weave fail, but it also dragged them down. The Great Yu Empire obeyed Lu Yin's orders and did not participate in the struggle for Pyrolite. Instead, they withdrew all of their forces and quietly observed the battle. The Innerverse would not allow the Outerverse to interfere in the struggle for Pyrolite, and Luin was very clear on this point. This was not something that could be obtained through any means. This was a difference in strength, and if the Great Yu Empire participated, it was very likely that they would be directly crushed. The Nine Stacks sect and the other powers had been blinded by the Pyrolite, and it was only a matter of time before they met with misfortune. However, this storm was far greater than Luine had imagined. Someone was secretly paying a high price to purchase pyrolite, and the price was so high that even the various Weave's powers could not refuse. More and more Outerverse powers rushed towards North Castle Weave, wanting to participate in the struggle for pyrolite. The second grade hall could no longer handle the situation, and they had no choice but to request assistance from the Beast Tamer's Flow Zone, sending their top experts to participate in the struggle for pyrolite. The highest level of power had evolved from the Hunter realm to the Enlighter realm. The first Enlighter to appear was a commander from the second grade hall by the name of Karthika. His appearance shocked the Outerverse, and the situation was temporarily under control. For this reason, the Nine-Stack sect and the other powers in the surrounding Weaves had paid a heavy price. Multiple fleets had been destroyed, and the casualties were uncountable. There were too few known Enlighters in the Outerverse. Although the struggle for pyrolite was important, it was not at the point where the Enlighters who could control the destiny of the Outerverse would take action. Only the great powers of the Innerverse could make a move, as they had more than one Enlighter. When Karthika appeared, the Nine-Stack sect and the other powers became well-behaved. However, this was only temporary. Once the production of pyrolite reached a point where it would cause others to become envious, the Outerverse Enlighters would not give up. A calamitous war that would sweep through the heavens was brewing. In the astral wilderness, the planet where the pyrolite had been discovered was named Planet Pyrolite. At this moment, the strongest person on Planet Pyrolite was undoubtedly Xianxia. She was the top descendant of the Soldream tribe, and she was the only descendant of a great power that had appeared so far. She suppressed the Lameters sent by the other great powers. This was especially true for the Dire Barbarian clan, as more than 10 of their scouting teams had already been destroyed. The clan's hunters were furious, but there was nothing they could do. It would take some time for the clan's experts to arrive, and their top descendant, Avery, was a cruiser. Even if he arrived, he would not be able to enter the planet. Just you wait, slut. Lord Avery will personally capture you and torture you to death just like your seniors, the Dire Barbarian clan's Lameter shouted with hatred, but in the end, he was killed by Xianxia's triple sonic blast. Xianxia's face was resolute as she looked at the corpses of the Dire Barbarian clan members around her. No matter how many people she killed, she would never find it too much. In at most a month, the Dire Barbarian clan's experts would arrive, and the ones closest to them would be those from the Blazing Mist Flow Zone. It was time to move the pyrolite that had been mined out. Not long after, a spacecraft flew towards the Soldream tribe's warship. Inside was Xianxia, and she had brought out the pyrolite that the Soldream tribe had mined. However, before the spacecraft could reach the Soldream tribe's warship, the ugly hunter from the Dire Barbarian clan attacked in a futile attempt to destroy the spacecraft. Fortunately, the Soldream tribe's hunter had acted in time and saved Xianxia. However, the Dire Barbarian clan did not give up. The other powers were still mining pyrolite, and they were the only ones who had been wiped out by Xianxia. The Soldream tribe was slightly inferior to the Dire Barbarian clan in a battle in outer space, but when Xianxia used the pyrolite that she had mined as a weapon, the nature of the battle changed. The various great powers then remembered that pyrolite was a strategic resource, and once it was used, it could threaten any powerhouse. As long as there was enough pyrolite, it could even threaten old freaks with power levels in the hundreds of thousands. In theory, pyrolite's destructive power could be stacked, and 1 gram was equivalent to 10,000. However, even if 50 grams of pyrolite were stacked together, it would still not be enough to threaten a powerhouse with a power level of 500,000. This was because the stacked destructive power would cancel each other out. At most, it would only be able to threaten an Enlighter. Even so, it was still very terrifying. Imagine if 1 kilogram, 10 kilograms, or even a ton of pyrolite exploded. How terrifying would that be? It could really threaten a powerhouse with a power level of 500,000. With pyrolite in hand, Xianxia was not completely defenseless. Although she did not have much, no one was willing to take the risk. In the end, the Dire Barbarian clan's expert retreated. Xianxia sighed in relief. The Soldream tribe had mined about 10 tons of pyrolite, which was not pure pyrolite. It needed to be purified, and 10 tons of pyrolite would only yield a few grams of pyrolite at most. Fortunately, the dire barbarian clan's powerhouse did not know how much pyrolite the Soldring tribe had mined. Otherwise, he would have attacked them without any hesitation. After all, 10 tons of pyrolite exploding would only result in a power level in the tens of thousands, which was nothing to worry about. The Soldring tribe had mined so much pyrolite, and so had the other powers. Most of them had not even mined as much as the Soldring tribe, as Xiyu had seized many pyrolite mines. After news of Xiyu using pyrolite to threaten the dire barbarian clan spread, the various great powers discussed and came up with a new rule: no one was allowed to steal any juniors who left planet pyrolite. Otherwise, the war would spread to outer space and even affect the entire planet. This rule had been proposed by the Soldring tribe first, followed by the Sword Sect, Day-Night Clan, and other powers. In the end, it became a rule that all powers agreed upon. No one wanted to work for nothing, especially the weaker powers. Their higher-ups definitely couldn't compare to the Sword Sect and the other powers, and they were also afraid that their disciples would be lucky enough to obtain pyrolite and have it stolen. As for whether or not disciples should be prohibited from using pyrolite on planet pyrolite, no one suggested it. No one was stupid enough to not use it when their lives were in danger. Even if a rule was set, it was useless. Pyrolite that had not been purified was far from destructive. Planet pyrolite attracted many powers of the Innerverse, and North Castle Weave, which was close to planet pyrolite, also attracted many powers from the surrounding weaves. At this moment, the entire universe's attention was focused on planet pyrolite. Finally, the Blaze Realm's reinforcements arrived. Xiyu was no longer the strongest Lemeter on planet pyrolite, and the Blaze Realm had transferred Jared, Craner, and a group of young Lemeters to planet pyrolite. The various powers sped up the transfer of their Lemeters, and no matter what they were doing, they all dropped everything and gathered on planet pyrolite. This included Quang Wang and Lu Xiaoyun, who were cultivating in the Astral Combat Academy. Naturally, the 10 Arbiters Council sent their own experts as well. Myra's spacecraft sped towards planet pyrolite. She looked at her gadget and thought for a moment before tapping it. She was contacting Luin. At this point, the entire universe had to admit that Luin was the strongest Lemeter. His battle with Mu Rong had completely solidified his position, and even Yi Xingchen from the Cosmic Sea was not his match. This was a conclusion that countless experts had confirmed. Many experts had their reservations about whether or not Luin had used his full strength. This made Luin even more mysterious in the eyes of many, and many people wanted to know the bottom line of his power level. In the battle for planet pyrolite, his appearance was no different from a boss. In outer space, Luin was bickering with Hai Chi on a daily basis. He realized that his words had become much sharper ever since he had met Hai Chi, almost as if he was a verbal cannon. When he saw that Mira was contacting him, he tapped it open. "Long time no see, Miss Mira." "Who is it? Little 3 or Little 4? Hai Chi came over to take a look. Luin was helpless. "Can you not call me that? Besides, there's no relationship between us." Hai Chi rolled her eyes and gazed into outer space. Mira was sitting on a chair, her legs crossed. She was quite alluring. "If I'm not mistaken, the one beside you is the daughter of the Sea King, Hai Chi." "How did you know?" Luin was shocked. "Was he being monitored?" "Snow told me about it. She said that the Sea King's daughter has quite a personality." "Brother Lu, are you currently at the Sea King's dome, or have you left?" "I'm out." "Return to Frostwave Weave?" Luin grunted. "Something big happened at home, so I have to go back." "Will you be of any use if you go back? Or do you mean to say that you carry the dignity of the Sea King with you?" Mira asked with a smile. Her feet were crossed, and her bright red nails were exceptionally beautiful. "Miss Mira, you didn't contact me just to talk about this, did you? If you have something to say, just say it. Or is there something you need from Arbiterwen?" Mira muttered to herself for a moment, then stood up and walked over to the transparent metal. She gazed at the stars with a solemn expression. "Do you know anything about planet pyrolite?" "What's planet pyrolite?" He only knew about pyrolite, and the various powers were all gathered in North Castle Weave. It was said that a large number of pyrolites had been discovered in the astral wilderness near North Castle Weave. Could that be the so-called planet pyrolite? Mira explained the situation on planet Pyrolite to Luin, and Haichichi's eyes lit up. It's that fun? Only Lemeters can go there. I want to go, I want to go. Luin, let's go there and have fun. Lu Yin's back was facing her, and he asked Mira, you want me to go? With your strength, it would be a pity if you didn't go. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Are you representing the 10 Arbiters Council, Arbiter Wen, or the erudite flow zone behind him? Is there a difference? Mira asked. I'm just asking, but I probably won't go. Lu Yin immediately rejected her. Because of the Great Yu Empire? Lu Yin fell silent for a moment before answering, to you, Frostwave Weave is too insignificant. If I interfere and anger some people, the Great Yu Empire will be in danger. I won't be able to protect it with my current strength, and you should know that there are already people attacking Frostwave Weave. I don't have the time to spare. Mira sighed, and her enchanting eyes flashed. What if Arbiter Wen promises to protect the Great Yu Empire? Lu Yin did not immediately answer. Think about it carefully. With that, Mira hung up. Hey, why don't you go? Are you worried about your hometown? I'll ask father to speak up, and I guarantee that no one will dare to touch you, Haichichi said expectantly. Lu Yin smiled bitterly and shook his head. It wasn't that simple. The Sea King could protect the Great Yu Empire, but the Great Yu Empire would eventually become the Sea King's. He was not willing to do that unless he had no other choice. Furthermore, sending an ant into such a storm was extremely risky. Given Lu Yin's cautious nature, he would try his best not to get involved. As for Hai Daxiao's suggestion that the betrothal gift had to be pyrolite, Lu Yin pretended not to hear it. He could not afford to gamble on it. Not long after, the spacecraft's alarm sounded. Lu Yin and Haichichi looked ahead, where a battle was taking place. Countless battleships filled the sky, and there were also many space-exploring powerhouses fighting. A shockwave swept out, causing the spacecraft to tremble. Lu Yin's expression changed. It's the shockwaves from a battle between hunters. We'll have to take a detour. Haichichi stared at the sky. This was an interstellar war, and it was her first time seeing it. The entire sky was filled with all sorts of attacks, and at any moment, a spacecraft could explode. Planets could be destroyed at any moment, and black holes could form black holes that devoured everything around them. War was different from actual battles, as one could be unscrupulous in war. When Haichichi saw a cruiser destroy a planet and use the planet's destruction to destroy an entire fleet, she deeply understood this saying. Corpses floated about in space from time to time, but they were quickly incinerated by all sorts of energy or even destroyed. The constant explosions of planets shocked her. How many people could live on a single habitable planet? She could almost see countless people wailing in agony. Haichichi thought of the Sea King's dome. If the Sea King's dome ever went to war, would it end up like this as well? She turned to look at Lu Yin. Was such a war happening in his hometown? Lu Yin looked at the route and saw that they had taken 5 more days than they had originally planned. They had originally planned to travel in 20 days, but now, they had taken 5 more days. This was within his expectations, as there were too many variables in a cosmic voyage. Adding 5 more days was already considered good. Is there such a war happening in your hometown? Haichichi could not help but ask. Lu Yin nodded and replied with a complicated expression, it's more troublesome than that. This is just a war within the outerverse weaves. My hometown is being coveted by the innerverse's great powers. If a war breaks out, the scale will far exceed this, and the results will be tragic. Haichichi fell silent. It was not that she was insensible, but rather that she had not experienced it before. Now, she could feel it. I'll ask my father to protect your hometown. Lu Yin looked at Haichichi in astonishment. This was the second time she had said this. The first time had been because she wanted to play, but this time, Lu Yin could feel her sincerity. He smiled. There's no need for that. The situation in the universe is far more complicated than you think. Once Senior Sea King intervenes, it will attract even more variables. That's the final step, and there's no need to take that step for now. Haichichi nodded and looked at Lu Yin seriously. I couldn't tell. You don't look like much, but you do have some intelligence. Luin turned around with his back facing Xianxia. Was this girl praising him or insulting him? He was a little unsure. After circling around the war zone, the spacecraft continued to travel smoothly. Xianxia fell asleep while Luin received a call from Lily Ann. As expected, since Mira had contacted him, Lily Ann could not sit still. Perhaps someone else would contact him as well, and Lily Ann was not the first, nor would she be the last. Compared to the Wen family that Mira represented, the Northline flow zone that Lily Ann and the others represented paled in comparison. "Brother Lu, have you left the Sea King's dome?" Lily Ann asked. Luin replied, "Yes, and I'm currently heading towards Frostwave Weave. The situation in Frostwave Weave has stabilized. The second grade hall recruited independent cultivators to attack the various weaves south of North Castle Weave, which caused public outrage. Independent cultivators are unable to enter, and Frostwave Weave is not participating in the struggle for pyrolite. It's stable for now, so Brother Lu can rest assured." Lily Ann smiled. Luin smiled. "Miss Anur, thank you for telling me about the pyrolite and Frostwave Weave. However, I have to make it clear that I will not be participating in the struggle for planet pyrolite." Lily Ann fell silent. "It seems like someone has found Brother Lu before us." Luin did not try to hide anything. "It's a friend, but I rejected her as well. The Great Yu Empire is too insignificant, and if something happens because of my participation, I'll become a sinner of my homeland. I'm sure Miss Anur can understand this." Lily Ann sighed. "I understand the sorrow of the weak. Alright, but I still have to state the conditions that Northline Flow Zone wants Brother Lu's help with. First, the younger generation of Northline Flow Zone has to acknowledge Brother Lu's position in the 10 Arbiters Council as well as your authority to supervise and judge the younger generation of Northline Flow Zone. Second, Northline Flow Zone is willing to establish interstellar trade with Frostwave Weave, and the Barth-Jacques family is willing to fully support the Great Yu Empire in its economic recovery. Third, Granny Chan is willing to act on behalf of the Great Yu Empire as long as it is reasonable and does not harm Northline Flow Zone's interests." Luin was shocked, as Northline Flow Zone's conditions were very high. The first condition was nothing much, as even if Northline Flow Zone did not acknowledge it, Luin could still defeat Northgate Live fair and square and force them to acknowledge it. However, the second and third conditions were different, especially the second one. The Great Yu Empire urgently needed to recover its economy, or else it would not even be able to unify Frostwave Weave. With the Barth-Jacques family's financial strength, Luin could definitely trust them, as they were the help that the Great Yu Empire desperately needed. The third condition represented the Lily family's attitude. Although the so-called reasonable conditions could not be set in stone and did not have any binding force on Granny Chan, since Lily Ann had made the request, it proved that the Lily family was sincere. As long as it was possible in the future, Granny Chan would definitely help, as she was an enlighter. Luin could not refuse these three conditions. "I know that Brother Lu might become the Sea King's son-in-law, so you don't care too much about my Northline Flow Zone. However, even relatives need their own strength. As long as Brother Lu is willing to help, my Northline Flow Zone will be your friend," Lily Ann said again with a hopeful look in her eyes. Luin took a deep breath and resisted the temptation. "Miss Anur's conditions are very sincere, but I'm sorry, but I can't make a deal with you on the premise that the Great Yu Empire is sacrificed. If the Great Yu Empire is gone, then your conditions will be nothing more than an illusion." Lu Yin's identity was fake, but his feelings for the Great Yu Empire were real. Earth, Undying Yushan, and the Zishan family were not things that could be easily forsaken. The second volume is about to begin, and great changes are coming. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. Lily Ann wasn't surprised by Lu Yin's answer, but she could only bitterly reply, "I know." Then, "Sorry for disturbing you, Brother Lu." After this competition, the Barth-Jacques family will still head to Frostwave Weave to investigate and help the Great Yu Empire recover its economy. Consider it a contribution from the Northline Flow Zone to the Great Yu Empire. Luin was grateful. And ended the call. Mira had promised Arbiter Wen to protect the Great Yu Empire, but Luin didn't know how trustworthy this promise was or how much Arbiter Wen could do for the Great Yu Empire. Just like how the second grade hall could recruit independent cultivators to deal with the Great Yu Empire, other powers could use various methods to deal with the Great Yu Empire. Even the relentless Slayer's assassination of the Great Yu Empire's upper echelons was enough to destabilize the Great Yu Empire. Lu Ying felt powerless, an empire that had almost unified a weave was still so helpless. He once again felt aggrieved, just like when he had been treated like a piece of white meat. That aggrieved feeling infuriated him, and he wanted to explode. There were two sides to every coin. He could use his various identities to intimidate his enemies, but they could also use the Great Yu Empire to intimidate him. It would be better if the Great Yu Empire was stronger. For example, it could unify not just one weave, but 2, 3, 4, or even 5, just like Endless Weave, which was the strongest of the 72 weaves. Then, he wouldn't have to worry so much. Lu Yin's eyes lit up as something ignited in his heart. Not long after he ended the call with Lily and another call request appeared. This time, it was from the Astral Combat Academy's internal contact, and it was from Xiyu. Lu Yin was surprised. He hadn't contacted this girl ever since he had mocked her for being a washboard. He hadn't expected her to contact him now. Xiyu seemed to be from the Soldering tribe. Lu Yin accepted the call, and a clear voice sounded from the other end, "Is this student Lu?" Lu Yin's eyes flashed, "You're not Xiyu?" "My name is Lan Yu, and I'm from the Soldering tribe. Xiyu has entered planet Pyrolite and is unable to contact the outside world, so I'm contacting you on her behalf." Lu Yin grunted, "Is something the matter, Miss Lan Yu?" "I'll get straight to the point. The Soldering tribe would like to ask for your help in seizing the Pyrolite mine." Lu Yin immediately declined, "Sorry, but I won't help." "Student Lu, please listen to the Soldering tribe's conditions," Lan Yu said. Without waiting for him to speak, she continued, "My tribe is willing to form a marriage alliance with the Great Yu Empire and will do our best to help the Great Yu Empire enter the Innerverse." Lu Yin was shocked, as these conditions were far too tempting. Forming a marriage alliance with the Soldering tribe was the dream of countless powers in the universe. This was because the Soldering tribe was filled with beauties, and they would even help the Great Yu Empire enter the Innerverse. This was not just a matter of words, as even Northline Flowzone would not be able to offer such generous conditions. "Miss Lan Yue, can you speak on behalf of the Soldering tribe?" Lan Yu smiled. "Of course. This is the most sincere offer from our Soldering tribe. Is there a need for Student Lu to hesitate?" Lu Yin frowned. "When is the wedding? Anyone from the Great Yu Empire?" "Of course, as long as it's someone designated by Student Lu." "What time?" "There are many rules in our clan, so it might take a long time. But we can make preparations first." Lan Yu did not explain. Beside him, Hai Chi, who had been sleeping, suddenly cut off his communicator. Lu Yin was stunned. "What are you doing?" Hai Chi pouted. "This woman is clearly stalling for time. She wants to form a marriage alliance with our Sea King's Dome, not the Great Yu Empire." Lu Yin laughed. "I couldn't tell that you knew about this." Hai Chi rolled her eyes. "I'm more handsome and intelligent than you. This is nothing." Hai Chi was right. Lan Yu's goal was simple, to stall for time until Lu Yin became the Sea King's son-in-law. Only then would they be willing to form a marriage alliance with the Great Yu Empire and form a relationship with the Sea King's Dome. Otherwise, why would the Soldering tribe be willing to pay such a huge price just to form a marriage alliance with the Great Yu Empire? Even if it was for Pyrolite, it was not worth it. After all, it was not easy to bring a power into the Innerverse. Of course, the Soldering tribe knew that Lu Yin would be able to guess their intentions, but this was a win-win situation. Once the Great Yu Empire formed a marriage alliance with the Soldering tribe, Lu Yin's power would increase, and it would be even more beneficial to him. They were not worried that Lu Yin would refuse. Of course, even if Lu Yin did not become the Sea King's son-in-law in the end, they would not lose out. Their main goal was still to get Lu Yin to help them fight for Pyrolite. As for the marriage alliance, they would have all sorts of excuses to refuse. Lu Yin opened his communicator again and contacted Lan Yu. "My apologies, Miss Lan Yu. There was a battle between hunters that disrupted the signal." "It's fine, Student Lu. What do you think of our Soldering tribe's conditions?" Lan Yu asked confidently. There should not be anyone in the Outerverse who could refuse such an offer, as entering the Innerverse was the dream of countless Outerverse powers. Lu Yin would not refuse either, as this would increase his own strength. Unfortunately, Luin had refused. Lan Yu was shocked. "Student Lu, you don't agree?" Luin replied, "Miss Lan Yu, your condition should be that I become the Sea King's son-in-law and that the Sea King will step in to protect the Great Yu Empire. Unfortunately, I have to disappoint you, as the Sea King will not step in. The moment I act, the Great Yu Empire's chances of destruction are too high. I cannot take this risk." Lan Yu was puzzled. The Sea King is not willing to step in to protect the Great Yu Empire? You're the Sea King's son-in-law. Luin apologized once more and hung up. The Soldream tribe was eager for the Sea King to step in. As for who the Great Yu Empire would end up in, that had nothing to do with them. They only wanted to form a relationship with the Sea King's dome and have Luin help them fight for the pyrolite mines. However, Luin wanted freedom. If the Great Yu Empire ended up in the Sea King's dome, then he would have no home. Since he had never intended to become the Sea King's son-in-law, he could only leave. His goal was to use the tiger's skin as a banner, and he would not forget that there was a girl waiting for him on the Shenwu continent. That bundle of hair was still in his cosmic ring. For some reason, Luin suddenly thought of Shude Night and her sorrowful and helpless eyes. He subconsciously looked at Hai Chi-Chi's eyes, which were mischievous, crafty, and even rolling her eyes. "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a beauty before? Don't even think about it." "Your looks aren't good enough for me," Hai Chi-Chi said. Luin turned around, as he recognized the facts. No matter what Hai Chi-Chi said, as long as he ignored her, no matter how fierce her tongue was, it would be useless. There were already 3 powers looking for him, and he didn't know who would be next, but he was still looking forward to it. Defeating Mu Rong had allowed him to reach the peak of the Lamita realm. Perhaps to Lamiters, he was a monster. 5 days later, Hua Qingshan contacted Luin and told him that enlighters had appeared one after another. Hua Haoyi from the Blaze realm, Granny Chan from the Northline flow zone, Elder Qing Han from the Soldream tribe, Karthika from the Second Great Hall, and many others had already entered the astral wilderness. As more and more enlighters appeared, the outerverse powers like the 9 Stacks sect shrank back and no longer dared to approach North Castle Weave. However, they secretly wanted to ally with each other, and they even planned to invite the outerverse powers with enlighters to join forces and charge into the astral wilderness. Of course, they had also approached the Great Yu Empire, but Luin had rejected them. Against the enormous powers of the Innerverse, even if they invited 1 or 2 enlighters, it would still be useless. It should be known that the top powerhouses from the Sword Sect, Day-Night Clan, Wen Family, and other powers had yet to appear. The enlighters from these powers far surpassed the enlighters in the Outerverse, and their power levels were not limited by a single realm. It was just like how Luin and Shiyu were both Lamiters, but the difference between them was as great as the heavens. Northline Flowzone's Granny Chan had arrived at the astral wilderness, and she had brought along Northgate Gang and the other Lamiters. There were also quite a few older Lamiters who were even stronger than Northgate Gang. Ah Fan, who had originally reported to San Dios, had also been brought along. Northline Flowzone wanted to gather all of its forces to seize Pyrolite ore. Lily and was an explorer and could not enter planet Pyrolite, so she could only accompany Granny Chan and the others to wait outside. Northgate Lai was also on his way. All of the great powers were researching how to allow explorers to safely enter the planet. Although they did not know if their research would succeed, all of the powers had mobilized their explorers to make preparations. The Wen family arrived shortly after Northline Flowzone. Over 100 Lamiters from the Wen family, both young and old, boarded the personal spacecraft that had been prepared for them and rushed towards planet Pyrolite. Wen Qianer was among them, and she looked excited. She had long since wanted to spar with the various powerhouses of the universe, and this was an excellent opportunity. She hoped that the so-called unequaled Lamiters would also show up so that she could experience their strength. On the other side, the Lamiters from the Second Grade Hall had also arrived. However, it was not just the Second Grade Hall that had sent people, as even the First Grade Hall and the Divine Grade Hall had sent people over. Kuang Wang was one of them, and he felt very helpless as he had been dragged out of the Astral Combat Academy to participate in the battle for Pyrolite ore. He had not wanted to come, but the Divine Grade Hall had given him a simple order: seize. Although Kuang Wang was arrogant, he still had his principles and bottom line. He would not do something like this, and he felt that he should keep a low profile and not be so arrogant. Don't be too arrogant. We were the ones who discovered this place first, so why should we give it to you? Kwang Wang had just landed on planet Pyrolite when he heard his name being called. He turned around in annoyance and saw a group of Lemeters arguing, with the word arrogant occasionally being called out. He frowned and soared into the sky to look down at the group. You can argue, but don't call my name so often. Who's so arrogant? Scram. Kwang Wang was enraged, and he raised his arm. A grey dragon roared out from his body, shaking the heavens and the earth. Under the horrified gazes of the many Lemeters, the dragon lashed out with its tail, sending everyone flying. Some of them were even crushed into the ground, and they were all in a miserable state. Kwang Wang raised his head. What a bunch of trash. Behind him, more than 10 second-grade hall cultivators wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Lord Kwang Wang, there's one of our own in there. Kwang Wang rolled his eyes. More and more heirs from various powers appeared, but the most dazzling were still the heirs from the 8 great flow zones, especially the Wen family's Wen Qianer, the Blaze Realm's Jared, and the Divine Grade Hall's Kwang Wang and Hui Chuan. They had swept through the area and occupied the Pyrolite or that had previously been occupied by the other powers. Under these circumstances, Xiyu was very unlucky to have run into Jared. Xiyu wasn't much weaker than Jared, but there was still a gap between them. Xiyu and Michelle were about the same level, but Jared had already been an area master when Michelle had first joined the Astral Combat Academy. During the battle on planet Pyrolite, the Blaze Realm had given him a strand of karmic fire, which allowed him to use their inherited battle technique, the karmic flame sword. Jared hadn't used the karmic flame sword against Xiyu, as there was no need for it. He had used the battle technique he had obtained from the trial zones, the Great Illusory Hands, and he had easily defeated Xiyu. Xiyu hadn't even had time to use her musical battle technique, but fortunately, she had detonated all of the Pyrolite ore in her cosmic ring. Xiyu's status as the strongest Lemeter on planet Pyrolite had completely disappeared, and the heirs of the great powers had revealed themselves. 7 days passed, and Luyin and Hai Chi were still traveling through outer space. The situation in North Castle Weave had been stabilized by several enlighters, but the battle on planet Pyrolite was becoming more and more intense, and the number of casualties was increasing. The various great power spacecraft were like monsters that looked down on planet Pyrolite and monitored everything that was happening. They could see all of the battle scenes, such as when Qiano leading the Wen family to defeat a certain Flowzone's power, Jared showing off his might and slaughtering all of the disciples of a certain power, and Kwang Wang following the second grade hall's main force in a very low-key manner without making a single move. Planet Pyrolite's landscape was barren, and there weren't many plants. What it did have were very tenacious plants like cacti that were barely surviving. There were also very few creatures, and most of them lived underground, occasionally crawling out to search for water. A gale swept up dark red sand as it swept across the sky. In the distance, dozens of tornadoes suddenly formed and headed towards a group of people. A group of cloaked people held detectors in their hands, and they sometimes separated and sometimes gathered to discuss the situation. Just as the tornadoes were about to reach them, one of the people in the group raised a hand. Powerful star energy transformed into a formless hand that swept away the tornadoes. In an instant, the world returned to its original calm state. The others weren't surprised, as a Lemeter could easily destroy a planet if given enough time, let alone suppress a planet's astronomical phenomenon. Suddenly, someone in the group cried out in alarm, and the others immediately gathered around. That's right, there's a huge reaction of Pyrolite. There's a large amount of Pyrolite gathering up ahead. Can you tell the distance? It should be 100 kilometers away. To planet Pyrolite, 100 kilometers was a very small distance, but to humans, it was a very long distance. At the very least, most cultivators couldn't see beyond 100 kilometers with their eyes. Only a few powerhouses and those with extraordinary innate gifts could see beyond that distance. Coincidentally, a pair of intelligent eyes looked up from the crowd and gazed into the distance. There's a mountain 100 kilometers away. Miss, that mountain should be where the Pyrolite mines are located. The reaction is huge, so there should be quite a bit of Pyrolite, someone said excitedly. Let's go, we'll talk about it after we occupy it. After saying that, the group of people rushed towards the mountain. Coincidentally, on the other side of the mountain, which was about 328 miles away, another group of people also noticed them. This group of people was much more complicated than the previous group, because almost all of them had strange abnormal beasts by their side. This group of people came from the second grade hall. Gadgets couldn't be used on planet Pyrolite, so neither side was aware of the other's existence. It wasn't until they reached the bottom of the mountain that they discovered each other's tracks. A battle immediately broke out without any hesitation. The second grade hall group was quickly forced into a disadvantageous position because of the woman in the group. She was Xianxia, and her star energy filled the air with a pink aura. This was her domain. Han Chong could use star energy to draw mountains and rivers, while Xianxia could use star energy to draw pink skeletons. Pink skeletons were just a description, but when Xianxia's star energy came into contact with them, the pink aura could really erode a person's willpower. Nearly half of the second grade hall group instantly lost their ability to fight, and they were suppressed by the Wen family's Lemeters. The erudite flow zone and the beast tamer's flow zone were neighbors, so there wasn't much enmity between them. When Xianxia waved her hand and had someone check the amount of pyrolite before sending out a signal to the Wen family in outer space so that they could gather there. If the Wen family could see it, then so could the other powers. However, there weren't many who could compete with the Wen family. The Wen family smoothly set up the mining equipment and prepared to mine the pyrolite. Suddenly, Xianxia's expression changed, and she dodged to the side. A sinister snake with a long horn on its head tore at her from where she had been standing. Xianxia turned around and flicked her finger, wanting to destroy the snake with a gust of wind. However, the snake easily blocked Xianxia's gust, opened its mouth, and let out a strange roar that shook the heavens and earth. It formed a gray hurricane that swept through the area. The hurricane didn't damage the air, ground, or even the mining equipment, but it made everyone from the Wen family feel nauseous. Xianxia's face was pale, and when she saw the snake bite her again, her gaze turned cold. She raised her left index finger and said, "Literary prison, the number of 8. The next moment, words floated in the void and trapped the snake within. No matter how the snake attacked, it couldn't shake the literary prison. The literary prison was a battle technique that had been passed down in the Wen family since ancient times, and it could only be formed by mastering the number of 8. Xianxia just so happened to have mastered the number of 8. At that moment, a figure attacked from behind Xianxia. Xianxia did not move, but someone from the Wen family attacked. It was a middle-aged man, and he raised a hand to repel the figure before standing behind Xianxia. There were many people in the Wen family who had reached the Lemeter realm but were unable to break through. These people were not as talented as Luin and the others, but they had plenty of battle experience. This person had pretended to be powerless after being attacked by the snake, and now that he had suddenly attacked, the figure was caught off guard and severely injured. Xianxia slowly turned around and looked at the pale-faced man who was lying on the ground. "You must be Huichuan." The man spat out a mouthful of blood. "I never thought that the Wen family's young miss would know a nobody like me." Xianxia's lips curled up. "You're not a nobody. You're one of the top youths in the Divine Grade Hall. Unfortunately, you can't compare to Kuang Wang and the others. Didn't they come? You want to see them?" Huichuan spoke with great difficulty as he raised a hand and pointed at the ground in the distance. Xianxia lowered her head, and her expression changed. At some point in time, a small blade of grass had swayed in the wind. It looked very weak, as if it could be blown away at any moment, but Xianxia acted as if she was facing a great enemy. She recognized that this was Emperor Butterfly Grass, a tyrannical plant that could expel star energy. This plant was one of Kuang Wang's tamed beasts. Kuang Wang had arrived. The Astral Combat Tournament had allowed countless people in the universe to witness the strength of the Astral Combat Academy's realm masters. Although Kuang Wang had been defeated by Lu Xiaoqiu, his strength was unquestionable. Even if he was not at the top, he was still quite terrifying, and at the very least, he was enough to make Xianxia apprehensive. When the Emperor Butterfly Grass was discovered, regardless of whether it was Xianxia or the other members of the Wen family, they all found that the star energy in their bodies had been forcefully expelled. Planet Pyrolite did not have any star energy to begin with, and it could only be absorbed using star crystals or star essence. Now that the star energy had been expelled during the battle, they had no time to absorb it, which was fatal. To Kwang Wang, planet Pyrolite was his home ground. Anyone who fought him would first face a situation where they did not have enough star energy. Unless they were at Lu Xiaoqiu's level, even those who were close to his strength would not be his match. Xianxia was one such example. If she had been at her peak, she was confident that she could have trapped Kwang Wang with her literary prison and defeated him. However, she could not do so now. Her remaining star energy was not enough to form a literary prison, and even the literary prison that had trapped the strange snake was dissipating. Emperor Butterfly Grass could expel star energy and form a vacuum of star energy. This was the terror of Emperor Butterfly Grass, and it was also the terror of Kwang Wang on planet Pyrolite. Kwang Wang appeared amidst the sandstorm and walked over step by step. A giant azure dragon roared out of his left arm and covered the sky. No one dared to underestimate Kwang Wang, especially at this moment. Retreat on your own. I don't want to hurt you, Kwang Wang said calmly as he looked at Xianxia. Not too far away from Xianxia, 2 kilometers from the Wen family suddenly attacked. Battle force surrounded their bodies, and the 2 3-lined battle force cultivators surrounded Kwang Wang. They wanted to use their physical strength to break through Kwang Wang's Emperor Butterfly Grass. The azure dragon continued to soar through the sky. Below, Kwang Wang suddenly looked up as pure purple battle force covered his entire body. This was 4-lined battle force. During the astral combat tournament, he had only had 3-lined battle force, but now, he had broken through 2. 4-lined battle force. Every additional line represented a different level of power. The 2 Wen family's 3-lined battle force cultivators were easily defeated by Kwang Wang. Xianxia was unwilling to give up. She raised a finger, and a 28 literary prison appeared around Kwang Wang. Unfortunately, due to the lack of star energy, the literary prison was too weak, and it was shattered by the azure dragon's tail. I'll say it one last time. Retreat, and this mountain belongs to me. Kwang Wang raised his head. Hui Chuan, who was lying on the ground, wiped the corner of his mouth and stood up. The literary prison that had trapped the strange snake had disappeared, and the snake landed on Hui Chuan's shoulder. It was his tamed beast. No matter how unwilling Xianxia was, it was useless. She helplessly waved her hand, and the entire Wen family retreated. The dignified Wen family, one of the 8 great flow zones and the leading family of the erudite flow zone, had been forced to retreat. Xianxia felt humiliated, and she glared at Kwang Wang. Just you wait. Kwang Wang did not care. Planet Pyrolite was his home turf, and anyone who fought with him here would be weakened by a level. He was even confident that he could challenge Lu Xiaoqiu again. Even though Lu Xiaoqiu had defeated him with the Emperor Butterfly Grass single vacuum, that was back then. Kwang Wang's battle force had already reached 4-lined, and he was confident that he could block Lu Xiaoqiu's sword. As long as he could block that sword, he would be able to counterattack. In the end, cultivators relied on star energy as their foundation. Without star energy, they were nothing. Of course, a freak like Luyin did not count, and Kwang Wang was not arrogant enough to challenge Luyin. Whether it was in the outside world or on planet Pyrolite, Luyin was a monster. The Wen family had retreated, but Kwang Wang had forcefully kept the mining equipment. According to the Wen family's explorations, this mountain indeed contained a lot of pyrolite ore. According to their estimations, there might be 0.5 kilogram of purified pyrolite, or even more. The amount of pyrolite that had been found in other parts of the astral wilderness did not even add up to 0.5 kilogram. Usually, an entire planet would be completely mined, and only a few dozen grams of pyrolite would be found. The fact that this mountain contained so much pyrolite excited the second grade hall, and they immediately gathered people to take full control of the mountain. As for the Emperor Butterfly Grass, Kwang Wang did not absorb it into his body, as he wanted to forever maintain the only vacuum of star energy around the mountain. This mountain was personally named Pyrolite Mountain by Kwang Wang. The discovery of Pyrolite Mountain caused the second grade hall to become the target of public criticism. Xianxia had not publicly announced the amount of pyrolite in Pyrolite Mountain, but the various powers had their own ways of investigating it, and there were always spies. Not long after, the amount of pyrolite in Pyrolite Mountain shook the universe, and the various powers were alarmed. 1 kilogram of pyrolite was equivalent to 500 grams. What would happen if 500 grams of pyrolite exploded? No one knew. In terms of destructive power, it was enough to destroy an entire region of space. Even powerhouses with power levels over 500,000 could be injured or even killed if they were to face such destructive power head-on. Of course, that was only the consequence of facing such destructive power head-on. Powerhouses with power levels in the hundreds of thousands could not possibly allow such destructive power to explode. They could tear through the void and redirect the destructive power. But without considering the powerhouses, this destructive power was truly terrifying. And this was only the preliminary investigation. There might even be more pyrolite. In an instant, Pyrolite Mountain became the focal point of the various powers. All of them wanted to take it for themselves, but no one dared to make a move against Quanguang. Many powers began to form an alliance, and from that day onwards, Pyrolite Mountain became a battleground. Powerhouses attacked it every day, and there was no lack of major powers among them. The second grade hall felt the pressure. If all of the powers became enemies, then even Quanguang would not be able to hold on. Furthermore, the toplimiters had yet to arrive. Under such circumstances, there were naturally powers that wanted to ally with the second grade hall. Among the strongest powers, the Day-Night clan was the first to find the second grade hall. There was an inhabited planet in North Castle Weave that was close to Frostwave Weave. The civilization on this planet was still in its embryonic stages of technological advancement, and their method of warfare was still the ancient muskets. The originally peaceful planet had been disrupted by the sudden appearance of the second grade hall, and the civilization on the planet had been torn apart. The second grade hall was like a monster that had descended from the heavens and instantly suppressed the entire civilization on the planet. This planet was the second grade hall's frontline in their war against Frostwave Weave. Karthika, the Enlighter, was on this planet. After Pyrolite Mountain was discovered, Karthika could no longer sit still. He knew that all of the powers were coveting Pyrolite Mountain, and he wanted to go to the astral wilderness to oversee it. Before he could leave, the entire planet began to rain. This was a rain that spread throughout the entire planet. This rain caused Karthika's expression to turn serious, and he even felt fear. The rain was very light, and many of the cultivators from the second grade hall found it strange. They tried to investigate why such a heavy downpour had suddenly occurred, but they were all stopped by Karthika. He stood in the rain and raised his head. Long time no see. It's been over 1,000 years. The curtain of rain parted, and an old woman with black and white hair slowly walked out. Under the gazes of many second grade hall cultivators, she stopped in front of Karthika. Almost there. Khadgar made an inviting gesture. The old woman nodded and followed Karthika into the second grade hall's headquarters on this planet. The two of them appeared in the reception room and sat down like two ordinary people meeting. In fact, many powerhouses were not as dignified as outsiders thought. They had their own feelings, their own way of life, and many still maintained the habits of ordinary people. They were no different from ordinary people when they didn't unleash their combat power. Perhaps one day, walking beside a seeker would be an emissary with a combat power of more than 500,000. I thought that you would never leave Night King Planet, Night Queen Shiryu, Karthika sighed as he looked at the old woman in front of him. Night Queen Shiryu's tone was cold. I also thought that I would never leave, but the clan needed me, so I had no choice. What happened between the two of you in the past? Before Karthika could finish speaking, Night Queen Shiryu interrupted him. There's no need to mention what happened in the past. Someone will repay that debt. You should know why I'm looking for you. Karthika's expression turned solemn. Is it about Pyrolite Mountain? Night Queen Shiryu looked at Karthika seriously. You're very smart, and you should know that you can't defend Pyrolite Mountain on your own. The various powers are allying together, and your clan is no exception. Karthika replied, Of course, I know that, but I have many choices, especially the Wen family and the Sword sect, which are close by. Enough with the nonsense. It's impossible for the Wen family and the Sword sect to work together. It's precisely because they're too close that their interests will clash, so it's impossible for the two of you to form an alliance. Our Day-Night clan is the one that fits your criteria the best. You both need strength, and you're far away from each other. There won't be any conflicts of interest. Night Queen Shiryu tyrannically interrupted Karthika for the second time. Karthika smiled bitterly. It's been so many years, but you haven't changed at all. Night Queen Xiaoyu's gaze was resolute. We'll work together, and the refined pyrolite from Pyrolite Mountain will be split equally. This is the most generous offer that our Day-Night clan can offer. Give me an answer as soon as possible. Karthika was helpless. There's no need to think about it. We'll work together with you. To the Beast Tamer's flow zone, the Wen family and the Sword sect were not very good partners. They were neighbors, and they needed pyrolite to increase their strength. If they increased their strength, then the neighboring flow zones would weaken. Thus, they could only be competitors, and it was impossible for them to work together. This was also the reason why the Wen family and the Sword sect had not sought him out. As for the other flow zones, they were either too far away or too weak. Even the Blazing Mist flow zone was not a good partner in Karthika's eyes. Karthika did not doubt the Day-Night clan's strength, especially after they had received news that the Day-Night clan had found traces of the Third Night King. Although he was not sure if this news was true, if the Third Night King had really been found, then the balance of the universe would change. Thus, it was important to maintain a good working relationship with the Day-Night clan. Night Queen Xiaoyu looked at Karthika with admiration. A wise choice. My Day-Night clan's Lameter Juniors will not disappoint you. Karthika nodded. With Kuang Wang's Emperor Butterfly Grass and the Day-Night clan's Lameter Juniors, there's no way for anything to go wrong. No way. Don't forget that there's someone who has a grudge against you right now, and he's on his way here, Night Queen Xiaoyu said. Karthika was confused. Who? The Sea King's prospective son-in-law. Night Queen Xiaoyu's eyes narrowed. Karthika's eyes went wide. Luin? If we don't get rid of him, then no one will be his match once he joins the contest on planet Pyrolite. Pyrolite Mountain will belong to whoever he helps, Night Queen Xiaoyu said calmly. Karthika was put in a difficult position. He's the Sea King's prospective son-in-law, and he's connected to many powers. We can't kill him. I know. Elder Yuanjing also said that we can't touch him, but we have to make sure that he doesn't participate in the contest on planet Pyrolite. Otherwise, he'll be the biggest variable. You should understand the influence of someone who's truly invincible within the same realm, Night Queen Xiaoyu said coldly. Karthika's expression changed, and he thought about it for a moment before looking at Night Queen Xiaoyu. I'll leave planet Pyrolite to you. I'll personally go to the Great Yu Empire and make sure that he doesn't take action. Night Queen Xiaoyu nodded. Although it's not worth it to mobilize an Enlighter for a Lameter Junior, the contest on planet Pyrolite is too important. Go ahead, and I'll take care of things on planet Pyrolite. Alright, let's work well together. Let's work well together. In outer space, Luin continuously refreshed the news about North Castle Weave, trying his best to find out more about the contest on planet Pyrolite. However, there was not a single mention of it on the network, and he couldn't even find the word Pyrolite. Although the network was connected to many people, it was the same as in the real world, where too much information was blocked. Even if Luin revealed some information about Pyrolite, there was still no information on the network, and only the various great powers knew about it. Beside him, Hai Chichi was playing a game. She suddenly realized that there were many more fun games in the Outerverse than in the Innerverse. In her words, the Outerverse was the weakest in the Outerverse, as these games made people lose their will to play. Luin couldn't refute her for the time being. His gadget beeped, and Luin glanced at it. His expression changed, and a bone-chilling look appeared in his eyes. Enlighter Karthika has appeared on Xinyu Star. An Enlighter's speed in outer space was even faster than a radiant great aurora. There were only a dozen or so filaments between North Castle Weave's border and Xinyu Star, which was a very short distance for Karthika. There were no Enlighters in the Great Yu Empire, and Karthika's appearance meant that the entire Great Yu Empire was under his control. The lives of Qingshan, Banjiu, Luing Zishan, and the others were all in his hands. Luing clenched his fists. Karthika's goal was simple. He wanted to force Luin to stay out of the contest on planet Pyrolite. Karthika's existence was irresistible to Lameters, and once he took action, it would basically determine who would be the biggest winner on planet Pyrolite. Whoever Karthika helped would be able to obtain the most Pyrolite. Pyrolite was a strategic resource, and this was a war that had yet to spread, but was already sweeping through the Innerverse and Outerverse. Louis knew that he was important, but he hadn't expected an enlighter to personally restrain him. There had probably been no other leader since ancient times, and he was probably the only leader who had been personally restrained by an enlighter. The message had been sent to him by Xianxia. Karthika had arrived on Xenu star and immediately suppressed the entire planet, but fortunately, he hadn't killed anyone. Xianxia and the others weren't stupid, and they hadn't acted against an enlighter. Xenu star was still relatively stable for the time being, but this was all under the premise that Lu Yin obediently returned to Xenu star and didn't participate in the contest on planet Pyrolite. Otherwise, who knew what would happen? Karthika might not kill Lu Yin, but he definitely wouldn't go easy on Xianxia and the others. Lu Yin glanced at Hai Chi. He could contact the Sea King and give the Great Yu Empire to the Sea King's dome. Regardless of whether the Sea King accepted it or not, Karthika would still have some misgivings. But if he did that, then he would have no way out. The Great Yu Empire would no longer belong to the Yushan family, and his position as royal regent would become a joke. He could also ignore the Great Yu Empire, as he wasn't actually a descendant of King Zishan. Everything had been fabricated by Big Sis. However, he had lived on Earth for a long time, and he cherished those memories and feelings. He admitted that he was an Earthling, and he didn't want to let go of him. Undying Yushan had treated him very well and had even passed on the Yu secret art to him. Lu Yin was unable to repay this kindness. It was impossible for him to give up on the Great Yu Empire, as he would never be able to give up on these feelings. Lu Yin looked up at the sky. Sometimes, it wasn't good to stand too high, as it was easy to attract everyone's attention. This was especially true for someone like him who didn't have a powerful background. Uncle Hua, tell Karthika that I won't act. I'll stay in the Great Yu Empire until the contest for Pyrolite is over, Lu Yin said in a low voice. Got it. Xianxia's tone wasn't very pleasant either. He was a hunter, yet he was being used to threaten a leader. This was the first time in history that someone had experienced something like this. On Xenu star, Karthika stood in the Imperial Palace's court when Xianxia appeared behind him. The royal regent guarantees that he will not participate in your competition. Karthika turned around, not interested in Xianxia's words at all. This was within his expectations, as Lu Yin would not be able to escape from Karthika's control unless he had an even stronger background that was willing to help him. But now, Karthika was more interested in the person in front of him. As an outerverse cultivator, it's not easy to become a hunter. I can recommend you to join the second grade hall. Are you interested? Xianxia politely declined. Sorry, but this junior does not wish to leave his homeland. Karthika disdainfully replied, a mere frost wave weave is enough to trap you. It must be a coincidence that you were able to cultivate to the hunter realm. He then took a step forward and disappeared. Actually, Karthika could leave at this point, as Xenu star was right here, and he could not escape. Lu Yin did not dare to go back on his word, as he could not afford to pay such a price. However, he wanted to stay and take a look at Lu Yin. There had been an unparalleled powerhouse in their era who had been unrivaled within the same realm, and that person had left a deep impression on Karthika. Lu Yin had also been unrivaled within the same realm, and Karthika wanted to see if Lu Yin was similar to that person. Also, the competition on planet Pyrolite would only become more and more intense. Since Karthika could retreat behind the scenes, he naturally did not want to take the lead. Instead, he would let Night Queen Qiuyu take the lead. The Day-Night clan was known for their tyranny, and the more enemies they had, the easier it would be for others to relax. Karthika felt the same way. For now, the Day-Night clan might be the most suitable partner, but who knew what would happen in the future? Xenu Star's scenery was not bad. In the astral wilderness, a giant warship was ablaze. It had not been destroyed, but rather burned on its own. This was a spacecraft from the Blaze Realm. Inside the Blaze Realm spacecraft, a figure was quietly looking down at planet Pyrolite. The intense heat around him had caused the void to distort. His entire body was like a sun, but he did not cause any harm to his surroundings. He was Huahui, an enlighter from the Blaze Realm who had a power level of 240,000. Not too far away from Huahui, the void distorted, and a strong but ugly middle-aged man walked out. He faced Huahui and said in a dull voice, I am Lei Long from the Dire Barbarian clan. Huahui turned around and stared at the middle-aged man, especially his face. His eyes flickered. The dire barbarian tribe's appearance was quite unique. How should he describe it? He couldn't be described as ugly, but rather ferocious. He was the complete opposite of the Soldream tribe. The Soldream tribe had many beautiful women, but the dire barbarian clan rarely had anyone with decent looks. Perhaps this was one of the reasons why the dire barbarian clan and the Soldream tribe had been enemies for generations. The dire barbarian clan wanted to use the Soldream tribe's genes to modify their next generation's appearance, but the Soldream tribe naturally hated the dire barbarian clan, especially for their methods of doing things. Therefore, it was very easy to identify members of the dire barbarian clan. All they had to do was look at their appearance. The dire barbarian clan was already used to it, so Lei Long didn't mind Huahui paying attention to his appearance. "Brother Lei, why have you come here?" Huahui asked. Lei Long said, "Let's form an alliance." Huahui pondered. Lei Long continued, saying, "Right now, all of the great powers are forming alliances, so it's impossible to steal Pyrolite alone. From what I know, even the second Great Hall has formed an alliance with the Day-Night clan. Brother Hua, you should know that the strongest power on planet Pyrolite is the second Great Hall." Huahui looked at Lei Long. "We can form an alliance, but how do we split the Pyrolite ore?" "Of course, we'll split it evenly." Huahui laughed. "Brother Lei, you're thinking too simply. My Blaze realm is the closest to this place, and we can dispatch experts at any time. Your dire barbarian clan is far away, and you don't have any leaders who are worthy of being called out. Brother Lei, do you think that's possible?" Lei Long frowned. "You can't say that. My dire barbarian clan has quite a few leaders, and all the powers are trying to find a way for explorers to enter planet Pyrolite. My dire barbarian clan has explorers who can rival the top 100 rankings." Huahui didn't care. If the dire barbarian clan had explorers, then so did the Blaze realm. Everyone had their own trump cards. However, there was one person in the dire barbarian clan that he cared about, Avery. He was an absolute expert who was ranked 4th on the top 100 rankings. If cruisers could enter planet Pyrolite as well, then this person would be very useful, and he could play a decisive role. However, Huahui would not agree to splitting the Pyrolite with the Blaze realm based on an unknown possibility, and he didn't immediately refuse. "How about this, Brother Lei? How about we split the Pyrolite after we obtain it?" Lei Long's eyes narrowed. He thought about it and then agreed. Although the Blaze realm was powerful, his dire barbarian clan was not weak either. If the Blaze realm dared to go back on their word, Lei Long would definitely make them regret it. The prerequisite for an alliance was that their strength was similar, and the 8 Great Flow Zones would only ally with the powers of the 8 Great Flow Zones. As for smaller flow zones like Northline Flow Zone, they could only ally with smaller flow zones to protect themselves. Unfortunately, Northline Flow Zone's luck was too bad. Northgate Gang, Fan, and the others had encountered Jared from the Blaze realm, and the battle had caused Northline Flow Zone to suffer heavy losses. Dozens of people had died, and even the Pyrolite that they had mined had been stolen. Although planet Pyrolite was large, everyone had a Pyrolite detector, so the chances of encountering Jared were very high. Northline Flow Zone's luck could only be attributed to the fact that they had encountered experts from the 8 Great Flow Zones. At present, less than a third of the experts from the 8 Great Flow Zones remained on planet Pyrolite, while the rest were mostly leaders from smaller flow zones. However, numbers did not determine everything, and the ones who could truly obtain Pyrolite were the experts from the 8 Great Flow Zones. The crushing defeat of Northgate Gang and the others had caused Northline Flow Zone to become anxious. Lily and had tried to contact Lu Yin several times, and Granny Chan had also been willing to raise the conditions. However, the Great Yu Empire would be at risk, and Lily and felt that no conditions would be able to move Lu Yin unless Granny Chan promised to personally oversee the Great Yu Empire and ensure its safety. Unfortunately, this was impossible. Granny Chan had left, and the Lily family had lost their prestige. Compared to Pyrolite, Granny Chan was more important. Another 3 days passed, and Lu Yin checked his itinerary. There were still 10 days before he would reach Frostwave Weave. On this day, a huge change occurred outside of planet Pyrolite as the Sword Sex Lemeters arrived. The various powers were shocked as they watched the personal spacecraft charge into planet Pyrolite's atmosphere. They had a premonition that the situation on planet Pyrolite was about to change. The ones who were the most worried were the Second Great Hall and the Day-Night clan, as Pyrolite Mountain was currently under their control. More than 100 Lemeters were guarding the mountain, and most of them were from the Second Great Hall while a small portion of them were from the Day-Night clan. Their conspicuous heads of black and white hair were the best proof, and it also informed the various powers that the two sides had formed an alliance. The moment the Sword Sect spacecraft charged into planet Pyrolite, Night Queen Xianxia raised an eyebrow and stepped forward. She tore through the void and quickly appeared outside of the Sword Sect's warship. It was a sword-shaped spacecraft that was rather peculiar, but it contained a sharp edge that caused the void to become unstable. Xianxia, come out! Night Queen Xianxia shouted. Wherever she looked, the Sword Sect's disciples were overwhelmed with shock, and they did not dare to raise their heads. A curtain of rain suddenly appeared in outer space, creating a strange scene. A middle-aged man walked out from the sword-shaped spacecraft with a resolute expression. He stood tall in outer space and faced Night Queen Xianxia. He was Xianxia, and it was rumored that ever since he had started cultivating, he had only used 3 sword strikes against anyone he faced. If he won, he would win. If he lost, he would lose. He was a hunter with a power level of 190,000. Senior Xianxia, why are you looking for me? Xianxia looked at Night Queen Xianxia and asked calmly. Night Queen Xianxia pointed at planet Pyrolite and coldly said, your Sword Sect juniors entered planet Pyrolite from Pyrolite Mountain. What is the meaning of this? Are you not going to look for other places? Do you want to compete with my Day-Night clan? Xianxia indifferently replied, planet Pyrolite is an ownerless planet, and so is Pyrolite Mountain. It doesn't belong to your Day-Night clan, so anyone can fight over it. Night Queen Xianxia's gaze turned cold. Planet Pyrolite is huge, and Pyrolite Mountain is just one of the many places where Pyrolite mines are concentrated. Go look for other places, and my Day-Night clan guarantees that we will not interfere. I can't do that. Xianxia's tone was indifferent. He did not care about Night Queen Xianxia at all, even if he was just a hunter. When he was younger, he had been one of the Sword Sect's top geniuses, and he did not fear anyone. His courage had not changed even now. Night Queen Xianxia was so angry that she laughed. Good, good, good. Even a junior dares to provoke me. It looks like the outside world has forgotten about me after not leaving Night King Planet for so many years. Today, I'll make all of you remember. Xianxia's gaze turned cold, and he tightened his grip on his sword. At that moment, the void between the two distorted, and a figure walked out with a sigh. Xianxia, you're still so tyrannical. When she heard the voice, Night Queen Xianxia's body trembled, and she looked at the old man in front of her in shock. Brother Vile Face? Xianxia looked at the old man and bowed respectfully. Elder Vile Face. The old man's name was Vile Face, and he was an elder of the Sword Sect. He was also the person in charge of the Pyrolite mines that the Sword Sect had sent this time. He was an enlighter with a power level of 270,000. Brother Vileface, I never thought that the Sword Sect would send you here, Night Queen Xianxia said with a complicated expression. Vileface looked at Night Queen Xianxia and sighed. It's been 1,000 years since we last met. You and I are both old, and it's time for you to rein in your temper. The rain in outer space grew heavier, and Night Queen Xianxia turned to look at planet Pyrolite. This is my first mission outside in 1,000 years, and I don't want to fail. Vileface smiled bitterly. It was because of your temper that he left. Can't you get over it? Night Queen Xianxia's eyes widened, and she stared at Vileface. Temper? What a joke. It's clearly the clan's rules, and he's afraid. That coward. I would rather abandon my clan to leave with him, but he ran away. Brother Vileface, is this my fault? Vileface sighed deeply. It's been so long, but you still haven't gotten over it. Forget it, let's not talk about the past. Night Queen Xianxia's emotions were unstable, and the rain in outer space was sometimes heavy and sometimes light. There was a moment of silence. Xianxia left at the right time. Vileface looked at Night Queen Xianxia. It's been so many years. How have you been? Night Queen Choyu's body trembled, and she turned around to leave. Brother Bileface, friendship is one thing, but I won't show any mercy during the fight on planet Pyrolite. With that, she disappeared into outer space. Bileface looked at the empty space and sighed once more. He had never thought that he would meet an old friend here, and this old friend was someone that he did not want to meet the most, but also someone that he wanted to meet the most. Boom. Boom. The second volume was about to begin, and a huge change was about to happen. When Kwang Wang saw the models of the personal spacecraft, he was certain that they were from the Sword Sect. Only the Sword Sect and Myriad Swords Peak, which focused on the sword, had similar spacecraft. Below Pyrolite Mountain, the Emperor Butterfly Grass swayed in the wind, leaving Pyrolite Mountain in a vacuum without any star energy. Outside of the Emperor Butterfly Grass area of effect, dozens of Day-Night clan members spread out and vigilantly stared at the spacecraft that were crashing down in all directions. There were no less than 20 spacecraft that had landed at the same time. In terms of numbers, the combined forces of the Day-Night clan and the second-grade Hall paled in comparison, but this was the Sword Sect. Without wasting any time, the battle immediately began. The Day-Night clan was the first to attack, and they did not even wait for the airship's cabin doors to open before launching an attack. The second-grade Hall was not slow either, and beasts roared one after another as they let out battle cries. One of the personal spacecraft was destroyed by a Lemeter from the Day-Night clan, and what greeted it was the brilliance of sword chi that tore through the ground. The Sword Sect and the Day-Night clan were both top powers of the Innerverse. The Day-Night clan had named a flow zone after Day-Night, which showed how tyrannical they were. As for the Sword Sect, they had named their flow zone the First Flow Zone, which was even more tyrannical. Both sides had fought each other countless times and were no strangers to each other. Numerous elderly Lemeters had arrived from the Day-Night clan. Some of them were unable to break through, while others were not allowed to do so. They were trapped by the cage technique, and if they wanted to break through, they had to depend on the Night King clan behind them. One of the Day-Night clan elders had been exceptionally gifted when he was young, and he had possessed an innate gift for destructive power. He was very sensitive to the air around him, and he could adapt to the energy contained in the air to unleash his greatest strength. Unfortunately, he had offended the Night King clan when he was young, and he was not allowed to break through to this day. He had thought that he had wasted his entire life, but now, it had come in handy. The Sword Sect disciples were unable to stop the Night King Elder, and 2 of them were killed in an instant. The Night King Elder's expression was sinister. As long as he could make some contributions on planet Pyrolite, he would be able to break through to the Explorer realm and extend his lifespan. He would have a bright future ahead of him, and he would not give up. In front of him, the door of the spaceship opened. Without thinking, the old man punched out. He could sense the pyrolite in the air. His punch was wrapped in pyrolite, and its power increased again in midair. It landed in front of the spaceship. Inside the spacecraft, a pair of eyes were piercing as they gripped the hilt of their sword and slashed out. The Day-Night Elder's fist was sliced apart by the formless sword chi, and his pupils shrank as his scalp went numb. He immediately retreated as he sensed the impending danger, but it was too late. The Elder's body was split in 2, and a huge spatial crack spread out in all directions along his body, shocking everyone who was watching. The space on planet Pyrolite was very stable, and it was very difficult for Lemeters to tear through the void. Only geniuses who had reached a certain level of strength could do so. The fact that they could tear through the void proved that there were peerless geniuses here. The personal spacecraft could not withstand the power of the sword chi and broke apart as well, revealing a girl. It was Lu Xiaoyun. She had been the one who had unleashed that attack. She had imitated the first sword of the 13 swords, which had been the result of her many years in the Trial Zone's tilting tower. It was also her strongest attack, and it had cut down the strongest Day-Night clan member. On the other side, thunder rumbled as Yanhua arrived. As a member of the Sword Sect's younger generation who was second only to Lu Xiaoqiu, his lightning sword technique's power had earned him the recognition of the Cosmic Seas experts. Naturally, he was one of the main forces participating in this battle on planet Pyrolite. One by one, the Sword Sect's experts appeared and suppressed the Day-Night clan. Among them, there was one figure that was particularly eye-catching. It was a little girl who looked to be around 11 or 12 years old. She wore a black and purple dress and had an adorable appearance. She was the Yo Court's little princess, Yo Year, who was engaged to Lu Xiaoqiu. She had followed the sword sect to planet Pyrolite. This was Yo Year's first time in the Outerverse, and it was even more so her first time in the astral wilderness. She was curious about everything, and her eyes widened as she looked around. Battles and deaths were too common for her, and she did not care. Suddenly, an astral beast charged out from the ground and bit at Yo Year. Not far away, Lu Xiaoyun's expression changed, and she slashed out with her sword. Sword chi tore through the void and tore the astral beast apart in front of Yo Year. Fresh blood splattered onto Yo Year's clothes. She looked down and pursed her lips. Her clothes were dirty. This is a battlefield. Try to protect yourself, Lu Xiaoyun said coldly. She really did not want to bring the Yo Court's little princess along, but she had no choice. An elder had ordered her to do so, and she had to protect the girl. Yo Year's eyes were filled with disdain, but she still responded meekly to Lu Xiaoyun and appeared very obedient. The battle on the outskirts of Pyrolite Mountain quickly ended. The Day-Night clan members had either died or fled. More than half of the second-grade hall's experts had been killed, and only Hui Chuan and a few others were left. They had tried to use Kuang Wang's Emperor Butterfly Grass to defend Pyrolite Mountain. Outside of planet Pyrolite, Night Queen Xiuyu was furious, and she really wanted to kill those Sword Sect disciples. A group of Sword Sect disciples approached Pyrolite Mountain and stopped just outside the area covered by the Emperor Butterfly Grass to face Kuang Wang. I didn't expect you to come as well. Kuang Wang looked helplessly at Lu Xiaoyun and smiled bitterly. Lu Xiaoyun was cold and indifferent, and she treated everyone the same, including Kuang Wang, who had been her classmate for many years. Leave Pyrolite Mountain, and I won't make things difficult for you. Kuang Wang sighed and waved his hand, causing the Emperor Butterfly Grass to disappear. He was not stupid, and he did not think that the Emperor Butterfly Grass would be enough to block the attacks of Lu Xiaoyun, Yan Hua, and the other Sword Sect experts. He was not afraid of a one-on-one battle, but there were too many experts from the Sword Sect. If all of them unleashed sword chi at the same time, even if it was weakened by the Emperor Butterfly Grass, he would not be able to block it. Furthermore, Lu Xiaoyun was stronger than him. Kuang Wang's departure meant that the control of Pyrolite Mountain had been transferred from the second-grade hall and the Day-Night clan to the Sword Sect. At this point, no one dared to claim that they could completely occupy a certain area. Thus, the Pyrolite ore that was mined that day was sent back to outer space. Lu Xiaoyun did not steal Kuang Wang's cosmic ring, and she simply watched him leave. Although the Sword Sect did not have many people, every one of them was an expert, and their overall strength surpassed that of the Day-Night clan. With Lu Xiaoyun and Yan Hua, the Sword Sect was now the strongest power on planet Pyrolite. The Day-Night clan did not give up, and they hid themselves not too far away from Pyrolite Mountain, waiting for the Day-Night clan's experts to arrive. Not long after, the Day-Night clan did not receive any reinforcements from their leaders. Instead, a young powerhouse whose name had spread throughout the universe arrived, Moore. He was 12th on the top 100 rankings, a member of the Outerverse Youth Council, and a member of West San Dios. Moore's appearance cast a shadow over the hearts of the various great powers, as he was 12th on the top 100 rankings. Although he was currently unable to participate in the contest on planet Pyrolite, the moment the Day-Night clan thought of a way to allow explorers or even cruisers to participate, the situation would change. Moore alone was enough to give all the powers a headache. Moore's appearance also caused many powers to think of the dire barbarian clan, the Sword Sect, and the others. These powers all had powerhouses at the top of the top 100 rankings, and space-exploring powerhouses could enter planet Pyrolite, which would be beneficial for them. However, it would be troublesome for the powers that did not have any powerhouses at the top of the top 100 rankings, as they were well aware of how terrifying the powerhouses at the top of the top 100 rankings were. Just as the various great powers were considering what to do, the graceful mercenary group arrived. They had been hired by the Ross Empire, as the Ross Empire did not have any leaders that could participate in the contest on planet Pyrolite. However, they were unwilling to give up just like that. Even though they had allied with the Blaze Realm, if they did not gain any merit in the contest on planet Pyrolite, then they would be at a disadvantage when it came to the distribution of Pyrolite. Thus, the Ross Empire placed their hopes on explorers, and the graceful mercenary group was hired just like that. There was one person in the group who was ranked 100th on the top 100 rankings, and his name was Sleeping Prince. The 100th place on the top 100 rankings was the lowest ranking on the top 100 rankings. In the eyes of many, this person was not even as powerful as Mu Rong and the other Lemeters. However, Sleeping Prince was an exception. Ever since he had entered the top 100 rankings, he had always remained at the 100th place. No matter how the rankings of others changed, he would always remain at the 100th place. For example, after Che Han had defeated Qin Chen, Che Han would replace Qin Chen at 88th place on the top 100 rankings. The rankings after Qin Chen would be pushed back, and Sleeping Prince would naturally be removed from the top 100 rankings. However, he would quickly challenge the 100th place on the top 100 rankings, which was the expert who had previously been ranked 99th. Then, he would take the 100th place again. It was as if he was already at the 100th place. Many people guessed that his strength far surpassed the 100th place, but he liked the number 100. No one knew his exact strength, but an almighty had once said that he might be able to challenge the top 70 on the top 100 rankings, which was a rather high evaluation. The Ross Empire had hired the graceful mercenary group, and the other powers did not intend to sit around and wait for their deaths. They all tried to contact famous powerhouses in the universe. Regardless of whether or not space-exploring powerhouses could participate in the contest on planet Pyrolite, they still needed to make preparations. First, Lu Ying quickly learned that the various powers were hiring experts, as he had received quite a few requests for his help. However, he had rejected all of them. Actually, at this point in the contest on planet Pyrolite, hiring experts was a common occurrence. This was especially true in the face of pressure from the various powerful clans and sects. The powers of the smaller flow zones were even crazier in hiring experts. Regardless of whether they were Lemeters or explorers, anyone with a bit of fame would be hired. The contest on planet Pyrolite was becoming more and more intense. Hai Chi was by Lu Yin's side, so she naturally knew that the various powers were hiring experts. She was rather interested. I wonder if Bao Bao will be going, Hai Chi said. Lu Ying glanced at her. Bao Bao? Lan Bao Bao. Haven't you heard of her? Hai Chi rolled her eyes. Lu Ying thought about it and recalled that Lan Bao Bao was ranked 25th on the top 100 rankings and was an expert from the Greyweed continent. Hai Chi had contacted her before, and she was the one with the pleasant voice. Are you close to her? Hai Chi nodded. I've always been trapped in the Starfall Sea, and there are only a few people I can play with. Bao Bao is my best friend. What about Lan Yu? Lu Ying asked. Hai Chi replied, I've met him once, but we're not close. He's also participating in the Sea King's son-in-law selection. Hai Chi rolled her eyes. I know. Lan Si has asked my father for a hand in marriage on behalf of his younger brother several times, but my father has always rejected him. You've met Lan Si? Lu Ying was surprised, but there was nothing to be surprised about. Lan Si was the number one person of the Greyweed continent's younger generation and one of the 10 arbiters, so it wasn't strange for Lu Ying to have met him. Lowly cultivators like you who toil at the bottom naturally won't be able to meet Lan Si, but I'm different, Hai Chi said proudly. Let me ask you a question. Who do you think is stronger, the current me or Lan Si when he was a Lemeter? Lu Ying asked Hai Chi. When she heard Lu Yin's question, Hai Chi looked at him seriously. Let me ask you a question of my own. Who do you think is stronger, me or Lan Yu 1,000 years later? How would I know? Then that's it. How would I know if you or Lan Si were stronger? I'm not Starsabil. Go look for Starsabil. Lu Ying had forgotten about her. If he had known earlier, he would have asked her. Right, did Starsabil ask you any questions? Hai Chi suddenly looked at Lu Ying with great interest. Lu Ying muttered to himself and then looked at Hai Chi seriously. Take a guess. Hai Chi silently turned away, her brain working at full speed. Just you wait. Although it was easy to choke on a conversation with Hai Chi, it allowed Lu Ying to relax a little. He knew that Karthika would not do anything to Xenu Star, and as long as he did not participate in the battle for planet Pyrolite, Karthika's existence would not affect him in any way. However, this sort of sullenness could not be alleviated, and he needed to find an enlighter to support the great Yu Empire. Luin inexplicably recalled the symbol he had seen in Hua Qingshan's home. After this matter was settled, he would have to discuss it with Hua Qingshan. With his current trump cards, he would not be afraid even if Hua Qingshan had some super powerhouse backing him. He would not tolerate an unfamiliar organization right under his nose. A few days later, the largest battle since the beginning of the battle for planet Pyrolite erupted on planet Pyrolite. No, it could no longer be considered a battle, but rather a war. More than 1,000 people were killed, and the location of the battle was Pyrolite Mountain, as the Day-Night clan's reinforcements had arrived. At the base of Pyrolite Mountain, fresh blood flowed along the dried, dark red earth. Occasionally, strange insects would pop out to eat the corpses, but they would be swept away by the shockwaves of the battle and turned to dust. A sword sect disciple was surrounded by several people, and his sword broke as he fell to the ground, dead. Not far away, a giant astral beast was sliced apart, and sword chi swept past. Several Lameters who were unable to dodge in time were caught in the shockwaves, and their limbs were severed. On the ground, a second-grade Hall disciple who was on the verge of death frantically pulled out pyrolite ore and detonated it. The ground trembled, but the explosion's power was not enough to kill the surrounding Lameters, and it did not even break through to 10,000. As far as the eye could see, the entire Pyrolite Mountain had been turned into a battlefield. The Sword Sect, the Day-Night clan, and the second-grade Hall were all involved, as well as many other powers, including Northline Flowzone's Northgate Gang and Afan. Lu Xiaoyun was holding a long sword, but there was a huge wound on her arm. Blood dripped down the sword hilt and onto the ground. There was also a bloody wound on her forehead. Across from him, Night Queen Yanqing's four-lined purple battle force enveloped her entire body. Her eyes glowed with a purple light as she activated her Night King's body. "You're not my opponent. Since we're both students of the Astral Combat Academy, I'll spare your life." Scram. Lu Xiaoyun gripped the hilt of her sword tightly, refusing to retreat even half a step. Further away, Yan Hua was in a worse state than Lu Xiaoyun. His opponent was Zhanlong Day-Night. Against Zhanlong Day-Night, Yan Hua couldn't even hurt him. Yo Yeer was being protected by several disciples of the Sword Sect, and they had already retreated from the battlefield. The Sword Sect had been defeated in this battle. The Day-Night clan had joined forces with the second-grade Hall, and the Sword Sect simply could not resist them. Huang Wan was grateful to Lu Xiaoyun and the others for sparing his life, so he did not make a move. Even so, Zhanlong Day-Night alone was enough to determine the outcome of the battle. Night Queen Yanqing and Shui Day-Night, who had just entered the battlefield, were also present. Shui Day-Night had also been conscripted to participate in the contest on planet Pyrolite. Her red sword had already killed several people, and with her domain, the Sword Sect disciples were unable to harm her. Not long after, the battle ended. The Day-Night clan did not want to become enemies with the Sword Sect, so aside from a few disciples who had died, Lu Xiaoyun, Yan Hua, and Yo Yeer had all survived. Night Queen Yanqing had let them go, but she had also injured Lu Xiaoyun considerably. She would not be able to participate in the contest on planet Pyrolite for the time being. The Day-Night clan disciples cleaned up the battlefield while Night Queen Yanqing held a star essence in her hand to recover her star energy. Her gaze swept across the battlefield and finally landed on Shui Day-Night. A sharp glint flashed across her eyes. If not for this woman, Luin would not have been able to join the Council of Astral Academy, and the events that followed would not have happened. This woman was a member of the Day-Night clan, but she had actually betrayed them. Her hatred for Shui Day-Night surpassed even that of Luin. As she thought about this, she appeared in front of Shui Day-Night and slapped her. Shui Day-Night's eyes widened as she slashed out with her sword. There was a bang, and a shockwave swept out in all directions as the ground sank. Shui Day-Night was suppressed by Night Queen Yanqing's enormous strength, and she felt stifled. She spat out a mouthful of blood. Night Queen Yanqing was cold and arrogant. "Slut, I'll show you who your master is." She then activated her Night King's body and exerted more strength with one hand. Her attack was even more ruthless than Lu Xiaoyun's. At that moment, a hand grabbed Night Queen Yanqing's arm. "Woman, don't go too far." It was Zhanlong Day-Night. Night Queen Yanqing glanced at Zhanlong Day-Night fearfully, snorted, and let go before leaving. Shui Day Knight knelt on one knee and panted heavily. She had no chance of winning against Night Queen Yanqing. Zhanglong Day Knight looked at her with interest. I heard that you have a good relationship with Luyin. Shui Day Knight coldly replied, there's no relationship. Then why are you helping him? Zhanglong Day Knight asked. Shui Day Knight sheathed her sword and walked away without even looking at Zhanglong Day Knight. Zhanglong Day Knight looked at her and smirked. Interesting woman. I like her. Pyrolite Mountain had changed hands once again, and this time, it was controlled by the Day Knight clan with the second-grade hall as support. What caught the attention of the various great powers was that the top powerhouses of the past few battles had all been from the Astral Combat Academy, such as Kuang Wang, Lu Xiaoyun, and Night Queen Yanqing. The Astral Combat Academy's presence was something that no one could ignore. Even during the most critical period of the struggle for planet Pyrolite, there were still some powers that had sent messages to the Astral Combat Academy, and Astral 10 was the first choice of many powers. None of the current Astral 10 students were weak, and even those from the Outerverse were the same. All of them had at least reached the average standard of the Astral Combat Academy, not to mention Xiao Luo and Silver, who were both area masters, and Luyin was at the peak of the universe. Not long after the Day Knight clan took control of Pyrolite Mountain, the Dire Barbarian clan's Avery arrived. The Dire Barbarian clan had officially joined forces with the Blaze Realm and the Ross Empire. Luyin had finally returned to Frostwave Weave. This region of space was the starting point of his cultivation, but it was definitely not the end. Hai Chi-Chi's eyes widened as she looked around. You were born in this region of space? Luyin replied, Frostwave Weave is huge. Don't look around. I've never been here before. Didn't you say that Frostwave Weave has been unified by the Great Yu Empire? The Starfall Sea still belongs to the Sea King. Has the Sea King been to every corner of the Starfall Sea? Yes, Hai Chi-Chi answered matter-of-factly. Luyin was speechless. Battles were breaking out all over planet Pyrolite. Wherever Pyrolite ore was detected, there would be fierce battles. Jared was running away pathetically, followed by Wenqianer and Shiyu. Every dog had its day. He had stolen Shiyu's Pyrolite ore, and now, Xiyu had taken Wenqianer to take revenge. If he hadn't run fast enough, he would have been killed. Just you wait, the Blaze Realm won't let you off. Jared roared. All of the Blaze Realm's disciples had been killed except for him. Far behind, Xiyu was not to be outdone. You won't have a chance. Come on, I want to see the Karmic Flame Sword. Wenqianer shouted. Jared was furious and sped up, afraid that they would catch up to him if he was too late. Elsewhere on planet Pyrolite, Northgate Gang and the others were arguing. The smaller flow zones were different from the larger ones. A power like the Day Knight clan could only ally with 1 or 2 people at most, but the smaller flow zones were not strong enough. They could ally with 7 or 8 people, or even more than 10 people. Northgate Gang wanted to be the leader of this group, but he was suppressed the moment he opened his mouth. More than 10 people were arguing fiercely. Some wanted to fight for Pyrolite Mountain, while others wanted to fight for other areas. In any case, they could not come to a consensus. Ah Fan looked on coldly. He had been forced to come, and he had not wanted to come at all. He had only wanted to wait at East San Dios for Luyin to challenge him again. He wanted to see if Luyin could take another move. He looked up and saw spacecraft after spacecraft descending like shooting stars. This situation had never stopped, and no one was willing to give up on the Pyrolite ore. Suddenly, Ah Fan's gaze trembled as he looked into the distance. Stop arguing. There's a change at Pyrolite Mountain. Everyone turned to look in the direction of Pyrolite Mountain. They were not that far away, and they all saw a spacecraft heading straight for the mountain. Someone was shocked. Is he crazy? He actually landed at Pyrolite Mountain. The spacecraft must have malfunctioned. That guy is unlucky. Pyrolite Mountain has gathered the top experts of the Day Knight clan and the Divine Grade Hall. Even the Sword Sect was defeated. That guy must be doubting his life the moment he stepped out of his spacecraft. Not necessarily. Maybe it's someone from the Day Knight clan or the Beast Tamer's flow zone. It shouldn't be. Even if they did, they would have come in batches. Northgate Gang frowned and glanced at Ah Fan with dissatisfaction. Don't make a fuss. It's just a spacecraft malfunctioning. Ah Fan's eyes narrowed. Was the spacecraft really malfunctioning? That was very likely, but what if it wasn't? Who was it that had challenged Pyrolite Mountain alone? Was it Luine? That shouldn't be possible. Luine had been in the Starfall Sea not too long ago, and he would not have arrived so quickly. Mu Rong, Ling Ke, and the other unequaled Limeters were the same. Who else could have done this besides them? Perhaps the spacecraft really had malfunctioned. It wasn't just Ah Fan and the others who had seen the spacecraft flying straight towards Pyrolite Mountain. Many people around Pyrolite Mountain had seen it as well, but they all guessed that either the spacecraft had malfunctioned or that it was someone from the Day-Night clan or the Beast Tamers flow zone. Otherwise, there was no way that someone would be foolish enough to challenge Pyrolite Mountain alone. However, reality often differed from everyone's guesses. The spacecraft was destroyed in midair by a powerful gale that could be seen with the naked eye and exploded. This gale had come from the Day-Night clan's attack on Pyrolite Mountain. The next moment, a flash of sword light flashed and shook the earth. It swept across the sky and unleashed a boundless sword chi that caused everyone's hearts to tremble. Everyone who saw it felt their scalps go numb as fear rose from the depths of their hearts. A spatial crack extended across the sky like a monster opening its bloody maw and trying to devour Pyrolite Mountain. Atop Pyrolite Mountain, Night Queen Xianxia's eyes shrank. 13 swords, Lu Xiaoqiu. Boundless sword chi swept through the entire Pyrolite Mountain. Aside from the area where the pyrolite ore was being mined, everyone else was within the attack range of the sword chi. This was the second sword of the 13 swords. It had its own domain, and every sword was as powerful as the first sword. The 13 swords had shaken the heavens, and now, planet Pyrolite Mountain. Zhanlong Day-Night looked excited as he punched towards the sky. Night Queen Yanqing unleashed her full power, using her Night King's body and four-lined battle force to resist the endless sword chi. Zhuo Day-Night raised her red longsword and slashed at the sky. Quang Wang's expression was unsightly. He did not dare to release the Azure Dragon at all. The Azure Dragon was simply too large. If he released it, it would just be a live target. He could only endure it himself. Hui Chuan's strange snake was instantly killed. Regardless of whether they were from the Day-Night clan or the Second Grade Hall, everyone had to endure Lu Xiaoqiu's attacks. A single sword had wiped out more than half of his enemies. This was Lu Xiaoqiu, and this was the 13 swords. There were many more corpses on Mount Tai. High up in the sky, Lu Xiaoqiu looked down calmly. Those who were still alive were either lucky or strong. Far away from Pyrolite Mountain, Northgate Gang, Ah Fan, and the others were all dumbfounded. Someone actually dared to challenge Pyrolite Mountain. Lu Xiaoqiu, a person who was almost forgotten, shocked everyone at this moment. During the Astral Combat Academy's Astral Combat Tournament, Lu Xiaoqiu had been one of the few people who had the potential to become the champion. He had defeated Realm Master Quang Wang with a single sword strike. Star Sibyl, Han Chong, Night Queen Yanqing, and the others had all turned serious when they saw Lu Xiaoqiu attack. Unfortunately, Lu Xiaoqiu had been defeated by Luine. However, many people believed that Lu Xiaoqiu's defeat was due to luck, as his sword had been broken during that brief moment of blank space, which had given Luine the opportunity to attack. At that moment, Lu Xiaoqiu's name spread throughout the entire universe. Even though he had been defeated, that battle was still considered to be the final battle of the Astral Combat Tournament, as Lu Xiaoqiu was not actually weaker than Luine. However, during the Tournament of the Strongest, Lu Xiaoqiu had lost to that woman from the technocracy, which had silenced him. Many people had slowly forgotten about him. Luine, Mu Rong, Ling Ke, and Yi Xingchen were all known as the unequaled Limeters and the resplendent heavens. Who would remember Lu Xiaoqiu, the genius from the sword sect who had once made an agreement with Luine to challenge the top 100 rankings together? And at this moment, Lu Xiaoqiu displayed his brilliance. Apart from those few people, who else could challenge Xueshan alone? Lu Xiaoqiu could do it. At the base of Pyrolite Mountain, Quang Wang was panting heavily. He looked at his arm and saw blood dripping down his fingers. He bitterly smiled, the difference was still too great. He had thought that he had closed the gap, but in the end, the gap had only widened. He couldn't even block a single strand of sword chi from Lu Xiaoqiu's second sword. Hui Chuan almost died, but even if he didn't die, he was seriously injured and wouldn't be able to fight for a while. Night Queen Yanqing's face was pale. She had withstood several streaks of sword qi and had almost died. Lu Xiaoqiu had become even stronger than before, and his sword had become even sharper. She had thought that her cultivation in the Life-Seek Realm's mirror had improved greatly, but Lu Xiaoqiu had improved even more. Zhuoday Knight's crimson longsword had been broken, and she gripped the hilt tightly. Blood from her right leg had dyed her clothes red and was dripping down her thigh to the ground. She swayed a few times before she could no longer bear the pain and collapsed to the ground. She forced herself to consume the medicine that Shamrock Enterprises had given her and looked up at the sky. This was the 13 swords, and it was too powerful. There was only one person on Pyrolite Mountain who remained unscathed after taking the sword qi head-on, Xianxia Knight. In the air, Lu Xiaoqiu's gaze was fixed on him. This person was very strong. Xianxia Knight grinned. You're strong, as expected of the 13 swords. If you beat me, you can have Pyrolite Mountain. Night Queen Yanqing was enraged. Xianxia Knight, don't act on your own. Xianxia Knight did not even look at Night Queen Yanqing. He leaped up, clenched his fist, and fiercely punched out. Lu Xiaoqiu's gaze became incomparably sharp, and the void around his body began to distort as a crack appeared. His sword had not even been unsheathed, but its sharpness had already been revealed. As Xianxia Knight's fist approached, Lu Xiaoqiu pressed his sword down and stabbed out. This was the first sword of the 13 swords. This attack surpassed the sword qi of the second sword, and it contained all of the sword intent that Lu Xiaoqiu had gained from his cultivation. Each of the 13 swords had its own strong points, but it did not mean that the second sword would definitely surpass the first sword. The biggest difference between the two swords was their range. If one wanted to fully display one's strength, then the first sword was more suitable. The sword and fist collided, and everyone saw the void ripple like water. It then transformed into a gale that swept across the land, carrying with it a powerful pressure that instantly crushed Pyrolite Mountain and its surroundings. Northgate Gang and the others were shocked. Was this a battle between Lemeters? Damn, even a cruiser could not compare to this. Just then, Ah Fan shouted, "Let's go!" The others hurriedly fled as well. A gust of wind blew past them, and the ground was even sliced apart. The situation at the base of Pyrolite Mountain was even worse. Those from the Day-Night clan and the second-grade hall who had been lucky enough to survive were immediately sent flying. Zhuoday Knight, Hui Chuan, and the others were the same. Only Kuang Wang and Night Queen Yanqing were able to hold their ground as they experienced the powerful wind pressure. With a boom, a giant spatial crack spread across the sky. One of the second-grade hall's cultivators was unlucky and was directly swallowed up by the spatial crack, losing a third of his body. Pyrolite Mountain's foundation had been lowered by a bit. Fortunately, Pyrolite Mountain's body was protecting them. Otherwise, such an intense battle would have likely caused all of the Pyrolite or within Pyrolite Mountain to explode. Whether or not they could survive would have been up to the heavens. Lu Xiaoqiu and Xianxia Knight retreated at the same time. They were evenly matched. Xianxia Knight was excited, but at the same time, he rejoiced. He had originally thought that he was very powerful, but he had never imagined that freakish powerhouses would appear one after another. Fortunately, he had made a breakthrough in his day-night restoration technique while he had been imprisoned by the Reverend King's residence on Shenwu Continent. Otherwise, he would have fallen behind. Xianxia Knight had originally planned to find Luyin and have a rematch, but he had not expected that Luyin would defeat Mu Rong and become the strongest Lemeter. Although he was confident, he still felt that he was a bit lacking compared to Luyin. Thus, he had obeyed the clan's summons and participated in the contest on planet Pyrolite. He wanted to defeat the various powerhouses here and break through his day-night restoration technique to challenge Luyin again. He wanted to become an explorer as the strongest Lemeter and dominate the top 100 rankings. Luyin alone was like a mountain, and many people found it hard to breathe. It was not just Xianxia Knight, Lu Xiaoqiu, Night Queen Yanqing, Han Chong, Ling Ke, Mu Rong, and the others were all suppressed by him. Everyone wanted to defeat him, but now, they had another battlefield. The winner of this battle could only be the person second to Luyin. Once this person appeared, he would challenge Luyin again, and everyone looked forward to it. Although no one said anything, this was publicly acknowledged. Only the strongest person on this battlefield had the right to challenge the true strongest. Although Luin had not appeared, his existence was the driving force behind these people's battles. To these youths, the value of pyrolite ore was not as attractive as the prospect of challenging Luin. Different age groups had different ways of thinking. To Night Queen Xianxia and the others, pyrolite ore was the most important thing. However, to them, the allure of being the strongest was unimaginable. The sky became the main battlefield. Berserk shockwaves swept across the land, and cracks in the void rained down like raindrops. The void on planet Pyrolite was stable, and it was much tougher than most places in the universe. Even so, to Xianlong Day Night and Lu Xiaoqiu, it was no different from a battlefield in the trial zones. Their battle was earth-shattering, and it attracted the attention of the various great powers outside of planet Pyrolite. This was basically a battle between the strongest Lameters. This was a contest between the strongest youths of the Sword Sect and the Day-Night clan, as well as a contest for the ownership of Pyrolite Mountain. The Day-Night clan could not afford to lose. If they did, their reputation would be greatly damaged. Lu Xiaoqiu had challenged the entire Day-Night clan by himself, which was a huge insult. Night Queen Xianxia stared at planet Pyrolite. The Sword Sect could not afford to lose either. As the leader of the First Flow Zone, they had always wanted to suppress the Day-Night clan, and this was their chance. Coincidentally, both sides had 10 arbiters. Today, it was a battle between the absolute geniuses of both sides. A huge explosion caused Northgate Gang and the others to retreat once more. They looked into the distance in fear, afraid that the battle between the two would cause the pyrolite ore to explode. That would be a disaster. After more than 10 exchanges, Xianlong Day Night grew excited. His veins bulged, and at some point, a bloody wound extended from his back to his chest. He had been injured. On the other side, Lu Xiaoqiu's expression was not good either. He had forcefully taken a punch from Xianlong Day Night, and the corner of his mouth was stained with blood. Both sides were evenly matched. Lu Xiaoqiu's sword techniques were unparalleled, and he could injure Xianlong Day Night. However, the Day Night restoration technique allowed Xianlong Day Night's recovery to be abnormally strong. After a short while, the terrifying wound that extended from his back to his chest healed and disappeared. When Lu Xiaoqiu saw this, he was filled with disbelief. This was his first time exchanging blows with someone as abnormal as Xianlong Day Night. Xianlong Day Night licked his lips. 13 swords, continue. Lu Xiaoqiu exhaled, slowly raised his sword, and closed his eyes. In that moment, the sky changed, and the surroundings fell silent. Then, sword chi rose from the ground and enveloped the void. This was a force field. This was the fourth sword. Against a powerhouse from the Day-Night clan, the third sword was meaningless. This was a lesson that the Sword Sect had learned over countless years. Xianlong Day Night's expression turned serious. The strength of his domain had formed a force field that changed the environment, turning the entire area into a world of swords. This was the fourth sword, and it was indeed worthy of being called the 13 swords. This sword made him feel a sense of danger, but it also made him more excited. The Day-Night restoration technique was activated at full force, and strange ripples appeared on the surface of Xianlong Day Night's body. It was as if his body was alive, and his recovery was almost tangible. The muscles on his arms swelled, and his powerful aura formed. A pressure that prevented the surrounding sword chi from approaching him. The 1,000-meter-tall ground was crushed by the pressure. Everyone watched on nervously, as this should be the final attack. The two had skipped the probing battle and were going straight for the decisive battle. In the distance, Ah Fan's expression was ugly. Even though he had already run far away, he still felt that it was not enough. A battle between Lameters could affect an endless distance, and given enough time, they could even destroy a planet. Even if he escaped to a place where he could not see them, he still did not feel safe. Northgate Gang was the same, and he kept cursing in his heart. These two bastards' battle was even more exaggerated than his brother Northgate Lie's. Northgate Lie was an expert on the top 100 rankings and an explorer, but he could not even compare to two Lameters. Not only them, but even further away, many people also felt the threat of the void. The dust in the air cracked, and an incomparably huge crack extended along the ground. It was unknown how far it extended. Under the crack, boiling magma could be seen. The scorching heat waves distorted the void, making people panic just by looking at it. With a whoosh, the two figures collided in the sky like two meteors, creating a shockwave that was far more terrifying than the previous one. The shockwave tore through the ground. Fortunately, the two had been fighting on Pyrolite Mountain, and the shockwave had spread out in a radial fashion, allowing them to avoid Pyrolite Mountain. Otherwise, this attack would have definitely detonated the pyrolite mines on Pyrolite Mountain, causing a disaster. This time, Night Queen Yanqing and Kuang Wang could not hold on any longer, and they retreated continuously. It was unknown whether or not it was intentional, but Lu Xiaoqiu's attack actually included Night Queen Yanqing. He had swept both Zhanlong Day Night and Night Queen Yanqing into his attack. Kuang Wang's position was slightly off, so he wasn't affected. The ground kept sinking, and the corpses of the cultivators who had fought in Shao Mountain were all turned into ashes. Zhuo Day Night was very smart. She did not try to run too far away, as her body's condition meant that she would not be able to run very far. As such, she chose to run underground without looking back. The moment she felt the intense pressure, she had already rushed into the lava. She did not know how deep she had gone. Until he could no longer feel the pressure. As the winds howled, the environment around Pyrolite Mountain changed drastically. The ground had caved in by dozens of meters, making Pyrolite Mountain seem even taller than before. High up in the sky, Lu Xiaoqiu and Zhanlong Day Night were still facing each other. Both of them were panting heavily as they stared at each other. Although Zhanlong Day Night wasn't injured this time, he could clearly feel that his strength had been greatly reduced. The layer of light that represented his recovery ability had disappeared. He had overused the day-night restoration technique. This was different from when Lu Yin had defeated Lu Xiaoqiu on the Shenwu continent. Lu Yin had crushed Lu Xiaoqiu with overwhelming power, and Lu Xiaoqiu had defeated Lu Xiaoqiu with a recovery ability that surpassed the day-night restoration technique. However, Lu Xiaoqiu's fourth sword was a direct confrontation with the day-night restoration technique, and it was a contest of attrition. There was still no clear victor between the two, but one person had suffered a calamity, Night Queen Yanqing. Lu Xiaoqiu's fourth sword covered a wide area, and he had purposely enveloped Night Queen Yanqing within it so that she would become a sacrificial lamb for the two of them. Her Night King's body had been destroyed, and she collapsed to the ground, heavily injured. Zhanlong Day Night clenched his fists as he stared at Lu Xiaoqiu. He was still confident that he could win this battle. Even though the day-night restoration technique had consumed too much of his energy, he was able to recover very quickly. As long as he could recover before Lu Xiaoqiu unleashed the fourth sword, he would be fine. However, the fourth sword would not be so easy to unleash. Otherwise, Lu Xiaoqiu would be invincible. Lu Xiaoqiu gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. His opponent's recovery ability was too abnormal, giving him a headache. He couldn't even defeat him with the fourth sword. Could it be that he had to risk using the fifth sword? He only had a vague idea of the fifth sword and had not mastered it at all. However, if it was a matter of life and death, he could only take the risk and try. Suddenly, Zhanlong Day Night turned around and stared in Night Queen Yanqing's direction. There, a group of people were rushing towards them, and the leader was the sword sect Xianxia. Their target was Night Queen Yanqing. During the battle between the Day-Night clan and the sword sect, Yanhua's opponent had been Zhanlong Day Night. Zhanlong Day Night had not tried to kill Yanhua, and Yanhua's injuries had been lighter than Lu Xiaoyan's. Because of this, Yanhua had the ability to attack Night Queen Yanqing. Zhanlong Day Night's expression changed, as he did not know if Yanhua and the others would really kill Night Queen Yanqing. Although he disliked that woman, he could not allow her to die in front of him. Otherwise, the Night King clan would not let him off, and neither would Arbiter Zhenwu. Helpless, Zhanlong Day Night could only give up on his battle with Lu Xiaoqiu. He grabbed Night Queen Yanqing and left. Faced with Lu Xiaoqiu and the sword sect's experts, Zhanlong Day Night could not change the situation on his own. Yanhua and the rest stood on the desolate ground and watched as Zhanlong Day Night grabbed Night Queen Yanqing and fled. Lu Xiaoqiu slowly descended, his eyes filled with unwillingness. He had not defeated Zhanlong Day Night, as Zhanlong Day Night's recovery was too powerful. It would be impossible to determine a victor until the very end. Junior brother, Yanhua walked over and sized up Lu Xiaoqiu. "You're not injured, are you?" Lu Xiaoqiu shook his head. what about her? Little Yen took the pyrolite ore back to outer space. Her injuries are quite severe, so she needs to recuperate. Not far behind Yan Hua, a pair of eyes curiously sized up Lu Xiaoqiu. Her gaze was filled with astonishment. It was Zhou Yi. Lu Xiaoqiu's gaze swept past the sword sect disciples, and it finally landed on Zhou Yi. He had no choice, as the sword sect disciples all had a single temperament, and only Zhou Yi was different. The sword sect and Zhou court were connected by marriage, and this was the marriage between Lu Xiaoqiu and Zhou Yi. However, this was the first time the two had met, and Lu Xiaoqiu did not even know what Zhou Yi looked like. He curiously asked, "Why is there a child here?" Zhou Yi frowned and became unhappy. She removed her jacket. "You're the child. I'm Zhou Yi. Have you heard of me before?" Lu Xiaoqiu looked at Yan Hua with a confused gaze. Yan Hua explained, "Have you forgotten about the marriage with the Zhou court?" Lu Xiaoqiu's eyes flashed, and he looked at Zhou Yi again. He finally remembered that the moment he had inherited the 13 swords, the sword sect had arranged a marriage for him. It was said that the bride was a princess of the Zhou court. However, Lu Xiaoqiu felt that Zhou Yi was too young. "Hey, what's with that look? What's the meaning of this? Are you looking down on me?" Zhou Yi placed her hands on her hips and glared at Lu Xiaoqiu with dissatisfaction. Zhou Yi was rather polite to other people, but she had no choice when it came to Lu Xiaoqiu. She did not want to marry him, so she wanted to leave a bad impression on him so that he would break off the engagement. Unfortunately, she was overthinking things. Lu Xiaoqiu's mind was filled with nothing but the 13 swords and Luin, so he did not even bother talking to her. He turned around and walked towards Pyrolite Mountain. "Start mining. From now on, this place belongs to the sword sect." Yan Hua waved his hand, and the sword sect disciples immediately took out their equipment and began mining the pyrolite. Zhou Yi ground her teeth, and her face tensed up as she thought about how to get Lu Xiaoqiu to break off the engagement. She did not want to marry into the sword sect, as the moment she married Lu Xiaoqiu, her Zhou secret would have to be passed on to the Zhou court, which would be equivalent to her losing her Zhou secret. She did not want to lose her Zhou secret, as she still wanted to explore the Neoverse. She did not want to marry someone and raise a child for the rest of her life. How many women were there in the top 100 rankings? How many women were there in the 10 arbiters? Zhou Yi's gaze was focused on these matters. She had a fighting heart, and she wanted to be famous throughout the universe just like that woman from the sword sect. In the Battle of Pyrolite Mountain, the Day-Night clan had been defeated. Lu Xiaoqiu had taken over Pyrolite Mountain by himself, and the 13 swords had defeated the combined forces of the Day-Night clan and the Second Great Hall. The 13 swords had once again revealed their ferocious sharpness, causing countless people's scalps to go numb. Night Queen Xiuyu was furious, but there was nothing she could do. She could tell that Zhanglong Day-Night had not been defeated, but because of Night Queen Yanqing, he had given up on Pyrolite Mountain. He could not be blamed for this, as Yanqing was too weak, or rather, too benevolent. If the sword sect had been completely wiped out in the previous battle, then the outcome would have been different. On the sword sect spacecraft, Lu Xiaoyun retracted her gaze and sighed. Far away from Pyrolite Mountain, Northgate Gang and the others did not know the outcome of the battle, and they did not dare to go back to take a look. That was another battlefield, and it was not a place they could step foot into. Kuang Wang, Shui Day-Night, and a few other cultivators who had not died had not been killed by the sword sect. Instead, they had allowed them to leave. Shui Day-Night had been severely injured, and she should have returned to outer space, but she had not. She knew that once she returned, she would not necessarily receive care and treatment. Instead, she would most likely be reprimanded and punished. Night King Yuanjing appeared to be kind on the surface, but he was actually ruthless. He did not care about her life or death. She would rather hide in a corner of planet Pyrolite and silently heal herself, or wait for death. Perhaps death was not a bad choice, but unfortunately, she had not been able to remove the caged cage technique and save them. Shui Day-Night dragged her heavily injured body and left a trail of blood behind her as she lay in a desolate and withered cave. She took out Shamrock Enterprises' special medicine from her cosmic ring and used it to treat herself. She quickly fainted due to excessive blood loss. Spacecraft continued to appear in the sky, and each time they appeared, there would be dozens of them. Although the Sword Sect had once again seized Pyrolite Mountain, they had suffered many casualties in the battle with the Day-Night clan. Thus, they were still mobilizing Lemeters to planet Pyrolite. A few days later, Luine returned to Xenu Star. Chi-Chi was shocked when she saw the 3 continents. There's even a planet like this? Aren't you afraid that the 3 continents will suppress you? Luine ignored her and looked at his gadget with a serious expression. His power level was continuously rising until it reached the limit of 200,000. Karthika had not concealed his strength, and he had suppressed Xenu Star all on his own. Chi-Chi pursed her lips. There seems to be someone very powerful. Luine put down his gadget and looked at Xenu Star space station. There was not a single person in the space station, and no foreign spacecraft had entered either. Everyone had gone into hiding, and Xenu Star was like a bird in a cage. There was not a single person on the streets, and everyone could feel Karthika's power. After Karthika arrived at Xenu Star, he immediately sealed off the entire planet. Everyone could only stay in their homes and were not allowed to leave. No foreign spacecraft was allowed to approach, and no one on Xenu Star was allowed to leave. He was absolutely tyrannical. Xianxia and the others were no exception. Fortunately, Karthika had his own misgivings and had not killed anyone. This was a silver lining in a sea of misfortune. Luine really wanted to deal with him, but there was nothing he could do. Even the upgraded money bomb should not be able to harm an Enlighter, and his universal armor should not be able to withstand an Enlighter's attack. Against Karthika, Luine was no different from Xianxia and the others. The moment Lu Yin's spacecraft entered the space station, Karthika looked up from a cliff on Xenu Star that faced the ocean. His eyes were cold, and a murderous intent flashed through his eyes. However, it was quickly replaced by fear. He wanted to deal with this hidden danger, but Lu Yin's status left him with no choice. He was the Sea King's future son-in-law, and this alone was enough to make even the old freaks from the Divine Grade Hall with power levels in the hundreds of thousands unable to touch him. It wasn't just Karthika, Xianxia and the others also knew about Lu Yin's arrival. They stood up, tore through the void, and disappeared. When the spacecraft landed, Lu Yin and Chi-Chi walked out and folded the spacecraft before storing it in their cosmic rings. Not far away, Xianxia, Banjiu, and many other explorers were standing quietly. When Lu Yin looked over, they all bowed. "Greetings, Royal Regent." Chi-Chi's eyes widened when she saw this, and then she looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin nodded. "Let's go to the palace." Xianxia and the others stepped aside, and Lu Yin grabbed Chi-Chi before disappearing with flash, leaving behind a giant spatial crack. Banjiu was shocked, as this level of power was too exaggerated. Lu Yin was just a Lemeter, but he felt like he was no match for him. Banjiu was a cruiser. It wasn't just Banjiu, as all of the other explorers were shocked. The Royal Regent was terrifyingly powerful, and there were probably only a few people in the entire Great Yu Empire who could match him. Xianxia felt this the most, especially when he sensed a vague threat from Lu Yin's body. This was his intuition that had been honed from many years of battle. Could the Royal Regent be a threat to him? How could that be? It had to be an illusion. Lu Yin didn't slow down as he pulled Chi-Chi along. He used the 3 grains of fate sand to seal his body's limits to move, and they soon arrived at the palace. Beside him, Chi-Chi didn't seem to feel any discomfort at all. Instead, she looked around the palace in amazement and excitement. So this is the paradise of those in power. How interesting. The murals are so beautiful. Lu Yin looked at Chi-Chi seriously and said, "Don't wander off. I have something to do, and I'll look for you when I'm done." Chi-Chi waved a hand. Go on, go on. Have fun." Lu Yin didn't know what the Sea King had said to Chi-Chi before leaving, but it seemed like she wouldn't leave him. Lu Yin wasn't worried about her, as the life-saving measures that the Sea King had given her far exceeded his expectations. There shouldn't be anyone in the Outerverse who could harm her. Lu Yin allowed Chi-Chi to play as she pleased and gave her a medallion that allowed her to enter any place she wanted. He then went to the imperial court, where Xianxia and the rest were present, including Garop and a few other cabinet ministers. Truthfully, Lu Yin didn't know much about them. Back then, he had been urged to leave by San Dios, which was why he had appointed 5 cabinet ministers to oversee the empire. At the same time, Hu Qingshan, Banjiu, Luiying Zishan, and the rest would report back to him. Of the 5 cabinet ministers, Luiying was only familiar with Garop. According to Lu Yin's own thoughts, if the Great Yu Empire was completely under his control, then the cabinet ministers would definitely be reselected, and the 13 imperial squadrons might change as well. However, it was still too early to think about such things. The Great Yu Empire was still the Great Yu Empire, and it belonged to the Yushan and Wendi Yushan. I'm aware of everything that's happened in the empire recently. Luiying sat below the throne, and just like before, he didn't overstep his boundaries. He swept his gaze across everyone. The economy has been sealed, and the innerverse is surrounded by powerful enemies. Plus, there's that shameless enlighter. I know all about it. Lu Yin's words caused quite a few people's expressions to change. What a shameless enlighter. Those few words frightened quite a few people, especially the cabinet ministers, who immediately spoke up. Your Highness, please reconsider your words. An almighty enlighter cannot be insulted. Your Highness, any almighty enlighter has made irreplaceable contributions to the universe, so please be careful with your words. More than 10 people spoke up one after another and hurriedly expressed their stance. It was obvious that they knew that Karthika was nearby. To an enlighter, even if they had not comprehended a domain, they could still easily find out what was happening on a planet. Even if their star energy swept past the planet, no one else would be able to detect it. Only Hu Qingshan and a few others remained calm. Luiying casually sat down. An enlighter using the lives of billions to threaten a leader like me? Isn't that shameless? The expressions of the people below changed again. Some of them even felt their legs go soft and couldn't stand. Junior, don't go overboard with your words. A loud voice exploded in the sky, enveloping all of Xinyu Star and causing the seas to roar and the 3 rings of the continent to tremble. Everyone felt as if they were in a hopeless situation, as if the end of the world had arrived. Hai Chichi was happily looking at the mural when she heard the voice. How annoying. Luiying stood up, and his gaze turned cold. Karthika, show yourself. Is this how an enlighter acts? Everyone was frightened by Lu Yin's actions. Where had he gotten the courage to insult an enlighter? There weren't any enlighters in the entire Frostwave Weave, which meant that they were truly almighty powerhouses. Hu Qingshan and the others were shocked as well. Luiying wasn't as afraid as the others. Even Northgate Taisui, an old monster with a power level of over 400,000, had dared to negotiate with him, let alone an enlighter. If Karthika really went crazy and wanted to kill Luiying, then Mr. Mu wasn't someone to be trifled with. He had his own trump cards, and with Hai Chichi's presence, he didn't fear Karthika at all. Unexpectedly, Karthika didn't show himself, but the tremors on Xinyu Star grew even more intense. Many of the ministers hurriedly asked Luiying to apologize, as they were truly terrified. However, Luiying remained calm. After a while, the tremors on Xinyu Star finally stopped, and everything returned to normal. Countless people collapsed to the ground, feeling as if they had just been rescued from a hopeless situation. Luiying sneered. Karthika was smart, and he must have recognized that the spacecraft that Luiying had used to return to Xinyu Star had come from the Sea King's dome. It would be strange if Karthika dared to show himself since he couldn't attack Luiying, and he couldn't force Luiying to do anything either. Showing himself would only cause him to lose face, so it would be better if he didn't show himself. Luiying casually sat down, and his stern gaze swept across everyone present. He took note of all the ministers who had asked him to apologize, as well as those who had made a fool of themselves. He would replace them as soon as he found a suitable candidate, as these people did not have the qualifications to stand in the same court as him. Garop was unyielding, and he was not afraid at all. He had been the first to accuse Luiying of playing with his gadget in court, and Luiying now had a whole new level of respect for this old man. Your Highness, the Empire's economy has been sealed, and we are unable to support the war effort. What plans do you have? Finance Minister Gavin walked out and asked respectfully. He wasn't afraid either, as it was normal for him to be afraid. Luiying muttered to himself for a moment. We'll discuss this after that shameless Karthika scrums. Many of the ministers felt their hearts skip a beat, and some of them almost went limp again. Garop was just about to walk out and say something, but he was quickly grabbed by one of the ministers behind him. This minister didn't allow Garop to speak, as he was afraid that Luin would speak and provoke Karthika. Luin snickered inwardly and swept his gaze across the crowd. "Alright, you may leave. We'll suspend the court for a while, and we'll reconvene after that shameless Karthika scrums." The ministers immediately left as if they were fleeing. Luin gestured for Xianxia and Banjiao to stay behind. Luin had Xianxia maintain Xinyu Star's stability while he communicated with the ministers and sent people to calm the citizens down. As for Banjiao, Luin had originally wanted to give him the blueprint he had obtained from the die roll so that he could study it, but after some thought, he decided against it. Who knew if Karthika would try to snatch it away? Many powerhouses were research experts themselves, and Karthika might even be able to understand the blueprint. It would be a huge loss if Karthika snatched it away, even though Luin didn't know if the blueprint had any value. Banjiao was still waiting for Luin to speak. Luin coughed. "You may leave for now. I'll tell you when I've thought it through." Banjiao was baffled, and he turned to leave. After everyone left, Luin casually sat down. The void in front of him distorted, and Karthika appeared. Lu Yin's lips curled up when he saw Karthika. "Old man, you've been hiding your head but showing your tail. You're finally willing to show yourself." Karthika stared at Luin coldly. "Junior, don't be too arrogant. The universe is much more terrifying than you think. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have the Sea King's protection." Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. "The same goes for you. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you're an enlighter." Karthika laughed. "How many years has it been since a mere Lamiter dares to speak to me in such a manner?" He then stared at Luin. "I won't bicker with you because of the Sea King, but becoming the Sea King's son-in-law isn't so easy. If you don't become the Sea King's son-in-law, then I'll make you regret what you've said today." Luin shrugged. "I may be young, but I've never regretted my words, especially when it comes to someone as shameless as you." Karthika sneered. "You have a sharp tongue. Now that you've left the Sea King's protection, you've angered me. I can easily kill you without anyone blaming me, as this is the power of an enlighter. Your so-called status is worthless in the eyes of an enlighter. Junior, you better pray that you don't run into me again, or else I'll make you regret being born." Luin did not argue with him any further, as he was afraid that the old man would go crazy and slaughter everyone on Xinyu Star. "Your reason for appearing on Xinyu Star is very simple. Don't worry, I won't go to planet Pyrolite." "That's good." Karthika waved his hand and prepared to leave. "But even if I don't go, you won't be able to compete for Pyrolite. Don't forget about those who are as famous as me. I'll be waiting to see you suffer." Luin was pleased with himself. Karthika snorted and disappeared into the void. He did not want to talk to Luin at all, as Luin was just a junior. Without the protection of the Sea King's dome, Karthika could easily crush Luin to death. However, Lu Yin's words worried him, as those unequaled Lameters would not appear. Luin was not making wild guesses. Mu Rong and the others were so famous that it would be strange if they had not been invited during the crucial period of the contest on planet Pyrolite. Perhaps they were already on their way here. Not long after Karthika left the palace, in the distant astral wilderness, Night Queen Chuyu solemnly looked at the kneeling day-night cultivator in front of her. "What did you say?" "Say it again." The cultivator's voice trembled as he replied, "According to the news, Mu Rong is on his way to planet Pyrolite after accepting the Sword Sect's invitation. Ling Ke is also on his way here after accepting the Wen family's invitation. They are less than 5 days away from planet Pyrolite." Night Queen Chuyu's eyes narrowed. These two were just juniors, and their names were not enough to enter her ears. However, ever since the contest on planet Pyrolite had begun, more and more Lameters had risen to fame. Mu Rong and Ling Ke were at the top, and their reputations even surpassed those of Zhanlong Day-Night and Lu Xiaoqiu. She had originally thought that the battle between those two would be the peak of the astral-reaching realm, but if these two arrived, everything would change. The Wen family would rise to prominence with Ling Ke's help, and the Sword Sect would possess an unstoppable force. Mu Rong alone was enough to make everyone lose the courage to compete. Night Queen Chuyu was well aware of the consequences of this matter. After thinking about it for a long time, she left the astral wilderness and entered North Castle Weave. She then contacted Karthika from a place with a network connection. Karthika was just about to contact Night Queen Shiryu to ask about the situation on planet Pyrolite, but he had not expected her to contact him. "How's planet Pyrolite?" Karthika impatiently asked. Night Queen Shiryu coldly replied, "Pyrolite Mountain has been snatched away by the Sword Sect." Karthika's brows rose. "What happened?" "Your Day-Night clan sent so many powerhouses, but they were all defeated by the Sword Sect." "We'll talk about this later." "Karthika, has Luin returned to the Great Yu Empire?" Night Queen Shiryu asked. Karthika replied, "He's back. I already warned him not to participate in the contest on planet Pyrolite. Things have changed. Immediately withdraw from Xenu Star and give Luin his freedom. Tell him clearly that he is not restricted from participating in the contest on planet Pyrolite." Karthika was puzzled. "Why?" Night Queen Shiryu helplessly replied, "A few unparalleled Lameters have arrived, and we need him to deal with them." When he heard Night Queen Shiryu's words, Karthika was stunned. Then, he recalled Lu Yin's words and realized that it couldn't be such a coincidence. "Mu Rong's here? How do you know?" "Lu Yin said so. He said that Mu Rong and Ling Ke will definitely come. If they do, then we'll be in trouble." A cold glint flashed through Night Queen Shiryu's eyes. Amir Jr. actually dared to recklessly speculate about an enlighter? Since when had a Lameter become so bold? However, this was the perfect time to make use of him. Without him, the Day-Night clan truly did not have any powerhouses who could break out of this situation. "Do as I say and let him fall into our trap." "But this person isn't on our side. Even if he's involved, he might not necessarily help us," Khadgar said. Night Queen Shiryu grew impatient. "I know that. Someone else will talk to him. Just leave." Karthika thought about it for a moment. "Alright, I hope that your decision is correct." He then hung up and looked in the direction of the palace with a look of unwillingness. How long had it been since they had last met? Even a dignified enlighter had been forced to go back on his word. However, for the sake of the pyrolite ore, he had to endure. As he thought about it, he converged his voice into a single line and transmitted it into Lu Yin's ears. Lu Yin had just returned to King Zishan's palace and was planning to rest while worrying about how to deal with Hai Chi when he heard Karthika's voice. He froze for a moment, and then his lips curled up. "It seems like someone incredible has arrived. Is it Mu Rong, Ling Ke, or even both? Interesting. Unfortunately, I can't join the show." Even if he managed to obtain the pyrolite ore, it would still end up in the hands of someone else. The best outcome would be for it to end up in the Sea King's Dome's hands in exchange for the Sea King's promise to protect the Great Yu Empire. On the other hand, Lu Yin would be branded with the Sea King's Dome's mark, and the Sea King's Dome would not be able to participate in the disputes between the Innerverse and Outerverse powers. Lu Yin would be permanently imprisoned, which was not what he wanted. In the end, he would definitely offend the Day-Night clan, Sword Sect, Wen family, and many other powers, so the gains would not make up for the losses. However, this was still the best-case scenario. The worst-case scenario was that he would not be able to obtain anything and would even offend the various powerful sections. He would then have no choice but to ask the Sea King's Dome for protection, but he would also be branded with the Sea King's Dome symbol and be imprisoned. He would never be able to participate in the disputes between the Innerverse and Outerverse powers, and he might even be forced to stay in the Starfall Sea forever. No, that was not the worst possible outcome. The worst possible outcome was that even the Sea King's Dome had given up on him, which meant that he would be surrounded on all sides. That was the worst possible outcome. The Great Yu Empire had always been Lu Yin's greatest weakness, and Night King Yuanjing had relied on this weakness to slowly gain benefits from Lu Yin. Lu Yin could not afford to give the other great powers another opportunity to take advantage of him. Beep beep beep, Lu Yin's gadget beeped, and he looked at it. He was speechless, as he had just thought of Night King Yuanjing when the latter had contacted him. Karthika's retreat was most likely the Day-Night clan's intentions. Was the Day-Night clan under that much pressure? She actually wanted him to make a move. When the call connected, Night King Yuanjing's image appeared on the screen, and he looked at Lu Yin with a serious expression. Little Een, why didn't you ask Grandpa for help with Karthika? Are you treating me as an outsider? Shameless, Luin cursed inwardly. Shameless, the monkey said. Grandpa Yuanjing, what are you saying? It's just that. Karthika is an almighty enlighter, and Little Een doesn't want to make things difficult for Grandpa. Luin pretended to be wronged. Night King Yuanjing sighed. Grandpa just found out, and he immediately contacted the Divine Grade Hall to have them transfer Karthika away. I never thought that an enlighter would personally threaten a junior. How embarrassing. Luin did not speak, and he only looked at Night King Yuanjing gratefully. Night King Yuanjing paused and looked at Luin. Little Een, don't worry. Grandpa guarantees that this matter will not happen again. Grandpa promised to protect the Frostwave Weave, so I'll definitely see it through. You can rest assured and do whatever you want. Karthika won't dare to come back. Thank you, Grandpa Yuanjing. Luin hurriedly expressed his gratitude. What followed was a bunch of nonsense. Luin was already used to beating around the bush with Night King Yuanjing. In any case, he really did not want to go to planet Pyrolite, and Night King Yuanjing was definitely more anxious than anyone else. Sure enough, Night King Yuanjing could not take it anymore. Little Een, do you know what happened on planet Pyrolite? Luin nodded. I heard. Do you want to go? If you do, Grandpa will have the clan spacecraft pick you up, Night King Yuanjing said. Luin shook his head and bitterly replied, Little Een appreciates Grandpa's good intentions, but Little Een is tired of fighting and does not want to participate. Senior Sea King also wants Little Een to not participate in these battles. When the Sea King was mentioned, Night King Yuanjing's expression turned serious. He suddenly remembered that the Sea King's dome did not participate in the conflicts between the Innerverse and Outerverse powers. If Luin was not allowed to participate, then did that mean that Luin was getting closer to becoming the Sea King's son-in-law? He did not know if this was a good or bad thing for the Day-Night clan, but from now on, he would no longer be able to threaten this brat. With the Sea King's interference, the speech that Night King Yuanjing had prepared could not be used. From his perspective, Luin would definitely not dare to disobey the Sea King's orders. Who did not want to become the Sea King's son-in-law? This brat was no exception. Helpless, Night King Yuanjing casually chatted with Luin for a while before hanging up. The Great Yu Empire's capital, including Xinyu Star, could only keep Hai Chi interested for a few days. After a few days, she grew bored and began to frantically search for Luin. Luin looked at her helplessly. Xinyu Star is so big. Have you played around already? Hai Chi rolled her eyes. I've played around. I want to go out. Where are you going? Planet Pyrolite. I want to fight, I want to break through, I want to fight, and I want to make friends. Luin could understand the first three reasons, but he subconsciously looked at Hai Chi mouth for the last one. Make friends? Hee hee, they're all enemies. Hey, Luin, what do you mean? That shameless old man has already left. Why aren't you going to planet Pyrolite? Hai Chi grumbled unhappily. I've already told you many times how cruel the universe is. Even if the Sea King's dome protects you, you might not be safe. Do you want me to gamble the lives of countless people in the Great Yu Empire on planet Pyrolite with you? Luin asked. Who says that my Sea King's dome can't protect you? I'll contact my second brother right now and have him protect the Great Yu Empire in the name of the Sea King's dome. No one would be willing to make things difficult for my Sea King's dome over a small country at the edge of the Outerverse. Do you think I'm stupid? Luin looked at Hai Chi seriously. She wasn't stupid. Indeed, no one would want to offend the Sea King's dome for the sake of the Great Yu Empire. He just didn't want the Great Yu Empire to be branded as the Sea King's dome, but he still had to follow through with the lie. Chi-Chi, do you know who I'll offend if I go to planet Pyrolite? Hai Chi waved her hand. It doesn't matter. My Sea King's dome will take care of it. Luin was speechless. He felt that Hai Chi was shockingly similar to Lulu at this moment. Her confidence in a certain aspect had reached the limit, and she was the type that no one could match. I'm not going to planet Pyrolite, and you're not allowed to go either, Luin said. Hai Chi gritted her teeth. I'm going to tell father that you have a third, fourth. fifth, and sixth mistress. You're going to help me find them? Luin rolled his eyes. Xianxia was furious, and she panted heavily before suddenly sighing. Sometimes, I really envy you. Luin was flabbergasted. You're like a corpse floating through space. You don't have any ambitions, and you're only satisfied with what you have. You'll lose even more if you do this. Xianxia looked at Luin. My father doesn't like people who don't have ambition. You originally had a small chance of becoming his son-in-law, but the more you shrink back, the smaller that chance becomes. Luin shrugged. Don't worry. I won't shrink back, but I won't participate in the contest for planet Pyrolite. Xianxia snorted and then turned to leave. Don't even think about leaving. I've sealed off the entire planet. Luin shouted. Xianxia was furious. Go to hell. Lu Yin's face sank as he watched Xianxia leave. Actually, he wanted to participate in the contest for planet Pyrolite more than anyone else, but what could he do? If he went to planet Pyrolite, the Great Yu Empire would be branded as the Sea King's Dome, and the Pyrolite ore he obtained would be given to the Sea King's Dome as a betrothal gift. He would also offend a large group of people, and he himself would not be able to obtain anything. What was the point of going there? If he wanted to become the Sea King's son-in-law, then he could go and use the Pyrolite ore to curry favor with the Sea King and Haidashao. This would make his name known throughout the universe once again and increase his chances of becoming the Sea King's son-in-law. However, he did not want to become the Sea King's son-in-law, so it did not matter. However, he could not afford to lose this important status. If he did not become the Sea King's son-in-law, then he could not afford to offend the Day-Night clan and other powerful organizations. Even if he went to planet Pyrolite, he might not be able to obtain much Pyrolite ore. Luin was stuck between a rock and a hard place, so he decided that he would not go to planet Pyrolite. He looked up at the sky. There was a clear distinction between the powers in this universe. The strong were stronger, and the weak could only protect themselves. This kind of situation did not allow him to rise to prominence. If there came a day when the innerverse tentacles could no longer reach the outerverse, then he would be able to do as he pleased. What a pity. There was no sun above planet Pyrolite, and the entire planet's only source of light came from the dark red soil underground. Day-Night did not know how long she had been unconscious, but before she had fainted, she had put on her ring armor to ensure that she would not be bitten by the planet's underground creatures. To the Lameters on planet Pyrolite, ring armor was useless. Its defense was practically non-existent against the geniuses of the same generation, so no one would wear it in battle. Not only did it have no defense, but it also hindered one's movements. However, it was very useful to those who were heavily injured. When Day-Night woke up, she saw pairs of green eyes glowing with savagery as they stared at her. Her face went pale, and she hurriedly got up. She was surrounded by a circle of strange underground creatures, and her ring armor was covered in bite marks. These creatures were actually able to damage the ring armor, and Day-Night did not dare to imagine what would have happened if she had not been wearing the ring armor. She coughed and clutched her chest. Her injuries had healed slightly, and she hurriedly took out some star crystals from her cosmic ring to absorb them. Only by recovering her star energy would she be able to protect herself. The surrounding creatures had scattered in all directions after Day-Night woke up, and most of them had dove underground. Day-Night supported herself against the dull, dark red earth wall and walked out. The ground shook from time to time, but she did not know whether it was due to a battle or an earthquake. She walked out of the cave and looked up. Her surroundings were desolate, and there was not a single person in sight. Day-Night raised her hand and activated her gadget, but it was unfortunately damaged. Fortunately, she had the Pyrolite ore detector, so she could find nearby Pyrolite ore. If there was Pyrolite ore, then there would be people around. However, now was not the time to search for Pyrolite ore. She needed to be able to protect herself first. Everyone who entered planet Pyrolite had prepared a large amount of food and water in their cosmic rings. Day-Night returned to the underground cave and took Shamrock Enterprises' special medicine before resting once more. 1 day, 2 days. Ever since she woke up, 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, she had absorbed star crystals as much as she could to recover from her injuries. Her body had finally taken a turn for the better, and although she was not at her peak, she could still protect herself. She did not want to hide anymore, so she had to find the Day-Night clan. Was it the Sword Sect? Or the Day-Night clan? As soon as she walked out of the cave, she sensed several auras approaching her through her domain. Day-Night hid in the shadows and watched as the cultivators gradually disappeared into the distance. They were heading towards Pyrolite Mountain. She did not hesitate and followed them. When she had escaped with her heavily injured body, she had not been too far away from Pyrolite Mountain. When she saw a giant crack in the ground, she knew that Pyrolite Mountain was very close. This crack had probably been formed by Lu Xiaoqiu and Zhanlong Day-Night's battle. The ground shook again, and this time a strong gale swept across the area. Day-Night's expression changed. This was a fluctuation of star energy. Another battle had broken out on Pyrolite Mountain. At this point, only the Sword Sect or the Day-Night clan could cause a battle on Pyrolite Mountain. There was no other choice, so the Day-Night clan should be there. Day-Night did not dare to evade the clan's mission. She knew that her every move was being monitored, and if she did not participate in the battle, she would not have a good ending when she returned to the clan. At this moment, two figures flitted across the sky. They were two Lemeters, and they saw Day-Night. They looked at each other and attacked her at the same time. They were disciples from the first Flowzone's powers, so they had naturally followed the Sword Sect and attacked the Day-Night clan. Unfortunately, they were too weak. They were not bad among the younger generation, but they were still lacking when compared to Day-Night, who had comprehended a domain. They were easily dealt with, and Day-Night left one of them alive. What's the situation on Pyrolite Mountain? The surviving cultivator was terrified. The Day-Night clan, the Wen family, the Soul Dream tribe, and many other powers from smaller flow zones are all fighting on Pyrolite Mountain. They're trying to force the Sword Sect to give up the Pyrolite or there. They've been fighting for more than 2 hours now. Day-Night had not expected the battle to be so intense. The Sword Sect had Lu Xiaoqiu, and his second sword could ignore numbers. So why did that woman Night Queen Yanqing attack? Could it be that there was external help? Day-Night's guess was correct. The Wen family had invited Ling Ke to take action, and he was expected to arrive on planet Pyrolite a little earlier than Mu Rong. Night Queen Yanqing and the others had been planning this for several days, and they were planning to use this time to seize control of Pyrolite Mountain. Then, the various great powers would join forces and force the Sword Sect to split the profits. At that time, even if Mu Rong arrived, he would not be able to turn the tables. At this moment, the battle at Pyrolite Mountain was far more intense than it had ever been before. Lu Xiaoqiu and Zhanlong Day-Night's battle had shifted to the northern part of Pyrolite Mountain, and their battle had spread far and wide. The battle between Lu Xiaoyun and Kuang Wang took place at the foot of Xiao Mountain. Although Night Queen Yanqing had been heavily injured by Lu Xiaoqiu, the Day-Night clan had gone all out to treat her. She was able to participate in the battle once more, just like Lu Xiaoyun. The Sword Sect had only been able to withstand Night Queen Yanqing's attacks because of one person, Yo Yeer. Yo Yeer appeared to be only 11 or 12 years old, and she was a petite loli. However, she had exploded with a strength that shocked everyone, and she had forcefully stalled Night Queen Yanqing. Even though Night Queen Yanqing had activated her Night King's body and battle force, she was still unable to defeat Yo Yeer. Not only was the Day-Night clan shocked, but even Lu Xiaoqiu and the others were astonished by Yo Yeer's strength. Furthermore, Yo Yeer was not the only Lemeter from the Yo court. There were several other Lemeters who were rather old, but they were all very strong. It was the alliance between the Sword Sect and the Yo court that had been able to withstand the combined forces of the Day-Night clan, the Wen family, the Soul Dream tribe, and the other great powers. However, this stalemate would not last for long. Night Queen Yanqing was waiting for Ling Ke, and as soon as he arrived, Pyrolite Mountain would change hands. Right now, she hated the girl in front of her so much that her teeth itched. Old auntie, you can't hold on any longer, right? If you have the ability, why don't you come? Yo Yeer was dressed in a black devil's snare dress, and she looked innocently and craftily at Night Queen Yanqing. She had a smile on her face, and although she was cute and pretty, her mocking smile made Night Queen Yanqing want to tear her apart. Who would have thought that she would be held back by a little brat? You won't be able to hold on for much longer, you damned brat. Once I catch you, I'll hang you up and beat you. Night Queen Yanqing bellowed as her eyes flickered with a purple light. Yo Year's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly retreated. Night Queen Yanqing rushed forward at top speed, but her surroundings suddenly changed. She was separated from everyone else, and a courtyard appeared around her. This was the Yo Court's inherited battle technique, the quadrangular dragon lock array. The four sides combined into one to form a courtyard. This courtyard could trap any powerhouse as long as the gap between them was not too great. Coincidentally, although Yo Year had a small appearance, she was actually a Lammeter, and she was not weak at all. With her strength, she could use the quadrangular dragon lock array to trap Night Queen Yanqing. Although the quadrangular dragon lock array was not as famous as the Wen family's literary prison, Night Queen Yanqing had never underestimated it. This was because the Yo Court had originated from a super terrifying power, and they were one of the 7 families that controlled the Yo Court. Even if they had betrayed the Yo Court and left the Yo Court, they had still inherited the power of that family. The quadrangular dragon lock array was also derived from that family's power. Night Queen Yanqing could not break through the quadrangular dragon lock array even after using all of her strength. Lu Xiaoyun and Quang Wang's battle was not over yet. On the other hand, Shi Yu and Wen Qian'er had the upper hand in the battle and were suppressing the sword sect. As long as they were given more time, they would be able to defeat the sword sect. The biggest variable in this battle was Lu Xiaoqiu, but unfortunately, he was being held back by Zhanlong Day Night. Although Zhanlong Day Night could not defeat Lu Xiaoqiu could not win either. Both sides were evenly matched, and it all depended on the others. The scales of victory were tipping in the Day Night clan's favor. In the distance, sword chi could be felt from time to time, scaring many people away. The battle between Lu Xiaoqiu and Zhanlong Day Night was the most terrifying. Shui Day Night arrived outside Pyrolite Mountain and saw thousands of people fighting. The entire mountain had been turned into a battlefield, and blood had long since dyed the ground red. Yan Hua had already reached his limit, and he could barely hold on to his sword. In front of him, Tiankong Day Night and Qilian Day Night both attacked at the same time. Yan Hua could not hold on any longer, and he collapsed to the ground. Many of the sword sect's disciples had already died, and the Wen family had also suffered heavy losses. Wen Qian'er had also been injured, and she was working together with Shi Yu as they panted heavily. Shui Day Night could see that the sword sect was about to be defeated. In outer space, Night Queen Qiu revealed a satisfied smile. Even if Pyrolite Mountain was not under the sole control of the Day Night clan, as long as the sword sect could not control it, the two sides would still be on the same level, and neither side would be able to monopolize it. At that moment, Night Queen Qiu received news that the battle was about to end. She looked into the distance and saw a personal spacecraft rushing towards planet Pyrolite. Ling Ke had finally arrived. Night Queen Qiu watched as Ling Ke's spacecraft flew past, followed by another spacecraft that was rushing towards planet Pyrolite. Night Queen Qiu looked over, and a strange expression appeared on her face. What was that? Following behind Ling Ke's spacecraft was the group of dedicated female cheerleaders. There was no place that they could not go, as Ling Ke had promised to protect them. The more dangerous the place, the higher the reward. Night Queen Qiu's expression turned ugly. She had lived for so long, but this was the first time she had encountered such a situation. Should she stop it? While Night Queen Qiu was hesitating, the two spacecraft crashed onto planet Pyrolite. They were not too far from Pyrolite Mountain, and many people saw them. Night Queen Yanqing was delighted, as she recognized Ling Ke's spacecraft. This battle was about to end. As long as they could occupy Pyrolite Mountain before Mu Rong arrived and severely injure Lu Xiaoqiu and the others, then even if Mu Rong arrived, he would not be able to reverse the situation. To the north of Pyrolite Mountain, Lu Xiaoqiu and Zhanlong Day Night turned their heads at the same time. They both felt their hearts palpitate, and they could not describe it. It was as if they had met their own kind. Yo Year's gaze shifted. Old auntie, what are you thinking about? Don't think about it. You can't beat me anyway. Night Queen Yanqing sneered, but she did not make another move. Lu Xiaoyun stood with her sword in hand while Quang Wang sat on the azure dragon's body and looked down at them. We can't decide who's the better one right now. Lu Xiaoyun did not look at him. Instead, she looked into the distance where the other spacecraft had landed. The spacecraft's hatch opened, and Ling Ke walked out alone. Not too far away, the hatch of the other spacecraft also opened at the same time. The cheerleaders were all shouting crazily, and the various large organizations in outer space were dumbfounded. Ling K, I love you. Ling K, you're the most handsome. Ling K, I love you. Ling K, you're the most handsome. Ling K exhaled as he looked at the crazed cheerleaders. What a wonderful situation. Yes, that's how it should be. Go crazy and shout. The rest belongs to me, Ling Quebec. As he thought about it, he suddenly turned around and looked at Pyrolite Mountain with a sharp gaze. With a light tap of his foot, his body instantly disappeared. The cheerleaders excitedly ran after him. Before Ling K even arrived, an enormous amount of star energy wrapped around his K's mighty/his unique aura and swept across the entire Pyrolite Mountain. Whether it was Night Queen Yanqing, Yo Yeer, Lu Xiaoyun, Shui Day Night, or the distant Lu Xiaoqiu and Zhanlong Day Night, all of them simultaneously felt this terrifying aura. Everyone looked up at Ling K, who was standing tall in the sky, and the entire battlefield froze. Ling K's lips curled up. This was exactly the effect he had wanted, and he had not hesitated to use a large amount of star energy to achieve it. This was how Ling K should appear. The scenes at the Sea King's dome were nightmares that he did not want to think about for the rest of his life, especially those two monsters. From now on, this place belongs to me. Ling K's calm voice resounded throughout Pyrolite Mountain as he swept his gaze across everyone. Regardless of whether they were from the Sword Sect or the Day-Night clan, he did not care about them. He had only been invited by the Wen family to help. Quang Wang was the first to be unconvinced, as this person was even more arrogant than he was. Who do you think you are? Ling K looked at Quang Wang in the distance and saw the majestic azure dragon. A trace of disdain flashed across his lips as he raised his hand, and his K's mighty slash flashed out. The next moment, everyone stared blankly at Quang Wang as he slowly collapsed to the ground. A large patch of blood stained his chest, and the sight of it caused everyone's scalps to go numb. The azure dragon held in anguish and then disappeared before everyone's eyes. At this moment, Pyrolite Mountain was completely silent. That was Quang Wang, a genius disciple of the Divine Grade Hall. And a realm master from the Astral Combat Academy. He had once been the strongest person on planet Pyrolite, but he had not been able to withstand a single attack. Quang Wang fell to the ground and stared at the dark red surface in disbelief. Was the difference between them really that great? Lu Xiaoyun stared at Ling K in shock. She had not seen that blade, as it had pierced through the void without any trace of a trajectory. It was extremely powerful, and she did not know if any Lemmeter could withstand it. Even Lu Xiaoqiu's 13 swords had not felt this blade before. Ling K was arrogant, and he had the right to be. His 10 innate gifts had solidified into one eternal innate gift. His K's mighty slash was not only sharp and piercing through the void, but it also had other unfathomable abilities that represented the peak of a realm. Even those two freaks would be able to defeat them if they dared to take on his 3 blades as one, let alone a nobody. To him, Quang Wang was just a nobody. Ling K's blade had completely terrified everyone. Night Queen Yanqing looked at Ling Quebec. Brother Ling, do you still remember me? Ling K looked at Night Queen Yanqing, and his eyes lit up. The Day-Night clan's men and women were all quite good-looking, and Night Queen Yanqing was especially sexy and enchanting. Her snow-white thighs were dazzling, and coupled with her alluring purple eyes, she was definitely a rare beauty. However, most people were intimidated by her powerful battle power and did not pay much attention to her. Only a powerhouse like Ling K could recklessly size her up. Ling K obviously remembered Night Queen Yanqing, and he was about to say something that would not lose his composure and would not embarrass Night Queen Yanqing when a loud cheer startled him. Ling K, I love you. Ling K, you're the most handsome. Ling K, I love you. Ling K, you're the most handsome. The people from Pyrolite Mountain were also shocked, and they stared blankly at the group of youthful and beautiful girls. What the hell was going on? Ling K coughed and smiled at Night Queen Yanqing. So it's Miss Yanqing. Forgive me for not recognizing you immediately. Night Queen Yanqing smiled and bowed to Ling Quebec. She then gently said, it's my fault for not greeting Brother Ling immediately. I hope Brother Ling can forgive me. Haha, Miss Yanqing is being too serious. Oh, right. Ling Ke paused for a moment. The Day-Night clan wants to fight for this place as well? I'll have to trouble you then. I've accepted the Wen clan's invitation to help you fight for this place. Night Queen Yanqing smiled. The elders of the clan have already mentioned this. In reality, Brother Ling only needs to expel the powerhouses from the Sword Sect and Yo Court. This is the reason why the Wen family invited Brother Ling here. If you don't believe me, you can ask the Wen family's experts. Miss Wen Qian'er is also here. Night Queen Yanqing then looked at Wen Qian'er. Wen Qian'er walked out and raised her head to look at Ling Quebec. That's right. As long as we chase away the Sword Sect, we'll split Pyrolite Mountain equally. Ling Ke shrugged. It doesn't matter. Since the Wen clan has asked, I'll help. Those from the Wen family and the Day-Night clan heaved sighs of relief. Only the experts from the second grade hall had ugly looks on their faces. Kuang Wang's defeat had been too unjust, but it was also his fault for being so arrogant. They had already told him that Ling Ke would appear before the battle, but he had been so arrogant that he had even given the wrong name. Suddenly, the space in front of Ling Ke began to distort. His eyes widened as the K's mighty slash spun rapidly in front of him. It tore through the void as it collided with a meter in front of him, causing a giant spatial crack to spread out. Someone had ambushed Ling Quebec. Not too far away, Lu Xiaoyun gripped the hilt of her sword tightly as she stared at Ling Quebec. She had been the one to attack just now, and even though she had used all of her strength, she had still not been able to injure Ling Quebec. Ling Ke frowned as he looked at Lu Xiaoyun. Although I don't like hitting women, your ambush really pisses me off. With that, his K's mighty slash vanished. Lu Xiaoyun felt a chill run down her spine. Kuang Wang's miserable state had been imprinted in her mind, and she knew that she definitely would not have been able to block the K's mighty slash. She could see the blade in front of her, but she was unable to dodge it. Suddenly, the K's mighty slash vanished and reappeared in front of Ling Quebec. There was another earth-shattering sound, and it was accompanied by sparks and a crack that tore through the sky. Lu Xiaoqiu was the only one present who could fight against Ling Quebec. For some reason, Xianlong Day-Night did not stop Lu Xiaoqiu, and he simply watched as Lu Xiaoqiu slashed at Ling Quebec. Ling Ke's face sank, and he solemnly looked to the north. There, Lu Xiaoqiu swung his sword. Your opponent is me. Everyone on Pyrolite Mountain looked up at the sky. There were only 3 people who could decide who Pyrolite Mountain would belong to: Lu Xiaoqiu, Xianlong Day-Night, and Ling Quebec. As long as a victor was decided between these 3, Pyrolite Mountain's ownership would be decided, and no one else would be able to change it. You're the Sword Sect's Lu Xiaoqiu, right? Ling Ke asked in a low voice. Lu Xiaoqiu raised his sword. That's right. Ling Ke's eyes narrowed. I've seen the video of your astral combat tournament. The 13 swords is indeed unique, but you're not my opponent. We'll see if I'm right after we fight. Lu Xiaoqiu did not hold back as he slashed out with his sword. This was the first sword, and just like before, it was a probing attack. However, even the first sword of the 13 swords was not something that an ordinary person could receive. Ling Ke could look down on others, but he could not look down on the 13 swords. His K's mighty slash revolved around his body, blocking the invisible sword. There was no visible collision, but the void distorted as formless shockwaves swept across the land. Many people were affected by the shockwaves, and most of them recalled the battle between Lu Xiaoqiu and Xianlong Day-Night. They immediately distanced themselves, as this battle was not something that they could approach. After Ling Ke received Lu Xiaoqiu's sword, the K's mighty slash around his body suddenly disappeared as it pierced through the void. Lu Xiaoyun could not help but cry out, "Be careful." Lu Xiaoqiu had never displayed absolute control over his speed in battle, and he had always relied on the sharpness of the 13 swords. Lu Xiaoyun did not know if he could receive Ling Ke's attack. Lu Xiaoqiu raised his hand and unleashed the second sword, but this time, he did not attack anyone else. Instead, he attacked everything within 100 meters of himself. The next moment, a sword chi tore through the void as the K's mighty slash pierced through the void and stabbed towards Lu Xiaoqiu. At that moment, Lu Xiaoqiu saw it. He had used the second sword as a method to track down the trajectory of the K's mighty slash, which exceeded Lu Xiaoyun's expectations. Could the 13 swords be used in such a manner? The K's mighty slash was fast and formless, but once it was discovered, it would not be as mysterious anymore. Lu Xiaoqiu merely shifted his body to the side and evaded the attack. However, he had still underestimated the K's mighty slash, as it was the combination of 10 innate gifts. Its might was not as simple as piercing through the void. Lu Xiaoqiu seemed to have evaded the attack, but his clothes had been destroyed by the scorching power, and his arms had even been scalded. He looked at Ling Ke in confusion. The K's mighty slash returned to Ling Ke's body and slowly rotated. When he saw Lu Xiaoqiu look over, Ling Ke's lips curled up. I told you that you're not my opponent. Lu Xiaoqiu's face turned solemn. He had fought with Xianlong Day Night for a long time before he had been injured, but this person in front of him had easily injured him. Lu Xiaoqiu did not even know how he had been injured. This was an unprecedentedly strong opponent. It was no wonder why Ling Ke was known as one of the unrivaled leaders of the younger generation. On the battlefield at Pyrolite Mountain, the cultivators from the Sword Sect and the Yo Court could no longer hold on. Lu Xiaoqiu no longer had any hopes of defending Pyrolite Mountain, so he loudly ordered, all disciples from the Sword Sect and the Yo Court, withdraw from Pyrolite Mountain. Night Queen Yanqing sneered. Just because you say so? Cripple them. Their goal was to take care of the Sword Sect's experts before Mu Rong arrived. Otherwise, if the Sword Sect could safely retreat, then this battle would not have been in vain. At the very least, they had to ensure that Lu Xiaoyun and the other powerhouses would not be able to fight for a while. Lu Xiaoqiu's gaze turned cold as Sword Qi soared into the sky. The fourth sword enveloped the entire area. Night Queen Yanqing's brows rose. Ling Ke was astonished. What a powerful Sword Qi. This was a force field. He thought of Mu Rong, as he hated force fields. Lu Xiaoqiu stared at Night Queen Yanqing. You can try and see if you can defeat the people from my sword sect before I unleash the fourth sword and then retreat safely. Night Queen Yanqing looked at Ling Quebec. Ling Ke did not express his opinion. This was the fourth sword, and if it could be defeated so easily, then it would not be the 13 swords. Lu Xiaoqiu had clearly indicated that he wanted to perish together with the sword sect. If they did not allow the people from the sword sect to retreat, then he would use the fourth sword to envelop them all. Even she had been heavily injured by the fourth sword, so she did not expect anyone else to be able to withstand it. Only Xianlong Day Night would be able to come out unscathed. Helpless, Night Queen Yanqing ordered the Day Night clan, second grade hall, and everyone else to retreat. She also ordered the people from the Sword Sect and Yo Court to leave. Of course, they also retreated far away, afraid that the fourth sword would land on them. Lu Xiaoqiu did not expect to defeat Ling Ke and Xianlong Day Night. Protecting the cultivators from the Sword Sect was the limit of what he could do. Now, it all depended on whether or not he could lead in one piece. It's useless even if I tell your people to leave. Once you're defeated, they won't be able to compete with anyone else on this planet, Ling Ke said. Lu Xiaoqiu watched as everyone left. Lu Xiaoyun looked at Lu Xiaoqiu with a complicated expression. She was not worried about Lu Xiaoqiu's safety. As long as the Day-Night clan and Lingling clan did not want to fight to the death with the Sword Sect, then they would not kill Lu Xiaoqiu. However, if Lu Xiaoqiu were to bring up the rear, then he would not be able to participate in the upcoming fight for Pyrolite ore. Yo Yeer finally realized that Lu Xiaoqiu was rather manly. Damn brat, I'll find you, Night Queen Yanqing threatened as she glared at Yo Yeer. Yo Yeer pouted. Old auntie, take care of yourself. Don't sprain your back. Night Queen Yanqing was furious, and she glared at Yo Yeer. Yo Yeer paused and turned to look at Night Queen Yanqing seriously. She seemed to have discovered something, and she exaggerated, Old auntie, you have a lot of wrinkles. Then, she immediately ran off. Night Queen Yanqing was stunned, and she subconsciously touched her face. All women, regardless of whether they were cultivators or not, cared a lot about their appearance, and she was no exception. No matter how strong she was, Yo Yeer's words had pierced her heart. It was already good enough that she had not taken out a mirror on the spot. At the same time, her anger towards Yo Yeer had reached its peak. The people around them gradually disappeared into the distance. Ling Ke looked at Lu Xiaoqiu. I didn't sneak attack you out of respect. Now, you can go all out. I'm looking forward to the fourth sword. Ling Ke, I love you. Ling Ke, you're the most handsome. Ling Ke, I love you. Ling Ke, you're the most handsome. The voices of the cheerleaders gradually faded away. Although Ling Ke was very confident, the 13 Swords' reputation was too great. Furthermore, this was not the first time he had experienced such a powerful aura, and he was a little apprehensive. At the base of Pyrolite Mountain, Xianlong Dainite appeared and looked at the sky seriously. He also wanted to know how much the fourth sword could do to Ling Ke so that he could compare their strengths. Not long after, the fourth sword finally descended. The moment the fourth sword moved, Ling Ke's eyes lit up, and his body suddenly split into two. 2K's mighty slashes spun around his body at extreme speeds as they met the fourth sword. Back at the Sea King's dome, when Ling Ke had faced Mu Rong's all-out attack, he had used his soul-splitting technique to its limit, 3 clones and 3K's mighty slashes, to defend himself. Only then had he been able to block Mu Rong's attack. Now, against the fourth sword, he had only used 2 clones, and he was confident that he could block it. In other words, the fourth sword was not as dangerous as Mu Rong's attack. Boom! The ground trembled as a majestic shockwave swept out in all directions, just like when the fourth sword had clashed with Xianlong Dainite. The shockwave even formed visible thunderous ripples that spread out. Not only did it tear through the void, but it also shook the ground, causing several giant cracks to appear that extended into the distance. Everyone looked at Pyrolite Mountain in shock. This was an abnormal battle. As the dust settled, Night Queen Yanqing and Xianlong Dainite stared at the top of Pyrolite Mountain. They first saw Lu Xiaoqiu, and then they saw the unscathed Ling Quebec. As expected, he had blocked the fourth sword. Outsiders would describe Ling Ke as completely unharmed, but Ling Ke knew that blocking the fourth sword had not been easy. He had almost used 3K's mighty slashes to block it. This was the fourth sword, and it was indeed powerful. Lu Xiaoqiu should be second only to Ling Ke and Mu Rong, and he should be about as strong as the Greyweed Continent's Blue Blade, who had fought against Mu Rong. However, this was already the limit of what Ling Ke could do. Ling Ke raised his hand, and his K's mighty slash pierced through the void, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. Lu Xiaoqiu fell to the ground with a hole in his right shoulder. His long sword fell from his hand and stabbed into the ground. He had lost. The fourth sword had used up too much of his energy, and he could not even defend himself. Ling Ke stood tall in the sky, fully displaying his unequaled Lamiter style. In the distance, the sword sect disciples were sorrowful. Lu Xiaoqiu had been defeated, and not only had he been eliminated from this battle, but he would also have to compete on planet Pyrolite for a period of time. Lu Xiaoyun clenched her fists helplessly. Yo Yi sighed. There was nothing she could do. Her skills were inferior. However, what would happen if she erupted with her full strength? She was also looking forward to it. When Qian'er exclaimed as she looked at Ling Ke on Pyrolite Mountain. Back at the Wen family, she had even fantasized about challenging Lu Yin. However, Ling Ke at this moment made her realize just how laughable her thoughts had been. Ling Ke was not even comparable to Lu Yin, and that had already made her feel powerless. There was no need to mention the strongest Lu Yin. They were not even on the same level. Xiyu was shocked. This was the power of the universe's peak. How had Lu Yin become number 1 when this person was so strong? She could not imagine it. Xianlong Dainite walked out of Pyrolite Mountain's shadow and directly faced Ling Quebec. Ling Ke turned to look at him. This person gave Ling Ke a feeling that he was not any weaker than Lu Xiaoqiu. Before they had arrived, Lu Xiaoqiu had most likely been held back by this person. Someone from the Dainite clan? Interesting. Is this gaze provoking me? When Night Queen Yanqing saw Xianlong Dainite appear, she knew that things were not going well. She immediately stood in front of Xianlong Dainite and threatened him in a low voice, "If you dare to disrupt the clan's mission, then you'll definitely be locked up in the ancestral grounds when you return. Think carefully." Xianlong Dainite was indignant, but he did not provoke Ling Ke any further. He really wanted to fight and experience the power of the soul-splitting technique in K's mighty slash, but it was a pity. Lu Xiaoqiu supported himself with his left arm while fresh blood dripped from his right. He walked over to his sword that had been stabbed into the ground. This sword had long since rusted, but it had accompanied him for many years. He had not even taken it out when he had faced Xianlong Day Night, and now, he had used it against Ling Quebec Night. Queen Yanqing glared at Lu Xiaoqiu with a murderous look in her eyes. She walked over step by step, intending to heavily injure Lu Xiaoqiu and prevent him from acting in the short term. Ling Ke frowned. He was very unhappy with her actions, but he did not stop her. Behind him, a group of girls appeared. Ling Ke, I love you. Ling Ke, you're the most handsome. Ling Ke, I love you. Ling Ke, you're the most handsome. As he watched Night Queen Yanqing walk over step by step, Lu Xiaoqiu was filled with sorrow. He had also been reduced to being trampled on. At that moment, a fiery red light smashed down from the sky. Its target was Pyrolite Mountain. Ling Ke, Night Queen Yanqing, Xianlong Day Night, Lu Xiaoyun, Wen Qianer, and the others who were even further away all looked up. Who could appear at this time? Outside the planet, the various great powers were also looking at Pyrolite Mountain. Who would dare to descend on Pyrolite Mountain under such circumstances? Night Queen Yanqing's heart skipped a beat, and her expression changed. Not good. Could it be? Boom. Not too far away, a fiery red light smashed down. It was a personal spacecraft that emitted a high temperature that distorted the air. Everyone stared at the spacecraft, and soon, the cabin door opened. A youth with a calm expression walked out with a wooden flute in his hand. Mu Rong had arrived. Night Queen Yanqing's pupils shrank. Why now? Shouldn't there still be some time before he arrives? Xianlong Day Night was shocked. Ling Ke's face darkened. He had been tricked. He felt like he had been tricked. No one had told him that Mu Rong would be coming. If he had known, he would not have come even if he was beaten to death. Bastard, why didn't anyone tell me? Isn't this just embarrassing me? In the distance, Wen Qianer stared blankly. How could Mu Rong appear so quickly? The sword sect must have lied to them. They were smart, but the sword sect was not stupid. The sword sect had long since anticipated this and had deliberately exaggerated the time difference so that they would lower their guard and wait until Mu Rong arrived. This was going to be troublesome. Lu Xiaoyun heaved a sigh of relief as Lu Yin had finally arrived. Yo Ye's eyes widened. An even more ruthless person had arrived, so there was no need to run anymore. Mu Rong's appearance caused everyone to fall silent. Everyone stared at him, and his gaze swept across the crowd before finally landing on Ling Quebec. Who are you helping? Ling Ke's face twitched, and he turned to look at the cheerleaders. Take the spacecraft back to outer space. Don't stay behind. It's dangerous. The cheerleaders were touched and wanted to stay behind, but Ling Ke insisted that they leave. He was panicking, as he did not have the confidence to defeat Mu Rong. They had only fought for a short while, and he could not find a way to win. He did not want to embarrass himself. After the cheerleaders left, Ling Ke looked at Mu Rong. Help the Wen family. Mu Rong looked at Lu Xiaoqiu. Sword sect, Lu Xiaoqiu? Lu Xiaoqiu nodded. You're Mu Rong? Mu Rong calmly replied, I was invited by the sword sect to participate in the contest on planet Pyrolite. Is everyone here an enemy? Lu Xiaoqiu nodded. Mu Rong looked at Xianlong Day Night and Night Queen Yanqing, and a different glint appeared in his eyes. Night Queen Yanqing felt her scalp go numb, as she had not expected to face Mu Rong directly. She wanted to say something, but Xianlong Day Night immediately rushed out to face Mu Rong. He immediately threw a punch at Mu Rong. This punch was full of power, and the brilliance of the day-night restoration technique circulated around his body. Just like how Lu Xiaoqiu had challenged Ling Ke, Xianlong Day Night excitedly challenged Mu Rong. Night Queen Yanqing was anxious, but she had no choice. She directly attacked Lu Xiaoqiu, as she had to make sure that he could not fight back. Mu Rong's eyes narrowed as the grass beneath his feet began to spread. He immediately unleashed his force field, which was the image of a shepherd boy herding cows. At that moment, Xianlong Day Night, Night Queen Yanqing, and Ling Ke all felt suppressed. In the face of Xianlong Day Night's punch, Mu Rong retreated and spun his wooden flute, using his floating stride technique to neutralize the attack. In the distance, a shepherd boy appeared above Lu Xiaoqiu's head and viciously charged towards Night Queen Yanqing. Night Queen Yanqing felt like she was about to collapse, as she was powerless to defend against this attack. With a whoosh, Ling Kei's mighty slash appeared and slashed at the shepherd boy. The void distorted, and with a boom, Night Queen Yanqing was sent flying. She spat out a mouthful of blood in midair, and her Night King's body had almost cracked open. If not for Ling Kei's attack, she would have been struck by Mu Rong's force field. Although Mu Rong had not used his full strength, even Ling Kei did not dare to be careless. Zhanlong Daynight's punch missed, but he quickly followed it up with another punch that shook the void. However, his attacks were useless against Mu Rong. His floating stride technique could even neutralize Ling Kei's mighty slash, let alone Zhanlong Daynight's attacks. If Mu Rong wanted to, he could let Zhanlong Daynight attack him for several days without even touching him. Zhanlong Daynight's advantage was his freakish recovery ability, so his attacks were the most useless against Mu Rong. While Mu Rong used his floating stride technique to neutralize Zhanlong Daynight's attacks, he also used his force field to transform into a shepherd boy and attack Ling Quebec. He wanted to take on 3 opponents at once. Lu Xiaoqiu was shocked. This was Mu Rong's strength, and he feared no one. When faced with Mu Rong's force field attack, Ling Kei had the urge to curse. This was completely different from when he had attacked Night Queen Yanqing, as Mu Rong was using his full strength against him. Ling Kei had no choice but to split his soul and use his 3K's mighty slashes to protect himself as he charged at the shepherd boy. At the same time, Mu Rong brushed past Zhanlong Daynight, and his wooden flute slammed into his body. 2 shockwaves erupted at the same time, forming 2 visible shockwaves that swept out in all directions. Space tore apart like raindrops as the shockwaves swept out into the distance, leaving countless onlookers dumbfounded. Night Queen Yanqing and Lu Xiaoqiu were both sent flying by the shockwaves. In the distance, Wen Qian'er and the rest of the onlookers tried to block the shockwaves, but even with their full strength, many cultivators were still knocked unconscious by the shockwaves. Many others fell into cracks in the ground, and it was unknown if they were still alive. Zhuo Daynight was also knocked out by the shockwaves and spat out blood. Fortunately, Pyrolite Mountain had not been hit directly. Both of them had managed to avoid directly affecting Pyrolite Mountain. This was Mu Rong's strength, and he had suppressed 2 experts with a single attack. This was not the end, but rather the beginning. The moment the flute started playing, Ling Kei immediately fled. He was absolutely certain that he would not be able to block Mu Rong's attack. Mu Rong's innate gift was too abnormal, and he could directly control others. Unless one had an even more abnormal physical strength, it would be impossible to break free. Zhanlong Daynight saw Ling Kei flee quickly, but he was not stupid either. He knew that he could not block Mu Rong alone, so he unwillingly fled as well. He was very clear about his own strength, and he knew that his attacks were useless against Mu Rong. If he stayed behind, he would only be passively beaten. Mu Rong alone had taken control of the situation. In the distance, Wen Qian'er and the rest had not expected the outcome to be decided so quickly. It was so quick that they could not accept it. The second volume was about to open, and a great change was about to happen. Soon. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Although there was no clear ranking, Mu Rong should be one of the top 3 leaders in the universe's younger generation. Mu Rong could easily defeat him, and only Xianxia's strength was unknown. However, according to what the 10 arbiters had said, Mu Rong should be stronger than Xianxia. Against such an opponent, this result was not unacceptable. Being able to single-handedly change the situation was the power of a powerhouse. The Daynight clan, the Wen family, the Second Grade Hall, and the other powers all retreated. Mu Rong did not chase after them, and Lu Xiaoyun and the rest did not have the strength to do so either. They simply allowed them to leave. At this moment, Pyrolite Mountain still belonged to the Sword Sect. With Mu Rong's participation, Pyrolite Mountain would most likely belong to the Sword Sect in the future. Lu Xiaoyun found Lu Xiaoqiu and helped him up. Are your injuries serious? Lu Xiaoqiu shook his head. I'm fine. It's just a shoulder injury. I'll be fine after a few days of rest. Lu Xiaoyun nodded and then looked at Mu Rong while supporting Lu Xiaoqiu. The others also curiously sized up Mu Rong, as not everyone had the chance to meet an absolute powerhouse. To Lemeters, Mu Rong was an absolute powerhouse, and once he broke through to the Explorer realm, he would be at the top of the top 100 rankings. Most people would never meet such a person in their entire lives. Yo Yeer was especially curious and wanted to chat with Mu Rong, but Mu Rong's face remained cold as he sat alone on Pyrolite Mountain. He was only fulfilling his promise to the Sword Sect and had no interest in anything else, which disappointed Yo Yeer. After the battle on Pyrolite Mountain ended, the Sword Sect heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Mu Rong had arrived in time. Night Queen Xiaoyu, Karthika, and the rest felt that it was a pity. However, losing Pyrolite Mountain was not what angered Night Queen Xiaoyu the most. She was more furious about Ling Ke, who had actually run away. Night Queen Xiaoyu was not clear about the battle between Ling Ke and Mu Rong, and she assumed that he had been scared off by Mu Rong's name. She was so angry that her entire body trembled. "Have you still not found a way for explorers to enter planet Pyrolite?" Night Queen Xiaoyu shouted, and the Day-Night Clan spacecraft trembled. The Day-Night Clan members were terrified. "Not yet, please forgive us." "A bunch of trash," Night Queen Xiaoyu said coldly as she stared at planet Pyrolite. With Mu Rong overseeing things, Pyrolite Mountain was out of the question. Ling Ke was also helping the Wen family, which meant that even if a place with pyrolite or reserves comparable to or slightly smaller than Pyrolite Mountain was discovered, it would not be the Day-Night Clan's turn to obtain it. Since when had the Day-Night Clan been reduced to a third-rate clan? Night Queen Xiaoyu could not accept this, and she thought back to Luin. If he was willing to help the Day-Night Clan, then the situation would change once again. Unfortunately, his status was sensitive, and it would be troublesome to threaten him directly. The battle at Pyrolite Mountain had been witnessed by the various organizations in outer space. Naturally, there were also some organizations who had recorded a portion of the battle. After leaving the astral wilderness and arriving in North Castle Weave, they selected a portion of the footage and uploaded it onto the network. There was never a lack of people in the universe who enjoyed watching other people's fights. With so many Lameter geniuses gathered on planet Pyrolite, more than one person had uploaded their videos, which caused a heated discussion. Of course, no one dared to reveal the location of the battle or the reason for it, so it remained a secret even though countless organizations already knew about it. Xenu Star had recovered ever since Karthika had left, and it had become prosperous once again. There was finally something that attracted Hai Chi-Chi's attention, which allowed Luin to temporarily break away from her. However, 2 days later, Hai Chi-Chi appeared in front of Luin again, which gave him a headache. "What's wrong now?" Hai Chi-Chi anxiously replied, "Hurry up and go online. Someone uploaded a lot of videos of Lameter battles, and Mu Rong is in one." Luin was shocked. Mu Rong? Lameter battles? Could it be planet Pyrolite? He immediately activated his gadget and saw a series of videos that dominated the screen. It was hard not to see them. Luin clicked on the video at the top and saw that it was Mu Rong fighting against 2 opponents by himself, forcing back Ling Ke and Zhanlong Day-Night. Luin was not surprised that Mu Rong had such strength. He looked at the dark red battlefield in the video. Was that planet Pyrolite? Wait, Zhanlong Day-Night? Lu Yin's expression changed. Why would Zhanlong Day-Night appear on planet Pyrolite? Hadn't he been thrown to the Reverend King's residence? Lu Yin's eyes flickered as he watched the battle in the video, and he unconsciously clenched his fists. Zhanlong Day-Night, Ming Jiaoshu, Shenwu Continent, and the Day-Night Clan. Zhanlong Day-Night had definitely been able to leave Shenwu Continent because of Ming Jiaoshu, or else he would not have been able to escape. His worst fears had come true. Ming Jiaoshu had found an even stronger partner, the Day-Night Clan. Luin was apprehensive, but he did not have the time to watch the video. His mind was filled with thoughts of Shenwu Continent and Ming Yen. If Ming Jiaoshu and the Day-Night Clan formed an alliance, then Shenwu Continent would quickly undergo a huge change. What would happen to Ming Yen? Luin did not care if Shenwu Continent was given to the Day-Night Clan. What he cared about was Ming Yen. The way he saw it, the most precious thing on Shenwu Continent was Ming Yen, and Ming Jiaoshu would not use her as a bargaining chip. If Ming Jiaoshu could do this to Luin, then he could also do the same to Zhanlong Day-Night. That was how it was when you liked someone. You would always assume that everyone else liked you, and Luin was no exception. Right now, he was most worried that Ming Jiaoshu would use Ming Yen as a bargaining chip for his cooperation with the Day-Night Clan. Even though the possibility of that happening was very small, Ming Yen was just too beautiful and attractive, and Luing could not help but think that way. Hey, what are you thinking about? Keep watching, Hai Chi said. Her words woke Luing up. He really wanted to go to Shenwu continent to clarify things, but with his current strength, he might not be safe there. Furthermore, now was not the time as he did not have the ability to take Ming Yan away. The most important thing right now was to find Xianlong Day Night and ask him about it. Luing took a deep breath, as there was no point in thinking too much. He calmed down and thought things through. He closed his eyes and exhaled before continuing to watch the video. The second video was of Ling Ke and Lu Xiaoqiu's fourth sword battle. The video had been edited, and there was no explanation or dialogue. It only showed the battle and its outcome. This video caused a huge commotion. Ever since the Astral Combat Tournament, Lu Xiaoqiu's reputation had skyrocketed. His loss to Ling Ke had caused a lot of discussion, and many people had left comments below the video. The 13 swords isn't that great. He lost everywhere. He lost to Luing in the Astral Combat Tournament, lost to that woman from the Technocracy in the Tournament of the Strongest, and now lost to that pretentious guy. Don't spout nonsense. The 13 swords is very strong, but his opponent is even more abnormal. That woman from the Technocracy is the representative of an entire astral domain, and that pretentious guy is one of the 4 unrivaled Lemeters. Apparently, Luing even defeated Mu Rong and is the number 1 Lemeter in the universe. Lu Xiaoqiu's loss is not unjustified. I heard that there's an inheritor of the 13 swords among the 10 arbiters. I feel like this Lu Xiaoqiu is just a simplified version, and that person is the true inheritor of the 13 swords. The 13 swords shouldn't have been beaten so badly. Wait, previous poster, who said that Mu Rong lost to Luing? That's just a rumor. Although there are many people spreading it, it's definitely just a rumor. I don't believe it. I don't believe it either. Anyway, that pretentious guy is really asking for a beating. That group of girls is really unrivaled. After reading through all the comments, Luing looked at the next video. It was still the battle between Ling Ke and Lu Xiaoqiu, but from a different angle. There were more than 10 videos that showed the battle from beginning to end, and aside from the dialogue that had been edited out, the rest of the videos were basically complete. The comments below were not very friendly to Lu Xiaoqiu, as he had indeed lost several times. Even further below was the battle between Lu Xiaoqiu and Xianlong Day Night. The Day Night clan's experts also caused quite a stir. The Day Night clan is really strong, really strong. Previous poster is a Day Night braggart. Identification complete. That flashy hair color is enough to blow for a year. It's a pity that the Day Night clan lost to Mu Rong in the end. Everyone, take a look at the top video. There's a pretentious guy and a Day Night clan member, but they were both scared away by Mu Rong. There's even a Day Night clan woman who was sent flying by the shockwaves. That woman is really hot, but it's a pity that Day Night clan women don't marry outside. Stop dreaming. Even if she marries outside, she won't like you. She'll have to at least marry someone at the level of the 4 unrivaled Lemeters. Luing continued to watch the videos, and he often saw his name in the comments. Many people compared him to Ling Ke, Mu Rong, and Lu Xiaoqiu. Some praised him while others belittled him. There were even some who predicted that once he became an explorer, he would be completely left behind by these geniuses. This was because these geniuses had a lot of resources, while he only had the Great Yu Empire. Luing muttered to himself. Breakthrough to the explorer realm? When that time came, let's see who would leave who behind. However, breaking through to the explorer realm was a difficult problem. He had a premonition that it would be very difficult for him to break through, and it might even take him longer than everyone else. He looked at the top video again and opened the comments section. It was full of praises for Mu Rong. Awesome. This is the way I've been dreaming of making an entrance. He immediately distinguishes friend from foe and then resolves the problem. So cool. This is Mu Rong, the unrivaled Lemeter praised by the 10 arbiters, including the older generation. Didn't Mu Rong lose to Luing? I don't think so. It's probably just a rumor. Does the person above think that Mu Rong can lose to Luing with his strength? Don't forget that Luing is just someone from the outerverse. No matter how high his innate gift is, being close to Mu Rong is already his limit. It's impossible for him to defeat Mu Rong. He'll never be the number one in the universe. That's right, it's probably just a rumor. During the battle at the Sea King's Dome, only the great powers were able to find a video of Lu Yin and Mu Rong's battle. Most people had only heard rumors, and they naturally did not believe them. This was especially true after seeing Mu Rong fight against two arbiters by himself and force back two absolute experts. With such strength, Mu Rong deserved to be called the strongest. How could anyone surpass him? Lu Yin did not refute this, as this was basic human knowledge. It would be strange if people believed what they said. After all, Mu Rong had been acknowledged by the 10 arbiters, and the 10 arbiters' reputation and foresight were like the will of the heavens to the younger generation. As for the name Sea King's Dome, it basically did not appear on the internet. Many places, people, and even organizations' names were automatically censored, so most people did not know about it. What people knew was only what the great powers wanted them to see. Hai Chi continued to stare at Lu Yin, resisting the urge to speak. She stared at him for 10 minutes. Lu Yin glanced at her. Just say what you want to say. You're not angry? Hai Chi's eyes widened. Lu Yin was puzzled. Angry? Why? Hai Chi pointed at the screen. Those people don't believe that you defeated Mu Rong. Lu Yin smiled at Hai Chi's words. Don't worry, the video of the battle at the Sea King's Dome will be leaked sooner or later. At that time, they'll have to believe it even if they don't believe me. It's pointless for me to argue with them, as one person's strength is limited. Hai Chi grew anxious. That's not what I meant. Don't you plan on going to Planet Pyrolite to prove yourself? If someone recorded it and posted it online, think about it. Countless people in the universe will worship and respect you, and countless beautiful girls will want to throw themselves into your arms. All you have to do is go to Planet Pyrolite. It's easy for you, isn't it? Lu Yin smiled. No wonder you were in such a hurry to show me these videos. Hai Chi looked at Lu Yin. So? Are you tempted? No one there is a match for you. Lu Yin sighed and looked at Hai Chi seriously. I've told you many times that I can't gamble the Great Yu Empire on a meaningless battle. I don't blame you for not understanding, but I can guarantee that I won't go to Planet Pyrolite. Hai Chi gritted her teeth and snorted before turning to leave. Lu Yin's eyes focused on the video once more. Was she really not planning on going? Xianlong Day Night was on Planet Pyrolite, and he really wanted to ask her about it. Suddenly, a video caught his attention. The title of the video was Ants Caught in the Cracks. Among the many popular videos of battles between astral-reaching realm cultivators, this particular video had appeared. Lu Yin couldn't resist and clicked on it. The first thing he saw was Xiyu, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. In the video, she had been injured by Jared and was forced to flee. The video wasn't coherent, and there were many clips that had been edited together. The next thing he saw was Northgate Gang, Fan, and the others vomiting blood as they were swept away by the shockwaves of the battle. After that, more and more people appeared in the video. They were all people who had been injured or even killed. There were disciples from small flow zones, disciples from the Second Great Hall, and even disciples from the Sword Sect and Day-Night Clan. This was a video that reflected the intensity of the battle on Planet Pyrolite. Lu Yin sighed. This was reality. Many people had seen the glory of Mu Rong and the others in battle, and they had attracted the admiration and cheers of countless people. However, even more people had fallen at their feet. Many people hadn't even died in direct combat, but had merely been swept away by the shockwaves. They were indeed ants caught in the cracks. This was only a battle on Planet Pyrolite, and the various great powers of the universe were all fighting. Shenwu Continent and the Great Yu Empire were also ants caught between the cracks. Just as Lu Yin was about to close the video and clear his thoughts, a familiar figure appeared on the screen. It was Lu Xiaoyun, who had been heavily injured by Night Queen Yanqing. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes as he saw Zhuo Daynight's figure behind her. Her pale face was accompanied by scarlet blood, and Lu Yin's expression changed. Zhuo Daynight was there as well? Yan Hua, Hui Chuan, and the others all fell to the ground, and it was unknown if they were still alive. When Lu Yin saw Quang Wang slashed to the ground, he subconsciously clenched his fists. Although he was not friends with Kuang Wang and might even be enemies in the future, Kuang Wang was still a fellow student of the Astral Combat Academy and a realm master. If he had been recorded in this video, then Kuang Wang was just an ant. At the end of the video, the shockwaves from Mu Rong's 1 vs 2 battle had started, and a crack in the ground had swallowed up dozens of people. Lu Yin's pupil shrank when he saw the final scene, where Zhuo Day Knight had been heavily injured once again. It was unknown whether she was still alive or not. The video ended, and Lu Yin fell silent. His mind was filled with the scene of Zhuo Day Knight helplessly falling to the ground. Had she died? Or had she been heavily injured? Lu Yin could not help but care about this. He treated Zhuo Day Knight as a friend, and from the moment that she had testified for him to the moment that she had been imprisoned in the Day Knight clan's prison, there was no way that he could separate himself from this woman. This feeling was very strange. Was she a friend? He did not know if Zhuo Day Knight saw him in this way, but there was one thing that he could not deny: Zhuo Day Knight was his creditor, and he still owed her a promise to lockbreaking. Planet Pyrolite had nothing to do with him, so he would not go. Lu Yin kept repeating this sentence, but the scenes of Zhuo Day Knight, Kuang Wang, Lu Xiaoyun, and Shiyu kept replaying in his mind. Zhuo Day Knight was especially unforgettable. He did not know why, but it was just like when he had injured her on the pirate spacecraft, and he could not abandon her. Her sorrowful eyes kept replaying in his mind. Lu Yin did not know what was wrong with him, but he could not forget the scene of Zhuo Day Knight being heavily injured and the words she had unconsciously muttered. He walked out of King Zishan's palace in frustration and looked up at the sky. He had to find Zhanlong Day Knight and ask him about Zhuo Day Knight's fate. He could not maintain his calm. Should he go to Planet Pyrolite or not? Should he go or not? He unconsciously activated his gadget and watched the video again. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes before suddenly opening them again. The battle on Planet Pyrolite was far from over. He was not going to fight for anything, but rather to save his friends. It had nothing to do with the Pyrolite mine. As long as he did not participate in the battle for Pyrolite, he would not interfere with the core interests of the various great powers. In addition, he had Hai Chi ask Hai Dasha to promise to protect the Great Yu Empire, so there should be no problems. More importantly, he had to get Hai Chi to ask Hai Dasha to promise to protect the Great Yu Empire, not the Sea King. Lu Yin thought about it for a while before contacting Hai Chi. Hai Chi was shopping when she saw that Lu Yin had contacted her, but she did not pick up. What an annoying person. "Seventh bro, have you decided to go to Planet Pyrolite?" the monkey asked. "How do you know?" Lu Yin was puzzled, but he did not say anything. The monkey replied, "I've been with you for so long, so how could I not understand you? You can't let go of Zhuo Day Knight, and you're the type of person who would definitely help a friend when they're in trouble. Zhuo Day Knight almost betrayed the Day Knight clan for you and almost died. This favor is not that easy to repay. You saved her and hurt her, and the two of you are too deeply involved. You can't avoid it." Lu Yin sighed. Yes, the two of them were too deeply involved. He had hurt her and saved her, and she had also helped him. She was also his creditor, and he also had indescribable feelings for her. Did he pity her? He did not know. Forget it, let's not think about it anymore. Since I've decided to go to Planet Pyrolite, I won't think too much about it. He contacted Hai Chi again, but she still did not pick up. She was still angry. Lu Yin sent her a message. Go to Planet Pyrolite. These 3 words represented a huge amount of power. Hai Chi quickly returned to King Zishan's palace and looked at Lu Yin excitedly. Are we going to Planet Pyrolite? Lu Yin looked at her seriously. Sure, but you have to promise me 2 things. What's the trouble? Hai Chi asked. First, I need Hai Dasha to promise to protect the Great Yu Empire. I'm talking about publicly supporting the Great Yu Empire's unification of Frostwave Weave. Hai Chi was puzzled. My second brother? There's no need for that. I can ask father to step in. Lu Yin shook his head. It can't be the Sea King. It has to be Hai Dashao. Hey, are you stupid? My second brother might be 7th on the top 100 rankings, but he can't represent the Sea King's dome. Even if he promises to support the Great Yu Empire, it won't be much of a deterrent to the Day Knight clan. At most, it will make them fear us to an acceptable extent, but it won't restrict them. That's enough. Luin was certain. Xianxia thought about it. All right. I'll have my second brother publicly support the Great Yu Empire's unification of Frostwave Weave, but only in his own name. It won't involve the Sea King's dome. Father won't allow us to interfere in the conflicts between the innerverse and outerverse powers. Luin nodded. He wanted the various powers to have some misgivings about the Sea King's dome when dealing with him. Even if Hai Dashao couldn't represent the Sea King's dome, he was still the Sea King's son, and no one could ignore him. As long as Luin didn't interfere with the various powers' core interests, Hai Dashao's presence would be enough to protect the Great Yu Empire. Luin was only there to save someone, not steal the ore. All right. The second thing is that you have to follow me. You can't leave me, Luin said seriously. Xianxia frowned. She was very reluctant, but she still agreed. She glared at Luin. Is there anything else? If there's nothing else, I'll contact my second brother. Luin nodded. Not long after, Xianxia put down her gadget and made a success gesture. Luin relaxed, as he had been afraid that the Sea King wouldn't agree. Hai Dashao had specifically mentioned the pyrolite ore as a betrothal gift, which proved that the Sea King's dome needed pyrolite ore. Now, it seemed that the Sea King's dome wasn't determined to obtain the pyrolite ore. That was good, as at least no one was forcing Luin to fight for it. Now, all he had to do was wait for Hai Dashao to publicly announce that he was personally supporting the Great Yu Empire. Right now, he needed to borrow another power to enter planet Pyrolite without attracting the attention of the Day-Night clan or the Sword Sect. This power could only come from Northline Flow Zone. Many people from Northline Flow Zone were in the Astral Wilderness. Luin tried to contact Lily but he was unable to do so. However, he could use the 10 Arbiters Council's interface to contact the person in charge of Northline Flow Zone's Shanwu Academy and ask him to contact the Lily family. This process would take some time, but Luin believed that as long as the Lily family knew that he was going to planet Pyrolite and that he was borrowing their identity, they would be more than happy to oblige. There was no need to wait on Xinyu Star, so Luin gave Hua Qingshan a few instructions. He then took Xianxia into a collapsible spacecraft and headed towards North Castle Weave. Hai Dashao moved quickly, and in less than an hour, his promise had attracted the attention of countless people. These people would spread the news to the various great powers in the shortest amount of time possible. When the various great powers saw Hai Dashao's promise, they might be able to guess that Luin was going to planet Pyrolite. Of course, there was also a chance that they wouldn't be able to guess. However, if it was the Sea King's promise, then the various great powers would definitely know that Luin was going to planet Pyrolite. Hai Dashao alone wasn't enough to bear the wrath of the various great powers whose interests had been violated. The various great powers were apprehensive of the Sea King, but they weren't afraid of him. Hai Dashao was just the Sea King's son, which wasn't enough to make them feel apprehensive. Luin could only express the Sea King's dome's attitude and do his best to protect the Great Yu Empire as long as he didn't go overboard. With the speed of a Radiant-grade collapsible spacecraft, it only took a few hours for Luin to reach the border between Frostwave Weave and North Castle Weave. Just as Luin arrived at the border of Frostwave Weave, Lily contacted him. "Brother Lu, I heard that you were looking for me." Lily looked at Luin through the screen with a trace of excitement in her eyes. He had no choice, as Northline Flow Zone had been severely suppressed during this period of time. Much of their pyrolite ore had been snatched away, and there had been many conflicts with the various powers from the smaller flow zones. It was simply too difficult. If Luin could join them, then he would be able to reach the heavens in a single bound. Luin seriously replied, "Miss I want to borrow your strength to secretly enter planet Pyrolite." Lily was astonished. "Secret?" Luin nodded. "I'm going there to save a friend, not to fight over Pyrolite. If Northline Flow Zone is willing to help, I'll do my best to protect your people. Of course, if you're not willing, then just pretend that I didn't say anything." Lily hurriedly replied, "We're willing. Since Brother Lu has asked, Northline Flow Zone is willing to help. Please wait a moment." Luin nodded and ended the call. He was not surprised that Lily was willing to help him, as he had already promised to protect Northline Flow Zone's people as much as possible. Secretly bringing him to planet Pyrolite would be as easy as lifting a finger, and even a fool would do such a thing. Not long after, a map was sent to Luin. His eyes flashed, and he rearranged his route to planet Pyrolite. As long as he reached the outskirts of planet Pyrolite, someone from Northline Flowzone would come to pick him up. He would then enter with a group of Northline Flowzone's Lemeters without drawing any attention. Hunters and even Enlighters could use their star energy to scan the space around planet Pyrolite and observe anyone. However, Northline Flowzone also had an Enlighter in Granny Chan. To show respect to a powerhouse of the same level, the other Enlighters would not monitor Northline Flowzone. This was one of the reasons why Luin had chosen Northline Flowzone. It would be easy to be discovered if he chose a power without an Enlighter overseeing it. Xianxia was very excited, as she could finally go out and play. Planet Pyrolite was a gathering place for the top experts of the Innerverse and Outerverse younger generation. Luin glanced at Xianxia and frowned. "You're not thinking of fighting on planet Pyrolite, are you?" Xianxia rolled her eyes. "What do you mean by fighting?" "I don't know how to fight. Sister 7 likes to win people over with virtue." "Why do you call yourself Sister 7? Luin had wanted to ask this question for a long time. According to his calculations, he would need to cross North Castle Weave to reach planet Pyrolite in the astral wilderness, which would take more than a day. During this time, he could rest and adjust his condition. Xianxia answered matter-of-factly, "I'm Xianxia, so of course I call myself Sister 7. Do you have a problem with that?" "Many people call me Brother 7, Luin replied. Xianxia was not happy. "No, you can't match me. You'll be called 8th brother from now on." Luin was speechless. He remembered that the Sea King had changed Lu Yin's name the first time they had met. They were indeed father and daughter. 8th bro. Ha 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 ha. 8th bro. Interesting. Ha 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 ha. The monkey laughed maniacally. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and he slowly withdrew the star energy from his right arm. The monkey hurriedly begged for mercy and swore that he would forget about this matter. Only then did Luin stop blocking him. "How did you convince Xianxia to personally support the Great Yu Empire?" Xianxia smirked. "I have a lot of information that I can use against him." "Isn't that simple? I just need to toss out any one of them and he'll come over to help me." Luin nodded, as he believed her. Xianxia always had a certain charisma when it came to such matters. The astral wilderness was a mysterious place to countless people in the universe. It was an unfamiliar region of space, but from Lu Yin's point of view, it was no different from the Innerverse and Outerverse. It was just as dark, and the only difference was that he could not use his gadget to contact it. Entering this place felt as if technology had regressed by tens of thousands of years. Not long after, an astral beast roared as it flapped its giant flaming wings. This excited Xianxia, as she was especially interested in astral beasts that could soar through space. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. In this region of space that had yet to be fully explored, who knew what would appear? He had not forgotten about the giant centipede's body in the Northline Flowzone. That creature could easily crush him to pieces with just a flip of its body. However, since Northline Flowzone had given him this map, it should be safe. Lu Yin's guess was correct, as this route was actually the same route that Northline Flowzone's Granny Chan had used to enter planet Pyrolite. She had dealt with all the dangers along the way, and there had not even been a single hunter with a power level of over 100,000. This sort of route map was extremely precious to the various great powers. When they handed it over to Luin, they had also paid a price, and it all depended on whether or not it was worth it. Luin was well aware of this, and he looked at the unfamiliar region of space. Planet Pyrolite was not too far away. Planet Pyrolite was like a delicious cake that attracted the attention of all the great powers. When Luin saw planet Pyrolite, he also saw all sorts of spacecraft circling it. There were all sorts of strange shapes and sizes, and the most recognizable one was the Swordsex sword-shaped spacecraft, which was quite eye-catching. There were also spacecraft from the Day-Night clan, Soldream tribe, and others, all of which had very unique designs. Luin was not intercepted, and he smoothly entered Northline Flowzone's warship. With Granny Chan overseeing things, there were no Enlighters monitoring this region of space, so no one knew that Luin had arrived. Lily and was very excited about Lu Yin's arrival, and Granny Chan had personally come to meet him. This made Lu Yin realize the importance of pyrolite ore. He did not act arrogantly and bowed to Granny Chan. Junior Lu Yin greets Senior. Granny Chan looked at Lu Yin with satisfaction. You don't have to be so polite. This isn't our first time meeting. Lu Yin glanced at Lily Ann, who was standing behind Granny Chan, and nodded. This junior represented the 10 Arbiters Council in the Northline Flow Zone's Northgate platform competition. This isn't our first time meeting, and Senior is still as elegant as ever. Granny Chan smiled. You really know how to speak. Did your journey here go smoothly? Lu Yin replied, It went smoothly. Thank you for your concern, Senior. Granny Chan looked at Hai Chi-Chi, who was standing behind Lu Yin, but she did not ask any questions. Northline Flow Zone's influence was small, and their grasp of information was not as detailed as the Day-Night clans or the Sword sects. They also did not know much about the Sea King's Dome, and since Hai Chi-Chi was wearing Xenu Star's uniform, it was normal for them not to recognize her. On Xenu Star, Karthika had also recognized Hai Chi-Chi through the symbol on her collapsible spacecraft, but he had not exposed her. Lily and had met Hai Chi-Chi before and knew that she was the Sea King's daughter, but she had no intention of telling Granny Chan. Hai Chi-Chi did not care much about Granny Chan. She was just an enlighter, and her family had more than one, so it was not strange. Granny Chan quickly left, and Lily and received Lu Yin. Without the enlighter, Lu Yin relaxed. Facing such a powerhouse made him feel uncomfortable. Even if they did not have any ill intentions, Lu Yin did not want to get too close to someone who could control his life. Brother Lu, you must have had a hard journey. Let me take you to rest, Lily Ann said with a smile. Lu Yin shook his head. It wasn't hard. It was just a spacecraft. That's right, it wasn't hard at all. Hurry up and send us to planet Pyrolite, Hai Chi-Chi said hurriedly, looking forward to it. Lily Ann glanced at Hai Chi-Chi. She had no intention of exposing the Sea King's daughter, as doing so would bring about unpredictable variables. At the very least, Northline Flow Zone would have to be responsible for her safety, which would be a huge burden, especially since this Sea King's daughter was especially eccentric. Lily Ann did not plan on getting close to Hai Chi-Chi either. The moment she saw Hai Chi-Chi, Lily Ann knew that this girl's personality would not work, so she treated her normally. Brother Lu, the supplies have been prepared. Do you plan on entering planet Pyrolite now? Lily Ann asked. Lu Yin nodded. Lily Ann ordered someone to put food and water into a cosmic ring and handed it to Lu Yin. She then led him to the personal spacecraft's cabin, where there were already a dozen people waiting for orders. Lu Yin changed his appearance, and he also forced Hai Chi-Chi to do the same. They each boarded a spacecraft and confirmed their landing spot. Lu Yin looked up when the spacecraft vibrated. He had never thought that he would still end up on planet Pyrolite, a stage where only geniuses could compete for glory. Hai Chi-Chi was excited, as she had been waiting for this moment for a long time. She would let her name spread throughout the universe, and she would definitely surpass her second brother. As for whether Lu Yin would allow her to reveal her identity, she did not care. She wanted to be famous. Spacecraft after spacecraft were launched from the Northline Flow Zone's battleships and charged towards planet Pyrolite. At the same time, many spacecraft from other powers also entered the planet, and new limiters were constantly arriving. Planet Pyrolite was like a giant furnace that was used to temper limiters. In the distance, Night Queen Xiaoyu was disdainful. No matter how many limiters there were, it would be useless against elite geniuses. She did not care how many people the smaller powers from Northline Flow Zone sent, as they were all courting death. She then looked away. The Sword sect, Wen family, and other powers were all the same. They did not care how many people the smaller powers sent. Who would have thought that there was a monster hidden within this group of people? On planet Pyrolite, there was a mountain range that rose up quite a distance away from Pyrolite Mountain. It was not very tall, only about 100 meters tall, and it did not cover a large area. However, at this moment, it had attracted over 100 limiters to fight over it. This was because this mountain range contained pyrolite ore. Although there was not much, it was still very attractive to the powers from the smaller flow zones. The larger powers did not care for it, so only the smaller powers fought over it. Northgate Gang, Afan, and the other Lemeters from Northline Flow Zone were fighting over this mountain range. Both of them were injured, and they could not even retreat in the face of a powerful enemy. They were surrounded by enemies in front of them and behind them. There was a scream as a woman from Northline Flow Zone was injured and fell to the ground. A blade that flickered with a cold glint slashed down towards her head. The woman's eyes were filled with despair as she watched the blade descend. However, just 10 centimeters away from her, it was blocked by a weapon that resembled a blade. The resulting shockwave pushed the woman into the ground, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. She looked at the person who had protected her and saw that it was Afan. Afan panted heavily as he viciously slashed at the man in front of him. The man sneered, and another person suddenly leapt out from behind him and slashed at Afan. At the same time, two-lined battle force erupted from his body, causing the woman to panic. "Be careful." Afan gritted his teeth and met the two head-on. He managed to block a blade, but his abdomen was still struck by the other person, causing him to fall to one knee. Not too far away, Northgate Gang secretly cursed Afan for being a busybody. He had wanted to join forces with Afan to break out of the encirclement, and with their strength, they could have done so. However, Afan was now heavily injured, and Northgate Gang was in trouble. There was a chaotic battle all around them. Northgate Gang used his phantom discs to try and escape by himself, but he was forced back. Another group of Lemeters had joined the battle, and shockwaves from the battle were everywhere. Boom! 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 Personal spacecraft crashed all around the mountain range, and two of them landed directly in the middle of the mountain range. From their positions, it seemed that the battles were the most intense. More than 10 attacks swept through the sky, intending to destroy the two spacecraft. "You actually dared to descend onto the battlefield? Do you think you're Ling Ke?" the man attacking Afan sneered. Afan gritted his teeth as blood dripped from the corner of his mouth onto the ground and onto the clothes of the woman he was protecting. The woman was devastated, she was doomed. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have come and would have stayed at Shangwu Academy. She looked at Afan, who had protected her. She had even mocked him for losing her only teleportation stone, but at the end of her life, he was the one who had protected her. Life was unpredictable, and if she didn't die this time, she would definitely repay him. The attacks did not destroy the two spacecraft. One of the doors opened in midair, and a youth appeared. He easily blocked the attacks and allowed the other spacecraft to land safely. On the mountain range, many people were shocked that a single person had been able to block the attacks of more than 10 people. This person was very powerful, but in this chaotic battlefield, the more powerful one was, the more unlucky they would be. Luin stood firmly on the mountain range and looked at the dark red ground. There were no plants in the mountain range, and a group of red-eyed Lemeters had surrounded him. He scanned his surroundings and decided that he couldn't go overboard. In that case, he would use the Shockwave Palm and the Space Render Palm. These were battle techniques that he had mastered on Earth, and they could be used without star energy. They were very suitable for this planet that had no star energy. He raised his hand and used the Space Render Palm. There was a thump, and the Lemeter closest to him was sent flying. His armor shattered, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was deader than dead. This scene shocked everyone, and they all paused in their actions. Luin grimaced. He was still too strong, so he had to be gentler. At this moment, the door of another spacecraft opened, and Hai Chi excitedly rushed out. She immediately slashed at the bear, causing her to cry out in surprise. Her body twisted, and she easily dodged the attack. She patted her chest and stared ahead. "Damned black bear, you scared me to death." The man who had attacked Hai Chi was the one who had heavily injured Afan. Hai Chi had landed not too far away from Afan, and the crater created by the spacecraft almost reached Afan's feet. "Damned girl, you're courting death." The man raised his blade and slashed at Afan. Behind him, another man slashed at Afan. Hai Chi's eyes were sharp, and she immediately saw Afan and the woman he was protecting. She immediately understood what was going on. They were a pitiful couple, and they were facing a life-and-death situation. As the kind-hearted princess of the Sea King's dome, Hai Chi felt that she had the responsibility to protect this beautiful love. The man's saber strike missed, and Hai Chi disappeared before his eyes. Behind him, Ah Fan closed his eyes in despair. What awaited him was not death but mockery. Hey, shouldn't you hug your wife before you die? What is this? Ah Fan opened his eyes and saw Hai Chi. Wife. He was at a loss. The cultivator with two-lined battle force collapsed in the distance. Ah Fan's eyes widened as he couldn't understand how Hai Chi had done it. At this moment, the man who had slashed at Hai Chi had turned around and fled. Ah Fan had not seen it, but Ah Fan had, which was why he had fled. He was certain that he wasn't a match for that woman, as she was too terrifying. He couldn't even see her speed clearly, so she was definitely a descendant of some great power. In the distance, Lu Yin saw this scene and retracted his gaze. With Hai Chi-Chi's strength, he didn't need to worry about her. This girl's speed was not inferior to his flash, and this speed alone was enough to guarantee her safety as long as she didn't run into someone like Mu Rong. Many people around him exchanged glances, and when they noticed that Lu Yin was distracted, they all attacked at the same time. Lu Yin moved. He raised his hands and waved his arms, causing the crowd to only see afterimages of his arms before he was sent flying by a powerful force. Lu Yin instantly cleared out an area of 100 meters around him, displaying his overwhelming strength. However, it wasn't too excessive, as many people hadn't died. It looked like his attacks were just too fast, but they weren't too powerful. But to these small flow zones organizations, the speed of this attack was already overwhelming, and many of them had to retreat. Where are the people from Northline Flow Zone? Lu Yin shouted. Northgate Gang was just about to escape, but when he heard Lu Yin's words, his eyes lit up. Over here, over here. Lu Yin turned around and saw Northgate Gang. He couldn't help but frown. What a hateful person. Northgate Gang saw Lu Yin frown, and his heart skipped a beat. Not good. Is this person not an expert sent by Northline Flow Zone? Does he have a grudge against me? Northgate Gang bent his legs and prepared to flee as fast as he could, but Lu Yin's words caused him to lower his guard. This mountain range belongs to Northline Flow Zone. Everyone else can leave, Lu Yin announced loudly. He just didn't want to interfere with the interests of the large organizations. If Northline Flow Zone was willing to fight over this small mountain range, then it meant that the large organizations didn't care about it at all. Lu Yin didn't mind helping Northline Flow Zone take it as a favor, and he could also leave to look for Zhude Knight. Northgate Gang was delighted. Thank you for your help, brother. Lu Yin couldn't be bothered with him. The people around him looked at each other. Some of them were unwilling, but when they thought about Lu Yin's speed, they had no choice but to retreat. They had also clearly seen that this person had only used a shockwave palm and hadn't used any battle techniques. This proved that he hadn't used his full strength, and it wasn't worth it to risk their lives over a small amount of pyrolite. After making up their minds, the crowd left one after another, leaving only Lu Yin's group on the mountain range. The people from Northline Flow Zone cheered as Ah Fan fell to the ground. The woman he was protecting gratefully offered him some water, which he accepted and took a sip. Hai Chi was displeased and glared at Ah Fan. Hey, your wife's injured too. Aren't you going to treat her? Hai Chi-Chi's words confused Ah Fan once more, and the woman's face turned red. She tried to explain herself, but she pulled at her wound, causing her face to turn pale from the pain. Ah Fan took out Shamrock Enterprises' special medicine and handed it over. The woman bowed her head. Thank you, and I'm sorry. Ah Fan calmly turned away and drank the water. Hai Chi looked at the two of them. What a strange pair. She then looked at Lu Yin and immediately ran over. Northgate Gang also ran over, but just as he was about to speak, he was stopped by Hai Chi. Lu, no. Hey, 8th bro, let's go find the others. Northgate Gang was stunned. 8th bro? Lu Yin's eyelids twitched, and he stared at Hai Chi threateningly. Call me 7th bro or brother Lu. You're not allowed to call me that, or don't even think about leaving this mountain range. Hai Chi wanted to retort, but after thinking about it, she pouted. Fine. 7. Lu Yin was helpless. Northgate Gang finally had a chance to speak. What's your name, brother? Lu Yin casually replied, call me 7th bro. Northgate Gang was stunned. How rude. Brother, may I ask if Granny Chan invited you to help? Northgate Gang probed. Louis nodded and looked around. This mountain range now belongs to Northline Flow Zone. You can start mining now. I'll help you stand guard here for a day, and then I'll leave. Northgate Gang was shocked. Leave? You're going to help someone else? That's none of your business. Just do your own thing. Louis turned and left. Northgate Gang was infuriated, but he restrained himself, not daring to get angry. This person was stronger than him. It didn't take long for the Northline Flow Zones group to treat their injuries, and they continued mining the pyrolite. Northgate Gang was in a bad mood, so he vented his anger on the others, especially Afan. If not for Afan's stupidity, Northgate Gang would have already escaped, and he wouldn't have nearly lost his life here. Thus, Northgate Gang found Afan an eyesore, and even though he knew that Afan's injuries were quite severe, he still allowed him to mine the pyrolite. The Northline Flow Zones group followed Northgate Gang's orders, and Afan had no choice but to obey. Otherwise, he would be held accountable. The girl that Afan had saved looked at him worriedly. Xianxia couldn't stand it any longer. Hey, Tak. Hey, Tak. Everyone looked at Xianxia, not knowing who she was referring to. Northgate Gang looked over as well, and he saw Xianxia staring at him. He looked around, confused. Xianxia grew impatient. What are you looking at? Don't look at others. Don't you know that you look like a Tak? I'm talking to you. Northgate Gang was furious. Who are you? How dare you insult me? Xianxia rolled her eyes. Who's insulting you? I don't even know your name, and I can only call you that because you look like a Tak. Is there anything wrong with that? The people around them tried to stifle their laughter. Northgate Gang was furious, but he looked at Louis fearfully. He suppressed his anger and said, I'm Northgate Gang. What does that have to do with me? Xianxia continued to roll her eyes. Northgate Gang's face twitched. What is it? Xianxia pouted. Nothing. It's just that you're having fun pretending to be a Tak. Northgate Gang opened his mouth to curse, but he held himself back. He snorted and turned to leave, no longer forcing Afan to mine. Afan's body swayed, and he leaned against the mountain wall. The girl that he had saved hurriedly supported him and helped him up. She looked at Xianxia gratefully and smiled. Xianxia shrugged. Louis retracted his gaze. This girl had a good heart. He had originally wanted to help Afan, but she had taken the initiative. Afan should be in San Dios, but he had actually been summoned here. This pyrolite mine was very important. He did not know if Xuede Knight was still alive or where she was, but he was not in a hurry to search for her. He just wanted to find out where Pyrolite Mountain was and return a favor. Finding Xuede Knight was not easy, and there was no point in being anxious. Perhaps he should find the Day-Night clan first. Over the course of a day, several powers tried to fight over the mountain range, but they were all beaten back. Fortunately, there was not much pyrolite in the mountain range, and after Northline Flow Zone defeated several powers, there should not be any more powers willing to fight over it. Lu Yin's display of strength was enough to deter these small powers. A day later, Lu Yin left with Xianxia under the complicated gazes of Northgate Gang and the others. Northgate Gang hated these two, but he needed to rely on them. Now that they were gone, he hoped that no strong enemies would appear. Lu Yin had already confirmed the direction of Pyrolite Mountain. It would take a few days to search from that mountain range to Pyrolite Mountain. He brought Xianxia along and asked Northgate Gang for a pyrolite mine detector in case he needed it. A few days later, Pyrolite Mountain came into view. To avoid being discovered by Mu Rong, Lu Yin did not get too close to Pyrolite Mountain. Instead, he kept a distance and circled around the mountain, but he did not find Xuede Knight. He believed that she would not be hiding within the range of Mu Rong's domain unless she was already dead. End of chapter 493. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.